Chongjiang City First High School. Martial arts class. It was a break between lessons, and with the college entrance exams drawing near, the students were all buried in their textbooks, silently cramming culture subjects. Hey, have you heard? That mysterious martial god appeared again yesterday. The sentence fell into the silence like a stone into still water, ripples spreading through the classroom as all the students lifted their heads to look at the boy who had spoken. Seriously, is that true? Tell us quickly. In an instant, everyone held their breath, ears pricked, waiting for the under so many gazes. The boy cleared his throat and began in a deliberate tone. Yesterday, you all know about that ferocious beast of the Mingdao realm attacking the eastern city. The news reported it was the city guard who eliminated it, but in truth, it was that person who made a move. One strike, and it was instantly killed. My second aunt was right nearby at the time. She saw it with her own eyes. Wow. Gasps of amazement rose from the students. Who do you think this mysterious martial god really is? Could he be some ancestral patriarch of a great family just passing through? A martial god, huh? If I had that kind of strength, I wouldn't even bother studying. The 4 great martial universities of Daxiao would be begging me to enroll. Listen to yourself. If you were already a martial god, why would you still go to school? If I were a martial god, I'd eat beef every single day. Stop daydreaming. We don't have to become martial gods. Even brushing shoulders with him would be enough. Then we could walk sideways wherever we go. The classroom grew noisy, filled with chatter as the students speculated about the identity of the mysterious martial god, each imagining how they might one day forge a connection with him. At the very back row of the classroom, Ran sat with a pale face. After a night's rest, the aftereffects of forcibly invoking his martial god cultivation had recovered by about 90%. Now, he merely looked a little weak. Yes, he was the very mysterious martial god his classmates were talking about. A thoroughly ordinary earthling, he had accidentally transmigrated into this martial world because of an accident. During the process of transmigration, driven by the instinct to survive, he had grasped around wildly, and by chance, seized something soft, carrying it along with him into this world. Because he had crossed over as a fetus, that thing merged into his body. From then on, he an infant possessed cultivation at the martial god realm. Yet he immediately faced a grave problem. As a frail baby, the toughness of his body was far from sufficient to bear the strain of martial god realm power. Forcibly mobilizing it would only result in his body exploding and dying. Moreover, he had been a complete novice to martial arts, utterly ignorant of how to control the power of a martial god. Thus, all these years he had been forced to conceal his strength. It was not until he turned 16. According to the martial experience of this world, at 16 the body's development is complete, blood and qi are abundant, and it is the perfect age to set foot on the path of martial cultivation. Ran began to practice martial arts. The first realm of martial cultivation, body tempering. Using blood and qi as the guide, one refines the physique, polishing muscles, bones, and skin until the flesh becomes like iron. Blood and qi surge like a flood, both thriving in unison, and strength is enough to shatter stone. During the process of body tempering, Ran's physique gradually became strong enough to withstand the washing impact of martial god power. However, there was still a strict time limit. If he maintained it for too long, he would still end up with a ruptured body and certain death. After 3 years of effort, by today, he could endure the impact of martial god power for 5 full minutes. 5 minutes, an experiential pass to the martial god realm. 3 years of toil, traded for 5 minutes of transcendent power. Ran marveled at the terrifying might of a martial god, his heart brimming with hope for the future. He knew that as long as he kept improving himself, one day he would perfectly control and fuse the martial god power within, becoming a true martial god in every sense. Turning back to yesterday, he had gone to the eastern city to buy a birthday present for his elder brother, who could have expected to run into a ferocious beast attack. A rodent-type ferocious beast of the Mingdao realm, due to the negligence of the city guard, had burrowed up from underground into the city, and by sheer misfortune Ran encountered it. At first he had not wanted to act. The last few times he had taken action, it had caused a sensation across Chongjiang City, and even the whole of Daxia. In the current world, martial gods were few and far between. They were either national pillars supporting their countries, or ancestral leaders dominating entire regions. Now out of nowhere, a martial god of unknown identity had appeared. Within this obscure little city like Chongjiang, unseen undercurrents began to surge. Countless organizations and factions were secretly arriving, seeking to recruit him. Rumor had it that clues regarding his identity on the black market had already been driven up to tens of millions apiece. As a 5-minute martial god, Ran's ability to protect himself was limited. Once his secret was exposed, what awaited him would likely not be honor but imprisonment, or even death. So he decisively hid his identity. Yet fate had it that the beast charged straight toward him, leaving him no choice but to act, thus triggering another explosion of attention across the internet. Ran, didn't you go to the eastern city yesterday? Did you see that mysterious martial god? His deskmate turned his head and asked. As Wang Hao finished speaking, the students who had been arguing noisily all turned their eyes toward Ran, hoping to hear some fresh piece of news. Ran's expression grew solemn. He straightened his back, and under their expectant stares said with exaggerated seriousness, "Actually, I am the mysterious martial god. Bow down before me." As he spoke, he spread his arms and tipped his head back. "TCH, look how weak you are, and you dare call yourself a martial god. Shameless. See, we shouldn't have asked him. The students were collectively speechless. Ran curled his lips and muttered inwardly, if I told the truth you wouldn't believe it anyway. If this bunch found out he was actually that mysterious martial god, how would they react? Would they be stunned, doubtful, resentful, or instantly change their attitudes and fawn over him? And if they learned that the mysterious martial god was this downtorth, he wondered what they would think. His mind wandered back to yesterday's events. For a martial god, dealing with a Mingdao realm beast was child's play. The hard part was evading the pursuit of the city guard and the omnipresent electronic surveillance. At the very moment he slew that beast, the city guard scarcely hesitated at all. They instantly shifted their target and charged toward him. At the same time, countless hidden forces began to move, converging in his direction. He had only 5 minutes, so he could only depart at once, feigning flight toward the city outskirts, then slipping into a sewer while no one was looking to shake off the pursuit. This matter has to rot in my stomach. I can't tell anyone. Yes, no one. Ran silently made up his mind. Around him his classmates were still deep in heated discussion. They continued to talk about the martial god's might and their reverence for this mysterious figure, completely unaware that the very person they were speaking of was sitting among them. Just then, the monitor of the martial arts class pushed the door open, glanced toward the back of the room, and called out, Ran, the homeroom teacher wants to see you. The classroom fell silent for a brief instant, then resumed its lively discussion. Ran could not help feeling puzzled. Class was about to start. What did the homeroom teacher want with him at this moment? Still wondering, Ran rose and headed toward the teacher's preparation room. The preparation room was on the 3rd floor. By the time he reached the 3rd floor, the bell for class had already rung and the teachers were streaming out toward their respective classrooms. At the door of the preparation room, the door stood open. Ran knocked lightly and looked inside. Inside, besides his homeroom teacher Dong Guohua, there was also a short, plump, greasy, middle-aged man. Seeing the middle-aged man, Ran's heart gave a jolt. Lu Xiao, director of the senior year of the martial arts class. His martial cultivation was only at the 1st level of the Xuandao realm. In Chongjiang First High, where the average cultivation level of martial instructors was at the 7th level of the Xuandao realm, Lu Xiao's strength would never have qualified him to join the school. Yet his brother-in-law was the school principal. With a bit of maneuvering, Lu Xiao had been hired. After a few years of drifting along, he was once again promoted beyond his merits to become a director through connections. Greasy and lecherous, he constantly took liberties with female students. Add to that his talent for flattery, and both students and teachers found him thoroughly repulsive. Seeing Ran enter homeroom, teacher Dong Guohua beckoned. Come in. Ran stepped into the office and greeted politely. Hello, director. Hello, teacher. Dong Guohua nodded, his expression somewhat stiff as though burdened by something. Lu Xiao forced an ugly smile, took a step forward, and patted Ran on the shoulder, speaking in the tone of an elder advising a junior. Ran, the college entrance exams are almost here. How is your cultivation coming along? Staring at the wrinkled face so close to his own, Ran felt disgust, but could not afford to tear the mask off. Everything is fine. My cultivation is stable at the peak of the body tempering realm. Lu Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Keep working hard. Then his tone abruptly shifted. We called you here today to discuss something with you. As he spoke, he took a sheet of paper from Dong Guohua's hand and, passing it to Ran, said, Take a look and sign your name. Puzzled, Ran accepted the paper. The moment his eyes fell on the text, his gaze sharpened. In bold characters, the heading read, Consent Form to waive martial cultivation resources. Half an hour earlier, in the office of Sun Xingyu, the principal of Chongjiang No. 1 High School, brother-in-law, the Martial Education Bureau suddenly increased so many precious martial resources this year. Aren't we about to make a fortune? Lu Xiao swept his eyes over the resource list in his hand, grinning as he spoke. Sun Xingyu frowned and said, Behave yourself. This time the higher-ups are watching closely. We have no loopholes to exploit. Hearing this, Lu Xiao looked a little disappointed and asked again, Why did the Martial Education Bureau suddenly bleed so much this year and become so generous? Weren't they always stingy in previous years? Sun Xingyu said, News just came from the Martial Education Bureau. This year the overall strength of martial candidates nationwide has improved. The admission standards of the 4 great martial universities will likely be raised by 2 minor realms up to the 3rd layer of the Qi absorption realm. The 3rd layer of the Qi absorption realm? Lu Xiao exclaimed in shock. Then among the seedlings in our school, I'm afraid not a single one will get in. In that case this year. Sun Xingyu's expression grew grave. That is why the Martial Education Bureau temporarily issued additional high-grade resources. Lu Xiao reread the list from beginning to end, his gaze thoughtful. These resources are indeed precious, but there are far too few of them. Even if we distribute them, I fear the seedlings in our school will still struggle to meet the admission standards of the 4 great martial universities. Sun Xingyu nodded. So we still have to do a little maneuvering. I've drafted a plan. Take a look and carry it out at once. As he spoke, he handed over a document. Lu Xiao took it and examined it carefully, growing more astonished with each line he read. Ran is a stone body. Impossible. How could a stone body cultivate to the peak of the body tempering realm? Sun Xingyu replied. Who says a stone body cannot cultivate? A stone body merely cannot absorb qi. I invited Elder Sun to examine him. Ran's meridians are blocked. He is a stone body beyond doubt. Lu Xiao was stunned. If Elder Sun personally examined him, then it must be true. No wonder that brat Ran has been stuck at the peak of the body-tempering realm for over half a year, always looking pale and overexhausted. So he's a stone body. That settles it, I'll see to it right away. Sun Xingyu reminded him. I intend to climb a little higher this year. The students' results are crucial. Put your heart into this and don't let anything go wrong. Understood. At this moment in the teacher's preparation room. Director teacher, what is the meaning of this? Ran pointed at the notice in his hand, frowning as he questioned them. Lu Xiao dispensed with all pretenses. After unanimous deliberation by the school leadership, all of your martial resources will henceforth be transferred to student He Xianxia to fully support his attempt to enter one of the 4 great martial universities. Ran froze. He Xianxia, that walking medicine jar. His cultivation was a full realm higher at the first layer of the Qi absorption realm. Yet everyone in Chongjiang knew. One high school knew that He Xianxia's cultivation was piled up with medicine. He looked even weaker than Ran did now, and they wanted to give the resources to him. Ran refused to accept it. Why? Just because his realm is 1 level higher than mine. Besides, what the school is doing isn't even compliant. According to the Martial Education Bureau's regulations, each student's martial resources are fixed. The school has no authority to alter them. Lu Xiao could not be bothered to explain. He directly took out a file, showed it to Ran, and said, see for yourself. The school already knows about your physical condition. Continuing to waste resources on you is pointless. It's better to give them to a student who can truly use them. Don't be stubborn, sign. Ran stared at the file before him. A stone body. In the conclusion column, the words clearly stated that he was a stone body. He knew what that meant, a congenital defect or blockage in the meridians that made it impossible to absorb qi. Yet no one knew his body better than he did. It was absolutely impossible that he was a stone body. How could the school have reached such a conclusion? Ran quickly understood the reason. The power of the martial god. At present his body was suffused with dormant martial god power, including within his meridians. That power was too formidable and lay in a slumbering state. In the eyes of martial artists whose strength was insufficient, that martial god power was indistinguishable from dead stone. The teacher in charge of testing had evidently mistaken the martial god power for blocked meridians, thus drawing such a conclusion. Just as Ran was about to explain, Lu Xiao snapped impatiently. Ran, I'm still trying to talk this through with you nicely. Don't refuse a favor that's handed to you. Here are your 2 options, either sign obediently, or the school will publicly announce your physical condition and expel you. You choose. Hearing the threat in his tone, and looking at that ugly, vicious face, Ran's temper flared. He was a dignified martial god. How could he possibly be cowed by a little piece of trash in the Seeking Tao realm? I'm not signing. If you want to expel me, then go ahead and do it. With that, Ran could not be bothered to waste more words. He turned and walked out. Watching his departing back, Lu Xiao's face grew as dark as the bottom of a pot. He shot Dong Guohua a cold glare, snorted, and left the preparation room as well. On the way back to his class, before Ran could reach the classroom, the school's announcement blared across the campus through the loudspeakers. Testing. Announcement: student Ran of martial class 3 entered the martial class for further study despite being a stone body, thus wasting the school's martial resources and deceiving the school. Though repeatedly admonished, he refused to submit to discipline. After deliberation by the school committee, it has been decided that Ran's student status is hereby revoked, effective immediately. The broadcast was like thrusting a stick into a hornet's nest. Ran could clearly hear heated discussions erupting in the surrounding classes. A stone body. How the hell did a stone body get into the martial class? Are they joking? Ran. Isn't he the guy stuck at the peak of the body-tempering realm for half a year? No wonder he's been stuck so long. Turns out he can't absorb qi at all. That's tragic. His martial path is ruined and he's behind in academic studies too. His life is basically over. Ignoring the comments, Ran replayed the content of the broadcast in his mind, a cold smile curling in his heart. He had barely left the preparation room for 5 minutes, and the school's announcement was already out. Clearly they had long decided to expel him, and had never intended to give him any room to negotiate. Originally, in light of 3 years of schooling, Ran had been thinking that he could simply give up the remaining 2 months of martial resources. With his current hidden martial god realm strength, he could enter any of the 4 great martial universities of Great Xia at will. Now that the school had cut all ties so ruthlessly, there was no sentiment left for him to honor. He only hoped that 2 months from now, when he was admitted to one of the 4 great martial universities, the school would not regret it to the point of gnashing their teeth. Along the way, students who recognized him pointed and whispered behind his back. Ran paid them no mind. When he returned to the classroom, the previously noisy room suddenly fell silent. Every classmate turned to look at him, eager to see how someone who had just been expelled would react. Ran's face remained expressionless. Since the school had already expelled him effective immediately, he saw no reason to stay. He walked to his seat and began packing his belongings. His deskmate Wang Hao could not hold back. Ran, how did you get expelled? And are you really a stone body? Ran glanced at Wang Hao, noticing out of the corner of his eye that everyone in the class was straining to listen. He had no intention of hiding the school's dirty tricks. The school wants me to hand over my remaining martial resources to He Xianxia. I refused, so they expelled me. As for being a stone body, you'll find out in 2 months. Without giving them a chance to ask more, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and turned to leave. During his 3 years in the martial class, because he often activated his martial god realm strength, he was perpetually in a state of apparent exhaustion. In a martial class that revered strength above all, this naturally made him looked down upon. As a result, in 3 years, he had made almost no friends, and no one came to see him off. At the school gate, the guard, having heard the announcement, let him through without trouble after he reported his name. Jiran left Chongjiang No. 1 high school and headed home. In Chongjiang City, in the conference room of the highest authority, the city's political figures were gathered. Chongjiang City has been unsettled lately. Because of that mysterious martial god realm expert, many hidden organizations and forces have sent people here. So security must be further strengthened. We have already recalled all city guard personnel on leave. Patrol forces have been tripled. So far, nothing unusual has been discovered. What are your thoughts on that mysterious martial god realm expert? The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavier. Another elder asked in a deep voice, the most important thing now is to confirm his identity, whether he is enemy or friend. He is a martial god realm cultivator. If he wishes to hide, no one can catch him. But judging from his actions so far, there is a greater chance he is a friend rather than a foe. Silence fell. After a pause, a stern-featured middle-aged man said solemnly, "We cannot rely on mere possibilities when it comes to a martial god realm expert of unknown identity. If he is concealing his true intentions and waiting for a chance to strike, the destructive power of a martial god could very well cause Chongjiang City to fall." Another slightly overweight middle-aged man countered, "He's already in the martial god realm. Does he really need to hide anything? If he wanted to do something terrible, who could stop him?" "So I agree with Director Lee, he is more likely a friend than an enemy." "And what if you're wrong?" "I'm asking what if," the stern man. The plump man retorted, "So what you really want is to confirm he's an enemy before you can rest easy. His intentions are already so clear, yet you still suspect him. Is it necessary to act as though you bear some deep, bitter grudge?" "A deep, bitter grudge. I'm thinking of the people of this entire city. Do you even understand what a martial god realm expert represents? Right now we live with the constant risk of the city being wiped out. Do you understand that? Oh, spare me the talk of annihilation. If you're that scared, you can leave. No one is stopping you. You enough." As they argued, the white-haired elder seated at the head of the table spoke slowly but firmly. "You are both acting for the sake of Chongjiang City. There is no need for this. Let this old man go and meet the mysterious one himself." At his words, the atmosphere in the conference room tightened. "Elder Luo, you intend to?" the elder addressed, as Elder Luo nodded. "Activate emergency plan No. 3. The next time he appears, I will go and meet him. Though I am not a martial god realm cultivator, I am at the Dao Calamity realm, second only to martial gods. I trust he will give this old man some face. At that time, whether he is enemy or friend will naturally become clear." The residential community where Jiran's family lived was called Azure Blue No. 1. In Chongjiang City, it was considered a moderately upscale community. He arrived home at 4 in the afternoon. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find both of his parents at home. Not only that, but even his brother GMO, who was usually too busy to be seen, was there. "What are you doing at home?" Jiran asked curiously upon seeing his brother. GMO, Jiran's older brother, was 23 years old, 5 years his senior. His martial arts cultivation was at the 9th level of the Seeking Dao realm, just 1 step away from the peak. A year ago, he graduated from one of the 4 major martial arts universities in the Great Xia, the Northern Martial Arts University. After graduation, GMO gave up a promising future and resolutely chose to return to Chongjiang City, enrolling in the city guard and becoming a member. Normally at this time, he should still be patrolling the streets concerning the mysterious martial god. If he knew that his younger brother was the one responsible for his overtime work, he wouldn't know how to feel. GMO was sitting at the dining table taking bites of an apple. "I heard you've made something of yourself and came back to see you." Jiran observed his brother's nonchalant expression, his mother busy in the kitchen and his father silent on the sofa. Jiran spoke in a deep voice, "You all know." Jiran's father Ji Tianhao took a deep breath and asked, "The school called me this afternoon. Why didn't you tell us about the stone body?" Jiran feigned helplessness, walking over to the sofa and sitting down. "What should I say? I'm not a stone body." "You're not a stone body." GMO and Ji Tianhao echoed in unison. Jiran's mother Su Ning also poked her head out from the kitchen, looking at Jiran with concern. Jiran explained helplessly, "I'm not a stone body. That's an excuse the school used. If I were a stone body, they would have detected it during the talent assessment when I entered school." GMO casually replied, "But that's not right. The talent assessment only checks vitality and blood, not the meridians. It can't determine if you're a stone body." Su Ning came out of the kitchen and slapped GMO on the back of his head. "You must be hoping your brother is a stone body, right?" GMO rubbed the back of his head, pouting, "I was just saying." Seeing his brother get scolded, Jiran held back a laugh and replied, "People with stone bodies are born weak. Look at me with this strong physique. Am I weak?" As he spoke, Jiran flexed his muscles. Ji Tianhao frowned. "I think so too, which is why I haven't paid attention to your meridians over the years. Since the school mentioned it, we need to have someone check it out. The meridians are one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. To detect the meridians, one must have sufficient strength and also practice relatively gentle martial arts techniques. Only then can the examination be done without causing significant harm." Otherwise, if an ordinary martial artist recklessly checks someone else's meridians, it could easily cause irreversible damage due to their turbulent energy. Hearing that his father wanted to find someone to check him, Ji Ran felt a pang of anxiety. In all of Chongjiang City, there were only a few who practiced techniques capable of checking meridians. Given their strength, even if they checked him, the result would definitely be the same as the school's. Moreover, the fees wouldn't be low. So he quickly spoke up to refuse. Dad, let's forget about it. With that money, I can buy some beast meat to supplement myself, and whether I'm a stone body or not, I can just wait for the college entrance examination results. Ji Tianhao hesitated after seeing his son's confident demeanor and said, but the school has already reported your situation to society. If we don't find someone to verify it, I'm afraid no martial arts university will accept you. Ji Ran smiled confidently. Then if I break through to the Qi gathering realm, won't the rumors be disproven? GMO exclaimed in surprise. You've been stuck at the peak of the body refinement realm for half a year, and you still have the confidence to gather Qi. Ouch, Mom, why did you hit me again? Su Ning shot GMO a glare. Speak nicely and encourage your brother. GMO rubbed his head and made a fist towards Ji Ran. Go for it, little brother. All right, brother. Ji Ran laughed heartily. Seeing Ji Ran's carefree expression, Ji Tianha's worries lessened significantly. All right then, since you have confidence, you can make your own decisions. I won't interfere, but I need to be clear. If there are any problems, tell Dad in time. Don't keep it to yourself, understand? Got it, Dad. By the way, we're out of salt at home. Go downstairs to buy some, Ji Tianhao ordered. Sure. Ji Ran stood up about to leave when he suddenly paused. Wait, you guys only asked me about the stone body. Why don't you care about me being expelled from school, eh? Ji Tianhao replied nonchalantly. There are only 2 months left until the college entrance examination. Being expelled is whatever. It doesn't matter. Ji Ran paused. But without school, how can I apply? Ji Tianhao casually said. I've already talked to Uncle Li. You can be enrolled in his school, and he will apply for you. Oh. Ji Ran's mind formed an image of a round, cheerful uncle who smiled like the Buddha. Li Dongren, a good friend of Ji Tianhao. He was also the principal of Sunshine Vocational High School in Chongjiang City. The two had once worked together in a land reclamation team when they were young and later settled in Chongjiang City. Ji Tianhao joined a martial arts resource processing company as a workshop director. Meanwhile, Li Dongren climbed the ranks at Sunshine Vocational High School to become the principal. Sometimes Ji Ran couldn't understand how two people from the same background could end up so differently. While Li Dongren had become a principal, his father was still working overtime every day. As for Sunshine Vocational High School, it was well known throughout Chongjiang City. Not because it was strong, but because every year only those students with the lowest grades or no desire to study would be sent there by their parents just to. However, no matter how poor it was still a vocational high school. Therefore, Sunshine Vocational High School naturally offered martial arts classes, and the Martial Arts Education Bureau would regularly allocate martial arts resources. The resources, however, were far fewer compared to Chongjiang First High School. The overall strength of the martial arts class at Sunshine Vocational High School, while the 5th level of the body refinement realm was the leader. Once Ji Ran arrived there, it would be like a sheep entering a wolf's den. Seeing that his father had already arranged the rest, Ji Ran felt no more worries and leisurely headed out to pick up his sister. After Ji Ran left, Ji Mo stood up and said to Ji Tianhao and Su Ning, Dad, Mom, I have to get back to work. Su Ning said worriedly, Are you in such a hurry? Can't you finish your meal first? GMO smiled. I didn't take a leave. If I don't get back soon, it'll be found out. My little brother is fine. I'm heading back now. He'll come back the day after tomorrow when I have a day off. Su Ning nodded in disappointment. Okay, drive safely. Ji Tianhao warned that martial god has been appearing frequently lately. Stay away from such big figures. They don't get caught up in it. Be careful. Got it, Dad. I'm off now. GMO quickly left. Only Ji Tianhao and his wife remained in the living room. So none of them are easy to deal with. Su Ning complained. Ji Tianhao embraced his wife's shoulders and sighed. The kids have grown up. The couple exchanged. At this moment, Su Ning seemed to remember something and asked, By the way, Dad's birthday is coming up soon. Aren't you planning to contact the family? Ji Tianhao hesitated and shook his head. Su Ning pondered. It's been almost 20 years. We have 3 kids now. Shouldn't the family have calmed down by now? After all, they are your parents. You should think about it carefully. Ji Tianhao firmly replied. You don't understand. The royal family is the most heartless. You have no idea how ruthless they can be for their own interests. Contacting them would only add to the troubles. What if Ran or you get into a university in the capital? Would you still not go back? Ji Tianhao thought for a moment and said softly, Let's wait until they get accepted. Chongjiang No. One high school handled the matter with ruthless finality. That very evening, the school's official media outlet released an officially stamped notice detailing Ji Ran's physical condition and announcing his expulsion. Almost overnight, the rumor spread across Chongjiang City the school's prodigy student possessed a stone body, a topic of fervent discussion among citizens and parents alike. Ji Ran merely smiled, utterly unperturbed. At 8 o'clock that night, the family finished dinner. His parents departed for overtime work, leaving Ji Ran alone at home, seated in lotus position within the family's cultivation chamber. In this world, cultivation chambers had become as commonplace in residential buildings as kitchens. Real estate developers routinely featured them as selling points. emphasizing reinforced walls and flooring and structurally enhanced concrete. Interior design varied widely by individual preference. In Xianxia's home, the chamber bore only a layer of impact-absorbing mats on the floor, while one wall held a row of professional body cultivation apparatuses. These devices sufficed for cultivation support. Superior equipment existed, of course, but its exorbitant cost placed it far beyond Xianxia's family's current means. Seated cross-legged at the chamber's center, Xianxia stilled his mind and turned inward, quietly perceiving his own martial path. Owing to the presence of martial god force within his body, his cultivation deviated entirely from the world's conventional martial arts trajectory. The martial path comprised 10 realms: body forging, chi absorption, Tao seeking, Tao illumination, Tao verification, Tao command, Tao mastery, Tao integration, Tao tribulation, and martial god. After body forging, ordinary cultivators entered chi absorption, drawing spiritual energy from heaven and earth to awaken their senses. Through continual resonance with the cosmic Tao, they tempered their bodies and sought their unique martial direction, eventually crystallizing a Tao seed. Upon completing Tao seeking, cultivators advanced to Tao illumination, clarifying their martial essence, nurturing their Tao seed, and penetrating deeper into the fundamental laws of martial cultivation. Next came Tao verification, using one's chosen martial direction as compass. One forged an unshakable Tao heart and solidified a Tao fruit. Indeed, the common martial path was an endless cycle of seeking, refining, and verifying. Xianxia, however, already possessed all these Tao seed, Tao fruit, and even mastery over the ultimate Tao principles, though he remained unaware of it. It was akin to being born wealthy beyond measure, yet ignorant of wealth's meaning or how to wield it. His task, therefore, was simply to grow, steadily enhancing his physical constitution until it could safely contain the power of the martial god realm. Simultaneously, he needed to fortify his spirit mind to exert precise, efficient control over that immense power. Yet, truth be told, Xianxia's 6-month stagnation at the peak of body forging was not due to negligence. It was sheer impossibility. Chi absorption required cultivating spiritual energy through one's vital blood and chi, inviting celestial Tao force to refine both body and soul. But Xianxia's body was already saturated with martial god force. Since martial god force was condensed and refined from the Tao force of a specific martial path, it constituted, in effect, a perfected form of Tao force itself. Thus, Xianxia had technically already completed chi absorption. Yet precisely because his martial god force was so overwhelmingly dense, he had effectively overabsorbed, causing Tao force to coalesce into tangible substance, locking his cultivation in place. Hence, Xianxia's true objective was no longer breaking through body forging, but strengthening his body relentlessly until his internal martial god force began flowing naturally once more. Even the slightest movement would instantly catapult him past chi absorption straight into Tao seeking. Sigh, my body is still too weak. Xianxia shook his head, a wry smile flickering across his face. One might call it a blessed dilemma. His path lay wide open, he merely lamented walking too slowly. Closing his eyes, he gathered his focus and stilled his breath. Within him, the dormant martial god force stirred, restless like a caged beast straining to burst forth. Bringing himself to optimal readiness, Xianxia rose and assumed the standing pole stance, a foundational practice essential to body forging. Its essence lay in burning vital blood and chi to forge the physical vessel, strengthening the cultivator through cycles of depletion and recovery, while stimulating the flesh to absorb latent Tao force from the heavens, repeatedly tearing and healing tissue to achieve transcendence. But Xianxia's body harbored martial god force. Unlike its awakened state, the slumbering force nurtured him gently, reversing the process, replenishing rather than consuming. After 3 years of such refinement, his physical resilience stood unrivaled among body forgers, even surpassing most chi absorbers. Previously, his habitual activation of martial god level power left him perpetually drained, so much so that those around him never suspected his extraordinary physical strength. Thus it remained concealed, until now. Still, even this formidable physique felt agonizingly slow to Xianxia. Strength notwithstanding to the outside world, he remained stubbornly fixed at the apex of body forging. To shatter the slanderous stigma imposed by Chongjiang one high school, he must transcend body forging, and given his condition, the only possible leap was directly into Tao seeking. Yet 2 months offered insufficient time. I'll need to secure martial resources, fast. With body refining pills, cultivation efficiency surged dramatically, high-energy supplements accelerated recovery. Healing pills mended hidden injuries incurred during forging, while rare beast flesh restored latent bodily potential. This complete regimen, given adequate resources, gave Xianxia confidence he could coax even a trickle of natural flow from his martial god force before the national Gaokao. Then he would bypass chi absorption entirely and step directly into Tao seeking. The obstacle, however, was stark. Resources were scarce. Were these supplies fully utilized, his family's assets would deplete in under 12 hours. Not that his family lacked wealth. Every member was a cultivator. Earnings were high, but expenditures soared accordingly. Money. Always lacking money and resources. Xianxia sighed. Then his eyes suddenly brightened. What if I venture outside the city tomorrow? Within, Chongjiang eyes watched me closely, but beyond its walls, no one would interfere. Having been expelled, he had nothing pressing to do. Why not leave? With 5 minutes of martial god-level power at his command, he could dominate the entire Chongjiang periphery, provided he stayed near. And if fortune smiled, he might encounter a high-value savage beast, yielding enough resources to sustain him for days, weeks, even a full month. His pulse quickened at the thought. Decision made. He completed his daily cultivation, bathed, and slipped into bed. The next morning, Ran awoke precisely at dawn. His parents were already up. As he emerged from his room, Tianhao grinned. You've been expelled. What's the point of rising so early? Su Ning stepped out from the kitchen and jabbed Tianhao's skull with her finger. Unfazed, Ran replied, I plan to wander the city today. Just unwind. Tianhao studied his youngest son in silence, then asked abruptly, you intend to leave the city? Ran froze, blurting, how did you know? Realizing his slip, he fell mute. Tianhao chuckled confidently, I'm your father. Your thoughts are written plain upon your face. Why do you wish to leave? Su Ning reappeared from the kitchen, heard the question, and interjected sharply, where do you think you're going? Outside the city is perilous. You're forbidden. Ran grimaced, just unwinding. No distant travel. Haven't the city defense corps cleared the 20-kilometer radius around Chongjiang? No danger there. Absolutely forbidden. Su Ning glared at him. Tianhao, however, raised no objection. Instead, he advised, go ahead, if it eases your mind before exams. Don't stray far. At the East Gate, join a party at the Adventurer Hall. Take simple herb-gathering quests, observe briefly, then return. Then report to Uncle Lee on Monday. Hearing report, Ran frowned. Aren't I just registered nominally? Must I actually? Nonsense. Of course you must. These past 2 days, Uncle Lee has been securing your academic transfer. By Monday, it should be finalized. You'll officially enroll at Xiangyang Vocational High. Without reporting, the Martial Education Bureau will raise questions. Ran nodded, comprehension dawning. Understood. Amid repeated parental admonitions, he departed, boarding a bus bound for Chongjiang's East Gate. According to historical records, an unknown change seemed to have occurred in the northern polar region, where a multitude of powerful ancient beasts expanded outward in a circular formation from the center. At that time, humanity exhausted all their firearms, but could not stop the onslaught of the beasts. Faced with the beasts' attack, humans suffered heavy casualties and retreated step by step, until the emergence of martial arts. With the limitless potential of humanity, people continuously optimized their martial path, and human martial artists became the heroes who saved the world. Gradually, with the assistance of martial artists, humans built defensive lines to keep the beasts at bay in the north. However, the planet is vast and humanity's power is ultimately limited. The northern defense line could only block large-scale beast hordes. Some beasts still slipped through the defense and invaded human-occupied areas. Humanity's living environment became increasingly harsh. Gradually, humans began to gather in cities, building walls to block the beasts that crossed the defense line. The wilderness had long become the territory of beasts. But this was not necessarily a bad thing. The beasts in the wilderness were merely stragglers lacking in strength. Even if occasionally a powerful beast appeared, it would be beaten to death by groups of human martial artists. Thus, the wilderness became a training ground for human martial artists. Even if occasionally a powerful beast appeared, it would be beaten to death by groups of human martial artists. Thus, the wilderness became a training ground for human martial artists. As the distance closed, the black dragon gradually revealed its true form, which was a black-brown metal city wall emitting a cold, sharp light. This was still a small city like Chongjiang. Ran had heard that in strategic cities like the capital, the city walls were even taller, soaring into the clouds, thick as several kilometers, guarded by countless top-tier technological weapons. Of course, that was just hearsay. Up until now, Ran had never been to other cities, so he did not know if the rumors were true. At this moment, the bus had arrived close to the city wall. Ran looked up at the towering metal wall, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Especially the shining defensive weapons above gave a chilling aura. Those were the city defense cannons, the crystallization of human wisdom since the invasion of the beasts. When Ran activated his martial god-level cultivation, he could sense some threat from above, but it was merely slight, not enough to endanger his life. In addition, countless city defense soldiers patrolled above, ready to respond to any potential crisis. The bus slowly came to a stop. Getting off the bus, he found himself in a modern-style hall covering over 1,000 acres. This was the Adventure Hall. Inside, all services related to martial artists were offered, including task releases, task acceptance, team formation, resource sales, and resource acquisition. It was not Ran's first time here. During his 3 years in high school, the school organized many outdoor adventure courses. He was relatively familiar with the processes here. The martial artists who got off the bus with him all walked into the Adventure Hall. Ran stood at the entrance for a moment before also walking inside. Entering the Adventurer's Hall, the bright floor tiles, transparent glass, ceiling, and metallic decorations gave a futuristic technological feel. However, moving through the hall, the martial artists clad in heavy armor and wielding various weapons made Ran, who had crossed over from Earth, feel somewhat out of place. He queued at the window, responsible for approvals. Soon it was his turn. Hello, may I ask what procedures are needed to leave? Inside the window was a young woman in her 20s with an elegant demeanor. Seeing Ran's youthful face, she frowned and said, don't you have a team? You can ask your team leader. Can I leave alone? Hearing Ran was not in a team, the staff was surprised. You want to leave the city by yourself? How old are you, and what is your cultivation level? The people waiting in line around also curiously looked at Ji Ran upon hearing he wanted to leave alone. When they saw Ji Ran's youthful face, they were all astonished. Ji Ran ignored the gazes around him and asked, "Can I go out by myself?" I remember it was allowed. Perhaps seeing Ji Ran's young age, the staff unusually took the time to explain it's not as safe outside the city as you think. Although the city defense forces regularly clear the area around the city, there are always beasts that slip through. At your age, if you encounter one, it could be perilous. You need to think carefully. It's fine, I just want to go out and take a look, experience it, and I'll be back soon. Seeing his insistence, the staff did not dissuade him further. Your ID card, please. Ji Ran handed over his ID card. When the staff saw Ji Ran's age, they were momentarily stunned, looking at him, wanting to say something, but hesitating. After quickly operating on the computer in front of her, a temporary pass was printed out. The authorities did not oppose private excursions outside the city, as long as you were not problematic and had no criminal record. You could even leave the city to settle down without anyone caring. The staff handed over the pass and ID card, reminding him again, recently there have been beasts appearing in Area 96, and the city defense forces have not captured them yet. Stay far away from there. There's a free regional map over there which marks the danger zones and resource areas. Go get one and be careful. Facing the latter's kindness, Ji Ran nodded and smiled, "Thank you." Amidst the discussions of the people around, Ji Ran went to the location indicated by the lady's staff, pulled out a map from the wall, and then, without pausing, began to walk toward the city gate while examining the map. However, he had not walked far when suddenly a warm voice came from beside him. A girl spoke and surprised Ji Ran. Curiously turning his head, Ji Ran saw a girl in loose combat attire, yet unable to hide her curvy figure, tall, with stunning beauty, looking at him in confusion amidst the crowd. Luo Yi. Ji Ran looked around in confusion. He found only the girl and no other classmates, which relieved Luo Yi, a genius girl from class 1 of the martial arts class at Chongjiangno. One high school was rumored to have already reached the first level of qi gathering. In this society, that revered martial power schools were also influenced by this concept. Chongjiangno. One high school had many beautiful girls, but those without strength were ultimately just ornamental. However, a genius like Luo Yi, who was both beautiful and strong, became the focus of Chongjiangno. Although students did not have the tradition of evaluating school beauties, Luo Yi had rarely become the white moonlight in the hearts of countless boys, unlike He Sun Tian, who was just a medicine jar. Luo Yi's cultivation was genuinely achieved through her own effort with a solid foundation. Furthermore, Luo Yi seemed to have a strong family background, remaining mysterious throughout her 3 years of high school. She attended classes discreetly and was picked up after school, rarely seen on campus. Ji Ran knew her because they were both considered geniuses. However, in the past 6 months, Ji Ran had been stuck at the peak of body refinement, which made him feel overshadowed. "What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" Luo Yi walked up to Ji Ran, and they spoke simultaneously. It was then that Ji Ran noticed that beside Luo Yi were 3 men and 2 women, all martial artists of remarkable demeanor. It seemed they were there to protect Luo Yi. Ji Ran spoke first. "I was expelled, so I came out to relax a bit. But why didn't you go to class today and came here instead?" Luo Yi frowned at Ji Ran, not answering his question. "Is it true about the stone body?" Ji Ran was somewhat surprised. He had not exchanged much with Luo Yi in 3 years. Why did this little beauty seem to care about him now? He shook his head. "If I said no, would you believe me?" To his surprise, Luo Yi nodded. "I believe you." Now it was Ji Ran's turn to be at a loss for words. Confessing, not really. He could not act like others and assume someone's slight concern for him was affection. The two simply gazed at each other. Luo Yi spoke again. "I have reached the 2nd level of qi gathering. To stabilize my martial arts cultivation, the school curriculum is not very effective, so I asked the teachers to take me out for real combat to consolidate my cultivation." "You've reached the 2nd level of qi gathering?" Ji Ran was astonished. Luo Yi nodded. "Yes, I just broke through the day before yesterday." "Oh, congratulations." Ji Ran clasped his hands, sincerely congratulating her. Luo Yi smiled like a warm spring breeze. "Thank you." Looking at the radiant girl in front of him, Ji Ran was genuinely happy for her. However, business came first. Thinking about his time constraints, he no longer lingered on her beauty. "Well, you're busy, I should get going," Ji Ran said, turning to leave. "Hey," Luo Yi called out to him, pondering for a moment. "It's dangerous for you to leave the city alone. Do you want to go?" Ji Ran glanced at the 5 martial artists behind Luo Yi and smiled as he politely declined. "No, I'm just going out to take a look. I'll be back soon. I won't disturb you, and I wish you all the best." After saying that, he turned to leave. Luo Yi stood in place, watching Ji Ran's solitary figure fade away, her emotions complex. "Miss, do you like him?" A female martial artist behind Luo Yi asked. Luo Yi snapped back to reality, scolding, "Teacher, don't talk nonsense." The female martial artist hesitated before saying, "That's good. This kid is not simple. It's best to keep your distance from someone like him." Luo Yi was taken aback. A male martial artist in their group curiously asked, "Teacher, what do you mean?" The female martial artist looked at the direction Ji Ran had disappeared, solemnly stating, "Intuition. This kid's vigor and vitality far exceed that of an ordinary peak body refinement cultivator. Normally, he should have already broken through to qi gathering, but I did not sense any energy fluctuations from him, which is unusual. Even if he's as Miss said a stone body, but a stone body merely has blocked meridians, with such rich vigor and vitality, there should be some energy leaking out of him, yet he has none. This situation is abnormal. He has a secret. After passing through layers of inspection, Ran successfully exited the city. Upon crossing the tumter-thick metal gate, a unique fragrance of earth and grass from the wilderness greeted him. His plan for today was to venture far away, hoping to hunt high-level ferocious beasts. Outside the city, an asphalt road led straight into the heart of the wilderness. Adventurers were leaving the city in groups, and Ran stood out as a solitary figure. As he moved further from the city, the surrounding adventurers began to disperse, gradually disappearing into the jungle. Seeing that the timing was right, Ran also dove into the jungle. The intricate terrain combined with the dense foliage rendered the surroundings immediately quiet as he entered. Only the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze and the sound of his own footsteps remained. Walking alone in the wilderness for the first time, Ran felt no panic. Instead, he experienced a sense of hiking in the wild as he had on Earth. No one was paying attention to him, nor was anyone disturbing him. At this moment, he felt an urge to unleash his martial god realm powers in a grand display. Ultimately, he restrained himself. Calming his excited heart, he opened the navigation app, referencing the map as he walked further away from the city. The sun gradually rose. In April, the temperature in Xianxia City was moderate, a few degrees lower in the wilderness, making it feel quite refreshing. Ran moved through the jungle, having been out for more than 2 hours. Thanks to his physique cultivation, his stamina was far superior to that of an ordinary person. According to the navigation, he was now over 10 kilometers away from Xianxia City. He was getting close to his destination. As he moved further from the city, traces of ferocious beasts became increasingly apparent. During this time, Ran discovered many weak, ferocious beasts at the physique cultivation realm. These beasts, being weak and timid, ran away upon seeing a human, giving Ran no chance to exert himself. At first, he wasted energy chasing them out of curiosity. However, after slaying a few ferocious beasts, he lost interest and turned his focus back to the journey. Meanwhile, at the Xianxia City Defense Command Center, the staff were working as usual with hundreds of surveillance screens in front displaying real-time images of the outskirts of Xianxia City. In the center, a large 10-meter screen displayed a satellite map. At the very center of the map was Xianxia City. Beep, beep, beep. Just as everyone was absorbed in their work, a sudden, urgent alarm rang out, echoing through the spacious command center. Everyone paused abruptly, looking up at the large screen. Warning, warning. High-threat invasion detected. Please take immediate action. Warning, warning. Detected. The mechanical voice repeated the alert. On the large screen, a crimson exclamation mark flashed repeatedly. Everyone's expression changed. What is happening? A weary-looking middle-aged man, half-dressed, stumbled into the hall shouting, "I need effective intelligence immediately." In the center, the monitoring personnel's expression changed drastically, their voice trembling as they report to the commander in the direction of East City District 89. A Dao Tribulation Realm ferocious beast has appeared advancing toward Xianxia City, expected to arrive at the East City Gate in 1 hour. What? Not just the middle-aged man, but everyone present gasped in shock. A Dao Tribulation Realm ferocious beast is invincible below the martial god realm. How could such a beast appear around Xianxia City? Due to its remote location and small size, there was no martial god realm presence. However, there were 2 Dao Tribulation Realm warriors. Yet under equal realms, ferocious beasts dominated humans, so those 2 Dao Tribulation Realm warriors might not be able to stop this Dao Tribulation Realm beast. The crisis of annihilation loomed over Xianxia City. Everyone realized this. Everyone stay calm. The middle-aged man shouted, breathing heavily. After taking 2 deep breaths, he quickly ordered, activate the level red alert, immediately instruct citizens to evacuate to shelters according to the plan, and notify the city defense forces to prepare defenses, execute at once. Yes. With the middle-aged man taking charge, the previously anxious command hall quickly calmed down, and everyone returned to their posts, each fulfilling their duties. The entire department began to operate at high speed. The middle-aged man was not idle either. He picked up the phone in front of him and quickly dialed a series of numbers. Zhou Hou had been feeling troubled lately. As the ruler of Xianxia City, he had faced an unusual number of concerns this year, starting with educational issues. Just a few days ago, he received news from his former superior that this year's college entrance examination would see a surge of talents from various cities in the Great Xia, with a notable improvement in the overall strength of martial arts students. Conservatively speaking, the admission standards of major martial arts universities would increase by 2 minor realms this year. In other words, the top physique cultivation students who could be admitted in previous years would now require the 2nd level of Qi gathering realm to qualify. As the lord of a city, the quality of education was also linked to his own political achievements. The sudden change truly caught him off guard. With no other choice, he urgently issued orders for the Martial Education Bureau to allocate a large amount of reserve funds to purchase high-level resources to bolster the seed candidates of this year's Xianxia City. With no other choice, he urgently issued orders for the Martial Education Bureau to allocate a large amount of reserve funds. Having a martial god realm presence in Xianxia City was a good thing, but the key was that he currently had no idea about this martial god realm powerhouse's true intentions. Every time this person appeared, it was either fleeting or they hurriedly took action before vanishing. As the top official of Chongjiang City, he couldn't even find someone to communicate with. Due to this mysterious martial god, many organizations and forces had sent spies to Chongjiang City, creating significant public safety concerns. On top of that, he had policies to implement during this period. He was truly overwhelmed with work. At that moment, he had just finished an online meeting and was about to rush to the next one. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Hearing the unfamiliar ringtone, Zhou Hou was taken aback. Looking towards the source of the sound, he realized that it was not the usual official phone he commonly used, but rather the inconspicuous red phone beside it. Confirming that this phone was ringing, Zhou Hou's heart raced. He hurriedly approached and answered, "Hello. I am Zhou Hou, the mayor of Chongjiang City." "Mayor, I am Zhao Linchu, the director of the Defense Command Center. The command center has just received an alert that a Dao Tribulation Realm ferocious beast is approaching Chongjiang City from the east and is expected to arrive in 1 hour. Given the current defense capabilities of Chongjiang City, we need you to coordinate with high-level martial artists for assistance." Upon hearing the first sentence, Zhou Hou's brow furrowed and his expression turned unusually serious. By the end of the statement, his face changed dramatically. However, as the mayor, he maintained his composure. He did not lose his temper and quickly responded, "Understood. Do you have any information about the invading beast?" Zhao Linchu looked towards the large screen ahead and replied, "We are currently retrieving satellite data, but it is still unknown." "Got it. Keep the phone lines open and confirm the type of invading beast immediately." "Yes." The call ended. Zhou Hou took a deep breath and picked up another phone, dialing another number. "Cancel all my subsequent meetings and call the heads of the Luo family and the He family, telling them to rush here as fast as possible, saying there is a high-level ferocious beast attacking the city and their assistance is urgently needed. The quicker the better." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Hou did not idle and picked up the phone again to dial another number. "Get me through to the capital." "Hello, I am Zhou Hou, the mayor of Chongjiang City. Our city is under attack by a Dao Tribulation Realm ferocious beast. Based on our assessment, our defense forces are unlikely to withstand this attack. We request support from higher authorities." The mayor, Zhou Hou, had just hung up the phone, his expression grave. Hearing the secretary's words, he composed himself. "Please have old Luo wait in the conference room." "What about the head of the He family?" The secretary hesitated and said, "We couldn't reach them. The He family said their head is in seclusion attempting to break through to the martial god realm and won't be able to help this time." Zhou Hou's anger surged from within as he slammed his hand down hard on the desk in front of him. The reinforced desk shook under the force. "Damn it. The city is on the brink of disaster and they're busy trying to break through to the martial god realm. The He family is truly something else, quite impressive indeed." Zhou Hou's eyes narrowed slightly. He began to contemplate how to hold the He family accountable. However, the immediate priority was to deal with the beast attacking the city, so he had to set aside matters concerning the He family for the time being. He stood up and said, "Let's go? Is everyone else here yet?" The secretary nodded. "They've been waiting in the conference room for a while." They exited the office and took the elevator straight to the top floor conference room. As he pushed open the door, everyone inside stood up to greet Zhou Hou, except for old Luo. Zhou Hou waved his hand. "Sit down, the situation is urgent, so I won't beat around the bush." He plopped down in the main seat, his expression serious as he said, "Let's first discuss the situation. We have just received news that the beast approaching us is scientifically named Han Yuhuang, commonly known as the Mountain Grit, a colossal creature with ancient bloodlines. Its power is at the Dao Tribulation Realm. According to the radar up ahead, it is at least at the 5th level of the Dao Tribulation Realm." A gasp escaped everyone's lips upon hearing this. Everyone present was shocked, letting out soft gasps while looking at old Luo. Zhou Hou continued, "The Han Yuhuang in its adult form stands 100 meters tall, has horns on its head, 4 limbs, and its roar resembles that of a bull, though its low-frequency calls can cause devastating damage to structures. Most importantly, the Han Yuhuang's body is as hard as gold and stone. Ordinary weapons cannot pierce its defenses. However, it has notable weaknesses such as its eyes, armpits, the underside of its navel, and the back of its knees, which are vulnerable spots." As Zhou Hou explained, a large screen at the back of the conference room displayed images of the Han Yuhuang and its weak points. The sight of the massive beast covered in gray fur and standing 100 meters tall added to the pressure in the room. The atmosphere in the room felt increasingly tense as Zhou Hou's voice continued. "Currently, we have received news that in another 40 minutes the Han Yuhuang will arrive at the East City Gate. The city defense forces are already preparing, but to be honest, the damage the city defense artillery of Chongjiang City can inflict on a beast of this power is limited. We still need martial artists to step in." As he said this, Zhou Hou looked towards old Luo. Old Luo sat there, his emotions unreadable. Seeing Zhou Hou glance over, he slowly spoke, his tone steady. "Why hasn't that old fellow from the He family come?" Upon hearing old Luo mention the He family, Zhou Hou's expression darkened. "The He family sent word that their head is in seclusion and cannot come." "Hep." Old Luo let out a low laugh, then said, "It seems that old fellow is afraid. Fine, if he doesn't come, so be it. If he's afraid, I am not." Upon learning that the head of the He family would not be attending, the already heavy hearts of those in the conference room sank further into despair. Their resentment towards the He family intensified to the utmost degree. At that moment, a middle-aged man sitting at the front on the other side hesitated and said, "Old Luo, to deal with a prehistoric beast like the Han Yu Huang, we need at least 5 martial artists of the same realm to ensure we can kill it. Right now, we only have you in Chongjiang City." One person asked Zhou Houwu, "Will there be support from above for an attack of this scale?" Hearing about the support, Zhou Houwu's expression was one of helplessness. Support has already been dispatched, but Chongjiang City is located in a remote area. The nearest aid from Bing Mountain City will take at least 2 hours to arrive. We don't have enough time. Realizing that support could not arrive in time shattered everyone's last hope, and a sense of despair arose in there. Sensing the heavy atmosphere in the conference room, old Luo chuckled lightly. "Everyone, there's no need to be like this. A mere Dao Tribulation Realm beast is not insurmountable. Although there is only one Dao Tribulation Realm expert in Chongjiang City, who dares say that only a Dao Tribulation Realm can counter another Dao Tribulation Realm? Chongjiang City still has you all, as well as the young men from the City Defense Forces and the City Guards. Behind us are the millions of citizens. We cannot lose hope. I am an 8th level Dao Tribulation Realm expert enough to delay this beast for some time. During this period, I will create opportunities for the City Defense Forces to prepare and seize the chance. We will attack at all costs, striving to severely injure the Han Yu Huang. As long as this beast is gravely wounded, the hundreds of thousands of martial artists in Chongjiang City can overwhelm it with sheer numbers. Everyone, the fate of millions of citizens rests upon our shoulders. In this battle, we will not retreat or die." Old Luo's tone was calm, yet inspired a sense of fervor. Everyone present felt a surge of emotions, their spirits lifted. Zhou Houwu, seated at the head, sensed the high fighting spirit emanating from this elder beside him, and a sense of pride welled up in his heart. He slammed his hand on the table. "Good. This battle is crucial to the survival of Chongjiang City. I, Zhou Houwu, will lead the charge. If I die, I will not fall behind any of you. For the sake of Chongjiang City, for the families of everyone, we will not retreat in this battle. We will not retreat in this battle." The atmosphere in the conference room turned solemn and impassioned. Everyone's fighting spirit soared within their hearts. Zhou Houwu looked earnestly at each person present. "Time is of the essence. Now let's discuss what methods we can employ to effectively stop the Han Yu Huang. No idle chatter. Just state the methods and conclusions directly." A bald man in the back raised his hand. "What we lack the most now is time. I propose we use missiles to intercept the Han Yu Huang. While it may not cause it harm, at least it can slow its approach." A woman on the other side frowned and shook her head, "But that might anger the Han Yu Huang. Beasts have their own personalities, and if this one happens to be stubborn, the missile attack may backfire." Zhou Houwu nodded in agreement. Moreover, beasts inherently dislike hot weapons. If we recklessly use missiles, it could attract other beasts, and even lead to a beast tide. Missiles are not feasible. If we don't use missiles, we can also take the initiative to strike. We don't aim to repel it, but to lure it away. Even if we ultimately fail, we can at least buy some time. After this suggestion, the others instinctively nodded in agreement. Zhou Houwu thought for a moment and decided, "This is acceptable. We should act sooner rather than later. Do any of you have other suggestions? If not, we will head to the east gate to prepare for battle." The conference room fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances. Just as Zhou Houwu was about to announce the end of the meeting, a young man who had been silent in the corner quietly raised his hand and said softly, "Perhaps we could seek out that mysterious martial god realm expert for assistance." Upon hearing this, everyone who was about to leave brightened up. Yes, how could we forget him? Zhou Houwu also paused in surprise, realizing that he had momentarily lost his ability to think due to panic. "Who said there were no experts in Chongjiang City? Isn't there a martial god realm expert stationed here? It's just that they still didn't know who this martial god realm expert was. But can he help? He should be able to. Wasn't it he who eliminated that rodent beast in the East City 2 days ago? That was because it was an easy target. After all, this is a Dao Tribulation Realm beast, and dealing with it would also require some effort from a martial god realm expert. From observing this individual's behavior patterns over this period, it seems this martial god realm expert dislikes exerting mental effort, so he may not agree to help. We can just try? What if he agrees? But how do we find him?" After this statement, the conference room fell silent. It was still that young man who suggested television news. "We can have the news urgently broadcast a plea for his support. That method is excessive." A lady pondered. "First of all, martial god realm experts are generally several hundred years old. At that age, they spend most of their time immersed in martial arts and seldom watch television. Secondly, we do not know if he is still in Chongjiang City. If he is, with the powerful perception of a martial god realm expert, he should be able to sense the crisis in East City. If he wanted to help, he would naturally appear. Broadcasting on television is unnecessary." Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhou Houwu reflected and said, "That's right, we cannot find the person now, and we are also uncertain if he can help. If he can help, that would be best. If he cannot, we still have to rely on ourselves. Therefore, we must prepare for the worst, and not place our hope on an unknown individual." Silence fell. Everyone hoped that this martial god could step in and resolve the crisis in Chongjiang City. However, the reality was brutally harsh. The unknown is the true torment. Yet the existence of the mysterious martial god did indeed add a glimmer of hope to their nearly desperate hearts. Seeing everyone silent, Zhou Houwu directly commanded, "All right, enough chit-chat. The life and death of Chongjiang City rest in our hands. Everyone, let's do our best and adjourn the meeting. The citizens of Chongjiang City as usual woke up, went to work, and lived their lives as they always had. However, just as everyone was walking along their familiar paths, almost simultaneously all the phones of the people rang with a piercing alarm. Everyone made a synchronized movement, stopping to take out their phones to check. Alert! Alert! A beast threatening the Dao Tribulation realm has appeared at the East City Gate of Chongjiang City, expected to arrive in half an hour. Citizens are advised to evacuate to the nearest shelter. Please note, this is not a drill, this is not a drill. Upon seeing the alarm on their phones, the citizens' faces changed drastically, with some even exclaiming in shock. In an instant, the orderly street began to descend into chaos. People hurriedly canceled their original plans and began contacting their families. Those who knew the location of the shelters started moving towards them, while those who did not began searching for the nearest shelter while trying to reach their families. Everyone was in motion, their expressions filled with panic. Meanwhile, Ji Ran had already ventured more than 20 kilometers into the wilderness. His phone was not a satellite phone, and with no network towers in the wild, the signal had vanished. Only when he occasionally reached an open area did the signal briefly restore by 1 bar. However, he did not pay much. Long before the signal disappeared, he had already marked his route on a paper map, and now he was following that route slowly, making his way towards his destination. Us ordinary folks, oh, today we are truly happy, we are truly happy. I am really excited, with $100 bill tucked in my waist, tucked in my waist, oh, tucked in my waist. In the wilderness, Ji Ran felt like a tiger entering the mountains or a fish diving into the deep sea. The deeper he went, the more liberated he felt. Just as he was humming the tune in his heart, his phone suddenly popped up a message notification. Curiously picking up his phone, he found it was a message from his elder brother GMO. The content of the message was also quite baffling. Where are you? Ji Ran was seeing his elder brother use so many question marks for the first time. Usually he would directly confront him, leaving him to punctuate the sentences himself. In an instant, he realized something was wrong. Looking around, he spotted a sturdy towering tree, and in a few quick strides he climbed up to the treetop with the agility of a monkey. Without the cover of the jungle, the phone successfully received a signal. However, what came first was not his brother's message, but rather the piercing alarm sound. Looking at the automatically popped-up red alert on his phone, Ji Ran was momentarily stunned. A beast of the Dao Tribulation realm in the direction of the East City. Isn't that right where he was? Curiously glancing around and holding his breath to listen carefully, he did not detect anything unusual. After confirming the alarm content again, Ji Ran felt a bit dazed. At that moment, his phone began to ring with a series of message notifications. Upon opening it to check, due to network lag, all the messages that had been stuck before came flooding in. The senders were his family. GMO, are you at the East City Gate? Have you gone out? If you haven't gone out, come home immediately. Mom and Dad are waiting for you. If you have left the city, ensure you can return within half an hour, then rush back immediately. If you can't come back, try to stay away from the East City Gate. The further away, the better. You should have received the alarm. This beast of the Dao Tribulation realm is very strong. It's the Han Yu Tung. Chongjiang City is very dangerous right now. Where are you? Why aren't you replying to my messages? Ji Ran, reply to me if you see this. These messages were sent 5 minutes ago. Due to network lag, he had just now received them. Following Jimo's message were the messages from his parents. Ji Tianhao, son, where are you? You've received the alarm, right? Reply with your location, and I'm going to pick you up. Please reply. Your brother is currently at the East City Gate. If there's a problem, you can find him. Suning's son, come back quickly. There's a beast. Why aren't you replying? Don't scare your mother. You haven't left the city, right? You're still in the city, right? Hurry up and reply to your mother. Seeing the concern in his family's messages, Ji Ran felt warmth in his heart. He was about to reply to his parents to reassure them not to worry. Suddenly, the lagging network became smooth again, and another batch of messages came in. First was Jimo's latest message. Ji Ran, stay away from the area between District 85 and District 90. That's where the city defense forces are engaging the Han Yu Tung. It's very dangerous. I'm at the East City Gate now. It's 10:10. If you can ensure you're back in the city before 10:30, hurry back. There's a city destruction crisis in Chongjiang City. Ji Ran, if I'm not around anymore, take good care of Mom and Dad. Looking at the latest message from his elder brother, Ji Ran's heart raced, finally realizing the severity of the situation. Oh no, my brother is in danger. Ji Ran could no longer care about anything else. He leapt down from the treetop, accidentally stepping on a tree root and stumbling slightly. Damn it. Cursing under his breath, Ji Ran took off running towards Chongjiang City. East City District 88. Luo Yi was drenched in sweat. Her beautiful eyes were fixed firmly on the monster in front of her. This monster, similar to a platypus in head shape and resembling a black bear in body, stood nearly 2 meters tall with sharp bone spurs on its limbs. The monster before her was at the 3rd level of the nascent realm. With Luo Yi's strength at the 2nd level of the nascent realm, it was indeed somewhat difficult to confront. But that did not mean it could not be defeated. With 5 protectors behind her, she did not have to worry about her life and could invest herself wholeheartedly in the battle, honing her skills and solidifying her realm. Around them, the protecting teachers surrounded the battlefield, guarding against any surprises. The young lattice combat talent is very high. Yes, for a girl to achieve this while fighting, it shows her strong combat intuition. If nothing unexpected happens, perhaps in 100 years we might see another female martial god realm powerhouse. That's easy to say. Reaching the martial god realm is not that simple. Alright, enough chatting. The battle is almost over. Prepare to wrap it up. That's enough for today. We need to go back early. The young lady has cultural classes to attend. Report our current location. We should be in District 88, about 25 kilometers from the East City Gate. About. Didn't you bring a satellite phone? Cough, we're just out for a bit. We'll be back soon. What do we need to bring things for? Moi. Alright, I forgot to bring it. Just as several people were talking, suddenly the ground began to shake. The tremors intensified, becoming clearer. Wait, don't talk. The group fell silent. The ground's quaking was magnified immensely, and the thick layers of fallen leaves bounced up and down, producing rhythmic rustling sounds. Oh no, there's a beast. Just as the words left their mouths, a series of low, powerful rumbling sounds reverberated. The terrifying roar of the beast followed, enveloping the group in an instant. The close-range roar combined with the pressure of their realms made it hard for all six, including Luo Yi, to breathe, their internal organs shifting and their vision blurring. Quick, take the young lady away. The 5 martial artists reacted quickly. A female martial artist rushed forward, grabbing Luo Yi, and then they sprinted towards the east city direction of Chongjiang City, with the other 4 martial artists trailing behind. However, as they turned back, they saw in the distance on top of the treetops a massive black head gradually appearing. The owner of that head took a step forward, bringing the distance closer. Its huge figure became visible before the group. That's the Han Yutang. Run! The group looked horrified, and upon seeing the Han Yutang, their will to resist instantly vanished as they turned and fled. The approaching Han Yutang also saw the few people in the distance who looked like ants. Roar! After another Luo Yi was carried on the shoulder of a female warrior. Behind her, the massive body of Han Yuelong blotted out the sky, closing in on them with terrifying speed, covering 100 meters with each step. The oppressive aura of the ferocious beast in the tribulation realm was almost tangible, leaving Luo Yi's delicate face pale. We can't escape. What should we do? Shouted the protector who was running at the back. Beside him, a slightly older protector had already made a decision and solemnly said, "You all take care of the young lady. I'll hold the rear." Having said that, he paused and remained in place. Old Zhao, run, don't look back. Old Zhao's expression was resolute as he turned to face the charging Han Yuelong. Teacher. Luo Yi's tears flowed down as she cried out sorrowfully. However, the female warrior holding her did not slow down. Within a few breaths, Old Zhao's figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Old Zhao stopped, staring calmly at the rapidly approaching Han Yuelong, his expression betraying no joy or sorrow. Han Yuelong's mountain-like body seemed cumbersome, yet it was incredibly fast. Just moments ago he had been far away, but after a few breaths that enormous body loomed, blocking the view ahead. Each time its massive feet struck the ground, the earth trembled. Old Zhao's body swayed slightly, nearly toppling over. The pursuing Han Yuelong also spotted him, and seeing the tiny ant daring to stand in its way, continued forward without hesitation, raising its foot to stomp on Old Zhao. Old Zhao was prepared. Upon seeing Han Yuelong's movement, he suddenly sprang into action. In an instant he darted away several meters. However, even at such speed, he narrowly avoided being crushed by Han Yuelong's foot. The gigantic foot brushed past him. Witnessing this scene, Old Zhao's gaze trembled, his heart filled with shock. Although he had long known of Han Yuelong's terrifying power, facing it in reality made him realize how overly cautious his previous judgments had been. He had already exerted his utmost strength, yet he had nearly failed to evade even a casual stomp from Han Yuelong. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Han Yuelong, seeing the tiny human below evade its attack, let out an enraged roar. The terrifying volume shook the surrounding trees, reducing those within 50 meters to dust that scattered in all directions. Further away, some weak, ferocious beasts that could not dodge were utterly terrified by this roar, their hearts quaking in fear, leading to their demise. Old Zhao was no exception. Enduring the horrifying sonic attack at close range, his mind shook and his vision blurred for a moment. When he regained clarity, he saw Han Yuelong's gigantic fist was already looming before him. Bastard! Old Zhao shouted in anger, instinctively raising his weapon to block. However, Han Yuelong's enormous fist was like a meteorite, with Old Zhao's figure seeming as insignificant as a basketball colliding with a chick. Boom! Han Yuelong's fist struck Old Zhao. In an instant, Old Zhao's figure was reduced to blood mist scattering in the air. Han Yuelong let out another roar after landing a successful blow. Then it charged towards the fleeing direction of Luo Yi and the others. On Luo Yi's side, although she had not witnessed Old Zhao's fate, facing a ferocious beast in the tribulation realm, his outcome was already sealed. Listening to the roar coming from behind, the 5 of them wore grave expressions. Yet there was no time for sorrow. Old Zhao had only managed to delay Han Yuelong for a moment with his life. The terrifying footsteps behind them sounded again. How far is it to the east gate? A male warrior, having slightly discerned the direction, said in despair, 23 kilometers. Since discovering Han Yuelong, not much time had passed. They had only run 2 kilometers. As warriors in the Dao Path realm, they could typically run farther. However, at this moment, they were in a dense forest with complex terrain, and the thick trees forced them to constantly adjust their path to avoid collisions which hindered their speed. There's no time. They all instantly came to this conclusion without needing to speak. Their current speed was insufficient to shake off Han Yuelong behind them. He'll take care of it. Lao Na, if you survive, help me look after your sister-in-law. Brother Zhang. The man looked at the female warrior in their group, offering a faint smile of reassurance. I'm counting on you. Having said that, he like old Zhao stopped running, watching the others depart. The 5-member team was left with 4. They dared not slow down and continued to race forward. Seconds later, another terrifying roar erupted from behind. The footsteps of Han Yuelong paused for just a moment before resuming the chase. Seeing this scene, the 4 felt a wave of despair. This won't work, the last male warrior in the group said with a stern expression as he glanced at another female warrior. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Then he addressed the female warrior holding Luo Yi. Judging by the movements of this ferocious beast, it's heading towards the east gate. Sister, you don't go back to the east gate, change direction. I'm entrusting the young lady to you. Sister, you did not look back, merely nodding firmly. Tears were swept away by the wind falling behind. Luo Yi had long ceased her crying, not foolish enough to struggle. Instead, her expression was determined as she fixed her gaze on the Han Yuelong behind them. Watching the resolute figures of her last 2 teachers, she felt her heart for pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts solidifying like never before. Sister, you followed her friend's advice, slowly adjusting her direction and running sideways. Behind them, a male and a female protector stood in the forest, facing the rapidly approaching Han Yuelong. This time, under their cooperation, the 2 managed to hold off Han Yuelong for a longer time, creating a window for Sister Yu to escape. However, just a few moves later, both transformed into blood mist. Teacher, I will avenge you. Luo Yi's voice was calm, but filled with determination. Sister Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the sorrow of her departing friend, and comforted her. Teacher believes in you, but you must remember the path of martial arts is fraught with difficulties. Yours is still a long journey. Do not let momentary hatred blind your eyes. Stay grounded and take each step carefully. But Sister Yu's words were left unfinished. From behind, the roar of Han Yuelong resounded. Her expression changed. The worst had happened to Han Yuelong was indeed pursuing them. Run forward, don't look back. Remember my words, do not let hatred become your driving force. It will sever your martial path. Just live well. Teacher. The tears that Luo Yi had just managed to suppress flowed forth again. Sister Yu threw Luo Yi away and she landed steadily. Sister Yu pointed towards the east gate of Chongjiang City, shouting, run, don't look back. Luo Yi's eyes were red, gritting her teeth, and without saying a final word, she ran towards the east gate. Watching Luo Yi's figure disappear into the forest, Sister Yu revealed a relieved smile, turning to face the pursuing Han Yuelong. Learning from the misfortune of her friend, she chose not to confront Han Yuelong head-on. She drew the soft sword coiled around her waist and performed a flourish in the air. The sound of the sword rang out sharp and clear. In the next moment, Sister Yu channeled all her martial power, concentrating it onto the sword. The once supple blade became incredibly rigid. Then she suddenly hurled the long sword. The sword, imbued with terrifying martial power, shot towards Han Yuelong's eyes like a streak of light. However, this sword, powerful enough to pierce steel, was merely brushed aside as Han Yuelong closed its eyes, not even lifting its head. The long sword struck Han Yuelong's eyelid and was deflected away, disappearing into the unknown. Sister Yu had anticipated this outcome. She smiled faintly and raised her hands high, shouting, Beast, I'm right here. Come chase me. Having been provoked multiple times by the tiny ants, Han Yuelong was already enraged and roared as it charged. Sister Yu turned around, glancing at the direction Luo Yi had gone, then ran towards the east gate. Han Yuelong raced after her, carving a wide path through the forest. Seeing this, Sister Yu leaped sideways, using her feet to push off a towering ancient tree for leverage, aiming to ascend a level. However, Han Yuelong's size was too massive, and despite her exerting all her strength, she could not evade its vast coverage. With a tremendous crash, Sister Yu was deeply embedded into the ground. Han Yuelong rose, looking down at the tiny figure it had smashed into a pit. Feeling the oppressive aura of the ferocious beast in the tribulation realm up close, inhaling the rancid air exhaled by Han Yuelong, she slowly raised her hand and extended her middle finger toward. Feeling the oppressive aura of the ferocious beast in the tribulation realm up close, inhaling the rancid air exhaled by Han Yuelong, she slowly raised her hand and extended her middle finger towards it. Han Yuelong was infuriated. It suddenly raised its hand and slammed down towards Sister Yu. Luo Yi felt exhausted. Having just fought, her stamina had yet to fully recover. At this moment, she had lost track of how far she had run, her consciousness growing hazy, her legs feeling heavier as if filled with lead. Behind her, the footsteps of Han Yuelong drew closer. It seemed unwilling to relent until it had killed them all. Luo Yi was now in despair, turning to look at the mountain-like figure rapidly approaching. Distracted, she failed to notice the shrubbery underfoot and tripped. When she got back up, the gigantic foot of Han Yuelong was already hovering above her. Looking at the shadow that blotted out the sun, Luo Yi's face turned desperate. Is this the end? Thinking back over her life, she had so much she was unwilling to part with. Family, friends, the pinnacle of martial arts. All her attachments transformed into beautiful images flashing before her eyes. just as she closed her eyes, quietly awaiting death to descend. Boom. A tremendous crash sounded. Luo Yi abruptly opened her eyes, witnessing Han Yuelong stagger back. Grandfather. Looking at that figure from behind, Luo Yi was overwhelmed with joy and tears. The person was indeed the ancestor of the Luo family, her great-grandfather. Yi, are you alright? Luo Lao did not turn around, but his voice clearly reached Luo Yi's ears. With a choked voice, Luo Yi said, Grandfather, what about the teachers? Before arriving, Luo Lao had already sensed the battle with his immense awareness. Though each battle was brief, it seemed to grow more violent. At this moment, seeing that there was no one beside this outstanding descendant of his family, he immediately realized what had just happened. He nodded gently and said, I am aware. The family will take good care of their loved ones. Leave this to me, and you should head towards the eastern gate. There will be the Iron Curtain to assist you. Okay. Luo Yi understood that this was not the time for lengthy discussions, so she nodded and said, Be careful, grandfather. After saying that, she turned and disappeared into the forest. Luo Lao stood tall at the top of the ancient tree, hands clasped behind his back, looking at the distant Han Yueo with a cold gaze. His robe billowed in the wind, exuding an aura of an immortal. Han Yueo also noticed the tiny human that had suddenly appeared before him and pushed him back. The instinct of the ferocious beast told him that this human was different from the few he had previously killed. Despite its seemingly diminutive size, it contained terrifying power. If not cautious, this power could bring him fatal harm. Luo Lao had been observing every move of Han Yueo. At this moment, it seemed that he had intimidated Han Yueo, but the reality was that Han Yueo was merely hesitant to advance due to the instinctual fear of a ferocious beast. Luo Lao was at the 8th stage of tribulation transcendence, 3 small realms higher than Han Yueo. These 3 small realms created a vast chasm when comparing humans to humans, particularly in tribulation transcendence. But before him was a ferocious beast. Its terrifying physical strength was enough to erase the gap in realms. In fact, with Han Yueo's 5th stage of tribulation transcendence, it could easily crush human warriors of the same stage without exception. Luo Lao knew this. However, Han Yueo did not so at this moment, it was merely watching. Luo Lao naturally welcomed this, as his purpose was not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the ferocious beast before him, but to stall for time. He hoped to allow the Eastern Gate to successfully establish adequate defensive forces. Of course, it would be even better if he could lure this Han Yueo elsewhere. Luo Lao Plan A must be attempted to lure Han Yueo into the forest. If that fails, execute Plan B, which is to stall for time. The Iron Curtain is 5 kilometers behind you, and is expected to reach the battlefield in 5 minutes. The specific actions will be commanded by you. A mechanical electronic voice echoed in Luo Lao's ears. In his ear, there was a mini earphone used to communicate with the command center at the eastern gate of Chongjiang City. The person speaking at this moment was a commander. Luo Lao looked ahead, slightly moving his lips, and spoke softly, My granddaughter Luo Yi is on her way towards the eastern gate from my location. Please pay attention, Iron Curtain, and if found, ensure the safety of my family members. Message delivered to the Iron Curtain. Please rest assured, with the Iron Curtain present, Miss Luo will be safe. That is good to hear. Luo Lao nodded. At this moment, a voice from the earphone was heard. Luo Lao, why is this Han Yueo not moving? Could it be that there is another reason for its sudden appearance here? Can you discern if it expresses any emotions? If it really has another reason for appearing here, we might be able to investigate from that angle. Luo Lao examined Han Yueo and shook his head slightly. There is no expression of emotion. The intelligence of ferocious beasts is low. Those that are not at the martial god level are merely savage creatures. This battle appears inevitable. Perhaps it was due to their bloodline or the limitations imposed by their creator. Ferocious beasts generally possess lower intelligence. Although higher-level ferocious beasts have higher intelligence, they are ultimately still beasts and cannot be compared to humans. Only by breaking through to the martial god level can ferocious beasts attain wisdom, possess human-like thinking, and even speak human language. As for the Han Yueo before him, although there was a hint of wariness in its eyes, it was merely a beast's instinct. Hearing Luo Lao's words, Zhou Houwu shook his head in disappointment. At this moment, the Han Yueo, which had been silently observing, saw the weak human standing still without any movement. It could no longer suppress its killing instincts and began to stir. Seeing this, Luo Lao scanned the surroundings and ordered, This AO can no longer contain its restless heart. Convey my orders once the Iron Curtain arrives. Immediately set up vitality points on the slopes at 90 and 270 degrees. The 90-degree direction will focus on containment, and the 270-degree direction will be the main attack. Be cautious to evade at all times. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, the enraged Han Yueo roared, and the powerful shockwave cleared the Luo Lao lightly tapped the tree tip and floated down gracefully. Han Yueo raised its massive fist and struck at Luo Lao. Luo Yi stumbled forward towards the eastern gate. Suddenly, she heard movement ahead. She immediately stopped and took a defensive posture, prepared for a sudden attack. The next second, silver figures emerged from the forest. Upon closer inspection, they were humans clad in silver-white angular metal armor, tightly encasing their bodies. The Iron Curtain, one of the pillars of the Daxia Kingdom. This team originated from veterans whose martial paths were severed due to war, and to continue fighting for the country, they chose to join a secret project of Daxia. With the dedication of batch after batch of veterans a century later, the Daxia Research Department utilized technology to create a set of battle mechas that could maximize human potential. This set of mechas was based on warriors amplifying the strength of those who donned them by several times, while relying on the metal's durability and advanced internal shock-absorbing mechanisms to enhance the wearer's resistance to damage. Here lies the Iron Curtain, an epic-making product born from the fusion of technology and martial arts. At this moment, Luo Yi looked at the Iron Curtain clad in silver armor, whose mechanical movements resonated as they advanced, and her tense heart instantly relaxed, collapsing to the ground. Report human girl detected at 95 degrees ahead. Zhanggang No. 1 and Zhanggang No. 2 proceed to investigate. The rest continue forward. Understood. Understood. Soon 2 members of the Iron Curtain ran to Luo Yi's side, crouching down to identify her appearance. The mecha's built-in scanning system activated. Luo Yi's identity appeared on the mecha's display screen. Report to the captain. Luo Yi detected. Understood. I will report to the higher-ups. You 2 are responsible for taking her to a safe area. This is a relative of Luo Lao, so please treat her with utmost care. Yes. Immediately 1 member of the Iron Curtain carefully helped Luo Yi up, while the other 2 supported the physically exhausted and nearly unconscious Luo Yi towards the eastern gate. On the other side, Ran was traversing through the forest, grumbling to himself. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have run this far. Those damn ferocious beasts ruined my plans. Well, that's not right. I went out to find ferocious beasts. Yes, they spoiled my mood for a trip. Just wait, I'll skin you alive. He continued to grumble. Due to the limited time he could utilize his martial god strength, Ran did not call upon it to hasten his journey. Fortunately, he had now entered the network coverage area. He had already contacted his family. From his older brother Ran received a lot of news. First of all, Han Yueo had not yet arrived, and Chongjiang City had already sent high-level martial artists to intercept. The escort team was helping the city defense forces reinforce the city walls and install weapons. Additionally, the higher-ups of Chongjiang City were seeking the help of a mysterious martial god. Unfortunately, there was no way to contact them, so they could only widely publicize the ferocious beast attack on the city, hoping to attract the attention of powerful martial gods to help Chongjiang City through this crisis. When Ran heard that Chongjiang City was looking for him, there was a brief moment when he wanted to use this as leverage to negotiate with Chongjiang City for enough martial resources. However, upon reconsideration, he realized that his martial god strength had a limited duration. Even if the negotiation sped up by 5 minutes, it wouldn't finish in time. Once he retracted his martial god strength, he would easily expose his identity under the watchful eyes of many powerful figures in Chongjiang City. As for a phone call, Ran wasn't foolish. Even though the martial arts were prosperous in this world, the technological advancements were not to be underestimated. The moment he made a call, he would likely be located the next second. He wasn't afraid of the official departments coming for him. He was mainly wary of those lurking in the shadows who coveted him. If they bribed personnel or had hackers, it would be easy to trace him. Considering all these factors, Ran had to give up on negotiating. Watching the duck fly away right before him, he felt a bit down. But now, Ran's mood improved. As the saying goes, one loses something in the east only to gain something in the west. Although he had lost the resources he could have obtained by saving Chongjiang City, he had also gained a rare body refining divine material, the Han Yueo. Just now he had just reassured his family. Out of curiosity, he opened the database to search for information on Han Yueo. To his surprise, this Han Yueo was an incredibly rare and precious ferocious beast. Firstly, its core containing a rich ferocious beast's power was an invaluable martial resource. Secondly, the heart of Han Yueo with the ferocious beast's frenzied blood within was a holy material for body refining. These 2 resources ranked at the top of Daxia's martial resources, being priceless and unavailable in the market. Now that the Han Yueo was right before him, Ran had already begun to fantasize about how his strength would soar after obtaining these resources. The more Ran thought about it, the more excited he became. With each surge of excitement, his steps quickened. Meanwhile, on the front line of the battlefield, a loud explosion erupted. A human figure was sent flying, crashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Afterward, the person struggled to get up, covered in dirt, disregarding his situation. As he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression grave. This person was none other than old Luo. Team 1, suppress fire on the head. Team 2, pay attention to the timing. One of the weaknesses of the Han Yueo is under its armpit attack directly when it raises its hand without asking for permission. The remaining combat teams activate the mechs in high-speed mode and move forward to restrain the Han Yueo. Be careful not to come into contact with it. The medical team search for the direction old Luo fell and proceed to rescue. In old Luo's earpiece, clear commands from Iron Curtain were transmitted. No need, I am fine. Old Luo leaped up to the treetops. Upon hearing old Luo's voice, Iron Curtain felt a surge of joy. Old Luo, what should we do next? The weapons of Iron Curtain cannot breach its defenses, and the mech's energy won't last much longer. Old Luo took a deep breath. Watching the Han Yueo relentlessly hammering the ground in the distance, he felt an immense weight in his heart. He had to admit he had underestimated the beast's combat power. He had thought he could withstand the Han Yueo's attacks for a while, but upon actual contact he realized just how perverse the beast's combat strength and physical resilience were. With just one strike, he was sent flying. The power of martial arts within him was thrown into chaos by the overwhelming force nearly collapsing. In the subsequent battles, he chose not to clash Hedon, but relied on his own agility to swiftly dodge and find weak points to attack. However, he did not expect the Han Yuao's body to be not only strong, but also fast. A moment of inattention could result in being hit. After a series of battles, his body was severely injured. If he continued to fight, he feared he wouldn't last much longer and would meet his end here. With that in mind, old Luo asked, "How is the defense at the East Gate arranged?" Soon a response came through the earpiece. "To old Luo, it is basically complete. Only the finishing touches are left. You can retreat." Old Luo nodded slightly and commanded, "Iron Curtain, cease fire and retreat immediately. I will hold it off. Prepare for battle at the East Gate." "Yes." At this critical moment, no one hesitated and no one wasted words. Upon receiving the order, Iron Curtain immediately took action. Iron Curtain, responsible for covering fire, quickly gathered its equipment and raced back the way it came. The Iron Curtain team tasked with restraining the Han Yuao provided alternating cover and swiftly evacuated the battlefield. Old Luo watched this scene and slowly exhaled, his whole being shooting out like a missile charging toward the Han Yuao to attract its attention. The remaining Iron Curtain had to withdraw. Soon they took advantage of the remaining energy in their mechs to quickly leave the battlefield. As for old Luo, he did not linger, but fought while retreating. The battles during this time had completely enraged the Han Yuao. Its movements became increasingly rapid, and during its attacks it instinctively unleashed the martial arts power unique to the Dao Tribulation realm. Eventually, its massive arms began to create afterimages. Faced with the terrifying speed of the Han Yuao's punches and the vast area of its gigantic fists, despite old Luo's best efforts to evade, he was still affected by the violent martial power carried by the punch's wind. He felt like a small boat in the midst of a storm, swaying and clinging on. Behind him were Iron Curtain and the people of a city. Old Luo gritted his teeth, trying to slow down the Han Yuao's advance. Thus, that massive body slowly approached the East Gate of Chongjiang City. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. At the East Gate of Chongjiang City, the city defense army stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance with solemn expressions. Surrounding them were dozens of newly erected city defense cannons, all aimed neatly at the horizon. Within the city walls, the reserves of the city defense army were positioned at the front, the city guard army at the back, and the free warriors at the very rear. Everyone wore heavy expressions, quietly awaiting the ensuing desperate battle. "It's coming!" Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone looked up, seeing the distant surveillance screen. From the perspective of the city wall, a massive figure slowly emerged from the mist on the distant horizon, gradually becoming clearer. It was constantly swinging its fists as if trying to ward off something. The terrifying aura of the giant beast raised everyone's hearts, instinctively tightening their fists. Seeing that the giant could effortlessly sweep away countless towering ancient trees with a wave of its hand, and one stomp could flatten stone mountains. Some pessimistic individuals despaired, saying, "How can we win? How can we fight? With one punch it could break through the city wall, right? What should we do? How about shut up?" In front of the crowd, a strong man turned around and shouted at the speaker, "You cowards are worse than women. All that martial arts knowledge you learned is just rotting in your bellies. When faced with danger, you whimper and complain. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, get lost. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut you down first." As he spoke, he shook the large knife in his hand. The few people who were scolded turned red in the face, wanting to retort, but when they saw the surrounding gazes, they all hung their heads in shame. As the crowd talked, the distant giant beast had already approached much closer, and the images on the surveillance screen became clearer. GMO stood among the city guard team. He turned back and glanced at the crowd behind him. In the densely packed throng, he accurately locked onto two faces, those of Ji Tianhao and Su Ning. Seeing the worried expressions on his parents' faces, GMO pulled out his phone. "Mom and Dad, you should go back. I'll take care of things here." Soon Ji Tianhao replied, "This is no longer just your matter, it concerns the survival of the entire city, and we all have a responsibility." Looking at his father's reply, GMO had just typed the word "but." Another series of messages came in. "More importantly, your brother is still outside. I won't feel at ease until I see him, and neither will your mother." GMO deleted the word, but thought for a moment and typed, "I'll contact my brother, don't worry." After sending, he opened the chat interface with G-Ran. "Where are you?" G-Ran was on his way. As he approached the East Gate, his route coincided with that of the Han Yuao. Seeing the large craters on the road ahead with pulverized trees at the center and massive footprints on the ground, G-Ran's expression became serious. Thinking about how his brother was at the East Gate, facing such a terrifying beast of destruction, he instinctively quickened his pace. He heard his phone ring. After reading the message, he replied, "On the way I saw the battle traces of the Han Yuao." GMO quickly sent a message, "The East Gate is no longer safe, don't come back. Find a safe place to wait. Come back only after the battle ends. If Chongjiang City falls, wait for higher level support to arrive before you come out. Don't be reckless, understand?" Looking at the message from his brother, G-Ran fell silent. He wanted to explain the situation, but if he did, he wouldn't know how to. After thinking for a moment, he decided to keep it hidden for now, to reassure his brother. Understood, you take care. I know, don't worry about me. Just protect yourself. Ran could clearly sense the weight in his brother's heart as he sent these messages. He also noticed the prompt at the top of the chat interface. The other party is typing. Appeared repeatedly, yet no message came through. After a moment, GMO sent, stay alive. Ran's heart sank as he clenched his phone. He then stopped replying, put away his phone, and quickened his pace. On the front line of the battlefield, GMO smiled when he saw his brother's lack of response. Having been brothers for nearly 20 years, how could he not guess his brother's thoughts? As expected, this kid was surely rushing back. He understood his brother's personality all too well. But at this moment, he felt powerless to stop him, hoping that his brother wouldn't charge in and directly participate in the battle. He hoped that after seeing the terror of the Han Yuao, his brother would choose to remain calm. But would he do that? Probably not. GMO shook his head. He did not inform his parents of the messages, only saying that Ran was very safe. He then reopened his phone and found a contact, named her in the contact list. He opened the chat interface. Are you okay? Soon a message came back. I'm fine. If I die, please take care. The other party hesitated for a long time before sending their reply. If you die, I won't live alone. GMO's heart paused, tears brimming in his eyes just as he was about to send a message. Another message arrived, so you need to stay alive. Luo Yi slowly woke up. Seeing the shifting scenery around her, she suddenly sat up. She realized that she was currently inside the East City Gate, being carried on a stretcher and moving toward the city. Her mind quickly gathered her thoughts, and she loudly asked, where are you taking me? In front, a medical staff member saw her awake and said with concern, why are you sitting up? Quickly lie down and we need to take you to the rear. The Han Yuao is about to attack, and it's not safe for you here. While the medical staff were speaking, Luo Yi noticed the surrounding battle personnel, each with serious expressions. She jumped off the stretcher and shouted, I'm not leaving. Miss Luo, this is very dangerous. With your current strength, you won't be of much use here. It's better to leave. Old Luo is at the front. He definitely doesn't want you to encounter danger. Luo Yi shook her head, her expression resolute as she said, I know I can't help much, but this battle belongs to all the people of Chongjiang City. I shouldn't leave. Rest assured, I won't recklessly fight. I will do what I can. You don't need to persuade me. I will tell my father this is my decision and has nothing to do with you. After saying that, she ran toward the east gate without looking back. The medical staff exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly before following her. Just then, boom. With a loud crashing sound, old Luo's figure flew into the city like a cannonball, crashing into an open area and leaving a 5-meter-wide crater in the ground. In the next second, old Luo jumped out of the pit. Despite his disheveled hair and bloodied face, with his right arm twisted and hanging limply, he still looked incredibly disheveled. Yet even so, old Luo did not give up. He used all his strength in his legs to leap into the air, jumping onto the city wall before vanishing from everyone's sight. Immediately after, the roar of the Han Yuao echoed. Following that, the ground trembled with explosions. The battle was about to begin. West Line 01 and 02 ion cannons target the fierce beast's left eye. 03 and 04 target the right eye, alternating shots at medium speed with firepower covering. West Line 05 target the fierce beast's left armpit. East Line 01 target the right armpit. The target is exposed, fire at will. All other main cannons target the fierce beast's throat joints and 3 inches below the navel. Proceed with caution in shooting. Pay attention to control the firing rate to avoid overheating. The giant beast roared. The Han Yuhuang was now only 1 kilometer away from the eastern gate of Chongjiang City. With each step of its massive body, the ground trembled. A deep breathing sound resonated in every corner, creating an endless sense of oppression. On the city wall, the city defense army remained stern and motionless. Inside the city wall, hundreds of thousands of martial artists breathed heavily, their eyes fixed on the approaching Han Yuhuang on the surveillance screen. The 4 main defense cannons, along with the 10 newly constructed ion cannons, aimed at Han Yuhuang, the silver barrels emitting a chilling gleam. Fire! At the command of the officer, all main cannons fired simultaneously. Rays of red and white ion clusters, accompanied by terrifying heat, surged forth towards the distant Han Yuhuang. In response to the attack, Han Yuhuang instinctively raised its arm to block. Suddenly, old Luo's figure descended from the sky, targeting not the vital points of Han Yuhuang, but the raised blocking arm. Bang! Old Luo struck with all his might. Han Yuhuang was caught off guard, its arm deflected just in time to expose its vital point. The ion cannon clusters flew inappropriately. Explosions rang out in succession. The tremendous impact caused Han Yuhuang to take half a step back, barely managing to stand firm. The high temperature of the ion clusters scorched the hit area black. In pain, Han Yuhuang cried out. Inside the city, witnessing this scene, everyone was excited. The terrifying Dao Tribulation Realm fierce beast was not invincible. For a moment, the crowd erupted into cheers, the tense atmosphere dissipating significantly. Zhou Houwu clenched his fist in excitement. Good. Let this beast see the might of humanity. Continue, keep firing at it. Before Han Yuhuang could react, the second round of fire followed closely. Boom. Boom, boom. The continuous explosions forced Han Yuhuang to stagger backward, gradually moving away from the eastern gate. Even so, the city defense army did not let their guard down. The third round of cannon fire followed immediately. The sounds of explosions mixed with Han Yu Huang's howls echoed through the sky. Seeing the legendary Dao Tribulation Realm fierce beast so easily injured, the warriors preparing for battle within the city felt invigorated, no longer timid, but instead filled with fighting spirit. However, in stark contrast to the jubilation within the city, old Luo landed on a distant treetop, swaying as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He noticed that the visible wounds on Han Yu Huang were merely the outer fur scorched. Its fur and skin showed no signs of damage or injury. The city defense cannons had not inflicted any substantial harm. Even the vital areas hit only showed signs of reddening due to burns with no indications of injury. Seeing all this, old Luo's heart sank. He was about to sound a warning when he saw Han Yu Huang, which had just staggered back, suddenly stand firm, facing the eastern gate. Facing the rain of ion cannons flying toward it no longer shielded itself or dodged. Its eyes suddenly turned crimson, and a vaporous aura surrounded its body. With tightly closed lips, its massive head slightly lowered, a low-frequency rumble emanated from its throat. After a few moments of build-up, Han Yu Huang suddenly opened its mouth, aiming toward the eastern gate. A terrifying roar intertwined with visible sound waves surged forth towards the eastern gate. "Be careful." Old Luo's face changed drastically as he tried to warn. Yet he found that his voice was swallowed by that terrifying sound wave. And under the impact of the sound wave, he fell from the treetop, barely stabilizing himself on the ground. At the eastern gate, the city defense army, seasoned by countless battles, reacted swiftly. Upon seeing the sound wave for the first time, they responded without waiting for orders. Everyone knelt. The shield soldiers stepped forward, raising their shields in unison to form a protective barrier, securely sheltering their comrades behind them. An urgent reminder echoed from the loudspeakers within the city: "Everyone cover your ears and open your mouths, guard your minds." The city guards reacted first, quickly covering their ears and opening their mouths. The other martial artists, not understanding the situation, attempted to imitate them. A fierce wind arose, accompanied by a terrifying high-frequency vibration. Everyone felt a jolt to their spirits, an overwhelming fear arising from within, as if their organs were being pounded by countless heavy hammers. In an instant, the unprepared people fell over. Some even bled from all 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground in a state of defecation. Then came the enormous footsteps. Han Yu Huang, withstanding the attacks of the city defense cannons, charged towards the eastern gate. "Hold the line, hold the line," Zhou Hou shouted. The commander also showed signs of terror, quickly issuing order. The city defense army took immediate action. They chose not to clash hidden, but left a gap at the point of Han Yu Huang's charge, then formed up in battle formation, ready to strike. Han Yu Huang covered 100 meters with each step, and in a few breaths reached the city gate. In the next moment, boom! A dull crashing sound echoed. The city wall dented, cracks spreading from the center of the dent, seemingly unable to withstand a second blow. Attack! The city defense army immediately sprang into action on the wall. They divided into countless teams, disregarding life and death, charging out recklessly, while Han Yu Huang was still down, leaping down to pounce on Han Yu Huang. After landing on Han Yu Huang's body, the soldiers of the city defense army summoned all their vital energy, raising their weapons to unleash a full-force attack on the Han Yu Huang beneath them. At the same time, the city gate swung wide open, and combat teams of the city defense army surged out, encircling Han Yu Huang in a battle formation. Their attacks rained down like droplets. Han Yu Huang struggled to rise, feeling the pain radiating from its body, further igniting its savage nature. A roar erupted. The city defense army froze, blood streaming from their ears. Yet they did not stop. Instead, they endured the pain and continued to fight. Han Yu Huang swung its arms wildly. With each swing, soldiers fell or were killed. The scene turned incredibly. Inside the city, those who regained their senses were shocked by the sight. Chongjiang City, as a border town, had not experienced such a difficult battle in many years. Seeing the soldiers continuously perish, everyone suddenly awoke to the reality that this world was not safe. Gradually, some could not bear the pressure and began to retreat. But more people were resolute, fixating on the direction of the city wall, quietly waiting for the giant beast to enter. Heeding, the city defense army disregarded life and death, charging toward Han Yu Huang to block its entry. Everyone knew that once the city wall was breached, no one could stop Han Yu Huang's advance. The entire city would become Han Yu Huang's garden. Given the fierce beast's hatred for humanity, it would not be long before Chongjiang City was reduced to ruins. Even the residents hiding would be unearthed and killed one by Han Yu Huang. For the sake of their homeland and their city, everyone, though fearful, felt an unwavering determination at this moment, resolutely blocking Han Yu Huang outside the city walls, not allowing it to take a single step further. However, things ultimately did not go as hoped. Han Yu Huang found the humans surrounding it like a sticky plaster, impossible to shake off. It simply took a step back, intending to charge again at the dented city wall. "Damn it, follow me." Zhou Hou had somehow already arrived at the city wall. Seeing this scene, his pupils dilated, and he roared, recklessly charging forward. At that moment, old Luo descended from the sky like a cannonball, heading straight for Han Yu Huang's head. This time, Han Yu Huang seemed to sense it, suddenly lifting its head and opening its massive jaws. Old Luo's expression changed in shock as his feet hovered in midair. The sound of an explosive blast echoed far away, abruptly halting his descent. However, before he could make his next move, Han Yu Huang's gigantic hand was already reaching out. Old Luo couldn't evade. He was struck, bursting into a cloud of blood in midair like a lead ball thrown away, flying far away before eventually disappearing over the horizon. Zhou Hou, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of shock within. He turned to look at the advanced martial artist following behind his expression grave. These were the highest-level combatants currently available to Chongjiang City. If they could not stop Han Yuhuang, then Chongjiang City would truly become a thing of the past. Everyone together for Chongjiang kill. Kill! The martial artist fearlessly charged toward Han Yuhuang under Zhou Hao's lead. However, the gap in power ultimately could not be bridged by numbers. Even old Luo at the Dao Tribulation Realm was no match for the fierce beast before them, let alone these martial artists who were only at the Dao Master Realm. Han Yuhuang almost effortlessly swatted away the advanced martial artists charging down. Zhou Hou was struck as if he were a feather flying over the city wall and landing inside, causing exclamations from those within. Then Han Yuhuang ignored the attacks from the city defense army and charged towards the city wall. Boom! With 2 impacts, the city wall made of high-strength alloy collapsed. The terrifying silhouette of Han Yuhuang appeared in the sights of the martial artists preparing for battle within the city. There was a significant difference between seeing it on video and in person. Feeling the pressure of the giant beast up close, everyone swallowed hard. In the next instant, Han Yuhuang roared. The terrifying sound wave spread out. Everyone was startled but did not retreat. Han Yuhuang took a step forward, easily crossing the broken city wall and entering the city. Zhou Hou collapsed to the ground, all his bones shattered, unable to rise, and could not even speak, only able to watch helplessly as the fierce beast entered the city. Massacre. Countless massacres. Even the city defense army, experienced in numerous life-and-death battles and skilled in formations, were helpless against Han Yuhuang, let alone the city guards and other martial artists. Screams, blood, tremors, and roars. Han Yuhuang stomped with all its might, swinging its arms, while human martial artists struggled to evade and seized every opportunity to counterattack. GMO was caught in the fray, following the team forward. He watched his teammates perish one after another, his gaze resolute, without a hint of retreat. Behind him, Ji Tianhao stared at the giant beast before him, his gaze icy. Su Ning, standing on her toes, observed GMO among the crowd, her heart aching at the thought of her eldest son soon to die, yet she did not intervene. Luo Yi also stood among the crowd, her eyes fixed on Han Yuhuang, her heart already prepared for death. At this moment, Han Yuhuang, feeling the pain in its limbs, grew increasingly agitated. Seeing the humans before it seemingly endless, it finally could not contain itself. Its eyes suddenly turned crimson, and a vaporous aura enveloped its body. With tightly closed lips and a slight bow of its head, low-frequency sounds emanated from its throat. Naught could stop it. Everyone awakened. Thinking about the terrifying sound wave attack that had occurred earlier, which was still under the barrier of the city wall, now in the inner city, surrounded by the bowl-shaped city wall. In such a structure, Han Yuhuang's sound wave attack would not only be unobstructed, but would also be amplified by the reflection of the city wall. In an instant, everyone was filled with terror, desperately trying to retreat. But it was too late. Han Yuhuang completed its build-up, slowly raising its head, the visible shockwave swirling with. Once unleashed, it would spell doom for all living things. At this sight, despair filled everyone. Some even closed their eyes, quietly awaiting death. In the sky above, golden light flickered among the dark clouds. In the next moment, a golden figure descended like a deity, hurtling straight down toward Han Yuhuang. The moment the golden figure appeared, golden clouds fell from the sky above, illuminating the world in a brilliant hue. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, the golden figure had already arrived above the head of Han Yuhuang in the blink of an eye. A beam of golden light suddenly appeared, slicing through the massive body of Han Yuhuang. Following that, everyone witnessed Han Yuhuang, who was about to unleash an attack, freeze in place. The sound wave in his mouth dissipated in an instant. In the astonished gazes of everyone, a horrific wound appeared on the right side of Han Yuhuang's body, extending downward, quickly spreading from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. At last, Han Yuhuang's breath came to a halt, and his body slowly collapsed. The entire city of Chongjiang faced imminent doom, yet the citizens could do nothing as Han Yuhuang died before their eyes. Silence. Quiet. Everyone's eyes widened in shock at this scene, their expressions filled with disbelief. Ji Ran paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd below. He floated high in the sky, surrounded by golden light that obscured people's vision. This was the state of the martial god realm, with his body enveloped in a layer of armor-like martial god power. This was not something he could control just yet. As soon as the martial god realm was activated, it would be like this. However, Ji Ran didn't mind, or in fact, he was quite pleased to be shrouded in golden light, because this would conceal his appearance, sparing him the trouble of dressing to hide himself, thus avoiding any accidental exposure of his identity. At this moment, he did not look down at the fallen Han Yuhuang. Instead, he quickly searched through the crowd. Soon he spotted his brother GMO along with his father Ji Tianhao and mother Su Ning also at the back of the crowd. At this moment, the three were looking up with eager eyes. Seeing this, Ji Ran felt a smile creeping up. If his family knew that the mysterious martial god in the sky was him, it would surely cause a stir. Then Ji Ran unexpectedly spotted Luo Yi among the crowd. Like everyone else, she was staring intently at Ji. Seeing this scene, Ji Ran shrugged and said with a hint of fear, "Fortunately, I made it in time." Reflecting on everything that had just happened, At that time, he had rushed from 2 kilometers outside the east gate, observing the increasing signs of battle around him. Finally, he arrived at a dirt slope, standing at a high vantage point. He saw the east gate wall in the distance destroyed, with Han Yuehuang rampaging inside, killing indiscriminately. His heart tightened, and without any hesitation he immediately activated his martial god realm power. Then he soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the east gate, and struck down, instantly killing the rampaging Han Yuehuang. What he needed to do next was to collect materials. Just as Ji Ran was about to descend, an unexpectedly loud shout rang out from below. Damn, it's the mysterious martial god. This shout had a strong penetrating power, especially since the battlefield was still very quiet. Everyone heard it clear. In an instant, the battlefield below seemed to boil over like steaming water, with the crowd cheering excitedly, looking up at Ji Ran with tears of joy in their eyes. Martial god, I love you. Awesome, I knew you would come. You are incredibly amazing, worthy of being a martial god. I absolutely adore you. Oh, this is incredible. We have a martial god protecting Chongjiang City now. Woohoo. Zhou Hou lay in a corner looking at Ji Ran in the sky, his expression ecstatic, his body trembling from either pain or excitement. However, due to his severe injuries, he could not speak, only watching with excited eyes. A twist of fate, a survival. People wanted to vent all their emotions, expressing their feelings to Ji Ran in the sky. At this moment, because it was the martial god realm, Ji Ran could hear everything clearly. At first it was fine. Some female warriors choked up, expressing their admiration, while the male warriors cheered. Gradually things started to go awry. Some bearded, plump male warriors actually began to throw him flirtatious glances, and some even boldly shouted that they wanted to bear his children. Seeing this, Ji Ran's heart raced, and his hair stood on end. He dared not linger any longer. Under everyone's gaze, he flashed to the fallen Han Yuehuang. Seeing this, Ji Ran's heart raced, and his hair stood on end. He dared not linger any longer. As expected of the guardian martial god of Chongjiang City, so thoughtful, ooh, I adore you. Now as the savior who turned the tide, every move Ji Ran made was under the watchful eyes of everyone. Listening to the discussions around him, Ji Ran felt a bit embarrassed. But it was just embarrassment. He would still take what he needed. However, when he examined Han Yuehuang's body, he was immediately stunned. Damn it. Under the golden light, Ji Ran's face was filled with frustration. He had been too anxious and missed his aim, coupled with using too much force. That strike had actually split Han Yuehuang's heart in two, and the ferocious beast's blood, which was unique to beasts, had already drained away. Oh, what a waste. Top-class refining materials wasted just like that. After feeling frustrated, he had no choice but to obediently retrieve the core from Han Yuehuang. Oh, what a waste. Top-class refining materials wasted just like that. After feeling frustrated, he had no choice but to obediently retrieve. The surface of the core was dark red with bright red mist rising from it. Ji Ran inhaled a bit into his lungs and immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest. Moreover, a wave of violent emotions surged forth, constantly eroding his calm heart. Upon realizing this, Ji Ran quickly summoned his martial god realm power to dispel the agitation within, then swiftly wrapped the core with his martial god strength. By now 2.5 minutes had passed since he activated the martial god realm. Therefore he did not linger and soared into the sky, flying towards the direction outside the city. The excited onlookers were stunned, filled with question marks. What was happening? Was this martial god leaving? Not only leaving, but also taking away the most precious core of Han Yuehuang. For a martial god, isn't a tribulation realm beast core of little use? Could it be that this martial god was secretly keeping a mistress? No, he didn't even know if he had a wife, or would the... For a moment, everyone was baffled by the martial god's actions, yet they still reluctantly gazed in the direction he had vanished, unwilling to look away. Ji Ran fled away from the east gate at the highest speed of the martial god realm. He could feel that due to the prolonged activation of the martial god power, his body was starting to experience tearing pain. The longer he held this state, the more hidden injuries his body would accumulate. Therefore, it was better to deactivate the martial god realm as soon as possible. But he was still somewhat close to the east gate, and there might be martial artists seeking refuge nearby. It would be hard to explain if he encountered someone then. So he tried to distance himself from the east gate. Just as Ji Ran was rushing forward, he suddenly sensed a tribulation realm martial artist's aura on the ground, constantly probing him. Ji Ran looked down. He saw an old man whose clothes were tattered, covered in blood, and with disheveled hair running below him and waving at him. Seeing this scene, Ji Ran couldn't be bothered to pay attention and was about to speed up to distance himself. But he heard the old man shout from below, "Senior, please wait. I am Luo Jinghong, the head of the Luo family in Chongjiang City. Please allow me to speak with you." Upon hearing the old man introduce himself, Ji Ran paused. The Luo family. The head of the family. Suddenly the image of Luo Yi flashed through his mind. The old man below was the steward of Luo Yi's family. Just as Ji Ran was in a daze, Luo Jinghong shot into the air, his feet stepping on the air, creating sonic booms as he used the air resistance to propel himself, surprisingly flying up. Then he landed in front of Ji Ran, bouncing slightly. When he saw the core of Han Yuehuang in Ji Ran's hand, Luo Jinghong was stunned. Then he was overwhelmed with joy, bowing respectfully to Ji Ran. "Senior, please wait a moment. Seeing that you come from the direction of Chongjiang City and still hold the core of Han Yuehuang, it seems the crisis has been resolved by you. May I ask where you currently reside, and what brings you to Chongjiang City? Although our Luo family is not a prominent family, we still have some influence in Chongjiang City. Should you need any assistance, feel free to speak. We will do our utmost to accommodate. Listening to the old man's incessant chatter, Ji Ran felt his pain intensifying and wanted to curse. But considering he was a classmate's elder, he felt embarrassed to speak up and could only interrupt. You seem to be in a bad state. Are you about to die? Shouldn't you go back and heal first? Ji Ran's voice was amplified by the martial god power, carrying a resonant quality that masked his true tone. Luo Jinghong was clearly taken aback by Ji Ran's words, but he still respectfully replied, "It's nothing serious, just some minor injuries. As for you, senior, this direction has no city. You seem to be residing in the wilderness. Since it's a wilderness area, it's uncomfortable to live in. Do you have any thoughts on this?" Stop. Ji Ran said impatiently, "No need. I really don't need it. You should go back and heal. I have things to do. Let's talk another day." After saying that, he tried to take a detour and leave. However, Luo Jinghong's mind seemed to have gone awry as he suddenly shifted and blocked Ji Ran's path again. "Senior, since you find no comfort in an easy place, is there something else?" Ji Ran was truly irritated. He could clearly feel that his body was on the verge of collapse and showing signs of breaking down. Yet Luo Jinghong was still stubbornly blocking his way. He could no longer suppress his irritation and didn't care whether the other party was a senior or not. In a flash, he appeared in front of Luo Jinghong like a ghost. Luo Jinghong was so startled that his body stiffened, almost falling, but Ji Ran caught him by the collar. Then Ji Ran said coldly, "Old man, I'm saying this one more time, go back and heal. Stop bothering me." "But young master." Luo Jinghong lowered his stance. "My injuries are not serious." Ji Ran directly interrupted him, his tone chilling. "If it's not serious, why don't you leave? Then I can make sure you have some serious injuries." Watching the shivering figure of Luo Jinghong leave, Ji Ran grinned and took off at the fastest speed possible while he still maintained his martial god realm. He flew a considerable distance in one breath. With the keen perception abilities of the martial god realm, he quickly located a stone forest. Confirming that there were no ferocious beasts nearby, he used brute force to carve a small hole in the side of a stone mountain before releasing the power of the martial god to seal the core of the Han Yu Huang. In this way, the core's aura would not leak out. If left unsealed, the core of a Dao Tribulation Realm beast would be a fatal temptation for ferocious beasts. As long as any beast caught a whiff of the core's aura, it would instinctively come searching, disregarding everything else. Moreover, the core itself emanated an enticing aura that attracted ferocious beasts within a several-kilometer radius. If unsealed, it wouldn't be long before nightfall when they would be surrounded by ferocious beasts. Ji Ran certainly did not want the core he had painstakingly obtained to be snatched away. After confirming that the core was successfully sealed, he immediately withdrew from the martial god realm. The next moment, Ji Ran's face turned pale as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Forcibly activating the martial god realm caused the power within him to rampage, leaving him with hidden injuries throughout his body. Even the slightest movement of his fingers sent waves of excruciating pain through his arms. Leaning against the stone wall, he quietly recuperated from his injuries. The East Gate. After the smoke cleared, the East Gate of Chongjiang City lay in ruins. As the city defense troops were the first to encounter the Han Yu Huang, they suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, they did not rest, but instead divided their tasks clearly. Some were responsible for treating the wounded, while others cleaned the battlefield and gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades. Within the city, the surviving martial artists cleaned the battlefield, searching for any living souls to send to the medical center, while also collecting the bodies of the deceased. Everyone was orderly in their tasks, with few indulging in idle chatter, making the atmosphere quite quiet. The massive body of the Han Yu Huang had been split in two, lying on either side of the battlefield. Professional handlers were dismantling it. Zhou Hou lay on the bed next to a medical vehicle. After receiving treatment from the medical staff, and with the martial artist's natural recovery abilities, his injuries had stabilized. Although he still could not move, he was able to speak. "How is it?" Zhou Hou's voice was hoarse. Beside him, a young man looked grave as he glanced at the documents in his hand and said softly, "This time the City Defense Corps suffered 459 casualties, the City Guard lost 607, and social martial artists lost 104. Additionally, the young man looked up at Zhou Hou and paused before continuing, "The director of the Investigation Bureau, Sui Longfei, and the deputy director, Wang Chang. The director of the Political Affairs Bureau, O Feiyang, and Guijin Feng." The young man named dozens of municipal officials in one breath, and then said the aforementioned individuals sadly perished in battle. And there are others. All right, enough. Zhou Hou's expression turned bitter as he closed his eyes. After a long silence, he said, "For the fallen, distribute 3 times the compensation and treat their families well. Now that the city gate is wide open, we need to strengthen our defense forces and quickly repair the damaged walls. If manpower is insufficient, we can solicit volunteers from society." Just as Zhou Hou was speaking, suddenly not far away, a lightly injured soldier in recovery pointed excitedly in the distance and said, "Luo Lao is back." Zhou Hou looked in the direction the soldier was pointing. He saw Luo Jinghong's somewhat disheveled figure appear on the city wall, standing high above. Looking over the entire battlefield, he was shocked by the brutality of the battle. Suddenly upon seeing the Han Yu Huang split in half, his pupils dilated, and he gasped. He had personally experienced the strength of the Han Yu Huang. The durability of its body made it nearly impossible to breach its defenses, yet it had been cut in two. The cut surface was remarkably smooth, indicating the skill and ease of the one who struck. In that instant, he suddenly realized that the gap between the Tao Tribulation realm and the martial god realm, though it appeared to be just one level, was in terms of combat capability worlds apart. Ancestor. Luo Yi's voice called out from below. Luo Jinghong locked onto Luo Yi in the crowd, leaping down to her side. Luo Lao. I've met Luo Lao. Luo Lao as well. The people around, seeing the big shot land beside them, greeted him respectfully. Luo Jinghong patiently responded to each of them, and then took a few steps to stand in front of Luo Yi. Seeing her ancestor safe and sound, Luo Yi's tense spirit completely relaxed, and tears flowed as she threw herself into Luo Jinghong's embrace. Ancestor. Luo Jinghong affectionately patted Luo Yi's head and said, "Don't cry, ancestor is fine." Luo Yi straightened up, carefully observing Luo Jinghong, noticing his right arm hanging limply. Ancestor, Luo Jinghong comforted her, saying, "It's nothing, just some minor injuries. With a few days of rest, I will recover." Luo Yi, still worried, said, "Then let me help you to rest." Luo Jinghong shook his head, saying, "I still have some matters to inquire about. You go notify the Luo family members to come here and help with the aftermath." Luo Yi hesitated but nodded, "Yes, ancestor." Watching Luo Yi leave, Luo Jinghong moved through the crowd and approached Zhou Houwu. He had already noticed Zhou Hou's position from the city wall. "Mayor." Luo Lao. The two greeted each other calmly. Their gazes met in silence until Zhou Houwu spoke first. It was that mysterious martial god who made a move. Luo Jinghong nodded. "I have been informed. On my way back I encountered him." Zhou Houwu was taken aback. Luo Lao met that martial god. Was there any exchange? What did he say? Luo Jinghong recalled Ji Ran's sinister tone, his spirit jolting. However, he replied, "He invited me to stay at the Luo residence, but it seems he had urgent matters to attend to, and did not agree." We did not speak much more before he hurriedly left. Hearing that Luo Lao was actually able to converse with the martial god, Zhou Houwu felt immense admiration, his eyes bright, as he stared at Luo Jinghong. After some thought, he asked, "According to what Luo Lao said, this martial god does not reside in Chongjiang City." Luo Jinghong pondered, "This matter cannot be known for now." Zhou Houwu fell into contemplation. Just then his secretary approached from a distance, and said to him, "Mayor, the higher-ups have sent a confidential message requesting you to report on the crisis situation." Zhou Houwu nodded, taking the phone to begin reporting in a low voice. Meanwhile, at Jimo's side, he said, "Mom and Dad." "It's okay," Ji Ran said, "he's fine, and we'll be back soon. You can't help here, so just go back." "When will your brother return? Why isn't he responding now? Is something wrong again?" Su Ning asked worriedly. GMO reassured her. "What could happen? The Han Yu Huang has already scared off ferocious beasts within dozens of kilometers. There won't be any problems." "Then why isn't he replying?" Su Ning still felt uneasy. "Maybe his phone is out of battery." GMO speculated. A clear and pleasant voice suddenly chimed in from the side. The three looked over to see a beautiful woman in a city guard uniform standing shyly beside them. "Who is this?" Ji Tianhao asked. GMO was momentarily stunned before rushing to the woman's side and grabbing her hand, saying, "Mom, Dad, let me introduce you. Wenwan. He, my girlfriend." Ji Tianhao's parents were taken aback. The next moment, Su Ning stepped forward, grasping Wenwan's hands, looking her up and down, and said, "Oh, look at this beautiful girl. Good, really good. Where is this young lady from? How did she catch the eye of my GMO?" Wenwan's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Auntie M from Dongjiang, and am colleagues with GMO. GMO usually takes good care of me, so. Oh, look at this little brat. He usually won't even wash his own socks at home, yet he knows how to take care of someone. Now he's doing well." "Mom." GMO was speechless. Su Ning shot GMO a glare and said to Wenwan, "Wenwan, right? That's a lovely name. Come over for dinner tonight." GMO rolled his eyes and reminded, "Mom, my little brother hasn't messaged yet." Time passed quickly. On the battlefield, everyone was performing their duties in organizing the area. The handling of the Han Yu Huang's corpse had just begun, and workers needed to work overnight to prevent decay. The meat of the ferocious beasts was an important resource, and after special treatment, had the effect of nourishing qi and blood. Especially the flesh of Tao Tribulation Realm ferocious beasts was particularly beneficial. Luo Yi stood on the city wall, helping control machines to transport stone materials to fill the walls. After 2 hours of tidying, the foundation of the wall had just been laid. Reconstruction would take at least another 2 days. Just as she was daydreaming in boredom, a figure outside the city suddenly caught her attention. Ji Ran. In Luo Yi's line of sight, Ji Ran appeared to be pale, but nonchalant as he walked from afar, swaggering through the city gate into the city. "He's fine." But, seeing Ji Ran's indifferent demeanor regarding the surrounding scene, especially his nonchalant reaction to the Han Yu Huang's corpse, Luo Yi felt even more puzzled. A normal person would be shocked to see such a scene, not to mention Ji Ran was still a student. But why was he so calm? Ji Ran did not see Luo Yi on the city wall. He moved slowly through the bustling crowd toward the place he had agreed upon with GMO. The core of the Han Yu Ao was already hidden deep within a stone cave. The basketball-sized core could be brought into the city, but it was too conspicuous, and there was nowhere to put it. If left at home with his mother Su Ning's habit of doing a little cleaning every 2 days and a big clean every 5 days, it wouldn't take long for it to be discovered. So it had to be placed outdoors. Xianxia City has developed its land resources to the extreme, with not a single spot wasted. Even in the narrow alleys there are people passing through occasionally. Put it in the sewer. That would only benefit the rats. Therefore, considering all factors, Rand decided to keep the core outside the city, thinking about secretly going out every night to refine and absorb it. With his strength at the martial god realm, leaving the city was as easy as drinking water. Originally, he intended to try absorbing and refining the Han Yuao core today. However, he had too many hidden injuries in his body. The purpose of the Han Yuao core was to temper the body. With his body in such a state, further tempering would likely turn him into minced meat. Thus, he could only temporarily hide the core. Afterward, he hummed a little tune and returned to the east gate. Arriving at the place he had agreed upon with his brother, he took out his phone to inform GMO. Soon GMO came running from a distance. The first thing he said was, "Where have you been? I called you, and you didn't answer, nor did you reply to my messages. Do you know how worried Mom and Dad are about you?" GMO stepped forward and grabbed Rand's ear, questioning him. "Ouch, it hurts, brother." Rand grimaced and covered his ear without explaining, saying, "Aren't I back safe and sound? What could have happened? Then why didn't you send a message to let us know you're safe?" GMO pressed on. Rand could only grin. He had no choice. That stone forest was over 40 kilometers from the east gate beyond the signal coverage. That was why he hadn't received any messages from his family. But he clearly couldn't say that. Seeing his elder brother genuinely angry, he quickly smiled and changed the subject. "Hey, I did report in. I just had a video call with Mom. By the way, I heard someone has a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, GMO released his grip and said, "Little brat, always concerned with useless things. Hurry up and go home." Rand leaned closer and whispered, "Where is my sister-in-law from? Is she pretty? How could she fall for someone like you, a blockhead? You little brat, are you looking for a fight?" GMO reached out. Rand swiftly dodged and ran far away, disappearing into the crowd in a few breaths, leaving behind a few words and going home. "See you tonight." Watching his younger brother, GMO shook his head with a smile and turned back to his post. In the evening, the corpse of the Han Yuao was still decomposing, and the east gate was undergoing rapid reconstruction. At that moment, online, the entry Xianxia City, attacked by a Dao Tribulation Realm beast, appeared and quickly climbed to the top of the trending list. In an instant, Xianxia City became the focus of the Great Xia. Netizens were discussing the event. "Pray for safety. Oh my gosh, a Dao Tribulation Realm beast. I just checked, and Xianxia City is just a 4th-tier small city. It's finished. They probably won't be able to protect the city. You must be out of the loop. The latest news is that the beast has been dealt with." "Dealt with? How?" "I heard a martial god made a move and killed it in one strike." "A martial god? Then Xianxia City is incredibly lucky. But speaking of which martial god came to the rescue? Is it martial god Ma from Tingyin Technology or martial god Zhao from Doshuan Technology? Currently, only these 2 martial gods have the time to wander around. The others are all busy with missions. I guess it's martial god Ma. Martial god Zhao has been visiting Nanjing these past few days, so it can't be him. Currently, only these 2 martial gods have the time to wander around. The others are all busy with missions. I guess it's martial god Ma. Martial god Zhao has been visiting Nanjing these past. There aren't many martial gods in the Great Xia. After guessing, it comes down to just a few individuals. However, everyone noticed that these few martial gods seemed to have matters to attend to and had alibis. In an instant, the question of which martial god saved Xianxia City became a hot topic among netizens, until some people who knew the inside story appeared. "Stop guessing, it's none of them." "None of them? What do you mean? It's an unfamiliar martial god. Didn't a report come out online a while ago? Have you forgotten?" "Oh crap, I thought it was fake news." "Wait, are you saying there's a martial god stationed in Xianxia City?" "No way, there are over 1,000 cities in the Great Xia, and only a few strategic level important cities have martial gods stationed. Now you're telling me that this tiny place Xianxia City also has a martial god? Is there any justice in this?" Some netizens began to doubt the authenticity of this news until a video from the scene was released. This video was shot from the rear of the battlefield facing the front. In the footage, the massive body of the Han Yuao almost filled the entire screen. As the Han Yuao attacked, the ground shook and the image trembled, with countless city defense army and city guard members bravely charging forward to fight against the Han Yuao. The final outcome was incredibly tragic. Many were caught off guard, ultimately struck by the Han Yuao, either dead or injured. Such a horrific scene showed no signs of hope for victory. Just when everyone was in despair, a flash of golden light suddenly swept across the video. Immediately, a golden figure descended like a divine soldier, arriving right above the Han Yuao. Accompanied by the flash of golden light, no one could see how this person made their move. They only saw the Han Yuao stiffen for a moment before being cleaved in two, meeting its end. Accompanied by the flash of golden light, no one could see how this person made their move. They only saw the Han Yuao stiffen for a moment before being cleaved in two. Xianxia City. Martial God. Wow, this is the first time I've seen a martial god in action. This is amazing. Is this the power of the martial god realm? When will I become a martial god? This martial god is really not one of our current martial gods in the Great Xia. Then who are they? Gradually netizens shifted their focus to discussing the identity of the martial god in the video. At the same time, due to this beast attack on the city, Chongjiang City would normally become a place of danger in people's minds, and those with strength or families would choose to move away. However, with the appearance of the unfamiliar martial god, Chongjiang City instead experienced a reversal of its reputation. A city protected by a martial god, even if its remote people would still praise it for its liveliness. Thus, Chongjiang City welcomed a wave of resettlement. Meanwhile, as the mayor of Chongjiang City, Zhou Houwu had no idea what was about to happen. At that moment, he was sitting in a wheelchair in the conference room on the top floor of the Chongjiang City government building. In the conference room, the first seat was not occupied by Zhou Houwu, but by a middle-aged man of similar age to him, with a stern demeanor. In the other seats, some department heads temporarily replacing the sacrificed individuals also took their seats along with special forces and supervisory personnel sent by superiors. A full row of people occupied the conference room. Zhou Houwu sat in the second seat looking at the middle-aged man in front of him with respect. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the first seat spoke. First, let's discuss what is the background of this martial god. What are everyone's thoughts or guesses? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present turned to Zhou Houwu. Zhou Houwu paused his breath and looked at the middle-aged man at the head of the table, showing an embarrassed expression. Ahem, sorry, we haven't found out about the identity of this martial god yet. Everyone was puzzled. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows, picked up the documents on the table, and after checking said, according to the records, he first appeared 2.5 years ago. Hasn't he left any information for 2 years? Zhou Houwu, feeling ashamed, replied, I truly apologize, Secretary Chun. He only shows up for a few minutes each time. After all, he is a martial god, and no one can stop him if he wants to leave so. Zhou Houwu's voice grew lower as he spoke, and he ultimately did not finish his sentence. Seeing the serious expression of the middle-aged man in front of him, he thought for a moment, and suddenly recalled old Luo, quickly saying, however, today the head of the Luo family, Luo Jinghong, encountered him outside the city. At that time, he was flying eastward while holding the core of the Hanyu beast. If what old Luo said is correct, then we speculate that this martial god should not reside in Chongjiang City, but only comes occasionally to procure supplies. The middle-aged man was silent and seemed to be deep in thought. At that moment, a slightly overweight middle-aged man on the left side spoke up, puzzled. He was holding the core of the Hanyu beast. Logically speaking, a martial god-level powerhouse shouldn't need the core of a Dao Tribulation beast, or what would he? Another person joined the discussion at the right moment. The core of the Hanyu beast is an extremely precious material for body refining. Could it be that he intends to use it for body refining? Does a martial god still need to refine their body? Then it wouldn't be for him, perhaps. It's for his disciple. The people in the conference room began to discuss enthusiastically, with everyone piqued by the possibility that the martial god might be doing this for a disciple. If that's the case, it's indeed possible. Think about it, a martial god-level powerhouse, in order to train his disciple and avoid attracting attention, might choose a remote location to avoid being disturbed. Given the current circumstances, it really does seem plausible. What you said is one possibility. What are the other possibilities? Everyone reflected. Is it possible that he is healing? Upon hearing the words healing, everyone froze and looked at the speaker. Zhou Houwu shook his head after pondering. It's unlikely. Everyone should have seen the video of him making a move. He doesn't appear to be injured at all. Then that's strange. Where did he come from? In the records of the warriors from Daxiao, there's no one that matches the description, and even the population census can't find anyone fitting the criteria. It's as if he appeared out of nowhere. Is it possible that he is not from Daxiao? What do you mean? From Dongying, Gaoli, or Sewer, it's all possible. If he's not from Daxiao, then that would be troublesome. The expressions of everyone turned serious. The middle-aged man who had been silent finally spoke. Let's not consider the identity of the other party for now. At least from their current behavior, they don't seem to be an enemy. As for what his true intentions are, perhaps only by asking him directly can we find out. Secretary Chun, you wanna? Zhou Houwu was taken aback. Secretary Chun replied, the Divine Martial Academy has already taken notice of this matter and will send special personnel to guard Chongjiang City, awaiting his next appearance to have a chat with him. Hearing that the Divine Martial Academy was aware of this matter, everyone present perked up. Secretary Chun continued, in any case, the appearance of this martial god is a good thing. Without him, the losses in Chongjiang City would likely have been even greater. After this incident, it's beneficial for both Chongjiang City and Daxia. The influence brought by a martial god is not something that can be summed up in just a few words. Let's stop for now and move on to discuss the post-war reconstruction of Chongjiang City. After Secretary Chen spoke, everyone could only agree. Although they were still curious about the identity of the mysterious martial god, they could only suppress their curiosity and begin discussing the reconstruction of Chongjiang City. Ji Ran lay on the bed, his body aching from every angle. The after effects of using martial god-level powers combined with just returning home and being met with a combined attack from his parents caused his previously non-painful hidden injuries to flare up again. In the kitchen, Ji Tianhao and Su Ning were busy cooking energetically. GMO had already called to say that the shift at the East Gate had ended and he was on his way home with his girlfriend. It was the first time their daughter-in-law was entering the house. The couple took it very seriously, not only cleaning the house inside and out, but also replacing everything that could be changed like the sofa covers, curtains, and tablecloths. They even insisted that Ji-ran take 2 showers and change into new clothes before letting him stay in his room. At this moment, listening to his parents busy in the kitchen, Ji-ran's mind had already drifted far away. Now there was one good news and one bad news. The good news was that with the core of the Hanyu beast available, he no longer had to worry about body refining materials before his college entrance examination. The bad news was that although the core of the Hanyu beast was a top-tier body refining material, it was not a top-tier. This meant that even with this core, Ji-ran could not carelessly use it. He still needed to consider whether his body could. Moreover, the core of the ferocious beast contained the violent power of the beast. Under normal circumstances, after people obtain the core, they would refine and process it to dissipate the internal violent power as much as possible. Only through refining and using other resources could they maximize the core's power. However, Ji-ran had none of that. He could only use the most primitive and direct method, direct absorption. The downside of this method was that while absorbing, he needed to carefully gather his strength within his body to refine it, otherwise he would be contaminated by the violent power within the core and fall into madness. Restoring his hidden injuries along with refining the violent power greatly slowed down his body refining speed. This left Ji-ran feeling quite frustrated. However, no matter what, having this core of the Hanyu beast was still faster than relying solely on his own hard work. And it would be much faster. It's just that without processing, it wouldn't achieve the ideal effect. After all the current conditions, having something is better than having nothing, so why pick? Ji-ran comforted himself in his heart. Outside the door, the sound of the door opening was heard, followed by Ji-mo's voice. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Oh, you're back. Su Ning's tone was unusually gentle. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, this is a— Oh, thank you. Ji Tianhao showed none of his usual authority. Su Ning politely said, look at you coming over and bringing gifts. Come in. The food will be ready soon. You two sit down and rest for a bit. You must be tired after a long day. Ji-ran, are you dead in there? Come out and meet people. Hearing his mother's furious roar, Ji-ran shivered and hurriedly ran out of his room. Upon reaching the living room, he saw his older brother and parents gathered around a beautiful figure. After seeing the appearance of the newcomer, Ji-ran was momentarily stunned. A tall figure, fair skin, and a gentle demeanor gave a warm feeling. Hello. Wenwan waved and smiled in greeting. GMO looked at Ji-ran and smilingly introduced, your sister-in-law Wenwan. Wenwan's face turned slightly red. Ji-ran came to his senses and quickly greeted. Hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, please come in, please take a seat. You brat. GMO laughed and pointed at Ji-ran. They entered the house and took their seats. Before long, the dishes were ready. The family gathered together, and upon seeing their pig rummaging through someone else's cabbage, Ji Tianhao and his wife were very excited. The meal was filled with joy for both hosts and guests. Ji-ran's life returned to normal. His student status was successfully transferred to Xianxia Vocational High School under Li Dongren's manipulation. Some episodes occurred during the transfer process. When Li Dongren requested Ji-ran's student status from the Martial Education Bureau, Chongjiang First High School was reluctant to sign the documents. The reasons given were utterly shameless. There's no time. Li Dongren was infuriated and erupted in curses in the Martial Education Bureau's office. If it weren't for his background and credentials, he would have been expelled from the bureau long ago. Naturally, the outcome was useless. Finally, Li Dongren, exasperated, devised a drastic measure to demand that Chongjiang First High School return the martial arts resources belonging to Ji-ran. Each student's martial arts resources are distributed uniformly by the Martial Education Bureau. This year, to ensure the students' performance, Chongjiang City invested heavily in high-level resources. However, due to limited funds, this batch of high-level resources was only allocated to talented martial artists. Although Ji-ran's martial arts cultivation was stuck at the body refinement stage for half a year, he was indeed at the peak of that stage and belonged to the ranks of geniuses. Thus, Ji-ran should have received a share of these high-level resources. However, Chongjiang First High School expelled Ji-ran precisely to take away his share. Moreover, this resource had already been given to He Xianxia and could not be taken back, making it impossible to hand it over. Therefore, Li Dongren used this as leverage. He told Chongjiang First High School that as long as they signed the documents honestly, he would not pursue the matter of the martial arts resources. Otherwise, the allocation rights of this high-level resource would follow the student's status. Now that Ji-ran had been expelled upon further investigation, Chongjiang First High School indeed needed to return this resource. However, time was tight. There were only 2 months left until the exams, and Ji-ran could not afford to delay. He could only use the resources as leverage to make Chongjiang First High School sign. In the end, the school was forced to compromise. Thus, Ji-ran successfully transferred to Xianxia Vocational High School. As required, he attended a few days of classes before taking leave under the pretext of cramming for exams. At this point, there were still 56 days until the exams. The physical injuries caused by the martial god realm had almost healed. During the day, his parents were at work and his older brother was very busy, so Ji-ran was alone at home. Ji-ran was not idle. He messaged his parents saying he was going out to play. He then took a bus all the way to the east. At this moment, the east gate of Chongjiang City, compared to a few days ago, had long since had the corpse of Han Yuepeng removed and was now likely stored in a cold storage. The damaged city wall had also been repaired, and workers were currently hanging from the wall to finish up the work. The adventure hall had regained its former prosperity. Martial artists moved about, their expressions relaxed, completely devoid of the tension from a few days prior. Ji-Ren navigated through the crowd. Having learned from his previous experience, he smoothly obtained a passage permit and verified his identity to exit the city. He then sprinted towards the stone forest where the core of Han Yuepting was hidden. For the past few days, he had been contemplating whether to bring the core back and cultivate within the city. However, after careful consideration, he felt that it was still unsafe inside the city. He needed to cultivate without constantly being aware of his surroundings, as being discovered with the core of Han Yuepting would put him at risk. Even if he wasn't suspected of being a martial god, people would certainly associate him with the martial god. At that point, his life would no longer be peaceful. His parents and brother would be implicated as well. He did not want to bear the aura of a martial god disciple. If a major force chose to take risks to lure out the martial god, kidnapping him or his family would be a real loss. One must consider all possibilities, better to be safe than sorry. Thus, Ji-Ren ultimately chose to place his cultivation site outside the city. That way, even if something significant occurred, it would not attract attention. Even if a fierce beast came, he could eliminate it swiftly. He ran all the way, confirming that no one was following him. He arrived at the stone forest where the core was hidden. He did not rush to take out the core, but activated the martial god realm to ensure there were no fierce beasts around. Then he slipped into a dugout cave. Inside the cave, holding the core of Han Yueping in both hands, Ji-Ren felt the surging power within, and his heart began to swell with excitement. Come on, let's see what it feels like. The high school curriculum covered topics about fierce beast cores. As the source of a fierce beast's power, the core contains the essence of the fierce beast's cultivation, refined over decades, or even centuries. However, being a fierce beast, during the nurturing process, the aura of the fierce beast would seep into it. Gradually, the fierce beast core could become similar to a bomb-like energy core. The pure energy inside, contaminated by the fierce beast's aura, transformed into wild energy. Ordinary martial artists absorbing it would unknowingly be tainted. Without intervention, a martial artist could fall into madness. The mild consequence would be regression in cultivation, while the severe could lead to death. Therefore, since the flourishing of martial arts, it has always been discouraged for martial artists to directly absorb fierce beast cores. The core needs to be processed, deeply purified, and the internal energy refined before it can be used. However, Ji-Ren did not have the means to do this now, and could only choose to absorb it directly. Fortunately, he had the power of the martial god within him. While absorbing the energy to refine his body, he could forcibly refine the fierce beast energy using the martial god power. This could be considered a different way to process the core. Without hesitation, Ji-Ren sat cross-legged, holding his breath and focusing his mind. He slowly placed his hands on the core. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself to feel the energy within the core, gradually activating the refining mantra from the primary body refinement technique. In an instant, Ji-Ren felt a loud explosion echo in his mind. Then a violent energy surged through his arms and into his body, rushing into his limbs and bones. At this moment, his body was still only at the peak of the body refinement stage, while the core in his hand was from a Tao tribulation stage fierce beast. The horrific energy within was beyond what his bodish strength could withstand. Ji-Ren felt as if he had fallen into a trap of barbed spikes, with countless blades piercing him, the intense pain repeatedly crashing against his consciousness. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. He knew that if it weren't for the dormant martial god power within him, his spirit would have been shattered by the chaotic intent within the core. However, because the martial god power was present, even though he felt excruciating pain all over his body, showed no signs of collapse. Whenever he felt he could not hold on any longer, the excess energy would be forcibly expelled from his body by the martial god power. This could be considered a form of passive protection from the martial god power. Thus, the energy from the core of Han Yuepting continuously surged into Ji-Ren's body. The terrifying energy mixed with the fierce beast's chaotic will violently bombarded Ji-Ren's body and spirit, while the martial god power within him provided passive protection. It expelled the excess energy from his body, while simultaneously dissolving and refining the chaotic will contained within. Ji-Ren astonishingly developed a completely new method of body refinement. However, this method also had its downsides. It was simply too wasteful. The energy from the core that surged into his body was partially expelled by the martial god power, and along with the consumption from refining the fierce beasts, while a portion was wasted. Overall, the energy from the core that was truly utilized turned out to be less than 10%. The efficiency was too low. Ji-Ren felt a twinge of regret. After all, this was the fierce beast core he had obtained through great difficulty. Great difficulty. Ji-Ren paused, recalling the process of acquiring the core. It wasn't exactly through great difficulty. Well, wasteful is wasteful. Thus, Ji-Ren began his secret body refinement. During the day, he would exit the city, secretly refining his body until the afternoon and return home before dark. Then at night, he would rest normally to recover from the hidden injuries caused by body refinement. However, because the human body's natural recovery speed was ultimately limited, so was that of martial artists. Therefore, Ji-Ren did not go every day. Similar to studying at school, he would refine his body from Monday to Friday, and on weekends he would rest at home to avoid accumulating hidden injuries that could become stubborn chronic injuries. Time passed quickly in this repetitive cycle. By the end of May there were only 6 days left until the martial arts college entrance examination. Ran sat in the stone cave, feeling the power around him surge like breathing. Dust and debris on the ground slowly floated up as the air pressure in the entire cave surged. After nearly 2 months of refining the core of Han Yueping, originally the size of a basketball, had now shrunk to the size of a soybean. With Ran's breathing, the remaining core shrank visibly. Gradually a crisp sound of cracking echoed. The fierce beast core in Ran's hand burst forth with a brilliant light, completely dissipating into the heavens and the earth. At the same time, Ran felt everything around him suddenly slow down. It was as if nothing existed. He found himself in a void with a pair of eyes suspended far above him. Those eyes gazed into the distance, and Ran felt an almost despairing pressure emanating from them, compounded by the void surrounding him. That sense of helplessness facing a dire situation continuously consumed his heart. At this moment, Ran suddenly felt a longing arise within him. He longed to find a path for himself, a path that could bear his body, provide support, and guide him forward. The moment this thought emerged, the desire in his heart deepened. Ran felt himself transform into a fool, with only this path remaining as his life's goal. Just as he was immersed in this unshakable state, suddenly he felt something hard beneath his feet, and the surrounding void gradually dissipated. Then a warm and reliable sensation enveloped him, rising from his ankles to his calves' thighs, and gradually up to the top of his head, finally spreading throughout his body. This change occurred in an instant, yet Ran felt as though centuries had passed. When he once again focused on this, a heavenly path lay before him, leading directly to the distant eyes above. What? Ran stared in shock at the scene before him. However, just as he uttered a word, the surrounding illusion suddenly collapsed, and he found himself back in the cave. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his racing heart. Surveying his surroundings, everything remained unchanged. The only thing that had changed was himself. Unbeknownst to him, the cultivation realm that had been silent for half a year had finally crossed from the peak of the body refinement stage, breaking through to the first level of the seeking Tao stage. Ran leaped up, stretching his arms, and feeling the unprecedented power coursing within him, marveling in his heart. Is this the Tao seeking realm? One step across a great realm. Directly bypassing the Qi gathering realm, he stepped into the Tao seeking realm, and at this moment Ran felt not only a strengthening of his own power, but also an awkwardness within himself. The sudden enhancement of power came without any adaptation process. It was as if an infant who could only crawl suddenly could run after a single nap. He was quite unaccustomed to his current state. Standing in the cave, he moved his body, constantly performing various actions to adapt to his Bodhi's new condition. To gauge how strong he had become, he approached the stone wall of the cave. He assumed a horse stance, placing his hands on his waist, integrating his waist and stance, and threw a punch. Bang! After the explosion, he found that the stone wall before him had been blasted open, creating a hole the size of a basketball. This is externalizing Qi. Externalizing Qi is something that can only be achieved by warriors after reaching the 7th or 8th level of the Qi gathering realm, and only when they have sufficient internal Qi. At the beginning, they could only release a breeze-like Qi, which has no lethality. Yet at this moment, Ran had directly bypassed the learning process. The Qi he released without the aid of martial arts techniques was capable of causing such destructive power. If he were to practice martial arts, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of power he would wield. Looking at his unscathed fist, Ran confirmed that his physical strength had also received a significant boost. Suddenly he froze. With the enhancement of physical strength, what about the duration of the martial god realm? With this thought, Ran could no longer wait. He directly pushed aside the boulder blocking the cave entrance and stepped outside. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes, calming his breath. He immersed his spirit deep within, feeling the dormant power of the martial god within him. With his summons, a violent wind surged around him, sand and stones flying everywhere. Ran was instantly enveloped in golden light, unleashing the full power of the martial god realm. Feeling the martial god power within him like a raging river, the body strength of the Tao-seeking realm stabilized it firmly, without a hint of the previous soreness or tearing sensation. Oh, war! Ran's breathing grew heavy with excitement. Previously, when he activated the martial god realm, he enjoyed the gazes of admiration and envy from others. In reality, it was torment for him. The power of the martial god constantly gnawed at his fragile body, and from the very beginning, he was plagued by a tearing sensation. Moreover, as time passed, the pain in his body would only intensify. Faced with the risk of his body being torn apart at any moment, he had no time to savor the pleasure brought by the martial god realm. Now, however, it was entirely different. The body of the Tao-seeking realm, while still unable to withstand the impact of the martial god realm's power for an extended period, at least did not cause him such discomfort. He could enjoy the power of the martial god realm without any pain for a short time. At this moment, the new sensations brought by the martial god realm stimulated Ran's body and mind. He soared into the sky, freely gliding at high altitudes. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. He couldn't tell how long. The familiar stinging sensation returned to his body. In a state of exhilaration, Ran instantly calmed down and gently descended back to the stone forest. Looking at the time, 3 minutes had passed since he activated the martial god realm. Just 3 minutes. Why does it feel like half an hour has gone by? Undoing the martial god realm state, he assessed the condition of his body. Based on past experience, he roughly estimated that with his current strength at the first level of the Tao-seeking realm, he could maintain the martial god realm for about 15 minutes. Exceeding 15 minutes would pose a risk of his body exploding. The limit of 15 minutes in the martial god realm experience was just 10 minutes more than before. While it may not seem like much, those 10 minutes belong to the martial god realm. An ordinary warrior might not accomplish much in 10 minutes. But the martial god was different. The lethality and destructiveness of the martial god realm could flatten a mountain with a mere gesture. In the absence of any obstructions, 10 minutes could almost reduce Chongjiang City to ruins. Thus, these 15 minutes of the martial god realm gave Ran a tremendous sense of confidence. The more he thought about it, the more refreshing his heart felt. Confirming that his body could still hold on, he glanced at the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. In 6 days, the martial arts college entrance examination would take place, and he had fully absorbed the core of the Hanyu beast. For the next few days, he deemed it unnecessary to leave the city again and could rest at home. He decided to indulge himself and used the martial god realm to travel. His golden figure shot into the sky, landing in an open area 5 kilometers from the east gate, successfully entering the city and catching a bus home. Having finally made a breakthrough, Ran was in a great mood. He hummed a little tune bouncing up the stairs and took out his keys to unlock the door. As soon as the door opened a crack, he heard his parents talking in the kitchen. What can we do? The exam is coming up and mindset is equally important. It's not good to push him too hard. Su Ning's tone carried a hint of reproach. Tianhao sighed, deeply sigh. That brat hasn't touched his training equipment at home for 2 months and is still acting so frail. Should we arrange a wife for him in advance? You can stop right there. Su Ning scolded. A father should have some decorum. Tianhao laughed heartily. Ran stood outside the door, his face darkening. In truth, it wasn't surprising that his parents were worried. Since the last crisis with the Hanyu beast, he hadn't entered the training room at home for nearly 2 months due to absorbing the core during the day and healing his internal injuries at night. Additionally, during this time, he had to utilize the power of the martial god realm to refine the violent aura within the core. This resulted in Ran being in a state of aftereffects from the martial god realm for quite some time. His pale face and exhausted appearance were not to be blamed for his parents' misunderstanding. However, he did not plan to explain. Given his current realm, discussing it with his parents would make things even harder to explain. So it was better to wait until after the exam results came out. By then, if he entered one of the 4 major martial arts universities, his parents would overlook how he trained. At this moment, Su Ning's hesitant voice came from the room. Honey, I received a call from my elder brother yesterday. Tianhao misunderstood, casually asking, what about Su Xingbang? Did he want to have a rematch? Su Ning paused. It's not about my elder brother, it's... She did not finish her sentence. Tianhao also guessed who Su Ning referred to as her elder brother, and the two fell silent for a long time. Tianhao said seriously, what did he say? He said he would come tomorrow. After saying this, seemingly noticing Tianhao's displeasure, Su Ning quickly explained, it wasn't my invitation, it was my elder brother who suggested it. I initially wanted to refuse, but he hung up before I had a chance to decline. Still silence reigned. Ran frowned outside the door. Since his mother said it wasn't about his maternal uncle combined with his father's tone. Could it be his paternal uncle? No, his paternal grandfather. Ran corrected himself. He grew even more curious. Throughout his 18 years, he had never heard of his father having an elder brother. Let alone an elder brother. Ran had never even heard of his grandfather. As a child, he had seen other children being visited by their grandfathers, and had once curiously asked Tianhao if he had a grandfather and where he was. At that time, Tianhao had only smiled and not answered. Remembering the expression on his father's face during that moment of silence, Ran had thought his father might be an orphan. Thus, he, being sensible, never mentioned his grandfather again. Now it seemed that things were far from what he had imagined. Why would his father remain silent about his biological family? Especially upon hearing that his elder brother was coming, his reaction was even more telling. For a moment, Ran became very curious. In the room, Tianhao, who had been silent for a long time, sighed. Forget it, if he wants to come, let him come. Tomorrow I'll be working overtime, you just entertain him. Honey. Su Ning hesitated. Tianhao directly interrupted. All right, no more talk. Sensing the heavy atmosphere at home, Ran made a diversion, pushed the door open, and strode in. Mom and Dad. I'm back. During dinner, Ran found the food exceptionally delicious. However, he could clearly sense his father's low mood and his mother's heavy heart as she kept stealing glances at his father. Seeing this, Ran chose not to confront it, but instead secretly looked forward to meeting his uncle, whom he had never seen before, tomorrow. A night passed in silence. The next day, early in the morning, Ran was awakened by a delicious aroma. In his pajamas with sleepy eyes, he made his way to the kitchen. Mom, what smells so good? Su Ning was standing in front of the stove frying something. Upon seeing Ran awake, she replied, meat flaky cake. Hurry up and get dressed for breakfast. Mom, why aren't you going to work today? I took a day off. Your uncle is coming today. Ji Ran felt a jolt in his heart. So it was indeed his uncle. Curiously he asked, Uncle. Mom, I have an uncle. Of course. Su Ning laughed. And there's more than one. Hurry up and get dressed, don't dawdle. Mom, why has Dad never mentioned him before? Su Ning paused for a moment and said with a hint of melancholy, It's a long story. Let your dad tell you when he's ready. Mom, are all my uncles coming? Why are you frying so much? And your brother, your sister-in-law too. Hurry and get dressed. Mom. Su Ning became impatient with Ji Ran's repeated calls of mom and retorted, Are you calling me or summoning my spirit? Quickly get dressed. Ji Ran responded silently. After dressing, he enjoyed the meat flaky cake his mother made, feeling revitalized and full of energy. Are you full? Once you're done, go find your brother and tell him to come home for dinner. Bring your sister-in-law too. Huh. Ji Ran leaned back in his chair dazed and responded to his mother's command. Can't you just call him? I already tried, but the call didn't go through. I even called your brother's team leader, but it didn't connect. It's best if you go see if anything's wrong. Oh. Ji Ran nodded in agreement. After washing up and getting dressed, he headed out. Jimo worked at the 9th team of the city guard in the southern district of Chongjiang City, about an hour's drive from home. He took the bus all the way to the 9th team station. Hello, excuse me, I'm looking for someone. Can I go in? Ji Ran rarely came, so he didn't recognize the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper scrutinized Ji Ran and frowned upon seeing his youthful face. Who are you looking for? GMO. Ji Ran replied with his brother's name. The gatekeeper relaxed his expression and sat up straight. Looking for GMO? Who are you to him? I'm his younger brother. Oh, Gmo's brother. Unfortunately, your brother isn't at the station right now. Where did my brother go? Ji Ran pressed. The gatekeeper answered. He's at the west gate. Their team was temporarily dispatched for a mission. It's been several days now. Didn't you know? He didn't call home. Hearing about the mission, Ji Ran was puzzled. Do you know what kind of mission they are on? The gatekeeper shook his head. How would I know? I'm just a gatekeeper. All right, thank you for your help. No problem, young man. After bidding farewell to the gatekeeper, Ji Ran stood at the entrance of the 9th team station. What should he do next? Call his mother to inform her, and then go home. This thought was immediately dismissed by Ji Ran. If he told his mother, she would surely worry even more. Moreover, Ji Ran himself was curious about what his elder brother was busy with. Even if it was a temporary mission, why couldn't he get in touch? So he quickly made a decision to head to the west gate himself to ensure his brother's safety. He took out his phone and navigated to Chongjiang City's west gate. The west gate of Chongjiang City had the same specifications and style as the east gate. The only difference was the distribution of various buildings like the Adventure Hall. After getting off the bus, he stood in front of the plaza inside the west gate, scanning the entire area. Where should I look for my brother? Ji Ran felt a bit lost. After observing for a long time, he suddenly spotted a line of people in city guard uniforms queuing to enter the city at the entrance of the west gate. Got it. Ji Ran's eyes lit up and he hurried across to the opposite side. Soon he reached the front of this city guard unit and found the team leader. Hello, excuse me for the interruption. Since they were his brother's colleagues and a team responsible for the city's safety, Ji Ran held them in high regard. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a round face and big eyes. He had already noticed Ji Ran, and upon hearing the boy speak to him, he smiled and said, Hey there, kid, what's up? Ji Ran thought for a moment, avoided wasting the man's time with small talk, and got straight to the point. I'm looking for my brother GMO. He's also in the city guard. Do you know him? Do you know where he is now, eh? Oh, GMO. The middle-aged man with big eyes exclaimed, They are still on a mission in Team 3. They probably won't be back until tonight. Hearing that the man knew his brother, Ji Ran felt a surge of relief and asked, What kind of mission is he on? Is it? The middle-aged man with big eyes waved his hand with a smile. Don't worry, it's not dangerous. They are just assisting with the migration of ferocious beasts. The mission will end in a couple of days. Assisting with the migration of ferocious beasts. Ji Ran looked puzzled. The middle-aged man with big eyes kept watching his team, and seeing that everyone had returned said to Ji Ran, If you're really worried, you can go find your brother. He's in the direction of Area 108. You'll be able to find him. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Area 108, thank you, take care. After bidding farewell to the middle-aged man, Ji Ran thought for a moment and directly registered to leave the city. Outskirts of the West City. It was completely different from the East City outskirts. The East City outskirts belonged to hilly terrain. Although the landform was not as flat as that of the plains, there were no high mountains or rivers. The western outskirts of Chongjiang City, however, were close to Xianxia Mountain and near the Heishui River. The terrain was rugged with swamps and depressions everywhere, making it considerably more dangerous than the East City. The Tongjin River, which cuts through Chongjiang City and divides it into two, is one of the tributaries of the Heishui River. This is the birthplace of Chongjiang City. The original Chongjiang City developed from a small county town, relying on the water source of the Heishui River, into the large city it is today. The moment he stepped out of the city gate, he was met with a completely different feeling from the east outskirts. The cool and humid air carried the faint sound of rushing river water. According to the map, Ji Ran hurried towards Area 108. Based on the information he gathered, the city guard's task area was about 50 kilometers outside the city. There he would be outside the signal coverage. Naturally, he couldn't get in touch with GMO. It wasn't until noon that Ji Ran finally arrived at the city guard's task area. From a distance, he was stopped by someone. Stop, who are you? Ji-ran stood still looking at the young man in city guard uniform in the distance and called out loudly, "I'm Ji-ran here to find my brother GMO." Hearing Ji-mo's name, the young man was taken aback. As he approached Ji-ran, he studied his face. Ji-ran actually resembled GMO quite a bit, especially his eyes, which had given many people the same first impression since childhood. The young man confirmed Ji-ran's identity after a brief observation and did not ask too many questions. "Wait here for a moment, I'll go call your brother." Ji-ran nodded. The young man left, and about 5 minutes later GMO appeared, chewing on food and jogging over. "What brings you here?" From a distance, GMO inquired. Looking at his big brother's dusty appearance, Ji-ran felt no pity at all. Instead, he chuckled, "Mom sent me to call you home for dinner." He then added, "And your sister-in-law." GMO was stunned. He hadn't expected his younger brother to come all this way just to call him home for dinner, and he keenly sensed that something was off. "Is something up? Why would you come all this way just to tell me to come for dinner?" Ji-ran shrugged. "I heard that uncle is coming and Mom is preparing at home." "Uncle?" GMO frowned, his expression turning serious. Seeing this, Ji-ran realized that his brother seemed to know some of the underlying issues. It seemed that he was the only one in the family who didn't know anything. Therefore, he curiously asked, "Brother, what's going on with Uncle, Dad, and Grandpa?" GMO looked up and said sternly, "This matter is quite complicated. I can't discuss it, you'll find out later." As he spoke, he glanced back over his shoulder. "You go back and tell Mom that I have a mission and can't return. Apologize to Uncle for me." Seeing his brother's reluctance to say more, Ji-ran, though curious, did not press further. Instead, he looked at the tents vaguely visible in the distance among the trees and asked, "Isn't the city guard responsible for protecting the city? Why are you guys out here?" GMO explained, "Recently the Hanyu beast attacked the city, causing heavy losses to the city defense forces. Coupled with the post-war break, the city defense forces were understaffed. Therefore, they temporarily dispatched the city guard to assist." Ji-ran understood then, with a curious expression, lowered his voice and asked, "What kind of mission is this? Can you share?" GMO did not hide it, answering candidly, "What's there to hide? They are guiding the migration of iron-eating beasts. The city is worried that if they stray towards the west gate, it could cause serious trouble. Hence, personnel were specifically gathered to safely guide the iron-eating beasts around the Chongjiang city area." Iron-eating beasts. The moment Ji-ran heard this name, a plump and adorable creature with a black and white color scheme appeared in his mind. Iron-eating beast. A fierce creature belonging to the bear family. The average combat power of its adult population is generally at the level of the Dao Master Realm, which is the 6th realm among the 10 levels of martial artists. According to the theory of social beasts, the leader of the group typically possesses a realm higher than that of the general population. Therefore, the leader of the iron-eating beast group should be at the Dao Controller Realm. Under normal circumstances, when Chongjiang City faces attacks from Dao Master Realm or Dao Controller Realm beasts, it can easily resolve the threat with the city defense artillery and the coordinated efforts of the city defense army. However, beast groups are entirely different. Not only are they numerous, but when their group is on the brink of extinction, they can also trigger a state of rage. At that time, the entire group will go mad to protect themselves, and their combat power will multiply geometrically. The danger posed in such a state is no less than that of high-level beasts. Thus, unwillingly, Chongjiang City has put in a lot of effort during this migration of the iron-eating beast group. Not only did they mobilize a large number of personnel to monitor along the migration route, but they also invested funds to purchase bamboo, which the iron-eating beasts love to eat, placing it along the route to guide them and prevent them from going astray. Ji-ran never expected that after crossing over he would encounter a familiar creature from his past life. Moreover, this creature is so popular on Earth. That feeling was akin to meeting an old friend in a foreign land. "I must go take a look," Ji-ran decided instantly within his heart. Ji-ma was watching Ji-ran. He understood his younger brother well, and upon seeing Ji-ran's expression, he instantly guessed his thoughts. "What are you The iron-eating beast may seem cute, but it is a Dao Master Realm beast. The city defense army does not dare to confront it head-on, so don't think about sneaking a look, alright?" Ji-ran came back to his senses. Seeing that his thoughts were seen through by his elder brother, he smiled sheepishly and said, "I understand. Just understand, hurry home. There's no danger on my side, so let Mom not worry. Please explain to Uncle for me," Ji-ma instructed. "Got it," Ji-ran replied irritably. Seeing this, Ji-ma was still uneasy and reminded him repeatedly, "Go home, understand? Go home, and if you dare to do anything else, you'll be in big trouble." "Alright." "Just kidding." Ji-ran pretended to agree but turned his head to reveal a mischievous grin. Waving his hand at GMO, he shouted, "Goodbye, take care of yourself and going home." "Be careful on the way." Ji-ma watched Ji-ran's departing figure, feeling uneasy in his heart. He wanted to personally escort his younger brother home, but with the task at hand, he could only pray in his heart that his brother would behave. Ji-ran pretended to be a good child and walked towards the western gate. Until he left the patrol area of the city defense team and confirmed that there was no one around, he immediately changed direction. Activating the martial god realm, he flew low over the city defense team towards the direction of the iron-eating beast group. 1 minute later, Ji-ran landed in a dense forest, deactivating the martial god realm and cautiously weaved between the trees. After advancing about 50 meters, he slowed down. Although dense trees blocked his view, he sensed the presence of several giant pandas nearby while in the martial god realm. The exact location should be right ahead. To avoid startling them, Jiran observed for a moment without advancing further. Instead, he approached the nearest sturdy tree, using both hands and feet to climb onto a branch. From his elevated position, he looked ahead. Upon seeing what lay before him, Jiran was momentarily stunned. About 10 meters ahead, a triangular black and white figure resembling a sticky rice ball was sitting behind a tree trunk, seemingly playing hide and seek, tilting its head to look into the distance. Seeing this figure, Jiran's heart trembled with excitement. A giant panda. This adorable creature loved by countless people on Earth was now appearing once again in another world. Not only did he see it, but if he wanted it, he could pet it freely. This was something he couldn't even dream of on Earth. Just as he was about to sneak closer for a better look, following the direction the giant panda was facing, Jiran froze once more. He saw a pond in that direction. Around the pond, 5 or 6 giant pandas were gathered. They were either licking their paws, playfully interacting with each other, or leaning over into the depths of the pond, seemingly waiting to catch fish. Witnessing this scene, Jiran couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was this panda doing? Why was it peeking at the other pandas in the distance? Soon Jiran would find the answer. While he was curious, a rustling sound came from the side. Then he saw several robust, plump giant pandas coming out. After these giant pandas appeared, they also noticed the panda hiding behind the small stick. Accompanied by a sound, Jiran saw the panda's round body shake, causing its flesh to jiggle. It stood up and was about to run. But just as it stood upright, the other pandas had already rushed over. With a loud thud, the panda was knocked away, followed by a one-sided rampage. The other pandas worked in concert, displaying proficient moves as they gave the panda a thorough beating. The muffled sounds of strikes made Jiran wince. They kept hitting it for a full 5 minutes. During this time, the pandas playing in the distance also noticed the commotion, but paid it no mind, and continued to enjoy their playful world. 5 minutes later, the pandas seemed to tire of beating the one underneath them and shouted a few things at it. The panda, terrified, covered its head and dared not move. Seeing this, the other pandas walked around it and headed towards the pond. What happened next left Jiran utterly astonished. He watched as the pandas swaggered to the edge of the pond, and then, as if they had a target in mind, each found a panda. Then, as if to declare ownership, they faced the direction of the panda they had just beaten. He watched as the pandas swaggered to the edge of the pond, and then, as if they had a target in mind, each found a panda. Then, as if to declare ownership, but he discovered that at this moment it could only watch helplessly without making any move. This is too tragic. Jiran couldn't bear to look, feeling some sympathy for the panda. This was truly a heartless act. He thought this was already quite excessive. However, 2 minutes later, the pandas that had just finished exercising suddenly came racing back. The panda in front of him seemed dazed, just sitting there without any intention of escaping. Then came another round of beating. Watching the giant panda being gang-beaten, Jiran's heart softened. Having lived 2 lives, he thought that life was difficult enough. But this kind of hardship was still based on fundamental moral principles. But now the panda faced nothing less than a heartless act. If this were to happen to a human, Jiran could hardly imagine how that person would continue living. Although this was not a human before him, it was once the giant panda he loved. Although this panda was peeping, which was a bit. With this thought in mind, Jiran leaped down from the tree. "Stop it!" he shouted forcefully. The few pandas surrounding the beaten one halted in their tracks. Following the direction of the voice, they saw a human approaching them. Upon seeing this sudden appearance of a human, the few pandas froze in place, looking at Jiran in confusion. The giant panda, also known as the iron-eating beast, is classified as a peaceful type of fierce beast in this world. This type of fierce beast has a characteristic. That is, when encountered in the wild, as long as one does not create conflict with them and allows them to pass without obstruction, one can avoid confrontation. Therefore, the few pandas in front of him did not immediately launch an attack upon seeing Jiran, but merely stared blank. Jiran, with a serious expression, pointed at the pandas and said, "You guys are bullying the panda too much, let it go right now." Fierce beasts generally have low intelligence. Even the previously known Han Yuetiang had the intelligence of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Let alone the giant pandas before him, who were only at the Tao Master realm. Seeing the human in front of them babbling incomprehensibly, the pandas began to grow wary. They all stood up, facing Jiran in a defensive posture. Their hostility towards this human, who dared to provoke them, became increasingly apparent. Confirming that the human before them posed no threat, they began to approach slowly, intending to tear Jiran apart. Witnessing this, Jiran curled his lips. Seeing the beaten panda glancing at him, he grinned. "Don't worry, brother, we'll help you get revenge. You must believe that this world is still beautiful, and a momentary setback means nothing. Keep going." Jiran was offering some motivational words to the giant panda. Then he looked at the approaching pandas, snorted, and cracked his knuckles. "Today, not only will I pet the panda, but I will also fight. I want to see if this iron-eating beast truly lives up to its name." As his words fell, golden light flickered. The pressure of the martial god realm descended upon the few pandas. 5 minutes later, Jiran stood with his hands on his hips, looking at a few giant pandas not far away, his face full of. Those black and white giant pandas were beaten into a colorful mess, their faces showing signs of bruising. At this moment, they were huddled in a corner, too scared to move. Looking at his masterpiece, Jiran raised his head and warned, "Let me tell you, one must be kind-hearted. No, as a panda, you must be kind-hearted. You went too far, hitting someone and doing it in front of them. Why don't you have some shame?" Ran grew more and more furious. Unable to hold back, he activated his martial god realm again and charged at the pandas. 2 minutes later, Ran returned to his original position. The pandas had tears in their eyes from the beating. Of course, he was still careful and did not use excessive force. They only looked miserable, suffering merely superficial injuries. In the distance, the panda that was ganged up on watched Ran's actions the whole time. Seeing Ran continuously beat his kind, its originally silent gaze suddenly became incredibly bright. Watching Ran's small figure, it seemed to be lost in thought, just staring fixedly at him. Ran naturally noticed the panda's gaze, but he did not pay it any mind. He shouted to the beaten pandas, "Let me tell you, be nicer to your kind from now on, understand? If I see you being so excessive again, I won't spare you. Now go on, scram." Ran waved his hand. Although the pandas in front of him couldn't understand human language, they could still comprehend the gesture. They saw Ran waving his hand. They hesitated to get up and cautiously backed away. Seeing that Ran did not stop them, the pandas turned and ran away as if they had seen a ghost. In the blink of an eye, only Ran and the beaten panda remained at the scene. "You need to cheer up. The world is beautiful and life is wonderful. Live well, difficulties will eventually pass and life will improve. Those sad memories will fade with time. You must live well and not think too negatively, okay?" Ran didn't care whether the panda could understand him and earnestly advised it, afraid that if he turned away, the panda might contemplate suicide. However, the panda in front of him seemed stunned, staring at him without moving. Seeing this scene, Ran was too lazy to investigate. "Forget it, just take care of yourself." He picked up his phone to check the time. "I should go home, there are guests at my place." He waved goodbye to the panda and turned to leave. Just a few steps away, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Turning back in confusion, he saw that the panda had actually followed him. "What do you want?" Ran took a step back. The panda merely stared at him without any additional actions. "I want to go home, do you understand? Home where I sleep." He gestured as if to indicate sleeping. Yet the panda remained. Seeing this, Ran hesitated for a moment and tried to walk away. He then discovered that every few steps he took, the panda followed suit, as if it was determined to stay with him. "You aren't planning to cling to me, are you?" Looking at the silent panda following him, Ran couldn't figure out what it was thinking. He thought for a moment and waved his fist, speculating, "Do you think I haven't beaten you enough?" This time the panda reacted lightly, snorting in response. "Oh." Ran realized, pointing at the panda and saying, "You really are insatiable." He initially wanted to refuse, but thinking of the panda's recent ordeal, he softened. "All right, I'll help you this once and beat them up again. But I want you to promise that after this we go our separate ways, okay?" The panda snorted again. Although Ran didn't understand, he took it as an agreement. He immediately turned around, activating the martial god realm to sense the fleeing panda's auras. Then he took the panda behind him and chased after the other pandas. 5 minutes later, he said, "Didn't we agree? I would help you beat them up once more, and then you'd stop following me. Why are you still tailing me?" Now he had been in the martial god realm for over 10 minutes. His body was already on the verge of its limits. He needed to save the remaining time for self-preservation, so he couldn't help anymore. But the panda kept following him step by step. What should he do? He couldn't possibly keep it. Not to mention whether he could afford to raise it, but in this world there was no concept of raising ferocious beasts. The struggle between humans and ferocious beasts had lasted for centuries. Now it was already restrained not to fight to the death. Raising ferocious beasts was completely impossible. Moreover, this panda appeared clumsy and adorable, but it was essentially a genuine ferocious beast of the Tao Master level. If he really brought it back to the city, it would likely cause a panic at first. At that time, he feared it would attract the city guards for a crackdown. Given the strength of a Tao Master beast, if a fight really broke out, it would be hard to subdue it without dozens of Tao Master level human warriors. If there were casualties, it would be even more not worth the loss. You following me is useless. If you come back with me, it won't just be a beating, they'll skin you alive, got it? What do you mean by that? You still want me to beat them up? Is that really the case? Do you want me to kill them all? You are too— For goodness sake, I really have to go? If I don't leave now, I'll be caught in another mixed beating. Let's part ways here, and we can meet again in the future, alright? However, no matter how much Ran tried to persuade, the panda stubbornly refused to leave, truly clinging to him. This left Ran speechless, momentarily unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away. "Teacher, can humans really coexist with ferocious beasts?" A sweet girl's voice was filled with confusion. Then a calm and knowledgeable woman's voice responded with a question. "Do you have pets?" "Yes, I have a dog named Kendo, and it's very cute." The woman taught, "Pets are beasts and ferocious beasts are also beasts. Since humans can coexist with pets, why can't they coexist with ferocious beasts?" The girl hesitated for a long time, but still did not believe. But the ferocious beasts discovered so far all have hostility towards humans. Even if humans want to coexist with the intelligence of ferocious beasts, they probably can't understand human kindness. The woman replied solemnly, "That's why this project chose the gentle species of ferocious beasts like the iron-eating beast. But they aren't that gentle after all." The girl seemed to complain. "Didn't the teacher almost get attacked yesterday? These gentle ferocious beasts are not—" The woman explained, "This was an accident. I've been following this group of iron-eating beasts for half a year, and I was close to being able to approach them. I didn't expect the group leader to be ambushed by a cold neckhound, resulting in a regression in their realm, and then the group went into chaos and began migrating due to territorial disputes. At this point the woman paused for a moment and continued, migration is inherently dangerous, so the group's vigilance increases and their temperament becomes irritable. Once they find a new territory and stabilize, I have a premonition that this project will make significant progress. Saying that, the woman became expectant, her tone turning dreamy. By that time our xianxia Martial Arts University Beastmaster Department, this globally unique unicorn major, might actually exist. The two fell silent and did not continue the conversation moving forward. The girl looked at the rugged ground beneath her feet with mud caked on her shoes and pouted. Teacher, you said to wait until they find a territory before researching them, but they haven't found one yet. If we go now, we won't be able to get close to the iron-eating beasts. What are we even going for? The woman replied, desensitization. We need to let this group get used to our presence, to our scent. Once they get accustomed to us, there will surely come a day when they can accept us. Oh. The girl reluctantly responded with an oh. The two continued to move through the jungle, not even 100 meters in, when they suddenly heard a sound ahead. Shoo. The woman slowed her pace and whispered in the girl's ear, it might be an iron-eating beast. Be careful, as long as we don't make too much noise they won't be hostile. The girl nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at rice. The two crouched down and cautiously moved forward, weaving through bushes and around trees that obstructed their view. When they saw the source of the sound, their initially hopeful expressions suddenly turned to shock. Their mouths agape. In their sight a young boy was staring intently at an iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast was sitting on the ground, while the boy was almost glued to it, holding its ears and chattering about, teacher. The two stared blankly at the scene for a long time, and the girl spoke in confusion. The woman came to her senses, looking at the extraordinary scene not far away that surpassed her understanding, and said in astonishment, come closer, but don't make a sound. The two cautiously approached. Soon a boy's voice came from ahead. It's not that I don't want you, I just can't afford to take care of you. You eat as much as 100 or 80 pounds of bamboo, and my family has been poor for 3 generations, so we can't support you. Besides, you are a fierce beast, big brother. If you follow me back to the city guards will skin you alive, and then they'll turn your skin into a coat, grind your bones into powder for aphrodisiac, and throw your intestines straight into the hot pot. Just think about how tragic that would be. So just go back, I beg you. Don't worry, I've talked to your companions, and that kind of thing won't happen again. Things will get better. At worst, don't look for those female bears. Find one that hasn't experienced that in front of you, and that way you can be at peace, right? Xianxia spoke earnestly, just like coaxing a child trying to persuade the giant panda before him. In the distance, the woman and the girl exchanged glances, their astonishment growing stronger. A human could get so close to a fierce beast. Especially when they saw the boy grab the iron-eating beast's ear and shake it vigorously. The woman was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that the iron-eating beast would go berserk at any moment. Moreover, this boy looked so young. The woman couldn't believe it and moved a bit closer. When she saw the giant panda in front of the boy, her heart skipped a beat. This? The woman exclaimed in shock. Since the two were already very close, Xianxia heard this and suddenly turned, glaring in the direction of the woman as he said sharply, who? The woman and the girl were momentarily taken aback. Realizing they had been exposed, the woman shielded the girl behind her and cautiously stepped out from behind the large tree. The moment the two stepped out, before Xianxia could ask anything, the panda in front of him reacted first. The panda, which had been sitting on the ground, stood up and faced the woman and the girl in a defensive posture, baring its teeth and letting out a low growl. Seeing this, the woman was startled and quickly shielded the girl, preparing to retreat. In the next second, she was frozen in place in shock. She saw the boy turn his head and, noticing the iron-eating beast baring its teeth, suddenly waved his hand into a fist and directly gave the beast a knock on the head. Stop growling and behave. Then she saw that the iron-eating beast, which she had seen go into a rage countless times, actually closed its mouth and settled down obediently. The woman was at a loss for words. Who are you? Xianxia asked. The woman regained her composure and, fearing a misunderstanding, quickly introduced herself. Hello, my surname is Jean, and my name is Xianxia. I am a professor at Xianxia Martial Arts University, and here is my identification. Xianxia took out her credentials from her waist pouch, unfolded it, and showed it to Xianxia. Then she pulled the girl over and introduced, this is my student, her name is Ma Xiaoyu. What do you go by? Hearing Xianxia introduce herself, Ran raised his eyebrows in surprise. Xianxia Martial Arts University, one of the 4 major martial arts universities of the Great Xia, one of the sacred places of martial arts that countless martial artists dream of. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary woman before him was actually a professor at Xianxia Martial Arts University. Out of instinct as a student, Ran felt a bit nervous, but his tone remained calm. I'm Ran, as in season. Ran almost blurted out that he came from Chongjiang No. 1 high school, but recalling that he had been expelled, he immediately fell silent, thinking of the name of the high school he was currently attending. Xianxia, eager to ask, said Ran. Hello, you at this? Xianxia pointed at the panda behind Ran. Ran was interrupted in his thoughts, looking at the obediently sitting panda beside him. He wore a helpless expression. I don't know what's going on either. I just felt sorry for it and helped it out, but didn't expect it to stick to me. He didn't mention his earlier encounter with the panda clan. After all, it was a fierce beast at the Udao level, and he was just a teenager under 20. If others found out he had beaten a fierce beast at that level, it would probably draw unnecessary attention and trouble. After listening to Ji Ran's explanation, xianxia was stunned. She looked at Ji Ran and then at the panda beside him, curiously asking, "You helped it? What kind of help?" Ji Ran thought for a moment, recalling the entire process from when he encountered the panda, and after some sorting, he described the whole experience. Only he omitted the part about beating the panda. After listening to Ji Ran's account, xianxia's expression changed from shock to bewilderment, and finally there was a hint of something unusual in her eyes. Then she asked a question that puzzled Ji Ran. "So just by helping it stuck to you? And you still say it's too pitiful?" Ji Ran shrugged. "Didn't I make it clear? It was beaten by its companions, and then, well, doesn't that sound tragic? Isn't that pitiful? It wouldn't happen to me." Ma Xiaoyu hid behind xianxia with a flushed face. Xianxia's lips twitched, hesitating before saying, "Actually, it's not pitiful at all." "Oh." Ji Ran was confused. Xianxia looked at the panda beside Ji Ran and said, "You might not know its identity." "Identity?" Ji Ran was puzzled, turning to look at the panda. "Isn't it just a bear, an iron-eating beast? What identity could it have? It is the leader of this clan." "What?" Ji Ran was shocked, staring blankly at the panda beside him. "Isn't it said that the leader of a fierce beast clan must have a cultivation level higher than that of the entire clan? Then what's going on with this coward in front of him? Can a leader still get beaten? And what's more, right in front of him? This leader must have such a tragic fate. Could it be that the giant pandas in this other world have some special quirks?" Xianxia explained. "To say it is the leader would be more accurate to say it was the former leader. However, its clan has not yet produced a new leader, so it wouldn't be wrong to call it the leader." Ji Ran was even more confused and asked what exactly is going on. Xianxia glanced at the panda, lost in memories. "This story goes back to a month ago when it was still the leader of this clan. Then suddenly a vicious beast at the Udao level, a cold-necked hound, intruded into their territory. As the leader, it fought to drive away the cold-necked hound for the safety of the clan. The two fierce beasts fought for 7 days and nights without a victor. Later, the cold-necked hound pretended to be defeated and fled. It thought it had won and relaxed its guard, only to be ambushed by that cold-necked hound, suffering core damage and falling back to the Udao level. Later, the clan was forced to migrate, which is why they ended up here." Listening to xianxia's explanation, Ji Ran cast a deep glance at the giant panda beside him. His sympathy grew even stronger. He didn't expect that before this it had another tragic story. After enduring consecutive blows, it was still alive and shamelessly clinging to him. One couldn't help but say that this panda had a thick skin. "So," Ji Ran said sympathetically, "its clan, because it lost the spirit emperor in battle, blamed it, which is why they treated it that way, right?" Xianxia shook her head firmly. "No. No." Ji Ran looked at Xianxia in confusion. Xianxia pursed her lips, unsure of how to explain. After a long pause, she finally organized her thoughts and explained, "First of all, the reason for the clan's migration was not because of the expulsion by that cold-necked hound. After successfully ambushing it, that cold-necked hound left and did not stay in their territory at all. Then you just said they were forced to migrate." Xianxia stared at the panda in front of her. "It was because after its defeat, its cultivation level plummeted, and several iron-eating beasts in the clan that had long coveted the position of leader began to provoke it. To prevent them from increasing their strength and threatening its status, it ate all the spiritual bamboo in their territory. It didn't know that the bamboo forest in their territory relied on those spiritual bamboos to survive. Because they had always kept seeds, the bamboo forest had remained intact. But with the spiritual bamboo gone in the northern climate, those bamboos naturally couldn't survive. The bamboo forest withered, and the clan lost its primary food source, hence they were forced to migrate." Ji Ran rubbed his forehead. He glanced at the panda beside him, wondering whether to say it was clever or foolish. If he said it was foolish, it knew to eat the spiritual bamboo to avoid being challenged by its kind. If he said it was clever, it had also destroyed its clan's food source with its own hands. "What a genius." Ji Ran sighed inwardly, and then said, "So, it's because it destroyed the bamboo forest that its clan blamed it, which is why they treated it that way." "No." Xianxia shook her head. "That's only the reason for their migration. The clan didn't blame it for damaging the—" "Then why did they treat it that way?" Ji Ran asked. Xianxia said quietly, "It was because it went too far. Under normal circumstances, iron-eating beast clans practice monogamy. The clan leader as the leader can have the privilege of 1 or 2 more partners. But it's different." Hearing this, Ji Ran's heart skipped a beat. He then heard Xianxia continue, "After it became the leader, it occupied all the female iron-eating beasts in the clan." "Oh wait, not occupied but toyed with." Xianxia's face flushed slightly. "It's just a lecher. Besides its own partner, it relying on its position as leader disregarded the resistance of other male iron-eating beasts, and at any time and place forced itself on the female iron-eating beasts." Saying this, Xianxia slowly exhaled. "The clan has suffered under it for a long time, so after its cultivation dropped, and it lost its position as leader, the other iron-eating beasts in the clan retaliated against it, which is why they treated it that way." Ji Ran fell silent. He silently took a step back from the panda beside him, looking at its pitiful appearance. He completely lost the sympathy he had before. "I didn't expect you, old man, to have been so lecherous before. You really are carrying someone." Ji Ran extended a finger and poked hard at the panda's head. The panda's head was poked askew, but it didn't get angry. Instead, it obediently sat beside Ji-ran. Xianxia's eye twitched at Ji-ran's action. Ji-ran, young man, are you really just helping it vent? Are you just going to let it be like this? Xianxia found it hard to accept. She had spent over half a year in the wild in the territory of the iron-eating beast and could only get somewhat close to it. But this young man before her could not only casually touch the iron-eating beast, but also hit it without it getting angry. After spending half her life researching fierce beasts, what was happening before her completely overturned her understanding. Ji-ran rubbed the panda's head and said, "That's right. By the way, you're a professor. Do you know what's going on here?" Xianxia took a heavier breath, suppressing her inner reluctance, and spoke as calmly as she could. "Then may I ask, how exactly did you help it vent? Would you mind sharing?" Ji-ran paused. How could he explain this? Should he just say he beat up the panda? No way, that was too far-fetched. What about finding an excuse to muddle through? After all, she was a professor. She could wander the wilderness and even brought a student along, so her martial arts skills must be considerable. How could she not see through a lie? After thinking for a while, Ji-ran couldn't come up with a way to explain. That. He scratched his head. Upon seeing this, Xianxia displayed an expression of as expected. If the young man really said he vented his anger with brute force, she might not believe it. The iron-eating beast was a fierce beast of the Tao Master realm. Brute force. How strong must this young man's martial arts be? Tao Master realm. He looked to be no more than 20. A 20-year-old in the Tao Master realm was impossible to imagine. So in her view, this young man must have used some special method to subdue the fierce beast of the Tao Master realm. As for this method, Xianxia saw that Ji-ran was unwilling to share, so she didn't press further. Is it inconvenient to say? That's fine, now everyone has their secrets. I was being presumptuous. Seeing Xianxia being so accommodating, Ji-ran had a greatly improved impression of her. To avoid continuing this topic, he changed the subject. Professor Jean, does this mean it's relying on me? What should I do? I can't take it back to the city. That would be ridiculous. Is there a way to send it back to its group? Xianxia's heart was racing. Watching the phenomenon she had pursued all her life being dismissed by the young man before her, a small voice inside her was roaring with anger. Who does he think he is? Although she was roaring inside, Xianxia remained very calm on the surface. If you find it inconvenient, you can hand it over to I happen to be an expert in fierce beasts and was just looking to study the iron-eating beast. Ji-ran, seeing the panda coming closer again, helplessly said, "Do you really think it looks like it would follow you?" Xianxia had already thought of a countermeasure, straightening her posture. "What I mean is, you could come with me. You don't seem to have a fixed job at your young age. As a professor at Xianxia Martial Arts University, I can hire assistants in society. The benefits and salary would surely be better than what you have now. Moreover, there are great benefits. You might consider it." Xianxia had previously doubted that Ji-ran was a student. However, she suddenly thought that all universities were in session at this time. How could a student be here? If it was for training, there were no protectors, which didn't count as proper training. On the contrary, his presence here made him seem more like a dropout trying to make a quick buck outside the city. Thus, she extended the invitation. In her view, this little dropout would definitely be eager to accept a position at Xianxia Martial Arts University. After all, among the dropout crowd, being hired by a top university would give them something to boast about for a long time. However, Ji-ran's next reaction surprised her. Ji-ran shook his head and said, "Sorry, I can't go." Why? Xianxia was taken aback, her face full of confusion. Ji-ran replied honestly, "The college entrance exam is in a few days, and I still have to take the exam. After the exam, I will have to go to school, so I can't be your assistant." "You're a student? Senior year?" Xianxia's eyes widened. The girl named Ma Xiaoyu behind her was also astonished, unable to stop scanning Ji-ran up and down. Ji-ran looked at his own body and replied, "Doesn't it look like it? No falsehood, I'm a third-year student at Xiangyang Vocational High School about to participate in the college entrance examination." As he said this, Ji-ran paused and suddenly thought of his current realm, smiling. "Although I can't be your assistant, I can still get into Xianxia Martial Arts University. By then, I will still be your student. So please take care of me when that time comes, Professor Jean." Xianxia stood still, re-evaluating the young man before her. She had clearly heard what he just said. A student from Xiangyang Vocational High School. She knew of this school. The reason she knew of such a bottom-ranked school in a small city was that her purpose for coming here was not merely to observe the iron-eating beast. She also had another task. That was to represent Xianxia Martial Arts University and recruit new students in Chongjiang City. The martial arts college entrance examination was different from the college entrance examination on Earth. In the Earth college entrance examination, after the exam, it takes half a month for grading before scores are released. The martial arts college entrance examination is completely different. Because the results are available on the spot, the admission results can be known as soon as the next day. Those talented students are usually snatched up by major martial arts universities immediately after their results. Xianxia came here to do this work. However, this year was different from previous years. The overall strength of the student source had greatly improved, and the school had learned that there were no good candidates in Chongjiang City this year. That was why she appeared here at this time. Otherwise, as one of the recruiters from the 4 major martial arts universities of Daxia, she would have been secretly busy preparing for recruitment long ago. She had seen the name Xiangyang Vocational High School on the list of local universities during her preparatory work before coming to Chongjiang City. However, after seeing the previous year's results of this school, she had just taken a glance and hadn't paid any further attention. She didn't expect that the person she invited would be a student from a bottom-ranked school. Moreover, he had the audacity to claim he would get into xianxia Martial Arts University. Seeing the confident demeanor of the young man before her, Xianxia thought for a moment and advised, "You want to get into xianxia Martial Arts University? It's good for young people to have confidence, but you may be underestimating the difficulty of getting into the 4 major martial arts universities of Daxia. Even in Chongjiang City's first high school, only 1 or 2 students can get in each year. This year, the overall strength of the students taking the exam has risen, making it even harder to get in, so you." Xianxia did not continue. Her meaning was clear. Give up and then drop out and come work as my assistant. Ji Ran naturally picked up on her. He didn't mind the professor's disdain. After all, anyone who heard that a student from Shenyang Vocational High School wanted to get into the 4 major martial arts universities of Daxiao would know it was impossible. It was already commendable that this professor patiently explained things. If it were someone else with a high opinion of themselves, they would probably have already started mocking him. At this moment, looking at the sincerity in Xianxia's eyes, Ji Ran smiled. He pretended to be confused and said blankly, "I wasn't lying, you. I've already reached the Seeking Dao realm. Is it really impossible for me to get into xianxia Martial Arts University?" So, Xianxia was stunned, seriously recalling Ji Ran's words, and then her whole person froze, stammering. "You, Seeking Dao realm?" "Indeed, seeking the Dao realm." Ji Ran nodded solemnly. Xianxia drew a sharp breath and scrutinized him anew from head to toe. Owing to her cultivation art, her perception of a martial artist's vital energy was unusually dull. Moreover, Ji Ran had just activated his divine martial realm cultivation, leaving his entire body's vital energy in a state of depletion. Thus, ever since their meeting, Xianxia had assumed he was merely at the body-forging realm. She never imagined he would declare himself a seeker of the Tao. It struck her as utterly inconceivable, her disbelief palpable. At that moment, Ma Xiaoyu behind her also stared at Ji Ran with wide-eyed incredulity and blurted out, "You're truly at the Seeking the Tao realm. How do you prove it?" Ji Ran merely curled his lips, not deigning to argue. He lifted one foot, lightly calibrated the force precisely, then brought it down with sudden crushing power. Boom! A crater formed beneath his foot, 2 centimeters deep, 20 centimeters in diameter, carved by sheer outward projection of K-force. The panda beside him cast a sideways glance at the crater, then up at Ji Ran's face, snorted disdainfully, and resumed its lounging pose, watching the spectacle with detached amusement. Xianxia's eyes blazed with intensity, fixed unblinkingly upon Ji Ran. External projection of K-force. Only cultivators at the latest Qi absorption realm could achieve such mastery. Yet, Ji Ran's impact bore the unmistakable signature of the Seeking the Tao realm, precise, devastating, and profound. Ma Xiaoyao gaped, even wider, stunned into silence as he stared at the crater beneath Ji Ran's feet. Then he tilted his head upwards, seeking confirmation, not from Ji Ran, but from his teacher's expression. Xianxia's breathing grew audibly heavier. She inhaled deeply several times, striving to calm her racing heart before asking, voice deliberately steady, "When did you break through?" "Yesterday," Ji Ran replied truthfully. "Yesterday?" Xianxia murmured the word, then her gaze snapped into fierce focus. With unwavering conviction, she declared, "You need not sit for the national examination. On behalf of xianxia Martial Arts University, I hereby extend an official invitation. Should you accept, our admissions process commences immediately, and within half an hour at most your official acceptance letter will be delivered to the Chongjiang Municipal Bureau of Martial Education. What is your decision?" As she spoke, Xianxia reached for her phone at her waist. Clearly prepared to dial the university, the instant Ji Ran gave his assent. Ji Ran cleared his throat softly, observing the hunger blazing unmasked in Xianxia's eyes. He fully grasped the weight, the extraordinary value, of her words. Yet his gaze swept the surroundings, then lingered on Xianxia's loose hiking attire. This feels suspiciously like an impromptu makeshift operation. A wry thought flickered through Ji Ran's mind, though aloud he said only, "Professor Jin, surely this is rather hasty." Seeing his hesitation, Xianxia mistook it for reluctance. Her heart skipped a beat. This was a treasure beyond measure. She could not afford to lose him. Initially, she'd been deeply displeased at being assigned to recruit new students in Chongjiang City, a provincial backwater. After all, prestigious regions yielded exceptional martial talents. And should any student later rise to greatness, her role as their recruiter would etch a brilliant, indelible stroke across her own professional legacy. Chongjiang City, however, offered little promise. Though not quite a barren wasteland, it came perilously close. Each year, barely 1 or 2 students qualified for the 4 great academies, scarce enough to divide among recruiters, and even those who passed merely met the baseline standard, not excellence. She had already resigned herself to failure, until astonishingly she encountered a wild, untamed genius in the wilderness. No, more than a genius. A third-year high school student at the Seeking the Tao realm. With such potential, he might one day ascend to the Tao Tribulation realm, or even the Divine Martial realm. A discoverer of Divine Martial realm cultivators. The more Xianxia contemplated it, the more exhilarated she became. Already envisioning herself seated upon the Chancellor's throne of xianxia Martial Arts University, a faint unconscious smile curving her lips. Ma Xiaoyu, noticing her teacher's prolonged silence, gently nudged her. Jin Yinji jolted back to reality. Then seeing Ji Ran's lingering uncertainty, her mind raced through 1,000 persuasive strategies. Yet after exhaustive deliberation, burning through countless mental reserves, she concluded sincerity held greater power than artifice. So she smiled gently and spoke with deliberate candor. Ji Ran, let me speak plainly. At your current martial cultivation level, every martial academy in Daxia, and indeed across the world, would fiercely compete for your enrollment. Our meeting here may well be fate, yours and Xianxia martial arts universities. Thus I am profoundly reluctant to relinquish this rare, opportune advantage. Regarding this invitation, I speak on behalf of Xianxia Martial Arts University, with genuine heartfelt. Of course this is no demand. Refusal remains yours to make. But I ask you to understand we approach you not as supplicants, but as earnest admirers extending our deepest respect and highest hopes. We sincerely wish you would join us. Ji Ran listened in silence, his expression unchanged, his posture motionless. Fearing his silence signaled insufficient sincerity, Jin Yinji swiftly unveiled her strongest enticement. Naturally, this invitation carries tangible substance. Xianxia Martial Arts University has always been exceptionally generous toward outstanding students. We provide not only the world's most advanced martial training apparatus, but also a globally peerless medical system. Furthermore, each year you'll receive unconditional allocations of martial resources sufficient for all daily cultivation needs. Beyond these, our library houses over 80% of the world's extant martial cultivation arts, and more than half of all known martial techniques, freely accessible for your selection. Now that you've entered the Seeking the Tao realm, this access becomes indispensable. Should you feel uncertain, lacking direction, we assign each student the finest martial instructors across Daxia, who will assess your holistic aptitude and recommend the most fitting cultivation art and martial technique, tailored exclusively to you. And they will guide you, unconditionally for life. Should you harbor additional requests, voice them freely. So long as they remain reasonable, we shall strive to fulfill them. Even if full compliance proves impossible, we will devise equitable compromises, ensuring your expectations remain unbroken. Please consider it carefully. Ma Xiaoyu had never heard her teacher speak so exhaustively, or with such fervent urgency. Hearing it all, she pouted inwardly, resentment simmering. Why didn't I receive such treatment upon enrollment? As Ma Xiaoyu sulked, Ji Ran's outward composure masked a tempest raging within. These terms, so lavish they would stagger any martial cultivator, let alone himself. They were staggering, breathtakingly generous. Assuming Jin Yinji spoke truth, accepting meant 4 years of unparalleled ease. No resource scarcity, no struggle, no compromise. What more could one possibly desire? Ji Ran nearly surrendered on the spot. Yet, just as his lips parted, an unexpected figure flashed across his mind. Lu Xiao, the vice principal whose grotesque visage had forced him to withdraw from school. Having lived twice, Ji Ran cultivated profound inner peace, cherishing this second chance with quiet reverence. Thus few people stirred lasting resentment in him. Lu Xiao stood alone, his infamy over 3 years compounded by that vile triumphant sneer during Ji Ran's expulsion. For one fleeting moment, Ji Ran had nearly unleashed his divine martial realm power to tear Lu Xiao limb. He refrained, not from cowardice nor mercy, but because he knew the true source of his fury extended far beyond one man, the unseen principle lurking in shadows and all complicit enablers who shared his corruption. To destroy them outright would be too swift, too merciful. Sometimes annihilating an enemy entirely fails to satisfy the soul. True catharsis lies in shattering them where they cherish most, in their reputation, their legacy, their meticulously curated records of success. Hence Ji Ran's plan to shine brilliantly in the national examination. Imagine the faces of First High School's faculty when they saw the very student they expelled for poor academic prospects surpassing all others with dazzling results. The thought thrilled him endlessly. Yet accepting Jin Yinji's early admission would render the exam obsolete. Without the exam, how could he deliver that exquisite humiliation? Without humiliation, where lay his satisfaction? Youthful audacity demanded boldness. It was his due, his right. For that long-imagined moment, Ji Ran steeled himself against temptation and declined. Professor Jin, I must respectfully decline. Why, oi? The question burst from Jin Yinji, her breath catching midair, her expression instantly stricken. Accepting early admission means forfeiting the national examination. I must sit for it, so I have no choice but to refuse. My apologies. But rest assured, once scores are released, I will choose Xianxia Martial Arts University, provided your terms remain. But rest assured, once scores are released, I will choose Xianxia Martial Arts University, provided your terms remain. Her posture relaxed, her voice lightened. Whoever said early admission precludes sitting the national examination? Ji Ran looked puzzled. Jin Yinji smiled and explained, participating in the exam is your right. Even if you go for early recruitment, you can still take the exam. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Ji Ran asked in confusion, then what if someone admits me on the spot? What should I do? Jin Yinji smiled confidently. Isn't that a coincidence? I am the representative of Xianxia Martial Arts University this year. Unless something unexpected happens, I should be present during your exam. Oh, Ji-ran looked at Xianxia in surprise. Should he say he was lucky, or that it was a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? He unexpectedly ran into a university representative in the wild. However, speaking of which, from his understanding, shouldn't the university representatives be preparing for recruitment at this time? Why was Xianxia here? Xianxia seemed to notice Ji-ran's confusion and coughed awkwardly at him. Ji-ran, how about this? We won't interfere with your exam. Are you willing to join Xianxia Martial Arts University? Ji-ran steadied himself and asked softly then. What about those conditions? Xianxia smiled. They all count. Great. Ji-ran clapped his hands, stepped forward to shake hands with Xianxia, and said, Thank you, Professor Jin. I am honored to join Xianxia Martial Arts University. However, as he reached out and took a few steps, he noticed that Xianxia and her companion stepped back. What does that mean? Having second thoughts, Ji-ran's heart trembled. That was a vast amount of martial arts resources. Would Xianxia Martial Arts University really go back on their word? Just as he was wondering, he realized why the two had stepped back. Ji-ran smacked the panda on the head. The panda obediently sat down, and Ji-ran smiled as he stepped in front of Xianxia. After shaking hands with Ji-ran smacked the panda on the head. The panda obediently sat down, and Ji-ran smiled as he stepped in front of Xianxia. After shaking hands with her, Xianxia glanced nervously at the panda behind them. She took out her phone and asked, Your student ID name, and they'll have someone check your student registration. The admission notice will be mailed soon. Please provide a delivery address, either the school or your home. Ji-ran provided his student ID and address. As for the admission notice, he thought for a moment and said, Professor Jin, there's no rush for the admission notice, just as long as it's with the other students. Xianxia was about to ask why. Suddenly realizing that Ji-ran had to take the exam, she acknowledged that he had things he needed to do and didn't push back. After all, his student registration had already been transferred and no one could take it away. The admission notice was just a formality. It didn't matter when it was sent. After nodding in agreement, her phone rang soon after. Xianxia answered the call. Professor Jin, did you send the information using your private recruitment quota to admit a vocational high school student? Even if he's at the peak of the body refinement stage, he doesn't meet the recruitment criteria. Ji-ran had just broken through and hadn't updated his cultivation level in time. According to official records, he was still a student stuck at the peak of the body refinement stage for half a year. Xianxia smiled crookedly, already planning her counterattack. The information is correct. Hurry and adjust the records for admission. Don't waste time, she urged. On the other end of the call, there was a pause before continuing. Professor Jin, I must remind you that while every professor has a quota for new students, the admitted students must meet the admission standards. The school has strict regulations against accepting bribes or selling quotas. If discovered, your position as a professor may be in jeopardy, and you could even be expelled from the school. Have you thought this through? Clearly, Xianxia Martial Arts University suspected that Xianxia had accepted money from someone. Xianxia did not argue, but asserted firmly, Enough with the nonsense. I know all this. Just do as I say, and I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. A heavy sigh came from the other end of the line, followed by, All right, so may I ask what major this new student named Ji-ran chooses? Xianxia pressed the phone down and asked Ji-ran, what major do you want to choose? As for the major, Ji-ran hesitated. He really hadn't thought it through. Martial Arts University has different majors based on the martial arts techniques, skills, and personalities of the martial artists. There are majors like the Mad Blade system for those who excel with blades, the Sword Lotus system for those who are good with swords, and the Shield Warrior system for those who specialize in defense, among others. Ji-ran had been immersed in the realm of martial gods due to the power within him since childhood and had no impression of any weapons. As for his own martial god realm martial arts, he had a shallow cultivation level and couldn't yet perceive it. This led to Ji-ran not knowing what to choose thus far. Blade, sword, shield, bow, or something else. Being suddenly asked now really stumped him. However, he wasn't anxious. After all, Xianxia had just mentioned that one of the benefits for him was that no matter what he chose, there would be professional teachers to guide him. So for him, any major would be fine. But he still had to pick one. Ji-ran thought back and felt that the sword was good, stylish, elegant, and handsome. Moreover, in the martial arts world, sword cultivators are quite popular, with many famous and handsome swordsmen recorded in history. With this thought in mind, just as Ji-ran was about to speak, Xianxia suddenly interrupted him, not giving him a chance to continue, and said, If you haven't made up your mind, just follow me for now. We can discuss it after enrollment. You? Ji-ran wanted to ask what it meant to follow her. But he saw Xianxia gazing into the distance, changing the subject. All right, it's settled. Unless something unexpected occurs in half an hour, your student registration will be transferred to Xianxia Martial Arts University. Ji-ran, welcome to the century-old institution, Xianxia Martial Arts University. Though Xianxia's words weren't heavy, each word at the end had a peculiar charm. A century-old institution, Xianxia Martial Arts University. How many people's dreams, how many have shed sweat for these 6 words in their youth, only to end up empty-handed, becoming inner demons. Yet now he merely looked at the panda and got admitted. The world is indeed wondrous. Feeling a surge of excitement, he stepped forward and shook hands with Xianxia, saying, Thank you, Professor Jin. I look forward to your guidance in the future. No need to be polite, Ji-ran. Xianxia's smile nearly reached her ears. Ma Xiaoyu stepped forward, extending her hand. Hello Ji Ran, let's get reacquainted. My name is Ma Xiaoyu. Since you joined Xianxia Martial Arts University, I am now your senior sister representing Xianxia Martial Arts University. Cough, cough, cough. Ma Xiaoyu's words were interrupted by xianxia's cough, and then she awkwardly said, just representing Xianxia Martial Arts University works. Ma Xiaoyu gave xianxia a deep look, then turned to Ji Ran again. On behalf of Xianxia Martial Arts University, I welcome you. Thank you, senior sister. Because he was overwhelmed with joy, Ji Ran didn't notice xianxia's unusual demeanor. Seeing Ji Ran not suspecting anything, xianxia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The three chatted amiably in the wilderness, becoming much more familiar with each other. Then xianxia turned her attention to the panda not far behind Ji Ran. Ji Ran, what do you plan to do with this Iron Eater? Oh right, teacher. Having just had the conversation, Ji Ran had already changed his address from professor to teacher. He said, I wanted to ask you, it seems like it has been following me. What should I do? Hearing Ji Ran's response, xianxia felt a sudden sense of helplessness. Recruiting a genius led to finding another genius. Ji Ran's impact on her regarding fierce beasts was indeed substantial. Now returning to the topic of the Ironiator, xianxia's feeling of why re-emerged. Ji Ran, how did you subdue it? Is it really inconvenient to say? Ji Ran smiled awkwardly. How could he explain? Should he directly say he was a martial god who conquered it through force? No, better not. If he said that, it wouldn't just be a matter of shock, it could invite unnecessary danger. Xianxia looked at Ji Ran's smile, a fleeting disappointment crossed her mind. She didn't dwell too much on it. She understood Ji Ran's caution. After all, the methods to subdue fierce beasts, if revealed, could create quite a stir. Once it is confirmed effective through experimentation, she feared that countries around the world would go mad, frantically sending spies into the Great Xia. It was understandable that Ji Ran wouldn't disclose such an important method. After all, he would be with her for the next 4 years, and she believed that over time Ji Ran would trust her and reveal this method. Alright, if you're not going to say, then you definitely can't take this Iron Eater back to Chongjiang City. If you trust me, how about hand it over to you? Ji Ran's heart stirred. Xianxia nodded. One of my jobs at Xianxia Martial University is to study fierce beasts. I brought some necessary equipment this time, and I can take it back to Xianxia Martial University. The campus of Xianxia is vast and has a specialized area for raising fierce beasts. This Iron Eater can be fostered there. Anyway, in 2 months you will also go to Xianxia, and you can reunite there. Ji Ran's eyes lit up. That works. He quickly turned around, approached the panda, and tugged at its ear, saying, you will go with her now. They'll head home to take the exam, and we'll meet in the capital later. Why? The giant panda looked at Ji Ran with a puzzled expression, tilting its head. Seeing this, Ji Ran felt helpless. He then added gestures, saying, you go with her. We'll take the exam. Then meet in the capital. Okay. This time the giant panda seemed to understand, responding with a snort. Seeing this, Ji Ran didn't care what it meant and turned to xianxia, saying it agreed. Xianxia's mouth twitched, unsure of what to say. However, seeing the fierce Ironiator, which looked ferocious to the world, being so easily subdued by a young boy without anger, she decided not to think too much about it. She picked up her phone and dialed another number. Hello, it's me, Xianxia. I'm sending you the location. Send a plane over to bring the number 3 cage. Yes. After hanging up, Xianxia nodded to Ji Ran, saying, in 10 minutes my people will return. They will pack it up and airlift it to the capital. So, you better calm it down. If it goes berserk, a fierce beast at the Dao conquering stage will be hard for us to subdue. Ji Ran nodded, feeling a bit guilty. After all, he didn't know if this ancestor had truly agreed. Seeing that time was running short, Ji Ran secretly leaned close to the panda's ear, whispering repeatedly, go with her, ill arrive soon. Go with her, ill arrive soon. Go with her, go with her, go with her. Go with her, go with her, go with her. Ji Ran's lips had become sore from repeating himself. The sound of a helicopter roared from the horizon, and soon a dual-rotor armed transport helicopter slowly approached, carrying a 4-meter square crate. Xianxia took out a signal device to confirm their positions. When the personnel on the helicopter saw the Iron Eater moving freely below, they nearly thought they had flown to the wrong destination and were about to flee. It was Xianxia who contacted them, persuading them to stay. The crew looked at the panda on the ground, which was a real Iron Eater. With just one slap, it could tear the helicopter apart. Feeling anxious when they saw a young boy standing next to the panda, they were even more shocked, nearly causing the helicopter. Rubbing their eyes to confirm they weren't seeing things, the crew exchanged looks, seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Soon the helicopter slowly descended. The massive crate crashed to the ground, emitting a metallic clang. The wind from the dual rotors blew leaves flying and raised clouds of dust. Xianxia squinted as she walked to the crate and pressed the switch. Amid the urgent alarm, one side of the crate slowly rose, revealing that the interior was not cold steel, but some unknown leathery material with weeds covering the bottom. After confirming that everything was fine, Xianxia waved at Ji Ran. Upon seeing this, Ji Ran turned to the panda and said, go with her. The next moment, the giant panda seemed to understand his words, obediently getting up and walking towards the crate. In the surprised gazes of everyone, the panda climbed into the iron crate, obediently glancing back at Ji Ran with a deep look, then lay down quietly. Xianxia, filled with envy, pressed the door close button. Ji Ran watched the giant panda and then looked at the surrounding forest. He thought about how it was about to leave its clan to enter the human world, possibly never seeing its clan again in this lifetime. His heart suddenly felt a deep sympathy for the panda. He could empathize with its loneliness. Don't worry, I will come to find. Just as the door was about to close, Ran shouted. Inside the crate, the panda looked up at Ran through the ventilation openings, as if in response. Soon the helicopter flew away. During this process, xianxia also contacted relevant personnel to ensure the panda's transport went smoothly. Don't worry, this plane goes directly to the capital. The entire process won't involve anyone else. As long as it doesn't go berserk, it will surely arrive safely, and we will directly place it in the fierce beast nurturing area. Every day, dedicated personnel will come to feed it, so it won't go hungry. Seeing Ran's mood a bit low, xianxia spoke up to comfort him. Ran nodded. The giant panda had already left, and there was no need for the three of them to stay any longer. Thus they set off together towards Chongjiang City. On the way, xianxia received news that Ran's student registration had been successfully locked, in which meant that Ran was now a member of Xianxia Martial Arts University. Xianxia, filled with excitement, invited Ran to dinner. However, Ran recalled that his uncle, whom he had never met, was coming today, and he had already delayed too long. He needed to get home quickly. He declined xianxia's invitation. After exchanging contact information at the West Gate, they parted ways. He hurried home. Putting aside what had happened today, he began to wonder what his uncle would look like. What kind of voice would he have, and what would his personality be like? And what exactly happened between his father and grandfather? What kind of conflict could lead a son to not contact his family for over 20 years? With various curiosities in his heart, Ran rushed home. Arriving at his doorstep, he gently unlocked the door. The moment he opened the door, he saw a pair of shiny high-end leather shoes he had never seen before. Tianhao hasn't shown up. It seems he's still holding a grudge against me. The speaker was Tianlin, the elder brother of Tianhao, who was also Ran's uncle. He leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs, and although his posture seemed casual, it could not conceal the innate aura of a person born to be in power. Su Ning sat beside him, composed in demeanor, yet her expression betrayed her nervousness. Hearing Tianlin's words, she forced a smile and said, "Elder brother, that's not fair. Tianhao is truly busy. Recently, there has been an influx of people in Chongjiang City, and the demand for their company's products has increased. He has been working overtime for a long time now." Tianlin raised an eyebrow, speaking slowly, yet with an air of authority. "It's been over 20 years since we've seen each other. Am I not more important than his work?" Su Ning caught her breath, managing a smile, but remaining silent. Tianlin pondered for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it, I know his resentment hasn't faded. Back then, because of your situation, there was quite a rift with the family, but it's been 20 years. We're all family now, not enemies. Let bygones be bygones." "Elder brother is right," Su Ning said, slightly bowing. Tianlin scanned the living room, observing the modest, yet lively atmosphere of the home, without revealing any emotion. However, when he noticed the photo wall on one side of the television, his gaze lingered for a moment, taking in the details of the room. "The house is nice, but it's too small." This time back, let Tianhao and the old man soften their stance. "When the time comes, you can choose any manor in the capital. It's far better than this remote little place. And as for his job, Humph, the third young master of the Ji family, is working as a director in a workshop. If this gets out, it will be a laughingstock." Su Ning listened quietly to Tianlin's words, looking around the room that held 20 years of her memories. She replied respectfully, "Thank you for your kindness, elder brother. This place is very nice, and Tianhao is quite satisfied with his life now. I still need to ask for his opinion about returning to the capital." Tianlin looked at Su Ning calmly. His intimidating presence made her a bit anxious. "Good. Just tell him that the old man has spoken and wants him to come back. The past is the past, and the old man holds no grudges. He shouldn't be childish clinging to the past." Su Ning bowed slightly and replied, "Yes, I will tell Tianhao that." Tianlin nodded slightly, continuing, "In fact, returning to the capital will only bring benefits to your family, not drawbacks." Su Ning smiled and nodded, listening quietly. Tianlin spoke with a long tone. "Over the years, the family has still been keeping an eye on you all. We know about your family's situation." Su Ning was slightly taken aback. Tianlin continued, "That brat Amo has such good talent, yet he's wasting it in the city guard. Once you return, the family can arrange for him to train with the Qingya army for 2 years. After that, with his talents and qualifications, he can have a promising future in either military or politics." Tianlin paused for a moment before changing the subject. "As for Ran, we are aware of his situation with the stone body." This time, Su Ning couldn't maintain her composure, her expression changing. Since Ran was expelled, he hadn't touched the body refining equipment at home for 2 full months. As a parent, she chose to trust her child on the surface without interference. Yet seeing her child seemingly give up, she couldn't help but worry, fearing that Ran's cheerful demeanor was justified. Tianlin noticed her reaction and raised his voice slightly. "A Ran stone body is a terminal illness for an ordinary family. But that's just for ordinary families. With the resources of the Ji family, even if there's a glimmer of hope, the Ji family can ensure it is realized. For the sake of your child, you should really consider it." Su Ning nodded, her expression serious. Tianlin added, "You may not know, but this year's exams are highly competitive. With Iran's peak body refining cultivation and his stone body condition, not to mention the 4 major martial arts academies of Daxia, no martial arts university would dare to enroll him. However, as long as you return to the capital the family guarantees, he can enter one of the 4 martial arts academies for further studies. At that time, even if Iran's stone body can't be cured with the identity of a graduate from the 4 major martial arts academies and the backing of the Ji family, his future won't be bleak. Su Ning lowered her head in silence, visibly shaken. Now hearing that Ji Ran had the opportunity for a promising, as a mother she naturally felt tempted. Ji Tianlin slightly raised the corners of his mouth, lowering his voice, and saying, "For the sake of your child, you should really persuade Tianhao to come home." At this point, Su Ning silently nodded, tacitly agreeing with Ji Tianlin's suggestion. Just then the door lock was turned and both of them looked toward the front door. Ji Ran opened the door and was surprised to see the luxurious shoes at the entrance. He never expected that this uncle he had never met would be a nouveau riche. Does this mean I don't have to work hard? With this thought, Ji Ran's eyes brightened as he raised his voice, "Mom, I'm back." Su Ning nodded to Ji Tianlin and stood up to go to the door. "Why are you only back now? Where are your brothers?" Ji Ran explained, "My older brother has a mission and can't come back. He asked me to let you know." "All right." Su Ning nodded and said, "Come in quickly and greet your uncle." Ji Ran took off his shoe. Turning the corner, he saw a middle-aged man sitting on their sofa, who bore a resemblance to his father with slicked-back hair and a demeanor far more authoritative than his father's. "Hello, uncle." Ji Ran greeted respectfully. After a quick glance at his uncle's attire, he immediately formed it. His uncle was not a nouveau riche, but a tycoon. Nouveau riches do not possess such an aura. Ji Tianlin, maintaining his composure, shifted from his previous stern image and said with a smile, "So you are Iran. You've grown so much. Come here and let your uncle take a look." Ji Ran stepped forward, engaging in friendly conversation with Ji Tianlin. Su Ning quietly observed, feeling conflicted. On one hand was her husband's resentment towards the family, and on the other was her son's hopeful future. What direction to take she could only decide after Tianhao returned. With Ji Ran's arrival, the previously heavy atmosphere lightened considerably. Of course, Ji Ran wanted to curry favor with this wealthy uncle. Who knows, if he was pleased, he might give him a $1 million red envelope on the spot. That would be a fortune. Ji Tianlin showed no airs of a senior and engaged in unimpeded conversation with Ji Ran. He was neither stiff nor pretentious and was quite knowledgeable. Ji Ran became increasingly animated, discussing everything from life to studies, and then to details about his uncle and grandfather's family, covering it all. But there was one thing Ji Ran did not mention. That was the fact that he had been accepted into Xianxia Martial Arts University. This seemingly amiable uncle, whose words were filled with concern, harbored a hint of coldness in his eyes. Ji Ran was quite astute. Although he wasn't good at reading people's expressions, he could still detect a trace of indifference in his uncle's gaze. It was the chill of someone who had long occupied a high position, a coldness that had been cultivated over time. Coupled with his father's attitude towards this uncle, Ji Ran remained somewhat wary deep down. Time passed unknowingly. Ji Tianlin did not linger long and skipped dinner. Before leaving, he urged Su Ning to consider carefully, then reluctantly said goodbye to Ji Ran and left. After Ji Tianlin departed, Su Ning sat tiredly on the sofa, saying little. To avoid her elder brother Tianhao had not returned home that night. The next day, Su Ning informed Tianhao of Ji Tianlin's visit. Tianhao had returned home early. Su Ning then repeated what Tianhao had to say. "I won't go." Tianhao's expression darkened, his tone resolute. "Honey," Su Ning hesitated, saying, "I know you're still resentful towards the family, but you have to think about the child too." Tianhao spoke in a deep voice. "You don't understand. They speak nicely, but in fact they are just a bunch of machines that devour people without spitting out bones. There's no feelings involved with them. It's a quagmire there. If our son receives their help, he'll never be able to escape from them, and will only be a pawn for them to manipulate. Do you want to watch your son become a puppet?" Su Ning paused. Growing up in a certain environment, it was hard for her to comprehend her husband's words. But looking at her husband's reaction, and with over 30 years of mutual understanding, she knew he was right. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. "Husband, I believe in you." The two remained silent for a long time. Su Ning stepped forward, embracing Ji Tianhao gently, and said softly, "But since elder brother has come personally, it counts as a step forward for the family. If you continue to refuse so stubbornly, it might make you seem childish. So let's go back for a visit, taking advantage of Dad's birthday." This time Ji Tianhao did not refute, but lowered his head in silence. Seeing this, Su Ning knew that her husband's heart had already wavered, but he still couldn't overcome the mental barrier within. After so many years of marriage, the couple understood each other well. Over the years, Su Ning could naturally see that her husband had this lingering concern, especially during the festive seasons when the family gathered. Ji Tianhao would have a serious expression and a heavy heart when no one in the family was watching. The reason, of course, stemmed from conflicts within the family. Now that Ji Tianlin had come home personally, it was already a sign of yielding, giving Ji Tianhao a way out. Ji Tianhao's reaction showed that he was indeed tempted. However, after more than 20 years of separation and prolonged grievances, it was difficult for him to forget it in a short time. As a wife, Su Ning certainly had to think of her husband. After some thought, she advised, "I believe elder brother has a point. We are all family, not enemies. Although things were tense back, then didn't we ultimately win? It's been so many years it's time to let it go. Husband, your mental barrier should be resolved. Ji Tianhao slumped back on the sofa frowning and staring at the floor. After a while Ji Tianhao slowly nodded. Alright, let's wait until Ran finishes his exams, and then we'll go back for a visit. Hearing this, Su Ning smiled. Okay, great. Ji Ran was in his room, listening to his parents' conversation, becoming increasingly puzzled. What conflict had his father had with his uncle that had caused the family to not contact each other for over 20 years? What about Grandpa's family? It seemed that they were not short on resources. He was eager to ask about it. He stepped out of the room and saw his parents sitting across from each other in the living room. Especially when he saw the expression on his father's face that he had never seen before, he instantly gave up on the idea of questioning them. After thinking for a moment, he decided to share the news of his acceptance into xianxia Martial Arts University to make his parents happy. Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. Ji Tianhao and Su Ning looked at him curiously. Ji Ran took a deep breath, his gaze firm, and said word by word, I have been accepted into xianxia Martial Arts University. Ji Tianhao, Su Ning. The couple exchanged glances and then turned to Ji Ran in unison. Su Ning stood up, approached Ji Ran, reached out to check his forehead, and then compared it to her own, puzzled. You don't have a could it be that you haven't woken up yet? After saying that, she reached out to poke Ji Ran's eyes. Ji Ran dodged his mother's hand and said, I'm serious. Just yesterday when I was looking for my brother, I met with the admissions staff from xianxia Martial Arts University. They said I have extraordinary talent and have already accepted me ahead of time. Ji Tianhao and Su Ning still looked skeptical. Su Ning confirmed, xianxia Martial Arts University. Xianxia Martial Arts University, the one of the 4 major martial arts academies. Ji Ran nodded yes. Su Ning reached out again, wanting to check Ji Ran's forehead once more to confirm he was. Ji Ran leaned back to avoid his mother's hand. Really, I'm not lying to you. Ji Tianhao asked suspiciously, why would xianxia Martial Arts University accept you? Surely it's not just because you look handsome. Ji Ran was speechless. Seeing his parents' disbelief, he felt a bit discouraged and said, I've reached the Seeking Dao realm. Ji Tianhao, Su Ning, don't doubt me. If you come to the martial arts room, I can demonstrate, and you'll see for yourself. Since he had just stepped into the Seeking Dao realm, Ji Ran had not yet begun to find his own martial path or practice martial skills. Therefore, he could only demonstrate his martial arts realm through externalizing his qi. However, he lived in an apartment, and he was afraid that if he exerted himself, he might break through the floorboards. So he invited his parents to the martial arts room to prove himself. Ji Tianhao and Su Ning stared at Ji Ran without speaking or moving, their expressions serious. After a moment, Su Ning stepped forward, hugged Ji Ran tightly, and said softly, all right, Mom believes you. You are amazing and you've done great, son. Ji Tianhao stood up, approached, and ruffled Ji Ran's hair, saying, not bad. You've reached the Seeking Dao realm in just a few days. Keep practicing, your dad believes in you. Ji Ran looked at his parents' reactions, feeling that something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Su Ning comforted Ji Ran for a long time before changing the subject. Oh dear, the food is all warmed up. Don't just stand there, hurry up and wash up for dinner. Ji Tianhao nodded and instructed Ji Ran, go wash your hands for dinner. You have an exam coming up, so rest well these next 2 days. If you get bored at home, you can go out and play. If you run out of money, just tell Dad. Su Ning poked her head out from the kitchen and added, you should have heard that after your exam we'll go to the capital to see your grandfather. Ji Ran nodded, wanting to say something, but unsure of what to say. So he obediently nodded. The 3 of them finished their meal in silence. During the meal, Ji Tianhao and Su Ning kept secretly communicating with their eyes, their expressions filled with concern as they watched Ji Ran. After dinner, Ji Ran returned to his room to tidy up. The door was not shut tightly, leaving a small gap through which he could faintly hear his parents' low conversation. Husband, what should we do? Should we take our son to the hospital for a checkup? Ji Tianhao thought for a moment and replied, it's probably just stress. Going to the hospital would only lead to medication adding to the child's pressure. Let's just keep an eye on him for now. Once the exam starts, it should be fine. Su Ning did not refuse, and after a brief pause chided, it's all your fault, always wanting the child to be a dragon. Look at the pressure you've put on him. You jerk. Ji Tianhao helplessly replied, when have I pressured the child? If anyone is pressuring him, it's you, while I'm working overtime every day. Ji Ran, eavesdropping by the door, felt speechless, his entire face scrunched up. Goodness, they didn't believe a word he said. He finally realized where that strange feeling earlier had come from. His parents were too calm. Any parents would be thrilled if their child got accepted into one of the 4 major martial arts, but his parents only seemed concerned for him without any extra expressions of excitement. It turned out they suspected he was under too much pressure and had developed a delusion. What should he do now? Should he continue to explain? Ji Ran gave up without thinking. Since they didn't believe him and were worried he was delusional, let them worry, nothing would happen anyway. In a few days the martial arts entrance examination would arrive and everything would become clear then. He shook his head and sighed deeply. Ji Ran turned back to continue tidying up his room. Time passed. In the blink of an eye the martial arts entrance examination had arrived. Over these 5 days Ji Ran had been living quite comfortably. As a martial arts examinee, coupled with his parents' concern for his delusion, he had been pampered over these 5 days. Meals were served to him, and he had no worries. In just 5 days, Jiran felt he had gained more than 5 pounds. On a clear morning, Chongjiang City was unusually lively, and the usually busy streets became bustling. Traffic management personnel, who were rarely seen, were now on duty to maintain order. Yesterday was the cultural examination for martial arts students. Since this part of the exam did not account for a high percentage of the total score, only 10% martial arts students did not take it seriously. As long as they scored something, it was sufficient. On the contrary, today's martial arts assessment was of utmost importance. For martial arts students, as long as they performed exceptionally during the assessment and caught the attention of representatives from certain universities. Even if they scored 0 in cultural subjects, there would still be a way to be admitted. Early in the morning, Ji Ran was pulled out of bed by Su Ning. "Mom, let me sleep for a while longer." "What are you sleeping for? The exam is at 8, and it's already 6. Get up early, or what if we get stuck in traffic?" Su Ning urged. Ji Ran muttered, "Mom, the exam site is only a 20-minute walk from our home. We won't get stuck in traffic like that." Su Ning composed herself, feeling a bit awkward, but still insisted. "You child, how can you not be anxious about the exam? Get up quickly, or I'll have to hit you." At that moment, Ji Tianhao poked his head out with a toothbrush in his mouth, saying, "All right, time to get up. Don't lie in bed. Your brother will be back soon, and we'll go together." Hearing that his brother was coming back, Ji Ran suddenly sat up in bed. "Huh, my brother is coming back. Why didn't he tell me? Is his mission over?" Ji Tianhao rinsed his mouth, and while washing his face said loudly, "It's your big day, and your brother said he couldn't miss it. Coincidentally, his mission is ending soon, so he took leave to come back and accompany you for the exam." Ji Ran, hearing this, quickly grabbed his phone and messaged GMO, "Are you coming back? Where are you now?" GMO quickly replied, "I'll be home soon. Are you up? Don't be caught in bed when I get back." Ji Ran was delighted at the news of his brother returning and said, "Get me a few buns with radish and beast meat filling." Ji Ran sent a scrutinizing emoji. Then he replied, "No way. You have an important exam today. To avoid any stomach issues, you need to eat what you usually eat. After your exam, I'll buy you buns every day." "Fine." Ji Ran had no choice but to get up and wash up. Soon GMO returned home. The family exchanged pleasantries, and then the topic shifted to today's star, Ji Ran. The whole family took the day off just for his exam. At 7 o'clock, the family left the house in an orderly manner. Along the way, they were greeted by the blessings of their neighbors as they headed to the examination site. At the Eastern Square, the second largest square in Chongjiang City after Central Park. Being a proper square, it was designed with large events in mind. The space was open and the traffic was well developed. Thus, every year the martial arts entrance examination was held here. At this moment, a temporary steel frame stage was erected facing south, towering at the northern side of the square. The large screen at the back was looping promotional videos viewing order and examination requirements. 20 meters in front of the stage was a circular martial arts platform 2 meters high and over 50 meters in diameter. On the martial arts platform, 10 machines resembling boxing arcade games were placed in a fan shape. Each machine was covered with a red carpet. The other end of the red carpet extended outward, eventually converging into a path leading to the martial arts platform steps, directly reaching the waiting area on the southern side of the platform. The waiting area at the end of the red carpet was enclosed with iron railings. Countless cool and composed official examiners guarded the area to ensure that no one disturbed the candidates. Surrounding the square, numerous banners fluttered in the wind, bearing blessings and messages from various enterprises and celebrities in Chongjiang City to the martial arts students. In addition to the banners, countless colorful ribbons and flags adorned the entire venue, creating an exceptionally festive. Even though the exam was still an hour away, the square was already bustling with crowds and laughter. Inside the administrative building on the northern side of the Eastern Square, representatives of Chongjiang City University, representatives and celebrities from various fields gathered to await the commencement of the exam. Inside the administrative building on the northern side of the Eastern Square, representatives of Chongjiang City University, representatives and celebrities from various fields gathered to a somewhat balding middle-aged man laughed heartily at Zhou Houwu. His loud voice attracted the attention of those around. Zhou Houwu had a radiant complexion. The injuries he sustained 2 months ago had completely healed. Zhou Houwu had a radiant complexion. The injuries he sustained 2 months ago had completely healed. Hearing the middle-aged man's question, his chest unconsciously puffed out and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Although the incident 2 months ago where the towering beast attacked the city caused tremendous losses for Chongjiang City, it brought unexpected benefits. The appearance of that mysterious martial deity made Chongjiang City one of the few cities under the protection of a martial deity in all of Daxia and even the world. Furthermore, the growth rate accelerated over time. The consequence was that housing prices in Chongjiang City skyrocketed, consumption soared, existing properties were rapidly absorbed. Furthermore, the growth rate accelerated over time. The consequence was that housing prices in Chongjiang City skyrocketed, consumption soared, existing properties were rapidly absorbed, and commercial sales flourished. The city's economy was recovering, showing signs of prosperity. Zhou Houwu made a rough estimate. If the population growth in Chongjiang City continued at this trend, within 2 years the city would need to expand. The representative from Jinghua Martial Academy immediately captured everyone's attention, causing discussions to halt as they waited in silence for what was to come. The Jinghua representative showed no airs and said softly, During this inspection in Chongjiang City, I have indeed seen some excellent talents such as Luo Yi, He Xuantian, and Zhang Haoqi from Chongjiang City No. 1 High School. These martial arts students have a solid foundation and abundant vitality. As long as they perform well in the exams, Jinghua Martial Academy is willing to extend an invitation. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of discussion erupted around them. Zhou Hou nodded and cupped his hands to the Jinghua representative saying, "Thank you, Director Jiang, for recognizing the martial arts students from our city." He then turned to the principal of Chongjiang City No. 1 High School, Sun Xingyu, and smiled. "Principal Sun, the martial arts students mentioned by Director Jiang are all from your school. The results from this year's Chongjiang City exams will depend on you." Sun Xingyu bowed slightly and respectfully replied, "Mayor, you flatter me. It is the mayor's capable leadership that makes this possible." He also expressed his gratitude to the representatives of the martial academies, stating, "At our No. 1 High School, we have always prioritized our students adhering to a solid foundation and a committed path in martial arts education. The students we train not only achieve excellent results in exams, but also carve out their own paths in the world of martial arts in the future. This reflects our commitment to our philosophy and is also a result of the mayor's leadership." Such flattery made Zhou Hou nod unconsciously. The other principals from schools in Chongjiang City nodded and clapped on the surface, but inwardly they felt disgusted by Sun Xingyi's sycophancy, while also begrudgingly acknowledging that the city had allocated all resources to No. 1 High School. It would be strange if they didn't achieve good results. As for the representatives from various universities, they had long been accustomed to such situations and had little emotional response. Zhou Hou continued with his official tone saying, "Our job is to serve the public. Regarding what kind of results will be achieved, it still depends on the favor of each representative." Zhou Hou slightly bowed to the representatives around him as he said this. The university representatives immediately returned the gesture. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Subsequently, Zhou Hou chatted with various university representatives, especially those from the 4 major martial arts universities. He then turned back to Sun Xingyu and in front of everyone said seriously, "In the past martial arts entrance exams, it has always been No. 1 High School that has upheld the reputation of genius in Chongjiang City. You, principal, have played an indispensable role in this. Work hard. After this exam, we may consider giving you more responsibilities." Upon hearing this, the university representatives showed little reaction. However, all the principals from high schools in Chongjiang City exhibited astonishment, their gazes towards Sun Xingyu filled with envy. A fleeting look of surprise crossed Sun Xingyi's eyes. He quickly bowed and suppressed his excitement, trying to respond in a calm tone. "Thank you for your concern, Mayor. I will definitely live up to the expectations and lay a solid foundation for the martial arts in Chongjiang City." "Keep up the good work," Zhou Hou said, patting Sun Xingyu on the shoulder, giving him a meaningful glance before moving on to chat with other university representatives. For the next half hour, everyone continued to chat. The focus of the conversation shifted to the results of their recent. After mingling, Zhou Hou accurately spotted Sun Xingyu in the crowd. Sun Xingyu also noticed Zhou Hao's gaze and whispered a few words to the person beside him before following Zhou Hou. The two quickly met in an office. Zhou Hao's tone shifted from the previous sternness to a more familiar one, asking, "Old Sun, how is the preparation on your side going? This year the results of Chongjiang City depend on you." Sun Xingyu confidently replied, "Don't worry, brother Zhou. The resources allocated by the government are not only personally distributed to each student, but also supervised by teachers. I can guarantee that this year's exam results will not be lower than previous years, and may even be better." "That's great. With your word I can rest assured." Zhou Hou nodded, then shifted the topic saying, "The reason I called you here is to discuss that announcement from the school a while back." Sun Xingyu paused, asking, "Brother Zhou, are you talking about?" Zhou Hou replied in a deep voice, "Why was it not detected that your students are stone bodies when they enrolled? This is such a big issue." Sun Xingyu, looking apologetic, said, "This matter is my fault. When we recruited students, this student named Ji Ran had excellent physical talent and broke through in martial arts very quickly. According to experience, he did not exhibit the characteristics of a stone body, so we did not conduct checks, which led to the current situation. So now you can confirm it." Zhou Hou frowned. Sun Xingyu nodded. "I have asked Elder Sun to check, and Ji Ran indeed has blocked meridians in his body. He is undoubtedly a stone body." Zhou Hou took a deep breath, nodded, then spoke with slight reproach. "Even if the student is a stone body, you shouldn't have made such a big deal about it that everyone knows, which tarnishes the reputation of Chongjiang City's martial arts education. Don't you understand? Since a mistake has been made, it should be handled quietly, without making a spectacle of it." Sun Xingyu awkwardly smiled, his mind racing. Suddenly a bright idea struck him, and he said, "Actually, I wanted to remind our colleagues in the city. After all, Ji Ran has already reached the peak of the body refinement realm. Although he can't enter the 4 major martial arts academies this year, he can easily enter a first-rate martial arts academy. I worry that other colleagues might be deceived and admit him to their schools, which could lead to greater problems later on." Zhou Hou cast a sidelong glance at Sun Xingyu and nodded slightly. Seeing that Zhou Hou did not pursue the matter further, Sun Xingyu continued to embellish, saying, "In fact, this Ji Ran is still wanted by schools. I also heard that he has successfully registered with that school and will participate in the exam today as scheduled." "Moi." Zhou Hou furrowed his brow tightly and asked, "Who?" Which school is so foolish as to ruin our city's reputation for a bit of merit? Sun Xingyu replied softly, Xiangyang Vocational High School Lidongren. Zhou Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed a nest of snakes and rats. I see that his martial arts class won't be wanted anymore. After saying this, he immediately took out his phone and dialed a number saying, Go get Lidongren from Xiangyang Vocational High School for me. Before he could finish his sentence, his phone began to vibrate. Zhou Houwu instinctively glanced at the caller ID, and upon seeing who it was, his body tensed up. Hold on a second, he quickly said as he answered the call, Governor Zhang. Yes, please rest assured. We are already prepared. Yes, after receiving the news, we mobilized a large amount of funds to respond, and the current results are quite good, not worse than in previous years. Understood. Okay, I will go now. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Houwu looked at Sun Xingyu and said, I have an urgent matter. You need to go find Lidongren immediately and have him withdraw that stone body student. We cannot let Chongjiang City lose face. Sun Xingyu hesitated, wanting to speak, but stopping himself saying, But Brother Zhou, according to martial arts regulations, that Ji Ran has already successfully registered for the exam, and we have no right to revoke his qualification. Zhou Houwu exhaled heavily, pondering before saying, Then we can only clarify the situation during the exam. You are in charge of this matter. You must inform all university representatives that we cannot allow one rotten apple to spoil the whole barrel. Do you understand? Understood. All right, go and get busy. Zhou Houwu turned and hurriedly left. Sun Xingyu watched Zhou Hao's departing back, his expression neutral. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes as he pushed the door and left. Soon he arrived at the gathering place of the principals from high schools in Chongjiang City. Upon seeing Sun Xingyi's arrival, everyone greeted him respectfully. Sun Xingyu nodded slightly, and after scanning the room, noticed Lidongren in the corner, a cold smile forming in his heart. Colleagues, what goals have you all set for this year's exam? He cupped his hands and initiated the conversation. The principals from the surrounding schools responded in unison. Of course, we at No. 39 High School cannot compare to No. 1 High School. Our goals are much smaller. Just like in previous years, we aim for a 40 admission rate to first-rate martial arts academies. Principal Zhao, you are being modest. A 40 admission rate to first-rate martial arts academies is still a small target. You are belittling us. Exactly. We are all old acquaintances. Who doesn't know that your No. 39 High School is the strongest school under No. 1 High School? You set your standards so low, how are we supposed to survive? The principals chatted and laughed. It was clear that they were not the least bit tense about the start of the year. Sun Xingyu watched the cheerful conversation in front of him, his eyes occasionally darting to Lidongren, who was sitting alone in the corner. Then he added with a hint of implication, However, given this year's severe situation, has anyone thought of poaching some talents from other schools? You see, Principal Sun is the one who can comfort people. Yes. Principal Sun, there's no need for you to say that. We are still self-aware. Sun Xingyu waved his hand and suddenly said, But speaking of which, given the severe situation this year, has anyone thought of digging some talents from other schools? As soon as he said this, Lidongren in the corner twitched his ears and turned to stare at Sun Xingyu with a cold expression. The other principals were stunned, looking at each other. This situation occurred every year. Schools would use intelligence to assess their enrollment situation. If their school's admission rate was under pressure, they would recruit excellent students from other schools to supplement their strength. Conversely, if students performed well this year, some indifferent principals would also give away some talented students as a goodwill gesture to other schools. In this way, each school's results could be maintained without major issues. This had become a tacit rule. Now that Sun Xingyu had placed it in the open, everyone was momentarily unsure of his intentions. After a while, the principal of No. 39 Middle School was the first to react. To be honest, the situation this year is quite severe. Our school has indeed borrowed some outstanding students from Jichong City. We have no choice, it's for our own livelihood. Upon hearing the principal of No. 39 admit this, the others felt less restrained and began to discuss the costs incurred by their own schools in hushed tones. After a round of discussion, their gazes finally returned to Sun Xingyu. Sun Xingyu nodded confidently, saying, Yes, Principal Zhao is right. It's understandable for everyone to take such measures for their livelihood. Borrowing students from outside cities to fill the gap in quality is justifiable. In other words, this is also about the reputation of Chongjiang City. It's the right path. He then shifted the topic. At least it's better than some who show no regard for the face of Chongjiang City, turning their school into such a state, and even openly recruiting students burdened by their physical condition just for profit. I can't imagine what he is thinking, pushing students with physical conditions into the spotlight. How will the representatives of the various universities view us? What will they think of Chongjiang City? While saying this, Sun Xingyu stared intently at Lidongren. The other principals certainly understood what Sun Xingyu. The recent incident regarding the expulsion of a talented student from No. 1 Middle School had caused quite a stir in Chongjiang City. The principals, unaware of the situation at the time, immediately thought about recruiting the expelled student. After all, that student was at the peak of the body refinement stage. Even with this year's examination format, a student at that level is destined to be an excellent talent for a first-tier martial arts academy. Moreover, they were from the top martial arts academy. Thus, they would gladly recruit such a talented student without any cost. It wasn't until No. One middle school released a notice that they learned this talented student was actually burdened by a physical condition. At this point, all the principals abandoned the idea of recruitment. Even though Ji Ran was at the peak of the body refinement stage, a student who cannot gather chi once recruited and pushed into the open would be known by all the martial arts academies. They feared that the reputation of their school would suffer as a result. They would leave a bad impression on the various martial arts academies, and their school would consequently decline. They certainly didn't want to become sinners. However, they never expected Li Dongren to disregard everything and openly recruit this student into his school. Suddenly, everyone began mocking Li Dongren for being obsessed with a good student. Xianxia Vocational High School had poor faculty and limited funds, and every year the martial arts students they recruited were leftovers from other schools. As the principal of this school, Li Dongren's obsession with a good student was somewhat understandable. But no matter how good the student was, what use was it if they were burdened by a physical condition? Li Dongren faced Sun Xingyu directly, fully aware that Sun Xingyu was mocking him. Yet he couldn't care less. Originally, the martial arts class at Xianxia Vocational High School was on the verge of shutting down. The students recruited had been getting worse each year. In the past 2 years, they couldn't even fill a class. The school leadership had even held meetings to discuss canceling the martial arts class and focusing solely on regular education. Li Dongren felt deeply unwilling about this. In reality, the faculty at Xianxia Vocational High School was not inferior to that of other schools. On the contrary, they had advantages that other schools did not possess. That advantage was the age of the martial arts teachers. Although older martial arts teachers had higher realms and rich experiences, they were also stubborn. Decades of teaching had caused their thoughts to become rigid. In contrast, younger martial arts teachers not only had ample energy and vitality, but also modern teaching concepts. Most importantly, with the in-depth research on martial arts by Daxia in various countries, the techniques and methods of body refinement and chi cultivation have been continuously improved. Young teachers having just graduated from martial arts academies possess the latest martial arts training experiences. Although they may lack in practice compared to older teachers, they excel in their advanced knowledge. Therefore, Li Dongren firmly believed that as long as Xianxia High School had a sufficient number of outstanding students, his teachers could definitely produce excellent martial arts students. However, the reputation of Xianxia High School was declining more and more. Each year, they couldn't even recruit decent martial arts students. The reputation aspect could not simply be restored. Thus, Li Dongren felt helpless as well. He gradually accepted the fact that the martial arts class at Xianxia Vocational High School would have to close. Before that, giving his old friend's child a chance, what harm could it do? At this moment, seeing Sun Xingyu mocking him, he coldly retorted, the martial arts teaching of Daxia states all are born equal, martial arts are noble. You people have been blinded by fame and fortune, completely forgetting this saying and the wishes of the person who uttered it. Now you dare to openly mock a student who has lost their martial arts dream due to physical reasons. I see that you are living your lives backward. Li Dongren's voice was not loud, yet every word resonated. Even if classmate Ji Ran's martial arts aspirations are hopeless, he is already at the peak of the body refinement stage, which counts as having walked a path in martial arts. As a guide, I have the obligation to give him a complete conclusion. This matter you petty people do not understand, I understand. You do not dare to do it, but I will. At least I have a clear conscience and do not feel ashamed of the title guide. With that, Li Dongren flicked his sleeve and snorted coldly, short-sighted people like you I disdain to associate with. He resolutely turned and left, leaving everyone with only his back. All the principals present fell silent, reflecting on Li Dongren's words, a fleeting sense of shame passing through their hearts. Having held their positions for many years, the initial fiery hearts had long since grown cold. It was naturally impossible to reignite them with just a few words. This old fellow doesn't have much of a resume, but his verbal skills are impressive, and now he's even lecturing us. Then why not prove that you can run the martial arts class well? The crowd began to mock Li Dongren one after another. However, Sun Xingyu, watching Li Dongren's departing figure, had a grim expression and a sneer in his heart. Suddenly, a commotion broke the silence of the lounge. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a woman dressed in an outfit embroidered with the emblem of Xianxia Martial Arts University gracefully entering the lounge. Long time no see, Professor Jean. Sister Jean, how come I didn't see you today? Did you just arrive? It seems that Xianxia University has given up on this recruitment in Chongjiang City, arriving at such a time. The newcomer was none other than Jean Yanzi. Her complexion was radiant and a smile danced on her lips. Listening to the conversations around her, she replied nonchalantly, actually, I arrived long ago and have already met my recruitment targets. It's just that I was busy finishing up student background checks recently, which is why I haven't met you all. As a representative of Xianxia Martial Arts University, her arrival naturally caught everyone's attention. Upon hearing her words, the lounge instantly fell silent. Everyone was recalling what Jean Yanzi had just said, questioning whether they had heard wrong. Completing recruitment targets in advance and still conducting student background checks. Was she talking about Chongjiang City? Did she take a wrong turn? Completing recruitment targets early meant early admissions. Any student eligible for early admission to the 4 major martial arts universities was undoubtedly a shining genius. If Chongjiang City had such a genius, they would have been flaunting it every day instead of hiding it away like now. However, Xianxia mentioning student background checks proved that Xianxia University had indeed completed the admission of this student. So the question arises, who exactly is the student that Xianxia is talking about? Why didn't the schools of Chongjiang City know about such a genius? In an instant, representatives from the other 3 major martial arts academies took out their phones, dialing their respective schools to confirm if they had missed any important information. A genius worthy of early admission. If they missed out on them, it would be a major incident, and they would be held accountable. Meanwhile, representatives from other schools started whispering, asking each other. Principals from various high schools in Chongjiang City also began to discuss among themselves. Is what she said true? Do we actually have such a genius in Chongjiang? That's impossible. Could it be that someone is playing a big game behind our backs? We've all been friends for so long, but don't hide anything at this time. If it's true, just admit it, because the exam is coming up and we won't be able to intercept the students. It's also possible that it's not a student from Chongjiang City, but rather from Jicheng City. She may not have clarified. Who is the student mentioned by Xianxia? At this moment, the hearts of everyone present were captivated by this question, as if thousands of ants were crawling inside, eagerly wanting to know the answer. The crowd began to discuss in low voices, probing each other for information. In the end, they discovered that no one had heard even the slightest bit of related information. Everyone raised their heads to look at Xianxia. A representative from the Southern Dipper Martial Arts University, one of the 4 major martial arts academies, couldn't contain their curiosity and asked, "Professor Jean, may I ask about the student you mentioned?" Xianxia pressed her lips together, a smile creeping onto her face, as if she were holding back laughter. "He is." She deliberately elongated her voice, amused by the sight of everyone eagerly waiting with their ears perked up. Cannot say. You will know the answer when the exam begins." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt another jolt of curiosity, their doubts growing. Students who were admitted early do not need to participate in the exam. Since it was early admission, why would Xianxia wait until the exam started? What could her purpose be? A representative from the Northern Martial Arts University approached Xianxia and whispered, "Professor Jean, you're not joking, are you? Is there really a student from this small place of Chongjiang who could be admitted early?" The other 2 representatives from the 4 major martial arts academies leaned in, as well, waiting for an answer. The onlookers also stopped their whispers, holding their breath, curious about what Xianxia would say. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Xianxia smiled and suddenly pointed outside, saying, "Oh dear, the exam is about to start. Everyone please take the stage to observe." After saying this, she was the first to walk outside. The others exchanged confused glances, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Their intense curiosity made them want to rush over and put a knife to Xianxia's neck to force her to reveal the identity of that student. Of course, that was impossible. Everyone began to doubt the truth of Xianxia's words. Yet, considering Xianxia was a representative of Xianxia Martial Arts University, she couldn't possibly be lying about such an important matter. In an instant, the representatives from various schools who initially had no expectations for this exam hurried toward the observation platform. "Son, keep a calm mindset. There's no need to force it. Just perform normally." Ji Tianhao squeezed Ji Ran's shoulder. Su Ning comforted from the side, saying, "Don't worry, son. I just heard someone say that with your peak foundation establishment, you will definitely get into a first-rate martial arts academy. Just don't be nervous. Do well, and your mom believes in you." GMO stood beside them with a beaming smile, giving Ji Ran a thumbs up. "Go for it, little brother." Hearing the encouragement from his family, Ji Ran smiled and nodded. "Do well, and your mom believes in you." GMO stood beside them with a beaming smile, giving Ji Ran a thumbs up. "Go for it, little brother." Hearing the encouragement from his family, Ji Ran smiled and nodded. This way he could slap their faces while also avoiding any gossip. Otherwise, if he didn't participate in the exam and went straight to Xianxia Martial Arts University, it would probably cause a stir in Chongjiang City. Everyone would wonder how a student with a stone body could be admitted to the top martial arts academy of the Great Xia. At that time, there would definitely be some busybodies trying to dig up Ji Ran's background. Coincidentally, Ji Ran's grandfather seemed to be quite wealthy in the capital. Those with ulterior motives would surely link the 2 matters together. If that were really the case, Ji Ran would indeed be like a piece of yellow mud stuck in his pants. If it's not shit, it's still shit. Thus, he was going up this time to prove himself. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, wait for my good news." He turned and pointed at his brother GMO, saying, "Tonight, I want to eat hot pot at the Lu Wai Lu." GMO grinned widely, giving an okay gesture. "No problem. All right, I'm going in. See you later." Ji Ran. "Go for it, son. Work hard, go for it. Perform well, don't tremble." With the encouragement of his family, Ji Ran took out his examination permit and ID, arriving at the security check, and entered the exam passage. Meanwhile, Ji Tianhao and the others bypassed the entrance and headed toward the eastern square. The large screen behind the square stage would stream the exam process in real time, and it was the only way to receive the results promptly. Many parents and media would gather at the square waiting for exam results. Ji Ran walked through the exam passage. Soon he arrived at a separated area designated for preparation. At this time, the preparation area was divided into many sections. Students from each school were arranged together, accompanied by their respective teachers or leaders. This not only helped ease the students' nervousness, but also prevented conflicts among students from different schools. Standing at the entrance, Ji Ran looked around. Soon in a corner of the preparation area, he spotted the preparation section for Xiangyang Vocational High School. From a distance, the preparation area for Xiangyang Vocational High School not only occupied a corner, but was also much smaller than those of other schools. Of course, this was also related to the small number of martial arts students at Xiangyang Vocational High School. However, in terms of location, it was clear that Xiangyang Vocational High School's overall strength was too weak, which was why they were assigned to such a remote place. As soon as Ji Ran spotted the preparation area for Xiangyang Vocational High School, the leading teacher from Xiangyang Vocational High School also saw Ji Ran standing on tiptoe and waving their hand to attract Ji Ran's attention. Ji Ran smiled and was about to walk over when suddenly an insidiously mocking voice came from beside him. "Oh, who is this? Isn't this the legendary Ji Ran? Is your stone body all healed? Why are you here for the exam?" The crowd of onlookers was instantly attracted by this remark. Everyone curiously turned to look at Ji Ran. They naturally remembered the notification from Chongjiangno, one high school 2 months ago. With today's martial arts exam, it was once again brought up for discussion by many. However, while everyone had heard of Ji Ran's name, they did not know what he looked like. At this moment, hearing someone mention the stone body, they instantly associated Ji Ran's name with it, following the person's gaze and spotting a bright young man with red lips and white teeth standing at the entrance of the preparation area. "Is that Ji Ran? He doesn't look like a stone body. Isn't that obvious? Who would write, 'I am a stone body'? Why would a stone body participate in the exam? Does he think he can bluff his way through?" The crowd murmured among themselves. Ji Ran ignored their comments, coldly gazing at the person who spoke. The speaker was none other than He Xuantian, the genius who had received resources and was heavily trained by Chongjiangno, one high school. He Xuantian stood at the entrance looking at Ji Ran with a playful expression. Beside him were 5 or 6 lackeys surrounding He Xuantian in the center, looking at Ji Ran with malicious intent, their actions exuding a provocation. Ji Ran couldn't be bothered to engage with these people. After a cold glance, he turned to leave. He Xuantian would not miss such a perfect opportunity to publicly mock Ji Ran. Back at Chongjiangno, one high school, he had already had conflicts with Ji Ran. At that time, He Xuantian had been arrogant due to his family's power in Chongjiang City. Ji Ran naturally could not tolerate him and had confronted him more than once. At that time, everyone was at the foundation establishment stage, and with Ji Ran possessing the power of a martial deity, He Xuantian was always the one to lose in their conflicts. Thus, their enmity was completely established. Over the past 3 years, He Xuantian had tried to trouble Ji Ran countless times, but in the end, Ji Ran had easily resolved each incident. Until the second half of their senior year, Ji Ran had been stuck at the peak of foundation establishment for half a year due to the power of the martial deity. He Xuantian, using pills to hasten his cultivation, had raised his realm to the nascent soul stage, thus managing to turn the tables. However, before he could reclaim his ground, Ji Ran was expelled from Chongjiangno, one high school. This left He Xuantian feeling very frustrated. Today, in such an important setting, it was the perfect opportunity for him to take revenge. "Don't go. Why aren't you speaking? Are you scared? Scared that everyone will find out you are a stone body? They'll tell you as a stone body, why are you even here for the exam? Do you think you can fool everyone? You're overthinking it. The exam is under real names and the representatives of universities will see the names, so you can't keep that stone body secret." Ji Ran ignored He Xuantian, walking towards the exam preparation area on his own. However, He Xuantian was unwilling to give up. Seeing Ji Ran ignoring him, he quickly stepped forward to block Ji Ran's path. In the preparation area, martial arts students and teachers from various schools stood up, casting curious glances. The leading teacher from Xiangyang Vocational High School noticed the situation. Hesitating whether to approach, after some thought, he ultimately decided against it, simply standing in the preparation area and observing quietly. He Xuantian noticed the gazes around him and smiled lightly. This was the effect he desired. So he raised his voice again, saying, "Ji Ran, you, a stone body, still dare to participate in the exam? Are you trying to fool everyone, or have you bought a new identity to cover up your stone body?" This time, more people heard about Ji Ran's identity. The surrounding area erupted in murmurs, and the crowd began to point at Ji Ran. Seeing this scene, He Xuantian wore a sinister smile, thinking to himself, "Ji Ran, I will make sure you don't survive." Ji Ran noticed He Xuantian's expression and chuckled inwardly, looking at this child who hadn't even fully developed. He stepped forward 2 paces, getting very close to He Xuantian. He Xuantian curled his lip, standing firm, without flinching, unafraid of Ji Ran hitting him. In such an important occasion, if a conflict occurred, the one who initiated the attack would be punished. Ji Ran leaned forward, slightly grinning. "I'm not trying to cover up my stone body. You motherf. I just F." The first part was said loudly, but as he began to curse, he clenched his teeth and spoke in a tone only He Xuantian. The onlookers only saw him lean close to He Xuantian's ear and say something incoherent, then remain still. Since he was clenching his teeth, no one could tell he was speaking. Seeing this, although the crowd was confused, they couldn't discern anything out of the ordinary. Ji Ran did not stop, continuing without hesitation. "I'm just here for the exam. You dog son of a b. Giving myself an ending after 3 years of martial arts. I just F. I never intended to hide my identity. NM. He Xuantian thought too much. Ji Ran's insults were quite vulgar. To be honest, even he found these words a bit unbearable. Moreover, He Sun Tian, who had lived a pampered life, was taken aback, stunned by Ji Ran's profanities. As Ji Ran's insults became more and more offensive, He Sun Tian's body began to tremble. His entire face flushed red with anger. He clenched his fists tightly, finally unable to endure any longer, and swung his fist. Ji Ran had long been prepared, stepping back to evade He Sun Tian's attack. Immediately he heard He Sun Tian roar, "Ji Ran, how dare you curse me? I'm going to chop you down." As he said this, he rushed towards Ji Ran, ready to fight. But he was stopped by a sidekick. Brother Tian, calm down. Brother Tian, don't be impulsive. Fighting here will get you disqualified from the exam." At the same time, an examiner responsible for maintaining order in the preparation area approached with a stern face. "What are you doing? I can turn a blind eye to normal verbal disputes among students, but if you lay hands on each other, that would be a slap in the face for us." They naturally could not stand by idly. Ji Ran feigned innocence, spreading his hands and pretending to be timid. "He Sun Tian, what do you mean by this? I was just explaining things to you. Why did you suddenly curse at me? Are you saying that just because your He family holds power, you can bully ordinary people at will?" He Sun Tian trembled with anger, pointing at Ji Ran, unsure of how to respond. Clearly it was Ji Ran who cursed at him, yet he was now pretending to be innocent. He had never encountered such behavior, and for a moment, he didn't know how to handle it. Ji Ran watched all this with a cold smile in his heart. Gaslighting. It's something anyone can do. Playing with a little kid like you is like child's play. Ji Ran, you're playing dirty with me. You don't want to be in Chongjiang anymore. Ji Ran shrugged, spreading his hands. Brother, he calmed down. You are the esteemed young master of the He family, and don't get angry at a mere commoner like me. We just want to live peacefully and can't afford to provoke your He family. The surrounding crowd was watching the drama unfold, and this scene gradually shifted their mindset to one of anger. They observed Ji Ran and He Sun Tian's reactions closely. With Ji Ran's verbal guidance, the onlookers, who were all ordinary folk, could not stand the injustice of the wealthy bullying the children of common families. Seeing this scene, their sense of justice surged, and they began to loudly question He Sun Tian. He Sun Tian had never seen such a scene. His face went pale, and he took 2 steps back. The examiner in the preparation area saw the situation getting out of control and shouted angrily, "Everyone shut up." This roar sounded like a tiger roaring in the mountains or a whale singing in the deep sea. It shocked everyone around, instantly silencing them. Ji Ran noticed that a few people near the examiner had stiffened for a moment, and when they realized who the examiner was, their expressions were tinged with fear. Ji Ran, empowered by the strength of a martial god, naturally remained unaffected, standing there with a calm expression. Publicly undressing. If he really did, where would he hide his face? Moreover, the one undressing is none other than He Xianxia, the young master of the He family. The crowd whispered among themselves, pointing fingers at Ji Ran and He Xianxia. Ji Ran stood there with a playful expression, already contemplating how to deal with He Zunqian's refusal. Isn't it just about forcing someone up there? He had 1,000 ways to accomplish it. He Zunqian's expression fluctuated, instinctively telling him to refuse this wager. However, admitting defeat in front of so many people was not something someone from the He family's local emperor could do. After struggling internally for a long time, He Xianxia suddenly paused, feeling a moment of clarity. Right? Why should I be afraid of him? He thought about how he had used the martial resources over this period to raise his cultivation to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Ji Ran, with a mere stone body, was still at the peak of the body refinement stage. With the clear difference in realms laid out, how could he lose? Moreover, his family had already bribed the representatives of the Southern Dipper Martial University. As long as his results were acceptable, he would be accepted into one of the 4 major martial academies of the Great Xia. He was certain he wouldn't lose in the exam and was destined to be admitted to the 4 major martial academies. What was there to be afraid of? He Xianxia suddenly realized, raising his head to look at Ji Ran, his gaze intense. "All right, I'll bet." The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Ji Ran grinned and extended his hand. He Xianxia stepped forward and slapped his hand against Ji Ran, solidifying the bet. The onlookers couldn't help but feel excited after witnessing this. Originally, the martial college entrance examination was already lively, and now they were seeing a twist. Moreover, one of the parties involved was a rich young master, which was quite a rare occurrence. In an instant, some gossipers had started pulling out their phones to spread news of the bet. The wager was established. Ji Ran grinned as he walked past He Xianxia towards the examination area of the Xiangyang Vocational High School. He Xianxia did not stop him, merely coldly watching Ji Ran's receding figure, already beginning to fantasize about winning the bet. In the examination area of the Xiangyang Vocational High School, the leading teacher reminded, "Ji Ran, you might not know, but the first high school has just updated the candidate information. He Xianxia is already at the 2nd level of foundation establishment." Ji Ran nodded. "I know. Then why are you still?" The leading teacher did not finish. Ji Ran consoled him, "Don't worry, I'm confident." Without saying more to the leading teacher, he bypassed the martial students of Xiangyang Vocational High School, finding a corner in the examination area to close his eyes and rest. The martial students of Xiangyang Vocational High School looked at Ji Ran's calm demeanor with some confusion. However, Ji Ran was a transfer student, and since he had only spent a few days in class over the past 2 months, they were not familiar with each other, so no one approached him. Ji Ran enjoyed the leisure. Time quickly passed to 8 in the morning. On stage, the exhilarating drumbeats slowly resonated, sending everyone's hearts racing. I hereby announce that the Martial College entrance examination ceremony of the year 981 of the martial era officially begins. There were no ceremonies, no unnecessary words. The staff of the Martial Education Bureau got straight to the point. Please welcome the leaders of Chongjiang City, representatives of the Great Xia Martial Academy, representatives of Chongjiang City High School, and special guests. To enter, the crowd erupted in cheers like a tsunami sweeping over the entire square. The crowd raised their hands, jumping and shouting, cheering for this grand event. On stage, Zhou Houwu and the representatives of the 4 major martial academies walked up to the observation platform, politely yielding to each other. They reached the center of the stage, the best view. According to the nameplates on the table, Zhou Houwu sat in the middle with 2 representatives from the 4 major martial academies on either side. The representatives of the major martial academies followed suit, stepping onto the observation platform and taking their seats in order. Finally, the principals of various high schools in Chongjiang City took their places. The seating arrangement on the observation platform was quite special. Due to height issues, the best view was not in the front row, but rather in the second and third rows. Thus, Zhou Houwu and the representatives of the 4 major martial academies sat in the second row. Following them were the representatives of other martial academies, seated according to the ranking of the Great Xia Martial Academy. The first row was reserved for the principals of various high schools in Chongjiang City. Sun Xingyu, representing all the principals, naturally sat in the center of the first row, directly below Zhou Houwu and the representatives of the 4 major martial academies. Li Dongren unsurprisingly sat in the corner of the observation platform. After everyone took their seats, the staff of the Martial Education Bureau continued to announce, "Next, please welcome the mayor of Chongjiang City, Mr. Zhou Houwu, to give a speech." The staff's loud voice spread throughout every corner of the square through the loudspeaker. Zhou Houwu smiled at the representatives on both sides, stood up, picked up the microphone in front of him, and scanned the entire square. He then cleared his throat and directly stated, "I announce that the Martial College entrance examination has begun." With a single command. On the edge of the martial stage, 10 martial artists dressed in dark uniforms, wearing full-face black masks, and standing tall and uniform, jumped onto the martial stage. Then they marched in sync, each responsible for a testing device. Immediately after, at the entrance of the martial stage, another team of staff members dispatched by the Higher Martial Education Bureau lined up on either side. Some of them were responsible for verifying identities, some for explaining the examination rules, and others for recording. Everyone performed their duties methodically. Even though this scene was seen every year, it still stirred people's blood every time. In the square, everyone held their breath, all eyes on the martial stage. Ji Ran sat in the examination area, also facing the martial stage, watching with curiosity. The content of the Martial College entrance examination was not complicated. If anything, it was very simple. So simple that it gave a makeshift feel. The martial path emphasized strength. For those high-level martial artists, strength came from chi, martial force, and martial skills. However, for the young men and women entering the martial path, there was only one standard to evaluate the strength of the chi and blood value. For those new to the martial path, the chi and blood value not only represented talent, but also its maximum value, representing the martial realm. Starting from the initial level of body refinement, martial students generally had a chi and blood value around 1.2 points for the second level, 3 points for the third level, and so on. When the maximum chi and blood value breaks through to 10 points, it signifies that the person has officially broken through the body refinement stage and entered foundation establishment. At that time, aside from changes in chi and blood values, there would also be many clear perceptions of realm changes. The National Martial College entrance examination tests precisely the chi and blood value. This is the most straightforward and efficient method of assessment. Sufficient chi and blood naturally indicates reaching the corresponding realm. Therefore, generally speaking, a week before the exam, every martial student would quiet down and rest well to ensure their chi and blood fully recover. This is to avoid excessive consumption, leading to an inability to restore chi and blood to optimal levels. Meanwhile, the National Martial Education Bureau also considers that some students may underperform due to nervousness or other factors. Thus, during the exam, every student is given 3 opportunities. The highest result from the 3 attempts is taken as the score to prevent any errors. Once everyone was in position at the passageway leading from the examination area to the martial stage, a woman shouted, "The Martial College entrance examination officially begins. I will call out the candidate numbers, and this screen will display the examination order. Please pay attention and listen. Those whose names are called should report to my position immediately. Late arrivals will not be accommodated." Within the examination area, all the students held their breaths. The woman flipped through the tablet in her hand and then tapped it. In the next second, a list appeared on the large screen. Candidate number 01, Gao Lu number 02, Zhou Yaming number 03. The woman read off 10 names in one breath. The above 10 students please come up for the exam immediately. Candidate No. 011, Qian Dongdong. Candidate No. 020, Sun Huntao, please step forward for preparation. The martial arts national examination officially commenced. On the martial arena, the first batch of 10 martial cultivators ascended the stage one by one, then fanned out according to the instructions of the Martial Education Bureau officials, each heading toward their designated assessment apparatus. Below, countless spectators craned their necks in silent anticipation, watching the process unfold and awaiting the results. Xianxia tilted his head upward, gazing at the large display screen mounted behind the viewing platform. The screen randomly broadcast the real-time assessment from one of the 10 apparatuses. As this was the opening examination, the feed currently displayed the assessment underway at apparatus No. 001. A young woman stood before it. Her dark hair drawn into a high ponytail, her figure lithe and balanced, her skin the warm hue of sun-kissed wheat. Her expression remained serene as she stepped forward under the guidance of a black-robed martial official. Then the semicircular glass doors of the apparatus parted smoothly. She stepped inside and the doors sealed shut behind her. The black-robed official approached to verify the integrity of the seal. He moved to the control console and pressed the assessment button. Instantly, a cascade of white mist surged within the chamber, enveloping the young woman entirely. A murmur of awe rippled through the crowd. 5 seconds later, beep, beep, a sharp chime sounded, and across the display above the apparatus bold crimson characters appeared. Name Gao Lu. Assessment result Vital Qi Index 6. 9. Damn, it's just shy of 7. What a pity. The difference between Body Forging Realm's 6th and 7th tier is immense. Missing it means losing admission to many prestigious academies. Truly unfortunate. Must have been nervous. She still has 2 more attempts. The onlookers buzzed with animated discussion. Meanwhile, upon the martial arena, the black-robed official murmured softly, breathe deeply. Relax. Second assessment begins in 10 seconds. Encased within the apparatus, the young woman could neither see the result nor observe the crowd's reactions. Facing inward, she remained unaware. She nodded faintly, drew several slow, deliberate breaths, and steadied herself. 10 seconds elapsed. The official pressed the button again. 5 seconds later, the display flashed anew. Name Gao Lu. Assessment result Vital Qi Index 6. 9. Again 6. 9. This girl's chances are all but gone. This is likely her peak performance. Just short of Body Forging Realm 7th tier, her parents clearly haven't invested properly in supplementation. Supplementation isn't so simple. These martial cultivators are already pushing their bodies to the brink of depletion. That final 0.1 cannot be bridged easily, otherwise everyone would have done it long ago. Amidst the murmurs, apparatus No. 001 on the martial arena initiated its third and final assessment. White mist billowed once more. Name Gao Lu. Assessment result Vital Qi Index 7. 0. Whoa, she did it. Brilliant. This young lady performed magnificently, reaching 7. 0 instantly elevates her to Body Forging Realm 7th tier. Absolutely extraordinary. She hasn't truly ascended to 7th tier. That's a full cultivation milestone, and such breakthroughs always manifest with visible signs. I suspect she remains at 6th tier's apex, achieving this score only through exceptional composure and peak performance. As analysis swirled among the crowd, the young woman emerged from the apparatus. Seeing the 3 results displayed, 6, 9 is 6, 9, and finally 7, 0, a radiant smile lit her face, and she bounded joyfully down from the martial arena. The examination continued, round after round. Upon the martial arena, human drama unfolded in vivid succession. Cultivators erupted in cheers, tears, or triumphant cries upon surpassing expectations. Others collapsed in despair, sobbing uncontrollably when results fell short. Spectators watched with rapt fascination, not as participants, but as detached observers witnessing the raw, unvarnished turning points of others' lives. Xianxia sat quietly on a chair in the waiting zone. After observing several rounds, each yielding predictable outcomes, he lost interest entirely and lapsed into quiet reverie. His thoughts turned inward. How could he rapidly strengthen his cultivation? In his earliest calculations, he had assumed that upon breaking through to the Tao-seeking realm, the duration of his divine martial state would extend to 1 hour. Yet reality defied expectation. Having transcended the Qi absorption realm and attained the Tao-seeking realm, his divine martial state now lasted merely 15 minutes, far beneath his projections. This realization unsettled him deeply. When then would he ever wield the divine martial state in full command? Moreover, he had long believed that deeper cultivation and refined martial insight would grant him partial control over divine martial energy, allowing him to unleash only a fraction of its power. But even now at the Tao-seeking realm, he remained utterly unable to regulate the torrent of divine martial energy coursing within him. Thus, activating the divine martial state remained unchanged. Either unleash it fully, then attempt to steer its overwhelming force, or leave it dormant, inert, and inaccessible. There was no middle path. As for when mastery might come, only time and achievement would tell. Just as Xianxia pondered this, a sudden wave of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. Curious, Xianxia rose and turned his gaze toward the main display screen, where apparatus No. 005 now showed its assessment result. Name Yu Hao. Assessment result Vital Qi Index 12. Xianxia raised an eyebrow. A Vital Qi Index of 12 signified that this student had already entered the Qi absorption realm 1st tier. Hundreds of students had tested within the body-forging realm. Then abruptly one soared beyond it. A collective gasp swept across the arena. Xianxia fixed his eyes on the screen. The camera panned across the apparatus revealing the youth's profile. Xianxia froze. He did not recognize him. After all, every acknowledged martial prodigy in Chongjiang City trained at Chongjiang No. 1 middle school. As a former prodigy of that very school, Xianxia knew each talented cultivator intimately. Names, faces, strengths, yet this youth was utterly unfamiliar. You how? Not from No. 1. Then which school, eh? As Xianxia wondered, surrounding conversations quickly supplied the answer. No. 39 middle school. Upon the viewing platform, Principal Zhao of No. 39 middle school, whose institution ranked second only to No. 1 in overall strength, sat beside Sun Xingyu, his cheeks flushed with pride. He smoothed his robes and unconsciously lifted his chin. Principal Zhao, you've been holding back. Sun Xingyu, startled by the result, glanced sideways at Zhao with genuine astonishment. Principal Zhao waved a modest hand. Nowhere near. Nowhere near. Oomph. Sun Xingyu snorted coldly. In his view, Chongjiang City's elite cultivators belonged exclusively at No. 1 middle school. That No. 39 had concealed such a talent felt like a personal affront. Suppressing his resentment, he watched the rest of the exam with a stony expression. Around him, principals from other schools leaned in with congratulations. Congratulations, Principal Zhao. What an outstanding seedling you've nurtured this year. You truly kept him hidden, Principal Zhao. We had no idea your school harbored such brilliance. Congratulations. Old Zhao, congratulations. Buy me a drink. Principal Zhao responded to each with gracious nods, his pride unmistakable. Then a deep, resonant voice echoed from behind him. Principal Zhao, excellent work. My sincere congratulations. At that voice, Zhao stiffened, swiftly rose and bowed deeply toward Zhou Hou, seated higher up on the rear tier. Mayor Zhou, your praise is too generous. Zhou Hou smiled warmly. No need for humility. Cultivating such a student at No. 39 middle school reflects your exceptional leadership. I shall record this achievement in your favor. Thank you, Mayor Zhou. Principal Zhao bowed repeatedly, barely concealing his elation. Zhou Hou nodded, then turned to the 4 representatives of the Grand Martial Academies. Gentlemen, what do you make of this young man? Does he meet your standards? All 4 representatives paused. A Qi absorption realm first-tier cultivator would have dazzled in previous years, more than sufficient for enrollment at any of the 4 Grand Academies. But this year was different. Genius after genius had emerged. At this level, they found themselves unmoved. Yet mindful of Zhou Hou's stature, they exchanged glances before nodding in unison. A rare talent indeed. We shall certainly consider him. Zhou Hou knew well this was mere diplomatic courtesy. Yet he deliberately raised his voice so that all delegates seated behind could hear that he has flourished in the environment of No. 39 middle school, speaks volumes about his temperament and innate aptitude. With proper cultivation, his future knows no bounds. I urge you all to give him serious consideration. These words were addressed to the 4 Grand Academies, but also served as a subtle, benevolent reminder to other martial academies. Perhaps it was time to ease their admission criteria for Chongjiang City's cultivators. The examination continues. Due to Yu Hao's outstanding performance, all the cameras are focused on him, and the large screen on the observation platform displays the youthful face of the young boy. While people on the observation platform are discussing, Yu Hao's testing has not stopped. Soon the results of the second test are announced. Name Yu Hao. Test result, vitality value 12. The vitality value remains unchanged. Amidst the crowded discussions, the third test follows. Name Yu Hao. Test result, vitality value 13. It has increased. It's 13 now. Amazing. This year's Sanju Middle School has hidden its talents well. There's actually a genius in the foundation establishment realm. No. 1 middle school is in trouble now. Stop talking now. 1 middle school has nothing to worry about. The good students haven't even shown up yet. The crowd is animatedly discussing. On the martial arts platform, Yu Hao steps away from the testing device, looking up at the results of the 3 tests with a confident smile. He turns to the observation platform, his gaze landing on the principal of Sanju Middle School. The 2 share a glance and nod at each other. It is evident they had anticipated this result. At that moment, a crisp and pleasant alert sound comes from the speakers. When this sound appears, the vast square falls silent for a moment before erupting into a thunderous discussion. Simultaneously, on the large screen at the back of the observation platform, a red reminder appears and continues to flash. Southeast Martial Arts University invites Yu Hao to join. Wow, a special recruitment for martial arts, and it hasn't even been long since it started. Hey, in previous years, special recruitments were just for show. The good students had already been quietly recruited by various representatives. This year, it seems Sanju Middle School has hidden its talents too well. The major martial arts academies didn't know, so they acted quickly to snatch him up. Now that you mention it, it really could be the case. A special recruitment for martial arts is a unique admission method that falls between the standard martial arts recruitment and early admission. This means that when a school detects a student with excellent vitality values, a representative from that school can press the special recruitment button on the desk in front of them. This indicates that the representative's institution has a keen interest in the student and hopes that the student will join them. Of course, this special recruitment button cannot be pressed casually. According to the regulations of the Great Xia martial arts, special recruits must offer additional benefits and advantages, and the specific details are outlined in a basic set of rules provided by the Great Xia Martial Arts Bureau. This means they must provide 50% of the monthly benefits for regular recruits. This is the minimum value. The exact amount will depend on how many martial arts academies extend an invitation to the student. If multiple martial arts academies extend invitations, then the choice of which academy to join will depend on the student's personal preference, with the benefits being a significant factor. At this moment on the observation platform, a representative from a martial arts academy, sitting to the right behind Zhou Hou, reaches out and presses the button in front of him. The surrounding representatives turn to look at him. This representative withdraws his hand and says to those around him, "Colleagues, I won't hide it any longer. According to the information, it seems this student hasn't been discovered ahead of time. Since you all are unaware, I will take the initiative first. Supervisor Wu has such quick hands. Since Supervisor Wu is ahead, I won't wait either." After saying this, the academy representative reaches out and presses the button in front of him. The crisp and pleasant alert sound rings out again. On the large screen, another message pops up. Huarong Martial Arts Academy invites you how to join. With 2 martial arts academy representatives leading the way, many interested representatives press the special recruitment button in front of them. Soon over a dozen special recruitment messages pop up on the large screen. These are still confident martial arts academies. Those who want to make special recruitments but are hindered by their own academy's lack of strength haven't even pressed the special recruitment button. The crowd in the square erupts in excitement. Looking at the various recruitment messages on the large screen, their eyes are filled with astonishment and envy. Although these schools are not top-tier academies, the sheer number is impressive. The greater the number, the more intense the competition. Ultimately, the more benefits the martial arts student can secure. The scramble from over 10 martial arts academies. The benefits for the martial arts students can at least double compared to the basic benefits. On the martial arts platform, Yu Hao had anticipated this, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he stood proudly. Soon the representative from Southeast Martial Arts University, who made the first invitation, picks up the microphone in front of him, his voice echoing across the square. Our Southeast Martial Arts University promises Yu Hao an additional 80% in benefits and invites him to join our school. After his words, another Martial Arts Academy representative follows up. Our Huarong Martial Arts Academy offers Yu Hao an additional 85% in benefits. Our Zhenjiang Martial Arts Academy offer 90%. Representatives from various martial arts academies seem to be in a bidding war, competing with each other to increase benefits to entice Yu Hao. In front of tens of thousands of witnesses in the square, ultimately the Southeast Martial Arts University, which pressed the special recruitment button, first successfully invites Yu Hao to join with an additional 120% in benefits. At the moment the agreement is reached, a new wave of discussions erupts in the square. Isn't this a record? The first special recruit gets 1.2 times. This year we Chongjiang are going to soar. The principal of Sanju Middle School played this hand incredibly well. It's so impressive. Exactly. For this kind of special recruitment, the element of surprise is the best trump card. The various universities were unprepared and had no confidence, making it easy for them to offer high benefits. Of course, there's a gambling aspect. If all the universities had been cautious, they might have faced a setback. Fortunately, the outcome was good. On the observation platform, Zhou Hao's face is beaming with joy. A martial arts student from Chongjiang achieving a good result greatly enhances his political achievements. This boost will exist from the short term to the long term. For each additional student, he gains more confidence, which is beneficial for his future career. He claps his hands loudly, looking at the principal of Sanju Middle School with a gratified expression. Yu Hao steps down. The examination continues. The subsequent tests return to calm. Such unexpected situations like Yu Hao are ultimately just exceptions. The remaining students are all average in performance, and the representatives find it difficult to generate interest in special recruitments. Time passes swiftly. Soon it reaches 11 o'clock in the morning. In early June, Chongjiang City is still quite cool, but the midday sun is already hanging high in the sky. The sunlight directly shines down, and people feel a bit of heat. With the crowd gathered, the air becomes stagnant. Gradually, the crowd begins to feel drowsy. In such a quiet moment, suddenly the crowd around the martial arts platform erupts into a flurry of discussions. Immediately, this wave of emotions spreads outward like ripples. The drowsy people wake up one after another, looking towards the martial arts platform. They see a tall, proud young man striding confidently onto the stage. The large screen on the observation platform displays the young man's face. Isn't this the genius from the He family? I heard he has already reached the foundation establishment realm. Isn't that obvious? With such a large family pouring resources into his training, it would be strange if he hadn't reached the foundation establishment realm. I heard that earlier in the preparation area, this young master of the He family made a bet with a classmate. If he lost, he would have to strip. A bet? What were they betting on? What else could it be? Their test scores. Wow, who's so bold to compare scores with the He family's young master? Isn't that akin to comparing family fortunes? Who in Chongjiang can rival the He family in wealth? Could it be the Luo family? No, it's a student named Ji Ran. Ji Ran. Why does that name sound so familiar? Is it? I can't quite remember it. That's the student who was expelled from No. 1 middle school recently because of a stone incident. Yes, that's him. Wow, daring to compare scores with the He family's young master over a stone incident, or does he have a revelation fetish? News of Ji-Ran's bet with He Xianxia spreads slowly around. He Xianxia walks confidently towards the 004 testing device with a smile on his face. Under the guidance of the dark-clad martial artist, he enters the testing device. The test begins. The people in the square fix their eyes on the large screen, watching as white mist billows obscuring He Xianxia's figure. The crowd holds their breath, quietly awaiting the test results. A few seconds later, the white mist is drawn away and the display above the no. For testing device shows the results. Name He Xianxia. Test result vitality value 22. The second level of the Qi gathering realm. Tisk, I knew he would be at the second level. You're just a backseat driver. Why didn't you buy yesterday's lottery tickets instead of pretending to be impressive here? Speaking of which, this year really is, as rumored, a genius explosion. If it were any other year, this score would have been taken by the 4 major academies long ago. How could it still come to this exam? Contrary to expectations, people did not react much to He Xianxia's results, which were rather anticipated. After all, in people's perception, martial arts are linked to wealth. With the strength of the He family, this local emperor, it would be strange if they couldn't cultivate a genius. The crowd merely marveled at He Xianxia's level and then quietly awaited the upcoming special recruitment. Indeed, when He Xianxia's first test results came out, there was no need for further testing. The special recruitment notification sounded. A representative from the South Dipper Martial Arts University, one of the 4 major martial arts universities, pressed the special recruitment button. On the big screen, the admission news from South Dipper Martial Arts University popped up. The crowd erupted in discussions again. It really is one of the 4 major martial arts academies. A student from Chongjiang City is the first to be accepted by the 4 major martial arts academies. The He family is proud now. Entering one of the 4 major martial arts academies means that at the very least their future martial arts cultivation will be at the Dao realm. If my child could get in, I would be over the moon. Alas, what a pity. On the viewing platform, Zhou Houwu had anticipated this and nodded at the representative from South Dipper Martial Arts University. The representative from South Dipper Martial Arts University smiled back and then addressed the representatives from the other 3 martial arts academies. Gentlemen, this genius we at South Dipper Martial Arts University will gladly accept. The other 3 major academies smiled in response. Regarding special recruitment, a tacit understanding had already formed among the 4 major martial arts academies. The competition for promising martial arts talents had been settled long before the martial arts college entrance examination began. Which genius would go to which martial arts university? The 4 major martial arts academies had already communicated among themselves. The He family behind He Xianxia had also privately arranged matters, contacting the representative from South Dipper Martial Arts University to confirm that He Xianxia would be joining South Dipper Martial Arts University. Thus, the other 3 major academies naturally would not participate. The representative from South Dipper Martial Arts University picked up the microphone, looking at He Xianxia below. He Xianxia, do you wish to join South Dipper Martial Arts University? He Xianxia stood confidently in the center of the competition stage, bowing elegantly, embodying the demeanor of a refined young man. I, He Xianxia, am willing to join. Applause erupted around him. Good. Young master, he is amazing. Congratulations, young master, he. The crowd cheered and shouted. The emergence of a student accepted by the 4 major martial arts academies was a source of pride for all the people of Chongjiang City, and they were genuinely happy. Standing on the competition stage, facing the cheers of tens of thousands, He Xianxia remained calm and proud. He raised his hand to wave at the crowd. Wherever his gaze fell, it sparked cheers from the crowd. He Xianxia relished this feeling, even feeling a little reluctant. Soon his attention was drawn to Ji-Ran in the corner of the preparation area. Seeing Ji-Ran's expressionless face, his eyes turned icy, and he sneered coldly, thinking to himself, I have 22 vitality. With the special recruitment from the 4 major academies, let's see how you can beat me. Amidst the crowd's compliments, He Xianxia reluctantly left the competition stage. He quickly returned to the teacher leading the class from the first high school ran up, excitedly hugging He Xianxia and shouting, Xianxia, great job, fantastic, congratulations. Thank you, teacher. The leading teacher held He Xianxia's hand, and under the envious gazes of other schools walked toward the first high school's preparation area. Other schools looked on throughout, their eyes filled with envy, their mouths politely congratulating him. When He Xianxia passed by the corner where Ji-Ran was, he suddenly stopped, looked at Ji-Ran, opened his mouth without sound, and mouthed to Ji-Ran, let's see how you can beat. Ji-Ran sneered and shook his head, ignoring He Xianxia any further. He Xianxia coldly laughed and returned to the first high school's preparation area, quickly ignoring Ji-Ran's presence. With the first martial arts student accepted by the 4 major academies, the once dull square regained its vitality. The onlooking crowd eagerly stared at the big screen, anticipating the next genius appearance. In fact, they did not have to wait long. 10 minutes after He Xianxia left, the crowd suddenly erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Such sounds immediately perked everyone up as they looked towards the entrance of the competition stage. A striking figure gracefully walked up to the competition stage. That's the young lady from the Luo family, right? Yes, that's her. I remember the Luo family's old man risking serious injury to help Chongjiang fend off the threat. With a family like that, their descendants must be outstanding. Go, Miss Luo. The crowd cheered and encouraged Luo. Luo smiled lightly, responding politely, and whenever she turned towards any direction, it would cause cheers from that direction. Jiran also watched Luo with great interest. A beauty very pleasing to the eye, or it would be a waste not to look. The preparation area, which had been quiet due to tension, began to stir with Luo's appearance. Students from other schools had long heard of Luo's beauty. Upon seeing her now, they were naturally amazed. Students from the first high school were also secretly discussing just how high her vitality value might be. Some girls in the first high school's preparation area cheered for Luo. Soon Luo arrived at the 008 testing device. Under the guidance of the black-clad martial artist, she stepped into the testing device. The test began. The big screen on the viewing platform accurately locked onto the display of the number 8 testing device. Thick fog enveloped the area. After a few seconds, name Luo. Test result vitality value 31. The crowd gasped. Their astonishment drowned out the sounds from the speakers, causing some representatives on the viewing platform to widen their mouths. Chi Gathering Realm. 3 levels. Am I seeing things? Damn, a prodigy. I thought the He family's young master at the second level of the Chi Gathering Realm was already impressive, but this young lady from the Luo family is even more outstanding. 3 levels of Chi Gathering Realm, that must break the record. Jiran raised an eyebrow at this result. If he remembered correctly, Luo had just broken through to the second level of the Chi Gathering Realm 2 months ago when they met at the East City Gate, breaking through to the third level of the Chi Gathering Realm in just 2 months. This speed is not something normal cultivation can achieve, nor is it something that could be augmented with medicine. So how did Luo accomplish this? Jiran's curiosity was piqued, and he wondered whether he should find an opportunity to ask. Just as he was thinking, the surrounding crowd also quieted down, all looking at the big screen waiting for the Martial Academy's special recruitment. Even the black-clad martial artist on the competition stage believed that Luo's results would qualify her for special recruitment, so he did not urge her to proceed to the next test. However, time passed second by second. On the big screen, Luo's beautiful face was reflected, but no news popped. On the viewing platform, the reactions of the university representatives were surprisingly uniform. Non-representatives of the 4 major martial arts academies all turned to look at the 4 representatives of the 4 major martial arts academies, flanking Zhou Wu. But what was strange was that at this moment the representatives of the 4 major martial arts academies were also exchanging confused glances, seeing bewilderment in each other's eyes. Zhou Wu, witnessing this scene, began to feel puzzled. Ladies and gentlemen, what is happening? The 4 representatives were at a loss for words. Zhou Wu thought for a moment and looked towards the representative from Northern Martial Arts University on his right, asking, "Representative Sun, I heard you visited the Luo family to discuss special recruitment for student Luo. Why are you not acting now?" The Northern Martial Arts University representative paused and replied, "Honestly, our academy did indeed recruit student Luo for special admission, but she rejected. She said she already had her preferred martial academy." The Northern Martial Arts University representative's words were left unfinished. Xianxia suddenly had an idea, her eyes lighting up as she quickly pressed the special recruitment button in front of her. Seeing this scene, the other 2 Martial Academy representatives also reacted quickly and followed suit, pressing the special recruitment buttons. In an instant, the big screen displayed invitations from the 3 of the 4 major martial arts academies. The crowd erupted in excitement. Damn, no way, 3 major martial arts academies inviting at the same time. This must be the first time such a thing has happened. However, before the crowd could discuss further, the 4th special recruitment notification sounded. The 4 major martial arts academies simultaneously offered admissions. This was unprecedented in Chongjiang City's examinations. Even if there were future occurrences, it would likely be many years later. On the observation platform, representatives from the 4 major martial arts academies all gazed at Luo on the competition stage, their desires evident in their eyes. It was no wonder the 4 reacted this way. According to the information from the respective academies, the best student from Chongjiang City this year was merely at the second level of the Chi Gathering Realm. Such strength could only be considered good, not enough to make the 4 major martial arts academies fight over. However, the third level of the Chi Gathering Realm was a completely different matter. A mere small difference in realm represented over 6 months of arduous cultivation. The entire martial arts academy had only spent 4 years in training. Recruiting a student at the third level of the Chi Gathering Realm was equivalent to saving the academy nearly a year of cultivation time. Moreover, a student of the third level in the martial arts entrance examination represented extraordinary talent. At this moment, a genius that none of the 4 major martial arts academies were aware of stood here. Furthermore, the representative from the Northern Martial Arts University had just mentioned that they had invited Luo only to be rejected. The few people present were seasoned veterans. Seeing the Northern Martial Arts University being declined and the others around showing no reaction, they quickly realized that Luo had not agreed to any martial arts university present. This meant that this genius Luo had not yet made her choice. Thus, Xianxia was the first to react, pressing the special recruitment button. The other 3 quickly followed suit, each eager to press the special recruitment button in front of them. At that moment, the four representatives of the martial arts academies along with Zhou Houwu and the others exchanged glances, seeing both caution and confusion in each other's eyes. Each person had their own thoughts. After a moment, the representative from Jinghua Martial Arts University seemed to realize something and asked Xianxia, Professor Jin, seeing you so decisive, could it be that the student you mentioned who was recruited early is this Luo Yi? At this, all the representatives of the universities on the observation platform paused. They suddenly recalled that during the waiting period, the representative from Xianxia Martial Arts University, Xianxia, had mentioned recruiting a student early. Now that the examination had been ongoing for an entire morning, they had not seen Xianxia take any action. With the sudden appearance of a genius like Luo Yi who had not been specially recruited, everyone began to speculate that Luo Yi was indeed the early recruited student mentioned by Xianxia. Xianxia scanned the people around her wearing a mysterious smile. Cannot say. She was also helping Ji Ran hide his identity. As for the reason, after successfully recruiting Ji Ran, she had been curious about his situation. Thus, she privately investigated Ji Ran's identity and experiences over the past few days and learned about Ji Ran's expulsion from Chongjiang one high school. Moreover, Ji Ran had clearly expressed his intention to participate in the examination. She didn't need to think twice to know what Ji Ran wanted to do. It was nothing more than to surprise everyone, to shock them, and to make those who had wronged him regret. As a teacher, of course, she had to cooperate with the youthful heart of the boy. So when faced with the surrounding people's doubts, she chose not to answer, keeping Ji Ran's identity a secret. The representatives from the major martial arts academies, seeing Xianxia's silence, felt a sudden shock in their hearts. It wasn't Luo Yi. Could there be other geniuses present? The representatives from the other three major martial arts academies frowned at Xianxia, finding her feigned mystery quite annoying yet feeling helpless. Everyone knew each other well, and their statuses were similar. Forcing an answer was definitely not an option, so they could only quietly wait for the answer to reveal itself. The representative from Jinghua Martial Arts University glanced at Xianxia and said, since this Luo Yi is not affiliated with Xianxia Martial Arts University, then we shall not hold back. Everyone nodded slightly. Xianxia put away her mysterious demeanor and was the first to take the microphone in front. A calm and steady voice unique to women resonated throughout the square. Hello, Luo Yi. I am Xianxia, the representative of Xianxia Martial Arts University. I am very pleased with your achievements today, and on behalf of Xianxia Martial Arts University, I sincerely invite you to join us. Regarding the benefits, Xianxia paused. Xianxia Martial Arts University promises to provide you with 3 times the basic benefits of a martial arts student. Additionally, upon enrollment, you may browse the second floor of the Xianxia Book Pavilion for half an hour and choose 2 types of Xian-level martial arts and 1 type of earth-level or below technique with a designated martial arts instructor to guide you. That is all the benefits Xianxia Martial Arts University can offer. With each benefit, Xianxia announced, the square erupted in exclamations. Not to mention the triple benefits for martial arts students. Simply the promise of Xian-level martial arts and earth-level techniques had a value exceeding 10 million in society, and they were in high demand. Moreover, Xianxia also promised that students could choose their martial arts instructors. Such benefits, when offered by ordinary martial arts universities, could make countless individuals turn green with envy. Let alone at the top-tier martial arts academy, Xianxia Martial Arts University. People looked at that exquisite figure on the competition stage as if they could see a future giant preparing to soar. The representatives from the other 3 major martial arts academies were not surprised by the benefits offered by Xianxia. Before coming here, the school had already provided standards. What benefits could be provided to students at what realms? However, the benefits Xianxia proposed left no room for negotiation for Luo Yi, directly offering the maximum. After Xianxia finished speaking, the representative from Jinghua Martial Arts University took the microphone. The benefits our Jinghua Martial Arts University can offer are the same as those of Xianxia Martial Arts University. Additionally, I would like to mention that I have heard that Luo Yi excels in using a spear. You must have heard of the head of our Jinghua Martial Arts University's Dragon Spear Academy, who is famously known as the White-Faced Spear God. If you join our academy, I am sure he would be very willing to teach you. Just as the representative from Jinghua Martial Arts University finished speaking, a cold snort rang out. The representative from Northern Martial Arts University picked up the microphone teasingly, saying, your Dragon Spear Academy is impressive, but my Northern Martial Arts University's Jingshan Academy is no slouch either. Luo Yi, you must have heard of the fame of the Jingshan Spear. If you come to my Northern Martial Arts University, you will definitely become the successor of the Jingshan Spear. The last speaker, the representative from Southern Dipper Martial Arts University, cleared his throat. Luo Yi, although our Southern Dipper Martial Arts University may not excel in spear techniques compared to the other 2 academies, our collection and depth are still superior. On the path of martial arts, having a teacher is certainly good, but ultimately it is the martial artist who must explore on their own. The martial arts techniques and foundational techniques of our Southern Dipper Martial Arts University will provide you with more choices as you seek your martial path. All 4 representatives have spoken. The crowd was stunned by the continuous enticing benefits. All eyes turned to Luo Yi, eagerly anticipating her choice. On the competition stage, Luo Yi stood firm throughout. She remained silent, hesitating to make a choice. On the observation platform, the 4 representatives of the martial arts academies quietly waited, all wondering what this young beauty was waiting for. It was Zhou Houwu who first lost his patience. Seeing Miss Luoyi silent, he wanted to pick up the microphone to urge her, but due to his identity and fearing that his urging might affect Luoyi's judgment, he ultimately refrained, worried about the repercussions from Luo Lao. He thought for a moment and asked Sun Xingyu in front of him, "Principal Sun, do you know what Luoyi is waiting for?" Sun Xingyu stood up, his body straight and his face full of pride. First there was he Xianxia. Now there was an even more outstanding Luoyi. Both hailed from his Chongjiang one high school, and Sun Xingyu was already fantasizing about the scenes of his continuous promotions. Principal, as for what the girl is thinking, I'm already an old stubborn. How could I possibly know? Sun Xingyu jested. His voice was not loud, but all the representatives on the observation platform could hear him. Seeing this principal so amusing, everyone couldn't help but smile. The representative from Southern Dipper Martial Arts University smiled and said, "Then please, Principal Sun, say a word," and asked Luoyi if she is facing any difficulties in her delay to make a choice. If there are any difficulties, our Southern Dipper Martial Arts University will do our utmost to help resolve them. The Southern Dipper representative suggested Sun Xingyu speak, naturally fearing that their urging might upset Luoyi. Moreover, during this time from the assessment to He Zunshan's recruitment, he had interacted the most with Sun Xingyu among the martial arts representatives. He believed that if Sun Xingyu spoke, he would certainly help advocate for him. Sun Xingyu also guessed the Southern Dipper representative's intention. He gave a deep look at the Southern Dipper representative and then clasped his hands to everyone, saying, "I will ask. Is Luoyi, are you waiting for something? Is there some difficulty?" The representative from Southern Dipper Martial Arts University said that if you have difficulties, they are willing to help. Such straightforward words. It was clearly biased towards Southern Dipper Martial Arts University, yet it was hard to find fault. After all, he was stating facts. The representative from Southern Dipper Martial Arts University had indeed made such a promise. On the competition stage, Luoyi remained silent, her expression flashing with struggle. Hearing Sun Xingyi's urging, she finally mustered the courage to speak. "I want to know why the representative from Xianxia Martial Arts University was absent during the assessment these days." Everyone suddenly realized. So that was it. It turned out Luoyi wanted to choose Xianxia Martial Arts University. However, over these days, xianxia had been busy observing the iron-eating beast and had also recruited Ji Ran early. Additionally, she was initially disinterested in the recruitment of representatives from schools. Thus, she had not appeared during the assessment. Such behavior left Luoyi, a sensitive girl, feeling uneasy. Hence, she hesitated on whether to ask. Upon hearing this, xianxia was clearly taken aback, then showed a gentle smile, picking up the microphone, and sincerely said, "First of all, I must apologize for not being present during the assessment. It was not the intention of Xianxia Martial Arts University, but rather my personal reason. I can explain this." Xianxia spoke in a calm tone, not from a high pedestal, but rather as if she were chatting. Following this, she truthfully shared her observations of the iron-eating beast, its capture, and the early recruitment of students. In the end, she sincerely apologized to Luoyi, explaining that her absence during the assessment was indeed a mistake. The people in the square had been listening intently. They respected xianxia's response greatly. After all, not every academy representative could lower their stature so much for recruitment. Moreover, she was a representative of one of the 4 major martial arts academies of the Great Xia. However, before the crowd could respond when they heard that xianxia had preemptively recruited a student from Chongjiang City, it immediately stirred up a great commotion. Initially, they thought Luoyi's special recruitment from the 4 schools was already astonishing. Who would have thought there was another genius from Chongjiang who had been recruited early? In an instant, everyone began speculating about the identity of this preemptively recruited student. Luoyi was very surprised to hear xianxia say that they had already recruited students in advance. She completely forgot her own entanglement and began to wonder who that early recruited student could be. After thinking for a while, she couldn't come up with a student from Chongjiang who could achieve that. As time passed, coupled with xianxia's sincere explanation, she no longer felt conflicted. "I choose Xianxia Martial Arts University." "Good." Xianxia clapped her hands, stood up, and took the microphone, saying, "Welcome aboard, and once again I apologize." Luoyi smiled and politely bowed before stepping down from the competition stage. In the viewing area, the representatives from the other 3 major martial arts academies felt a tinge of disappointment, seeing that the genius had already chosen her affiliation. Thinking about this genius who had not made any deals with any martial arts academy beforehand, and came to participate in the exam so effortlessly, the 3 representatives felt a deep sense of regret, blaming themselves for not paying attention to Luoyi. At the same time, they realized that upon returning they would likely have to write a report regarding this matter. Sun Xingyu turned around, glanced at the representative from Nandu Martial Arts University, his eyes filled with helplessness. He expressed that he had already done his best, but he could not dictate the students' thoughts. The representative from Nandu Martial Arts University nodded slightly, remaining silent. The exam continued. Due to Luoyi's presence, the other talented students from Chongjiang one high school also appeared in the subsequent exams without causing much of a stir. As expected, they were admitted by one of the 4 major martial arts academies. This continued until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly and the air feeling hot. In the viewing area, Zhou Houwu and Sun Xingyu wore remarkably similar expressions of satisfaction, their eyes unable to hide their delight. By this point, all the registered geniuses in the city had completed their exams. The final results lived up to Zhou Hou's expectations. Including He Xianxia and Luo Yi, a total of 5 martial arts students were admitted by the 4 major martial arts academies of Daxia. Compared to the admission rate of a maximum of 2 students in previous years, this achievement was indeed a great surprise. Zhou Houwu felt self-satisfied, pleased with his decision to allocate funds for cultivating martial arts students. Sun Xingyu was equally elated. All 4 talented martial arts students were from Chongjiang, one high school, bringing glory to him as the principal. His own future also seemed to skyrocket due to such results. The two had already begun planning their paths for future promotions. At this moment, the representative from Nandu Martial Arts University timely asked, "Professor Jean, you previously mentioned that the early recruited student would participate in the exam, but now all the students worthy of being called geniuses have completed their exams, and I do not see the genius you spoke of. Are you trying to deceive us?" Everyone turned to look at her. Zhou Houwu clasped his hands and said, "Professor Jean, could it be that there is still a genius in Chongjiang City?" Jean Yinzi smiled without saying a word. Zhou Houwu paused, looking at Sun Xingyu in front of him, and asked, "Principal Sun, do you have something to hide?" Sun Xingyu replied, "To the mayor, all our geniuses have completed their exams, and there is no concealment." Zhou Houwu frowned again, glancing at the other school principals in the front row. He discovered that they also wore blank expressions, showing no signs of hiding information. His inner doubts deepened. Jean Yinzi, seeing this, smiled lightly and said, "Everyone please remain calm. Whether I'm deceiving people, you will see for yourselves." Seeing Jean Yinzi still putting on an air of mystery at this critical moment, the representatives from the other 3 major martial arts academies couldn't help but speak up to reprimand her. Zhou Houwu also felt some displeasure. However, considering it was a public occasion, no one exploded in anger. They continued to sit quietly and wait. The exam was still ongoing. Even though those geniuses had already completed their exams, the people in the square, while not leaving, began to space out, losing interest in the competition stage, and instead started chatting. The square seemed to be buzzing with millions of bees. Ji-Ran stood in the preparation area, feeling sleepy. Finally, just as he was about to meet the King of Dreams, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Ji-Ran, it's your turn. Ji-Ran opened his hazy eyes. He saw the woman calling out numbers at the edge of the preparation area, holding a tablet and shouting, "Candidate number 6802, Huang Duyu. Candidate number 6803, A.G. Ran. Candidate number 6804, Jiang Fan. The above students please come forward to prepare." Ji Ran looked at the big screen and confirmed that she was indeed calling him. He stood up and slowly walked towards the connection between the preparation area and the competition stage. Just as he stepped out of the preparation area of Xianyang Vocational High School, suddenly a boy shouted from behind, "Ji Ran, don't forget our bet. If you lose, you have to call me Dad." Ha! He Xuantian laughed arrogantly. Originally, he should have left right after finishing the exam. However, due to the bet with Ji Ran and his absolute confidence in his own results, he stubbornly waited for several hours just to hear Ji Ran call him Dad. Ji Ran did not look back and sneered as he approached the entrance. Seeing that Ji Ran was unresponsive, He Xuantian became even bolder. "Oh hey, why aren't you talking? Are you scared? It's too late, just wait to call me Dad." Everyone listen up, this is Ji Ran, the student expelled from No. 1 high school. He just bet with me that if he lost he would call me Dad. Let everyone be a witness. He Xuantian shouted, even stepping onto the grid barrier of the preparation area. His demeanor was arrogant and his expression was domineering. The crowd around him was drawn in, all wearing expressions of spectators, their eyes flickering between Ji Ran and He Xuantian. Ultimately, it was the personnel from the Martial Arts Education Bureau who stopped He Xuantian, prompting him to behave himself. By this time, the previous batch of students had completed their tests. Under the guidance of the staff, Ji Ran walked into the entrance passage of the competition stage. Perhaps the personnel responsible for the live broadcast had heard He Xuantian shout, or perhaps someone had tipped them off, or they already knew Ji Ran's identity. As Ji Ran passed through the passage and stepped onto the steps of the competition stage, the camera locked onto his face immediately. On the big screen behind the viewing area, Ji Ran's face was clearly displayed on it. In the crowd of the square, Ji Tianhao and the others instantly perked up upon seeing Ji Ran's face. Ji Tianhao dodged in pain, saying, "Hey, I saw it, calm down." Ji looked at his younger brother on stage, smiling and teasing, "This kid is Ji Tianhao dodged in pain, saying, "Hey, I saw it, calm down." Ji looked at his younger brother on stage, smiling and teasing, "This kid is quite cocky." Ji Ran's expression was very arrogant. He intentionally mimicked the smile of the protagonist in a movie, with one corner of his mouth raised in a crooked grin, laughing mockingly, as if everything around him was inconsequential. Who is this kid? So arrogant. I don't know. But to be fair, he's quite handsome. What use is being handsome? This is a martial arts exam, not an art exam. At this moment, Ji Ran was clearly being targeted intentionally. A series of candidate information suddenly appeared at the top of the big screen, which should have had no words. Candidate number 6803, A.G. Ran, Xianyang Vocational High School. Ji Ran, is that Ji Ran? Do you know him? The one expelled from No. 1 high school a while ago, you don't remember? Oh, I remember now, his name is Ji Ran. I didn't expect that the one expelled from one high school would end up at Xianxia Vocational High School. The bored crowd found something to gawk at again. Their scattered attention refocused, all eyes turned to the big screen in the square. In the viewing area, Sun Xingyu had been keeping Zhou Hao's reminder in mind, alerting the representatives of the various martial arts academies about Ji Ran's identity. Now seeing that Ji Ran was about to start the exam, he stood up and turned around. He first glanced at Zhou Houwu. Seeing Zhou Houwu give a slight nod of approval, Sun Xingyu felt relieved and clasped his hands, saying, "Excuse me, representatives." The representatives from the various martial arts academies looked at Sun Xingyu with curiosity. Sun Xingyu wore a suspicious expression. "First of all, I must apologize. This matter was not our intention in Chongjiang City. It is a regulation from the Martial Arts Education Bureau, and we are indeed helpless." Seeing this strong school principal from Chongjiang City suddenly become so humble, the representatives became interested. Upon seeing this, Sun Xingyu bowed and pointed to a young man on the stage, his face filled with indignation, saying, "This student is named Ji Ran. Speaking of this name, some of you may have heard of it, while others may be unfamiliar. I must remind you that this student named Ji Ran, although he is a martial arts student, is a natural stone body." Oh. Hearing the words natural stone body, all the representatives of the martial arts academies were taken aback. Only Jin Yanzi had a slight smile on her lips, her eyes gleaming. She glanced at Sun Xingyu, waiting for his performance. The representative from Northern Martial Arts University frowned and asked, "A natural stone body, Principal Sun, are you sure? If he is a stone body, why is he still participating in the martial arts exam?" The representative from Jinghua Martial Arts University frowned, inquiring. The other martial arts representatives also looked somewhat displeased. Allowing a stone body to participate in the exam is a deception and also disrespectful to them. Zhou Houwu saw this and timely interjected soothingly, saying, "Everyone please remain calm and listen to Principal Sun's explanation." After saying this, he signaled with his eyes for Sun Xingyu to continue. Sun Xingyu nodded. In fact, this student Ji Ran was once a student of Chongjiang one high school. During his admission, due to his outstanding performance, we were negligent and did not conduct an admission test for him. After 3 years of training and a significant investment of resources, he reached the peak of the body refinement realm, but remained stuck there for half a year before we realized something was wrong. Afterwards, we sought the headmaster to have his body checked, only to discover that his meridians were blocked. He is a natural. Initially, I couldn't accept this news and confirmed it several times. Only when I was sure the results were accurate did I agree to have him withdrawn. However, I did not expect that student Ji Ran would not give up, and through personal connections enrolled in the lowest ranked high school in our city to obtain a chance to participate in the exam. The principal of Xiangyang Vocational High School, Li Dongren, is a close friend of Ji Ran's father, and thus disregarded the rules to admit Ji Ran, deceiving all of you representatives. As a member of the educational community in Chongjiang City, I must remind you not to be fooled. After explaining all this, Sun Xingyu turned to Li Dongren, who was sitting in the most remote corner of the viewing area, and sternly questioned, "Li Dongren, what do you have to say? For your own selfish desires, deceiving the Martial Arts Academy, what exactly are your intentions?" Sun Xingyu completely disregarded his image, striving to play the role of a righteous figure who critiques the shameful actions of others. His voice was loud enough for those near the viewing platform to hear the argument on stage. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but wonder why the previously harmonious atmosphere had suddenly erupted into conflict. People's curiosity surged, and they perked up their ears to listen carefully. The representatives of various martial academies had serious expressions, all looking at Li Dongren, eager to see how he would defend himself. Zhou Hao's face was as calm as water, pretending to be completely unaware. He asked, "Principal Li, is what principal? Do you have anything to explain?" In the corner of the viewing platform, Li Dongren remained seated, looking ahead at Ji Ran, who was following the guidance. He took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and spoke calmly, his voice resonating like a bell. In the year 644 of the martial era, in the official village of Zhangtaiju in Highlang City of the northern region, he withstood the beast tide for 1 minute with a third-level body refinement cultivation, safeguarding the old and young of the village, and buying a precious minute for the Qingya army, successfully establishing a defense line to ensure the safety of Highlang City. In the year 687 of the martial era, during a routine patrol, the 15th Army of the Demon Subduing Pass encountered a beetle lizard. The soldier O Guofu fought valiantly against the beetle lizard alone to protect his comrades, ultimately exhausting himself and dying in battle. In the year 706 of the martial era, the capital encountered an invasion of a swarm of rat beasts, and the city defense soldier Zhang Yaoyang fought to close the sewage outlet, ensuring that the underground city system of the capital remained intact. In the year 712 of the martial era, the demon city faced a 100-year flood. In the year 720 of the martial era, Li Dongren's voice was not loud, but it quickened as he spoke, each word carrying immense power. He meticulously recounted event after event, listing dozens of incidents, as if he were sharing treasured family stories. After finishing these, he deliberately paused for a moment. Turning around, he looked at the representatives of numerous universities behind him, and spoke again, with a firm tone. Each of the heroes mentioned above, in the eyes of everyone present, are individuals, with no promising martial path, possessing merely the body of stone. Yet they accomplished many feats that even seasoned martial artists could not achieve. May I ask you all, how will you explain this? Silence. On the viewing platform. Everyone fell silent, no one spoke, and no one made eye contact with Li Dongren. The representatives had no more questioning thoughts, recalling the heroes Li Dongren mentioned, feeling deeply ashamed. Zhou Hao's expression was calm, revealing no joy or sorrow. However, Sun Xingyu looked gloomy, gritting his teeth as he glared at Li Dongren, inwardly cursing Li Dongren for his sharp tongue. Being an old hand at this, he naturally understood the current situation and dared not speak up to rebut. Li Dongren scanned the crowd, seeing them all silent, and slowed his tone. The Eastern Emperor of the Great Xia once said the path of martial arts is accessible to all, and the heart of martial arts should be respected by everyone. Thus, during his reign, he established the martial arts edict: all are born equal, and martial arts are steadfast. The martial arts of the Great Xia have already been clearly stated by the Eastern Emperor. Why must you trouble a child who possesses the heart to pursue martial arts today? This time, many representatives had already bowed their heads in shame. In their world, time seemed to stretch infinitely as they inwardly prayed for the moments to pass more quickly. The scene momentarily fell into an awkward silence. At this moment, a round of applause erupted. Everyone turned to look, and they saw xianxia gazing at the martial arts platform, her expression filled with admiration. Good, she exclaimed emphatically. I never expected that this small Chongjiang city would have a teacher with such genuine martial arts ideals. Impressive, impressive. Xianxia cupped her hands towards Li Dongren. Li Dongren bowed in return. Immediately afterward, Xianxia shot a cold glance at Sun Xingyu, and then addressed the other representatives from the 3 major martial academies, as well as Zhou Hou. Mr. Li's remarks are exactly what I wanted to say. My Xianxia Martial Arts University respects students, and even more respects every heart that aspires to martial arts. What happened today should serve as a lesson for us, remembering the teachings of the Eastern Emperor and not forgetting the martial edicts of the Great Xia. After Xianxia spoke, except for the other 3 representatives of the 4 major martial academies, the remaining university representatives nodded in agreement. On the contrary, the 3 representatives of the 4 major martial academies looked displeased. Humph. The representative of Nanda Martial Arts University sneered at Xianxia, saying, Professor Jin, your words are quite beautiful. An uninformed person might think you have already recruited this student with the body of stone. The representative of Beifeng Martial Arts University chimed in, when did Professor Jin's skills in backseat driving become so refined? I truly didn't know. The representative of Jinghua Martial Arts University scoffed, since Professor Jin is so generous, how about your Xianxia Martial Arts University take in this dance student? Yes, isn't your Xianxia Martial Arts University all about respecting every heart that aspires to martial arts? The representative of Nandu Martial Arts University teased. Xianxia smiled, her smile radiant. She was just about to respond when Zhou Hou suddenly interrupted. As the mayor, he could not allow the representatives of the 4 major martial academies to be placed in a difficult position. Offending any side would not benefit the future enrollment of Chongjiang City. So he intervened, saying, everyone please calm down. Professor Jin's words are also for the good of our Chongjiang City students. The mistake lies with me. I should not have brought the matter of the body of stone to light. This is my fault as the mayor, please forgive me. Mayor Zhou, you are too polite. Mayor Zhou, you are being too harsh. The representatives responded in unison. Then Zhou Hou turned to Xianxia and said, Professor Jin, do not be troubled. Regarding this student Ji Ran, after today's examination, I promise to provide him with a satisfactory future, ensuring his aspirations in martial arts are not overlooked. Xianxia looked at Zhou Hou, hesitating to respond. The representatives watched this scene with great curiosity. The representative of Nanda Martial Arts University shot a sideways glance at Xianxia and sneered, what's wrong, Professor Jin? Do you have other thoughts? Xianxia looked at the representative of Nanda Martial Academy, then suddenly smiled at everyone casually, saying, thank you for Mayor Zhou's kindness, and I also appreciate the reminders from all my colleagues. I have my own considerations regarding this matter. As for the outcome, let's wait and see. Hearing Xianxia say such perplexing words, everyone felt confused, unable to grasp what scheme she was plotting. The representative of Beifeng Martial Arts University suddenly realized something, raised his head, and asked Professor Jin, could it be? Xianxia interrupted him, pointing towards the martial arts platform. Look. The representative's attention was immediately drawn forward. On the martial arts platform, Ji Ran obediently listened to the teachings of the black-clad martial artist. Remember, think about the matter, stir up your emotions. Extreme emotions like passion and anger will yield better results in the test, understand? Go in. The black-clad martial artist kindly reminded. Ji Ran nodded and stepped into the testing device. At this moment, tens of thousands of people in the Eastern Square, along with the representatives on the observation platform, all focused their gazes on the testing device number 001 on the martial arts platform. Ji Ran's identity had unknowingly spread to every corner, and everyone was aware of his physical condition. Therefore, there were no expectations for the test results. Instead, there was anticipation for what might happen after the test was completed. For a moment, the crowd speculated and argued amidst various noises as the Xian-colored warrior closed the testing device's door and pressed the start button. White mist rose and enveloped the area. Ji Ran's figure was obscured by the white fog. Standing inside the testing device, he suddenly felt himself wrapped in a cool gas. Then that gas coiled around his body like a small snake, with some of it penetrating his skin and entering his body. In an instant he felt a chill that made Ran shiver. After the gas roamed around his body, it slowly flowed out, returning to the white mist. Immediately afterward, the white mist was retracted by the testing device. Ran felt a loosening around his body. The first test, should be completed right. He thought to himself, should I look back to see the audience's reaction? According to martial arts experience, the blood value for foundation establishment should be above 100. As for what his blood value actually was, Ran genuinely didn't know, as he hadn't been tested since breaking through to foundation establishment. In any case, he was certain that his blood value wouldn't be lower than 100. Moreover, now more than wanting to see his own test results, he was eager to see the audience's reactions, especially that of xianxia. However, the xian-colored warrior had instructed that once inside the testing device, he was not to move or look back until the glass door opened again. Thus, he could only suppress the urge to look back and face the metal before him obediently. Outside the testing device, as the white mist dissipated, everyone immediately focused their attention on the display screen, eagerly awaiting the results. Xianxia crossed his arms, sneering at the big screen. Internally, he fantasized about humiliating Ran in front of everyone. Tianhao and his wife held each other's hands, tightly shaking with anticipation as they stared at the big screen. Mo, shedding his previous playful expression, grinned as he also focused on the big screen. His heavy breathing betrayed his current nervousness. On the observation platform, the other representatives showed no reaction. The students from the stone body class, after all, had blood values that would ultimately not exceed 10, so they naturally had no expectations. Sun Xingyu stared coldly at the big screen, while his peripheral vision flicked towards Li Dongren, feeling a surge of resentment. Only Jin Yinzi looked down with a beaming smile. Although she had known that Ran's blood value would exceed 100, she was still curious about how much this foundation establishment genius blood value truly was. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a beep echoed. Accompanied by a clear prompt sound, the display screen of testing device number 001 lit up. Ran's test results popped up. Name Ran. Test result, blood value 108. Silence. The moment the result appeared, the noisy square seemed to have been pressed with a mute button, instantly falling into silence. The onlookers either widened their eyes in disbelief or rubbed their eyes, stretching their necks to confirm they weren't mistaken. On the observation platform, Sun Xingyu jumped up from his seat, in shock, his body leaning forward. Impossible. His gaze trembled as he muttered, impossible, this must be fake. He fixed his gaze on the 108 displayed on the testing device, his heart churning. If this 108 was real, then, as the principal of the school, due to a misjudgment, he would have expelled the ancient century genius, nearly preventing him from taking the examination. Sun Xingyi's name would likely be etched on the dishonor roll of Chongjiang City. But that was not the most important part. The most crucial aspect was his earlier behavior, compounded by the secrets within this matter. For instance, the transaction with the He family swallowing the city's resources and distributing them to He Sun-Tian. All these issues, once investigated, would not only leave him with a tarnished reputation, but also incur the wrath of Zhou Houwu, as well as legal liabilities. Sun Xingyu was completely panicked, standing frozen in place, unsure of what to do. In contrast, Li Dongren in the corner reacted similarly to Sun Xingyu, merely appearing slightly calmer. Upon seeing the value of 108 and confirming he wasn't mistaken, he felt a strong urge to laugh, hoping to relieve the pressure within. Previously, while facing the crowd's inquiries, he appeared composed on the surface, but deep down, he felt guilty. This was because in his heart everyone was equal, and due to his private friendship with Ji Tianhao, he had admitted Ran into the school, ultimately leading to a setback in Chongjiang City's reputation regarding college entrance examinations. As a member of Chongjiang City, he felt a sense of guilt, but had no regrets. However, at this moment, all guilt was forgotten. Instead, he transformed into the patron of this genius, and the history of Chongjiang City would mark a significant milestone because of him. Most importantly, their Yang Vocational High School's martial arts class might be revitalized by this event and rise to glory. Li Dongren's eyes sparkled brighter, almost wishing to rush down and give Ran a passionate kiss. Suppressing his excitement, he turned to see Sun Xingyi's despairing face, and he couldn't help but smirk inwardly, then glanced at Zhou Houwu. Zhou Houwu appeared calm on the surface, but his breathing was slightly hurried as he narrowed his eyes. Observing Sun Xingyi's loss of composure, he felt a surge of murderous intent. His mind raced as he contemplated the consequences of this situation and how to shift the blame. The representatives from the universities stared at the test results, momentarily unsure of what to say. The responses from the representatives of the 4 major martial arts academies varied. Jin Yinzi nodded slightly, thinking to herself, not bad, in just a few days the blood value has increased so much. The other 3 major martial arts academy representatives repeatedly confirmed the test results. The representative from the Northern Martial Academy seemed to want to say something, but held back. The representative from the Southern Martial Academy hesitated and questioned this blood value. Impossible, is the testing device broken? At this moment, the crowd in the square also reacted. Suddenly, a wave of discussions erupted like a nuclear bomb, sweeping outwards from the center of the square. People disregarded the massive noise and whether those beside them could hear. They excitedly discussed among themselves, 108 blood value. Fake, it must be fake. If it's real, this is a foundation establishment level. 108. Foundation establishment. My God, a foundation establishment candidate appeared in the martial arts college entrance examination. Chongjiang City is going to be famous. Oh wow. Who said he was from the Stonebody class? If he's from the Stonebody class, I wouldn't mind being one too. It's over Chongjiang no. One high school messed up actually expelled such a genius. Now there's going to be a show to watch. Ji Tianhao and his wife stood in the crowd oblivious to the constant jostling around them, their faces filled with shock. Honey, I can't be mistaken, our son. Su Ning stuttered. Ji Tianhao's face flushed with excitement, and he could barely contain his fiery breath. Not mistaken, 108, 108, 108. He kept repeating 108, suddenly recalling Ji Ran mentioning a few days ago that he had reached foundation establishment, and then it hit him shocked. What our son said before was true. What was true? Su Ning was momentarily at a loss. Ji Tianhao forcefully grasped his wife's shoulders, saying, a few days ago our son said he reached foundation establishment, have you forgotten? Su Ning then remembered, her gaze shifting towards her husband's chest as she looked at the results on the big screen, unable to express her excitement. GMO stood in place, his body tense, hands clenched into fists. The uproar from the crowd was like the tide of spring rivers, surging wave after wave, showing no signs of stopping. On the observation platform, Zhou Houwu used his limited thinking speed to sort through the entire matter. His first task was to calm everyone down and confirm the accuracy of the results. Only then could he proceed with the subsequent plans. Everyone please remain calm. There may be an issue with the testing device. Sun Xingyu, hearing Zhou Hao's words, turned around and trembled as he said, yes, that's right, it must be a device malfunction. It's impossible for him, a stone body, to have a blood value over 100. Zhou Houwu frowned, glaring coldly at Sun Xingyu. Seeing that the surrounding representatives were focused on him, he smiled calmly, picked up the microphone, and pressed the red button on it. Silence. The vast square gradually quieted down. Zhou Houwu said sternly, to ensure the test results are accurate, please have Ji Ran change the testing device and complete the remaining 2 tests. That's impossible, I knew it. A spectator seemed to have guessed the truth, raising his voice. How could a student have over 100 in vitality? The testing device must be malfunctioning, or it didn't show the decimal point. The result was rolling on the display. Oh, how could the device be precisely broken at the decimal point? That must be a system error. There must be something wrong. Is it not possible that it's true? The two became increasingly agitated and began to argue. Those around them quickly advised, all right, enough, already stop arguing. The second test is about to begin. Arguing now is pointless. The two fell silent. Meanwhile, at the observation platform, Sun Xingyu couldn't sit still, leaning forward almost onto the table, his eyes fixed on the martial arts stage, silently praying that Ji Ran's test result was a mistake of the testing device. In contrast, Li Dongren's thoughts were completely opposite to Sun Xingyi's. Though he showed little emotional fluctuation, he secretly hoped that Ji Ran's results were accurate, and that he was indeed a super genius of the Seeking Dao realm. As for the representatives from other universities, their feelings were mostly curiosity. The representatives from the 4 martial arts academies, except for Jin Yinzi, were all fixated on the martial arts stage. As school recruiters, they were particularly sensitive to students' achievements. It was not impossible for a martial arts student to break into the Seeking Dao realm before the college entrance examination. Although rare in the history of the Great Xia, it was not unheard of. However, the super geniuses that had appeared before all came from elite cities in top examination provinces. For a small rural town like Chongjiang City, to produce such a genius was completely unthinkable to the three. But what if Ji Ran's results were indeed true? Then their visit to Chongjiang City for recruitment would be akin to a windfall. If they could enroll this genius into their school, their recruitment efforts would be a breeze in any city across the Great Xia. Moreover, beyond these obvious benefits, there were even more hidden perks that could make one envious. Thus, at this moment, all three focused intently on the test results. They silently decided that if Ji Ran's result was genuinely of the Seeking Dao realm, they would immediately press the recruit. Being the first to recruit and speak, as long as they presented themselves well, it would be easy to leave a good impression on these newly adult students, thus increasing their chances of successful recruitment. This matter concerned their career plans, and the three had to treat it seriously. The representative of the Northern Martial University placed his finger on the special recruitment button in front of him, waiting quietly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Jin Yinzi, who sat calmly in her seat, completely unfazed by their tension. At that moment, the Northern Martial Academy representative felt a jolt in his heart. Recalling his earlier speculation, a sense of ominous premonition washed over him. Could it be that this Ji Ran is the student Jin Yinzi mentioned, who was to be recruited early? The instant that thought crossed his mind, the Northern Martial Academy representative's hand trembled slightly. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Just as he was about to ask, he noticed the large square had suddenly fallen silent. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Ji Ran's second vitality test had already begun. This time, Ji Ran was moved to testing device number 002. Moments ago, he had been quietly waiting for the second test to start when he suddenly felt a gust of wind and then heard the sound of a pressure relief valve. From the corner of his eye, he saw the glass door of the testing device behind him being opened. He paused internally. What was happening? Wasn't there supposed to be 3 tests? Why was it opened after just one? Just as he felt curious, the black-clad martial artist outside the testing device spoke softly. Jiran, you need to switch to a different device for a retest. Please follow me. Jiran was taken aback and turned around. When he saw the scene before him, even though he had anticipated it, he couldn't help but be stunned. All 9 other testing devices that should have been operating normally had come to a complete stop. The glass door was open, yet no martial students were seen inside, and at the entrance to the martial arts stage, the staff from the Martial Instruction Bureau were not directing other martial students to proceed. Instead, they stood still staring at him intently. Looking around, it felt as if he was standing at the center of the world with the onlookers' staff, and even all the cameras. They were silent, motionless, like walking corpses. Even with 2 lives under his belt, Jiran had never experienced such a scene, sending chills down his spine. However, he soon understood the reason behind it. He turned to look at the result from testing device number 001. Testing result vitality value 108, 108. Upon seeing his testing result, Jiran raised an eyebrow and smugly said, "Not bad." Then his gaze precisely locked onto xianxia in the crowd. Seeing xianxia's face, which was nearly contorted and extremely unappealing, he grinned and tilted his head towards him. Xianxia's expression darkened further. Subsequently, he followed the black-clad martial artist to the adjacent testing device number 002, standing before the device. The black-clad martial artist changed his previously rigid tone and said gently, "The rules have already been explained to you. They haven't changed, so go in and do your best." Jiran was surprised and glanced at the black-clad martial artist. He had already guessed why he was being asked to switch devices. It was simply due to doubts about the malfunctioning device. He didn't dwell on it, nodded, and turned to enter the testing device. The glass door closed. The black-clad martial artist pressed the start button. White mist began to rise. Jiran stood within calmly, without employing any emotional manipulation techniques. Given his current vitality value, those techniques were no longer necessary. A slight increase in vitality value was insignificant compared to the base of over 100. The testing device operated, and a chilling sensation spread throughout his body. As the white mist dissipated, all eyes on the scene were focused on the display screen of testing device number 002. Beep beep. Name Jiran. Testing result vitality value 109. Wow. The crowd gasped in amazement, and discussion rolling in like tidal waves. Another over 100, and it even increased a bit. My goodness. I told you I was witnessing history. Who was just blabbering earlier, talking? A seeking Dao realm candidate. Is our Chongjiang city blessed by ancestors? First we have the martial god protecting us, and now we have a genius martial student. Chongjiang is set to soar. The crowd was astonished, their gazes towards Jiran burning with intensity, as if they wanted to devour him. On the observation platform, the representatives of the 3 major martial academies were about to wear the special recruitment button out from pressing it, yet that familiar pleasant prompt sound for special recruitment did not appear. Why isn't it ringing? Is it broken? The representative from Southern Dipper Martial University was frantic, looking at Zhou Houwu and questioning him. The representative from Jinghua Martial University pressed the button repeatedly, but to no avail. Only the representative of Northern Martial University, after several tries with the special recruitment button yielding no effect, had already come to understand. A lack of response from the special recruitment button generally indicated 2 possibilities. One was that it was broken. The other was that the student they were interested in had already been recruited by another school. This combined with the unusual behavior of Xianxia, the representative of Qianxiu Martial Academy today. The representative of Northern Martial Academy let his hands drop in despair, speaking in a desolate tone. "Professor Jin, is he the student you mentioned?" Suddenly the representatives from Southern Martial Academy and Jinghua Martial Academy were taken aback by this question, turning to look at the two. After a moment of thought, they connected the dots. Their tense expressions changed abruptly, glancing at Xianxia with a mix of anticipation. They hoped Jiran was not the person she referred to. However, Xianxia's next action plunged the 3 into complete despair. Xianxia didn't move her lips at all. She simply smiled and gave a slight nod. "You cheated." The representative from the South Dipper Martial Academy pointed at Xianxia in exasperation. "The intelligence from the 4 major martial academies is interconnected. How could you possibly know about a student who has been expelled?" Xianxia retracted her smile, her expression appearing serious, yet actually showing off. "Oh, Professor Zhao, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly. We at Qianxiu Martial Arts University have enrolled student Jiran through proper procedures and with Jiran's consent. You can check this with the National Martial Education Bureau's backend. Feel free to investigate." The representative from the South Dipper Martial University was left speechless. However, his gaze revealed his unwillingness to accept this situation. The other 2 Martial Academy representatives shared a similar sentiment, regretting their decisions deeply. In their hearts, they cried out furiously, cursing their school's intelligence department for how they gathered information. How could it be that a super genius emerged from Chongjiang City without any mention in their reports? Seeing the expressions of the 3 representatives, Xianxia felt an immense sense of satisfaction. She slowly raised her hand, bowing to the 3 representatives, boasting, "You need not feel this way. Who could have guessed that a student who was expelled, confirmed to have a stone body, and nearly unable to take the exam would actually be a genius?" Our Xianxia Martial Arts University simply prepared well and happened to seize the opportunity. There's no need for everyone to blame themselves next year. Next year will surely bring better prospects, and everyone should keep striving. The three Martial University representatives either twitched their lips or had their cheeks quiver. If it weren't for the public setting, they would have liked to tear their faces off and start a huge quarrel. But despite their anger, they knew they had lost in this matter. And they lost thoroughly. They initially thought that a trivial border town would not stir much of a storm in this martial arts college entrance examination. Unexpectedly, in the end, a true deity emerged. It is likely that after this year, martial arts schools nationwide will change their recruitment rules, paying more attention to pre-exam intelligence and being more cautious about examination venues in small cities. Thinking of this, the three were unwilling, yet they could only accept their fate. However, the resentment in their hearts was hard to swallow. They turned to look at Zhou Hou together. Every year before the martial arts entrance exam, 90% of the intelligence for major martial academies comes from the management departments of various cities. This year was no exception. Because Chongjiang City is small, almost all the intelligence for martial arts schools came from Zhou Hou. Now there was a significant error in the intelligence provided by him. A student who did not appear on the genius list, one who was expelled and discussed by the entire city, turned out to be a genius. Moreover, it seems that this mayor is completely unaware of the situation. This matter definitely has its implications. Mayor Zhou, you owe us an explanation for this. The representative from the South Dipper Martial University asked in a deep voice. The representatives from Jinghua and the North nodded simultaneously, expressing the same thought. Zhou Hou sat in his seat, his eyelids twitching. Listening to the conversation of the four Martial University representatives, every time he heard words like expelled stone body and nearly unable to take the exam, it felt like giant hammers striking his heart. It also struck at his path to promotion. Sun Xingyu. Zhou Hou gritted his teeth and shouted this name he now despised immensely. After Ji Ran's second test results came out, Sun Xingyu had completely lost his spirit, standing there in a daze staring at the display showing 109. He knew he was finished. A super genius enough to launch his career with a rocket had been personally expelled by him, sending him into someone else's arms. Moreover, he had openly harmed and defamed the genius reputation, causing this genius to nearly be unable to participate in the martial arts entrance exam. To say lightly, it was a personal grudge. To say it heavily, it was intentional sabotage of the foundation of the great Xia martial arts, which is a criminal offense. Furthermore, he had embezzled resources meant for the genius in martial arts. With all these deeds combined, Sun Xingyu knew he was finished. Even if his past achievements were outstanding, they could not make up for this mistake. A genius in the Seeking Dao realm is simply too dazzling. Sun Xingyu leaned weakly against the table before him. Suddenly hearing Zhou Hou's extremely angry voice from behind, he trembled and slowly turned around. Zhou Hou looked at Sun Xingyi's pale face, his heart devoid of any pity. What do you have to say about this matter? The situation took a turn. The questions he previously posed to Li Dongren were now returned to him verbatim. Sun Xingyu mustered his spirit, his instinct for survival, forcing his brain to think, trying to come up with the perfect excuse. All eyes in the room were focused on him, eager to see how he would respond. Sun Xingyu recalled the entire process, listing out decades of life experiences and repeatedly testing his ideas. Finally, he suddenly raised his head, looked at Zhou Hou, and spoke solemnly. Mayor, this matter is my fault. I was deceived by a petty person. Our school director Lu Xiao falsely accused student Ji Ran for his own selfish reasons. I was busy and did not thoroughly investigate the details, so I easily believed Lu Xiao's slander and wrongly expelled student Ji Ran. The fault lies with me, and I am willing to take responsibility. After speaking, Sun Xingyu bent at a 90-degree angle, bowing in respect, shifting the blame. This was what he was best at. After some thought, he realized he couldn't completely escape the responsibility of this matter. But as the saying goes, it's better to divert than to block. Instead of shirking responsibility, it would be better to admit it obediently and find an excuse to shift the main responsibility to his brother-in-law, letting him be the scapegoat. In this way, perhaps he wouldn't have to go to jail. If Zhou Hou and those above were a bit more merciful considering his past contributions, perhaps he could still retain his position as principal. Zhou Hou looked coldly at Sun Xingyu. The surrounding representatives and the principals of Chongjiang City appeared unresponsive, but in their hearts they were secretly mocking. Everyone here was a 1,000-year-old fox. How could they not see through Sun Xingyi's attempts to shift the blame? Whether his excuse would work now depended on Zhou Hou. Zhou Hou breathed heavily. So you're saying that throughout this whole matter you were completely unaware of the true situation and made judgments solely based on others' words, leading to today's actions? Sun Xingyu wiped the sweat from his forehead, not raising his head. Yes. Oomph. Zhou Hou snorted coldly, causing Sun Xingyu to nearly kneel down. Principal Sun, you have a good plan. Hearing Zhou Hou's words, Sun Xingyi's heart trembled violently, realizing that this mayor was truly enraged. Zhou Hou continued, this matter will be reported truthfully to the city, inviting an investigative team, the Criminal Investigation Bureau, the Martial Education Bureau, and the Audit Bureau to conduct a joint review. Anyone at fault will not escape punishment. Get ready for the investigation. Sun Xingyu slumped helplessly in his seat. A joint review. This was going to escalate. The small schemes he had were now completely shattered. Zhou Hou cast a glance at Sun Xingyu, and then turned his head to look at Li Dongren in the corner of the observation platform, his expression changing to one of warmth. Principal Li, today you did not fear authority, and were astute, saving a genius for our Chongjiang city and for our Great Xia. Otherwise, if the genius is buried, we will become the ancient sinners of Great Xia. Come, speak, what are your demands? What rewards do you wish for? After Zhou Hou finished speaking, all the representatives turned to look at Li Dongren. As personnel involved in university admissions, they held great respect for Li Dongren's actions, and their gazes now lacked the previous indifference and were filled with goodwill. Li Dongren felt as if he was dreaming. Even with his strong composure, he could not accept the current situation in a short time. The bottom-tier high school of Chongjiang City produced a super genius, and he was the discoverer of this super genius. His friend's one-time intervention had unexpectedly become a turning point in his life. For someone like him, if someone insulted him, he had 1,000 ways to retaliate. But if someone praised him, his brain would immediately crash. At that moment, Li Dongren was completely dazed, not knowing. Zhou Hou noticed Li Dongren's state, smiled slightly, and joked, "It seems Principal Li hasn't regained his senses from the surprise. Well then, take your time to think about the reward, and also consider your career planning. Your actions this time fully prove your noble intentions and keen insight. There's a place in the future for you to achieve great things. Please have a seat." Li Dongren returned the gesture and sat down. Everyone present except for Sun Xingyu wore smiles on their faces. This storm seemed to pass just like that. But those with keen eyes knew that this was merely the calm before the storm. When a super genius encounters such matters, it cannot be resolved with just a few words. Chongjiang City is likely to face a tremor ahead. As for the outcome of the tremor, no one knows. Zhou Hou concealed his heavy heart and smiled at those around him. I suppose there's no need for a third test for student Ji Ran's results. Let's set it at a blood value of 109. The exam continues. Go bring student Ji Ran to the rest area. I want to meet this young talent from Chongjiang City. The staff at the edge of the observation platform nodded and left upon hearing this. Just then a rapid ringing sound suddenly came from Jean Yanzi's arms. Jean Yanzi apologized to those around her, took out her phone, and upon seeing the caller ID, was momentarily stunned and hurriedly answered, "Teacher." Hearing Jean Yanzi say the word teacher, everyone was jolted awake. Even if everyone did not know the teacher of the professors from the 4 major martial academies, they could guess that the identity was not simple, perhaps even that of an old monster. "Girl, well done," came the old voice from the other end of the line. Jean Yanzi's lips curled slightly. "Teacher, you all, how could I not know? Those matters were reported to me a few days ago, saying you violated school regulations to recruit students. As your teacher, I naturally have to pay attention, and I didn't expect there to be unexpected surprises." Jean Yanzi chuckled playfully, revealing a mischievousness not befitting her age, and whispered, "How about it, teacher? Am I impressive? Did I bring you honor? Impressive? You have no idea, my phone is nearly blowing up with calls, all wanting me to clarify and get that kid you found transferred to their side. These people, instead of focusing on properly imparting knowledge, are only thinking about finding good seeds and taking shortcuts. They are truly regressing." Jean Yanzi quickly replied, "Teacher, please don't agree to them. Ji Ran has already agreed to join our department." "Your department?" The old man paused and asked, "Have you talked to that kid?" Jean Yanzi paused, chuckled, and did not. The old man sighed. "You know, deceiving is not good. Besides, a genius like him, if he wants to leave, you can't keep him." Jean Yanzi naturally understood and nodded, "I know." The old man no longer dwelled on this and continued, "By the way, since you've already enrolled him, why still let him take the exam? Are you prepared?" Jean Yanzi paused, puzzled. "Prepared? What preparation? It's he who wants to take the exam. He is still a genius. Shouldn't we respect that?" As soon as the old man heard this, his tone changed, becoming serious. "Are you saying that he wants to take the exam, and you didn't stop him?" "Yes," Jean Yanzi replied naively. Upon hearing this, the old man rebuked, "Nonsense." Upon hearing the elder's reprimand, Jean Yanzi's body stiffened. The elder sternly stated, "So you mean to say that you didn't even arrange for a protector for him?" Hearing the term protector, Jean Yanzi's body jolted, and then she quickly reacted, her expression drastically changing. To let a gifted young genius who has yet to mature be so openly exposed to the world without any protection. Once this news spreads, it will immediately attract countless hostile forces. At that time, Ji Ran, and even Ji Ran's family, will face endless pursuit. Such incidents have occurred before. Throughout history, how many geniuses have been tragically killed by enemies due to inadequate protection? With past lessons learned in the Great Xia, any youth deemed a genius will secretly have several guardians to ensure their safety and that of their families, to prevent geniuses from being killed or having their minds damaged, thus cutting off their path in martial arts. Yet now Ji Ran has not a single protector by his side. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Jean Yanzi spoke with a hint of panic, "Teacher, I." The elder seemed to understand his disciple well. Upon hearing Jean Yanzi's tone, he sighed softly. "At your age, you should think things through more thoroughly. All right, I will have Xiao Feng rush to Chongjiang City immediately. Until then, Ji Ran's safety is in your hands. Remember, act discreetly and use the items I gave you if necessary." "I understand, teacher." Jean Yanzi pouted, as if acting cute. The call ended. No longer able to sit still, Jean Yanzi stood up and prepared to leave. The representatives from various martial arts academies had been listening to xianxia's phone call the whole time, and upon hearing this highly esteemed professor speak in such a tone, they became even more curious about the identity of the person on the other end. The representatives from the other 3 major martial arts academies had guessed a thing or two from xianxia's address. However, with many people present, they felt it inappropriate to speak further. Zhou Houwu, seeing Xianxia about to leave, smiled and asked, "Professor Jin, where are you off to?" Xianxia thought for a moment, not revealing the truth, but instead said, "I'm going to check on Ji Ran. Would you like to come, Mayor Zhou?" Zhou Houwu indeed wanted to join, but since the exam was still ongoing and he as the mayor was a stabilizing force in the crowd, it was not convenient for him to leave. He could only smile apologetically and say, "Professor Jin, please go ahead. I will join you shortly." Xianxia nodded and turned to leave. On the arena, Ji Ran stood inside the testing device waiting for the 3rd test. Suddenly, he noticed the testing device powering up again. Come on, is this ever going to end? He was complaining in his heart when he heard a dark-clad martial artist behind him say, "Ji Ran, your testing is complete. Please exit the stage." Huh, it's done. Isn't there one more round? Ji Ran was surprised. The dark-clad martial artist explained, "Your results are outstanding. Further testing is unnecessary. Mayor Zhou has sent someone to invite you to the conference hall for a discussion." Ji Ran frowned and reluctantly stepped out of the testing device. He looked up at the values displayed on the device. 109. He wasn't too surprised, just pursed his lips. Ji Ran is amazing. I love you, Ji Ran, you're so handsome. Ji Ran, Ji Ran, Ji Ran. The crowd erupted in cheers the moment Ji Ran stepped out of the testing device. Looking at the results displayed on the testing device, everyone could foresee Ji Ran's future achievements. A promising youth emerging from Chongjiang City. In that moment, the way people looked at Ji Ran was akin to how one would gaze upon their own child, filled with endless pride. Ji Ran waved to the crowd, inciting another wave of cheers. At that moment, he noticed that the figure who had previously stood out in the preparatory area was now missing. Where's he? He curiously scanned around, but couldn't find any sign of xianxia. He can't be allowed to escape. You pretended to be tough, so why should I hold back? Ji Ran was about to rush back to the preparatory area to find xianxia when he was stopped by a staff member from the Martial Arts Bureau. Ji Ran, the mayor is looking for you. This way, please. Wait a moment, I have something to take care of. You'll be there after I'm done. The staff member thought for a moment and ultimately decided to let him pass. Ji Ran quickly ran down from the arena, ignoring the shouts of the crowd on both sides of the passage, and returned to the preparatory area. Son, Tian, he shouted, his expression arrogant. The students in the preparatory area were startled by his shout. Subsequently, all the students' gazes turned toward another. Following their gaze, Ji Ran saw xianxia bent over, attempting to leave the preparatory area. Where the hell do you think you're going? Ji Ran rushed towards xianxia, shouting, "You lost, take it off." Xianxia, not caring about face anymore, quickened his pace to escape. Ji Ran swiftly positioned himself before xianxia, sarcastically saying, "What? Young master, did you lose something? What are you bending down to search for?" Xianxia realized he couldn't escape and straightened up, feeling guilty, said, I wasn't looking for anything." Ji Ran didn't waste words. Pointing at xianxia's clothes, he declared, "A man should accept defeat gracefully. Take it off." The crowd watching this scene joined in the uproar, chanting, "Take it off! Take it off! Take it off!" Xianxia's face turned as red as a pig's liver. His hands clenched, struggling internally, staring fixedly at Ji Ran, gritting his teeth. He said, "Ji Ran, don't go too far." Ji Ran let out a sneer, muttering, "Go too far. Think it through. This situation is entirely of your own making." Xianxia recalled the beginning of their conflict. He realized that it was his provocation and humiliation of Ji Ran that led to the current situation. Regret filled his heart. Had he known this would be the result, why provoke Ji Ran in the first place? He should have been hiding instead. But it was all too late. Ji Ran, leave a way out for others so we can meet again in the future. Ji Ran shrugged, saying, "I fear we won't have a chance to meet again, so let's settle this today. I'll take it off." Seeing Ji Ran unmoved, xianxia's expression gradually turned ferocious. His body tensed, and he slowly spread his feet apart, taking an attacking stance. Ji Ran, noticing this, guessed that xianxia was about to make a desperate move. He leisurely said, "What? You want to fight? Are you sure you can defeat me?" Xianxia paused, suddenly realizing that Ji Ran was no longer the peak of the body refinement realm he once remembered, but a genuine, seeking Dao realm warrior. Xianxia, with his cultivation at the second level of the Qi gathering realm, didn't even have the strength to fight back. In an instant, he lost all will to fight, letting his hands drop weakly. "Fine. You win this round." With that under the gaze of everyone, Xianxia began to take off his clothes. One piece, two pieces. As the crowd chanted, xianxia's clothes were removed one by one. Ji Ran grinned as he watched this scene. It wasn't that he had any special interest, he mainly had to keep an eye on xianxia to ensure he stripped completely. Otherwise, if he left wearing just his underwear, the old fellow might not learn his lesson. Soon xianxia was stripped. The crowd had long ceased their shouting. Instead, they took out their phones and began taking pictures of xianxia. "Ji Ran, you will regret this." After saying this, xianxia covered his private parts with his hands and darted into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Ji Ran shook his head, trying to dispel the image of Xianxia's bare backside from his mind, glanced at the clothes on the ground, and then left. With his feud with Xianxia temporarily resolved, Ji Ran followed the Martial Arts Bureau personnel to the office building at Dongfang Square. The competition on the arena was still ongoing. However, due to Ji Ran's appearance, the remaining martial arts candidates couldn't evoke any emotions from the crowd. The crowd once again fell into a state of despondency, with all discussions revolving around Ji Ran. In contrast to the gloom at the square, the online discussions were in full swing. It was already afternoon, and the martial arts exams across the nation had wrapped up one after another. Results from various locations were pouring in. The trending topics were dominated by discussions of the martial arts college entrance exam, with most content focused on which city produced outstanding geniuses, or what incidents occurred during the examinations in certain cities. However, strangely, despite the numerous related topics, the matter of Chongjiang City producing a seeking Dao realm martial artist did not stir any waves online. Conversely, the locals of Chongjiang City were discussing it fervently, scrolling through local channels, all talking about Ji Ran. Yet there was no trending topic related to this. It was as if someone was deliberately suppressing this matter. Ji Ran, however, was unaware of this. He followed the Martial Arts Bureau personnel to the office building at the back. As soon as he stepped into the office, he saw Xianxia sitting by the window holding a cup of coffee. "Professor Jin," Ji Ran greeted with a smile as he approached. "What brings you here?" Xianxia, seeing Ji Ran arrive, smiled and stood up. "Of course, I came to check on you, this genius, to prevent other schools from poaching you." Ji Ran smiled. Professor Jin certainly has a sense of humor. Xianxia looked Ji Ran up and down with satisfaction. "You have achieved your goal of taking the exam. What are your plans next?" Goal? What goal?" Ji Ran feigned ignorance in response. Xianxia shook her head with a smile. "You don't play dumb with me. You took the exam to vent your frustration, right? Now the principal of Chongjiang First High School has been dismissed, and Mayor Zhou has decided to conduct a thorough investigation. You must feel relieved now. Sun Xingyu, that dog. The principal has been dismissed." Ji Ran was somewhat surprised. His initial thought was to make Sun Xingyu regret it. "How did he end up being dismissed?" Xianxia explained. "He almost made it impossible for you to take the exam. That's a serious crime. Dismissal is just a light punishment, and he might end up in prison later." Ji Ran had nothing to say. Guilt? Absolutely not. Satisfaction? A little, but not much. What he cared about the most was his family, and he was eager to know how his parents would react after seeing his results. Seeing Ji Ran silent, Xianxia changed the topic. "All right, enough about him. Let's talk about you." "Me?" Xianxia nodded. "The exam is over, and now there's a 2-month vacation. Do you have any plans?" Hearing the question, Ji Ran thought for a moment and counted on his fingers. "I want to go back to Beijing with my parents first to visit my grandfather. Then it's about cultivation. I want to find a suitable technique, learn some martial skills, and work hard to improve my strength, and then gain some experience in actual combat." Ji Ran spoke the truth. He indeed needed to improve his combat experience, despite having fought countless battles throughout his life. But those battles were all fought while relying on the martial god realm, and each battle was a complete annihilation. Neither in skill nor experience did he gain any ground. After all, in the eyes of others, he was still an ordinary genius of the seeking Dao realm, and having sufficient combat experience would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Upon hearing Ji Ran's plans, Xianxia immediately asked, "Is your hometown in Beijing?" Xianxia was quite surprised. While doing a background check on Ji Ran, she found out that he was a child born and raised in Chongjiang City. The investigation regarding Ji Ran's parents only indicated that they were outsiders with no specific background recorded. At that time, she didn't pay much attention. But she didn't expect that Ji Ran's grandfather was actually in Beijing. Wait, Xianxia's heart jolted. Ji Ran's surname is Ji, and he is from Beijing. She suddenly thought of that terrifying family in Beijing. No way. Xianxia found it hard to believe. She asked Ji Ran, "What is your grandfather's name? Where is your hometown?" Seeing Xianxia, who had just been calm, suddenly become agitated, Ji Ran was confused and shook his head honestly. "I don't know." "Don't know?" Xianxia was astonished. "You don't know where your hometown is? Didn't your parents ever tell you?" Ji Ran smiled awkwardly. "They really haven't mentioned it." Xianxia paused, her mind racing. If Ji Ran truly belonged to that family, how could he have fallen to such a small place like Chongjiang City and be bullied by a mere principal? Moreover, based on the background check, Ji Ran's parents were ordinary workers. How could a person from that family be a worker, and how could they live so frugally? With that thought, Xianxia quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, then let's follow your plan. What about cultivation?" Xianxia paused and pondered. "Have you thought about the path you want to take?" Ji Ran nodded. "I want to practice swordsmanship." This was something he had thought about for a long time. Not only because swordsmanship is the most flourishing martial art in this world, but also because he found that he seemed to have an almost obsessive feeling towards the sword. Ji Ran wanted to choose something he was interested in. Xianxia looked at Ji Ran and continued to ask specifically. Ji Ran looked at Xianxia in confusion, not understanding what she meant by specifically. Xianxia explained, "There are countless martial ways. Even if you want to practice swordsmanship, there are vast differences between different sword styles. Have you thought about how you want to enter the Dao?" Ji Ran was even more puzzled. After all, Chongjiang City was a small place, and the martial arts classes in various schools only pursued results, never mentioning other matters. Additionally, Ji Ran himself had the protection of the martial god realm. Over the years, he had focused mostly on the martial god realm and rarely paid attention to martial affairs. So now hearing Jin Yinzi ask about entering the Dao, Ji Ran looked completely lost. Jin Yinzi observed Ji Ran's reaction and became even more certain that Ji Ran was not from that family in Beijing. After all, every child from that family had been influenced since childhood and knew everything about the martial way. Feeling completely at ease, Jin Yinzi relaxed a lot and gently explained, "Have you ever thought about why the Seeking Dao realm is called the Seeking Dao realm?" Ji Ran shook his head. Realizing that Jin Yinzi was going to talk to him about entering the Dao, he immediately focused his mind and listened attentively. Jin Yinzi slowly began to explain, "You know, before the Qi gathering realm, the standard for evaluating a martial artist's realm is their blood vitality. Do you know why starting from the Seeking Dao realm, blood vitality is no longer the standard for measuring martial realms?" Ji Ran shook his head. Jin Yinzi said, "That's because upon reaching the Seeking Dao realm, a human's blood vitality has already reached the maximum value that the human body can withstand. If one continues to recklessly temper their body and strengthen their physique, the martial artist's body may not be able to withstand the impact of their own blood vitality, resulting in blood backlash and exploding their body to death." Ji Ran's spirit jolted. A martial artist could be killed by their blood vitality. This concept was something he was hearing for the first time. Jin Yinzi continued, "Therefore, after the Seeking Dao realm, if a martial artist wants to continue improving their realm, they need to find a path, a martial way that suits them. And this process is the seeking of the Dao in the Seeking Dao realm." Ji Ran nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and asked, "So how do I find this path? How can I confirm if I have really found it, and whether the path I found is correct?" Jin Yinzi's tone was long. "This relates to talent, and also to the person who imparts the Dao." She paused to let Ji Ran digest this statement before continuing. "Ji Ran, since you have chosen the sword path, you can seek guidance from martial artists who also practice swordsmanship. If that martial artist is willing, they will wholeheartedly teach you their process of exploring the martial way. From there, you can absorb experiences and find your own path. The ability to successfully find it also relates to your talent. Some people are naturally combative and find their path in battle. Some people love the sword and find their path while polishing their sword, while others with a heart for their country find their path when their nation is in distress." At this point, Jin Yinzi took a deep breath and summarized, "There are countless ways to enter the Dao, and everyone has their unique way of entering the Dao. Entering the Dao through wisdom, observing the universe, contemplating philosophy. Entering the Dao through art, music, chess, calligraphy, burning incense, and enjoying tea. Entering the Dao through kindness, being as gentle as water, harboring compassion, helping others as well as oneself. There are myriad paths, but the heart is one. Enter the Dao." Ji Ran whispered softly. Having traversed into this martial world for 18 years, he believed he had already grasped the fundamentals of martial arts. However, today, upon hearing Jin Yinzi's explanation, it was as if he had opened the door to a new world. It turned out that martial arts were not merely about refining one's blood and qi. There was actually the concept of entering the Dao. Why had his parents and brother never mentioned it to him? What was their Dao? For the moment, he set aside thoughts of his family. Reflecting on Jin Yinzi's words, Ji Ran began to contemplate his own Dao. He carefully recalled his experiences from 2 lifetimes. In his previous life at 35, despite possessing great skills, he was optimized due to his age, looking back on those 35 years as a wasted life. In this life at 18, his parents were healthy, his family happy, and he held the hidden power at the pinnacle of martial arts in this world. It seemed he had everything. So where was his Dao? With this thought, Ji Ran looked at Jin Yinzi and asked, "So teacher Jin, how did you enter the Dao way?" Jin Yinzi smiled and said, "This is my first serious reminder for you." Ji Ran. Jin Yinzi continued, "Do not tell anyone your method of entering the Dao, including your closest ones." Ji Ran was astonished and blurted out, "Why?" Jin Yinzi explained, "The essence of entering the Dao lies in one's state of mind. Allowing others to know your method can lead to targeted actions against you. Lightly, it may halt your martial path. Severely, it may sever it entirely, even leading to demonic deviation." Ji Ran frowned as he looked at Jin Yinzi. He still couldn't comprehend how one's method of entering the Dao could be targeted. Jin Yinzi sensed Ji Ran's confusion and patiently explained, "For instance, a martial artist enters the Dao through love, which may come from a loved one or something close to them. If a malicious person learns of this and destroys it, their beloved will be ruined, their hopes shattered, and their path cut off. This person's martial realm may very well dissipate, completely reducing them to an ordinary person." This. Ji Ran listened in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. According to Jin Yinzi, this so-called martial path seemed too fragile. He murmured, "Isn't this a bit childish?" Jin Yinzi was not angered. "This is what I meant when I said that there are myriad paths to the Dao. The diversity of how people enter the Dao goes beyond your imagination. Therefore, protecting your seed of Dao is the foundation for stepping onto the supreme path." Ji Ran nodded thoughtfully. He finally understood why his family had never spoken of entering the Dao. It turned out the seed of Dao was so vital for a martial artist. Yet he was truly curious about what his parents' and brother's seeds of Tao were. Could it be himself? Ji-ran thought. Jin Yinzi checked the time and said, "Alright, there is still much to discuss about the cultivation of the seeking Tao realm, but this isn't the right time. When you enroll, the school will arrange relevant courses for you. Before that, you need to consider how you will walk your own path." Ji-ran chose the sword, so he should think carefully about where his sword comes from and for whom he wields it. Ji-ran obediently nodded. Seeing that Jin Yinzi was not saying much, he thought she was about to leave. However, he noticed she was standing there staring at him intently, showing no intention of leaving. "Teacher, why don't you go ahead and get busy?" Jin Yinzi shook her head and said, "My primary goal now is to protect you." Ji-ran was confused. "Protect me? Am I in danger? Is it He Sun Tian?" Ji-ran immediately thought of He Sun Tian. After all, among the people he had offended in his life, only He Sun Tian, with his small-mindedness, might seek revenge. Jin Yinzi shook her head and nodded. "You probably have yet to clearly recognize your own talent. A genius like you once grown will be a deterrent to all opposing forces in the Great Xia. Therefore, many people will not let you live in peace. Thus, generally, the Great Xia will send specialized guardians for geniuses like you, and now I am your guardian." Ji-ran nodded in understanding. Jin Yanzi's gaze became somewhat unfocused as she spoke, clearly showing a hint of unease. After a moment of thought, he understood. If she was a guardian, why was she appearing now? And it seemed rather hastily. Moreover, from Jin Yanzi's words, it was obvious this was a spuro-themant decision with no preparation. Most importantly, if he remembered correctly, Jin Yanzi's strength didn't seem very high. When they first met, she was even afraid of a giant panda. How formidable could she be? Since he was such an important genius, why didn't the Great Xia hire a more capable guardian? After thinking it over, Ji-ran guessed that Jin Yinzi must have forgotten about the guardian role and just remembered. "Teacher Jin, may I ask what your realm is?" Hearing Ji-ran's question, Jin Yinzi knew he had guessed her mistake. Her face flushed, and she waved her hand. "That's not important." Looking at Jin Yinzi showing an embarrassment not befitting her age, Ji-ran smiled and was about to decline. But he heard Jin Yinzi say, "Anyway, the guardian is very important for you. Next, the school will send a professional team to relocate and protect you and your family. Don't worry, the school will arrange everything for your parents and brother, and their treatment won't be worse than it is now." Ji-ran was astonished and asked in confusion, "What does this have to do with my family?" Jin Yinzi rolled her eyes, somewhat perplexed as to why this boy was sometimes sharp as a monkey and other times as foolish. "What if those people use your family to threaten you?" Jin Yinzi said succinctly. Ji-ran realized this, and his expression turned grave. He did not expect that just by performing well in his exam his family would be put in danger. He swallowed back the words he originally intended to refuse. At that moment, a heavy voice came from the entrance of the lounge. "Ha ha, Ji-ran, you have truly brought glory to our Chongjiang city." Ji-ran and Jin Yinzi turned their heads. They saw Zhou Houwu striding over, followed by a group of people. Among them, Ji-ran even spotted the figures of his parents and brother. Curious about how his family ended up here, Zhou Houwu had already approached. Ji-ran certainly knew Zhou Hou's identity. Although he had not seen him much in reality, he was frequently seen on television. "Hello, Mayor." Ji-ran greeted obediently. "Hello." Zhou Houwu advanced with familiarity, grasping Ji-ran's hand, as if inspecting his own child, looking him up and down, then patted Ji-ran on the shoulder, saying, "Not bad, heroes are born in youth splendid." Seeing the mayor at a loss for words, Ji-ran smiled wryly and respectfully said, "You are too kind, Mayor." Ji-ran had a good impression of this mayor. Not to mention the past. Just 2 months ago during the Hanyu incident, Ji-ran heard afterward that this mayor had personally taken action and was ultimately seriously injured. He had to rest in bed for a month before fully recovering. A mayor who took personal action during a crisis rather than sitting back and directing from the rear deserved respect. Zhou Hou's smile was almost reaching his ears. Gripping Ji-ran's hand tightly, he asked warmly, "Ji-ran, I won't be polite, I'll call you my dear nephew." The people around laughed heartily. Zhou Houwu continued, "Dear nephew, you have brought great honor to Chongjiang City. Now tell me, what reward do you want?" Zhou Houwu was eagerly looking forward to it. He couldn't wait for Ji-ran to make an extravagant request. That way, when the higher-ups came to inspect in a few days, he would have more bargaining chips. After all this time, the mess created by Sun Xingyu involved him as the mayor, and now he could only try to establish a good relationship with Ji-ran. Ultimately, he could approach the matter from Ji-ran's perspective, minimizing and even erasing his own faults. Ji-ran was somewhat taken aback. He had done nothing, yet the mayor called him nephew and offered him rewards. How was he supposed to respond? He feared that accepting such a reward would be inappropriate. He turned to look at Jin Yinzi, then at his parents. Jin Yinzi pouted, indicating that she was not in a position to speak. This was a matter between Ji-ran and his hometown. As an outsider, it would be impolite for her to intervene. However, Ji Tianhao and Su Ning were present. Ji Tianhao stood there without expressing anything, while Su Ning kept winking at Ji-ran, not knowing what she meant. On the contrary, GMO was shaking his head vigorously. Seeing the completely different reactions from his 3 family members, Ji-ran was momentarily undecided. Zhou Houwu noticed Ji-ran's dilemma and smiled. "Oh, look at me, I was too abrupt asking so suddenly. Dear nephew, you probably haven't thought it through yet, so how about this, I'll leave you my number. You can go back and think it over and let your parents consider it too. The city will draft a reward, and when the time comes we can discuss it." If there's anything you're unsatisfied with, just let me know. The city will definitely meet your requests. Seeing Zhou Hao's friendly demeanor, Ji Ran felt warm inside and nodded. Then Zhou Hao's expression turned serious and his tone became stern. Also, regarding your expulsion and the rumors surrounding you being a stone body, the city has already applied for an upgraded investigation and will definitely give you a satisfactory response. Those in the wrong will not be spared, and those who have done well will be rewarded. Rest assured, I will take charge of this matter and ensure you get satisfaction. At this point, Ji Ran was somewhat confused. Even if he had never experienced such matters, he could sense that Zhou Hao's reaction was a bit excessive. After thinking it over, he guessed it was probably related to Sun Xingyu. As for the specific situation, Ji Ran couldn't be bothered to think about it. After all, it was good news for him. Next, Zhou Houwu engaged in lively conversation with Ji Ran's family, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Ji Tianhao and Su Ning faced the mayor with complete calmness, showing no signs of the nervousness typical of ordinary citizens. GMO stood beside Ji Ran, remaining silent throughout, not revealing what he was thinking. In the entire lounge, Ji Ran's family had clearly become the center of attention. Evening. On the way home, the Ji family declined Zhou Hao's dinner invitation at Xianxia's suggestion. They originally planned to go for hot pot, but Xianxia refused. With no other choice, the Ji family could only return home. Brother, what's wrong? You seem preoccupied. Are you feeling resentful because I did too well on my exam and overshadowed you? Ji Ran teased. GMO shot a glance at Ji Ran. In the past, GMO would surely have bullied Ji Ran. However, today he merely scoffed and replied solemnly, I was just thinking about your sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law? What about her? Did she cheat? Ji Ran instinctively replied. Bang. Ouch. With a loud bang, Ji Ran covered his head, tears welling in his eyes. Shut your crow's mouth. This phrase was spoken in unison by both of them. Ji Ran also had 2 bumps on his head. Su Ning pinched Ji Ran's face, scolding him, while GMO glared at Ji Ran, wanting to explode in anger, but there was Xianxia, the representative of the 4 major martial academies, in the car, so he had to suppress his impulse. Still, he secretly reached out to pinch Ji Ran's soft flesh at the waist. The 3 of them playfully tussled in the car until Ji Tianhao reminded them about traffic regulations, after which they stopped. After settling down, GMO continued the conversation. You are now a national-level reserve talent who our family may have to follow you. What about your sister-in-law? Are we just going to leave her alone in Chongjiang? Ji Ran. Goodness, this love-struck brain. They haven't even parted yet, and he's already reluctant. At this moment, Xianxia, who had been silent, curiously looked at GMO and asked, Are you married? Based on Ji Ran's previous background check, GMO was indeed single. GMO was somewhat surprised that this top-tier figure suddenly spoke to him. Ji Ran took over the conversation for his brother, saying, Know who would marry this poor guy? GMO maintained a calm exterior, but secretly reached out to sneakily attack Ji Ran. Ji Ran grinned and dodged. Xianxia smiled while watching the 2 brothers fool around and said, If you both get married, it would be easier. Qinshou Martial Academy can transfer your wife's job to Beijing. If you aren't married, that's also manageable. I can recommend her to join some powerful organizations depending on her abilities and requirements. These things need to be discussed with your girlfriend. Upon hearing this, GMO's eyes lit up. Thank you. Xianxia smiled and replied, You're welcome. Returning home, fortunately, Ji Ran's house had a guest room. Xianxia was arranged to stay there. At the same time, Ji Ran noticed that he didn't know when a lot of official vehicles from the Investigation Bureau and Urban Defense Team had appeared downstairs. It must have been a decision made after Xianxia and Zhou Houwu discussed it. Compared to tonight, it was destined to be a sleepless night for the entire Chongjiang City's defense forces. The leadership of Chongjiang City also stayed awake all night as a great storm was quietly brewing and rapidly expanding in Chongjiang City. The next day, early in the morning, an explosive piece of news broke out in Chongjiang City. Sun Xingyu, the principal of Chongjiang City No. 1 High School, along with Vice Principal Wu In and Zhang Feng and Director of Education Liu Xiao Jinjin, were arrested for embezzlement and dereliction of duty. Additionally, all other leaders of Chongjiang City No. 1 High School were demoted by 1 level. The position of principal was taken over by Li Dongren, the principal of Xianyang Vocational High School, effective immediately. When Ji Ran saw this news, he was also very surprised. He didn't expect Zhou Houwu to make such a big deal out of it, going directly to the official announcement and having the local news at the top. There was completely none of the usual situation where things were suppressed to the ground. Moreover, Li Dongren jumped directly from being the bottom principal of Chongjiang City High School to becoming the principal of the strongest high school in Chongjiang City. On the surface, it was a simple adjustment, but in reality, saying he jumped 10 levels wouldn't be an exaggeration. After all, in Chongjiang City, high schools were strictly ranked, and when a vacancy appeared in a higher level according to the rules, they could only be promoted level by level. A situation where one jumped straight to the top was virtually unheard of. Dad, how do you think Uncle Li should think? After breakfast, Ji Ran sat in the living room and asked Ji Tianhao, who was drinking tea in the distance. Because of Ji Ran, their entire family was under protection and couldn't leave today, so they could only stay at home. Ji Tianhao held a teacup in one hand and a mobile phone in the other. He took a sip of tea without raising his head and replied, When Uncle Li was under so much pressure to recruit you, I didn't see you thank him either. Ji Ran upon hearing this gave a sheepish smile and replied, "How could I not thank him? My exam results are the best repayment to him." Ji Tianhao looked at Ji Ran and continued to focus on his phone as if he was chatting with someone. The key is that at that time Uncle Li didn't know you would do so well. Ji Ran. What kind of answer was that? It was completely off topic. Ji Tianhao placed the teacup on the coffee table, leaned back, and slowly said, "People shouldn't be too goal-oriented when doing things. Just like your Uncle Li, when he recruited you, it wasn't because he saw your talent and thought you could help him get promoted. He simply saw that you were expelled and wanted to give you a glimmer of hope. Your Uncle Li is genuinely good to you, and you still have the nerve to ask him for rewards." Ji Ran pouted. Ji Tianhao shook his phone and continued, "Moreover, Uncle Li rejected the position of principal at No. 1 high school." Huh. Ji Ran was surprised. Su Ning, who had just finished tidying up the kitchen, also looked at Ji Tianhao in surprise. "Uncle Li refused?" Su Ning exclaimed. Ji Tianhao nodded. "Old Li said that Xiangyang Vocational High School is very good and he has no reason to leave. He hopes the city will select someone wisely." Ji Ran was quite surprised. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground and water flows to lower ground. Who in various industries doesn't want to advance further in their own field? Nevertheless, now that this opportunity was presented to him, Li Dongren actually refused. Ji Ran couldn't understand Li Dongren's thoughts. He wanted to call and ask, but Ji Tianhao refused. With no choice, Ji Ran had to give up. For the rest of the day, Chongjiang City underwent a complete upheaval. The higher-ups sent a joint investigation team to investigate. On the surface, it was a routine investigation, but in reality, it was an investigation related to Ji Ran's matter. Due to the seriousness of this matter, the higher-ups acted swiftly. First, regarding the allocation of precious resources for martial arts students, the heads of the relevant procurement and regulatory departments were dismissed one after another. Depending on the severity of their errors, some were prosecuted while others were expelled. All department personnel lost their year-end bonuses. Mayor Zhou Hou was also given a serious reprimand. Fortunately, he was corrected in time and was not dismissed, but was instead required to reflect while remaining in office. Additionally, due to this incident, the higher-ups initiated a review of various businesses in Chongjiang City ahead of schedule. For a moment, a greater storm was brewing quietly with an ominous sign of a coming storm. Although Ji Ran was aware of these matters, he didn't care too much. Evening fell. He had just consulted with xianxia about matters related to the Tao-seeking realm. Because he hadn't found a cultivation method belonging to him, Ji Ran couldn't cultivate yet. Furthermore, with xianxia present, he couldn't leave and certainly couldn't use the martial god realm to sneak out for fun. He had already been idle at home for an entire day. Upon entering the living room, he heard his parents busy packing things up. "Honey, please take some of these dragon scale beans for Dad. They are a specialty of Chongjiang, and Dad must have never tried them." Su Ning chirped like a little girl. Ji Tianhao had a stern face. "What do we need them for? Don't take them." Su Ning pouted and turned to pick up another item. "What about these? They are all local specialties that you can't buy in." Ji Tianhao reluctantly replied, "Don't take them, we aren't taking anything." Su Ning said helplessly, "It wouldn't be appropriate to go back empty-handed after so many years without returning." Ji Tianhao stood up, stuffed all the items Su Ning had prepared back into their original places, and pulled Su Ning's hand to sit back on the sofa solemnly, saying, "This time we go back just to make a brief visit, and don't think about getting close with them. They are a bunch of machines that eat people without spitting out bones and have no emotions whatsoever." Seeing her husband's resolute demeanor, Su Ning hesitated to speak. Ji Ran watched all of this, becoming even more curious about his parents' past experiences. Seeing that they were about to set off tomorrow, he thought that his father would probably tell him if he asked now. Just as he was about to approach and inquire, xianxia suddenly walked out of the guest room. "Ji Ran." "Teacher." Ji Ran turned around. xianxia smiled and said, "Come, let's go downstairs." "Huh? Downstairs? What for?" Ji Ran asked curiously. "Aren't they not allowed to leave? Why were they suddenly going downstairs?" xianxia replied, "Your protector has arrived. Oh, let's go meet him." Ji Tianhao and his wife also heard the mention of the protector, stopping their conversation to look at xianxia. GMO also walked out of the room. Ji Ran asked, "Can we bring him up?" xianxia explained, "The protector is not convenient to appear in front of family members to avoid exposing their identity in special circumstances. You can meet him yourself." Ji Ran nodded in understanding. After bidding farewell to his parents and brother, he followed xianxia out. Upon reaching the hallway, Ji Ran was about to press the elevator button to go downstairs. xianxia stopped him and pointed upstairs. Ji Ran was taken aback when he heard xianxia say, "Go to the rooftop." Soon the two arrived at the rooftop, opened the rusted iron door, and came to the rooftop platform. The night breeze was gentle. In the distance, the sound of car tires rolling over the road mixed with continuous honking echoed. Ji Ran curiously looked around, but didn't see anyone. Just when he was wondering where his protector was, he suddenly saw a black shadow in the corner of the rooftop, gradually solidifying from the ethereal into the form of a person. The person was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see their face. After appearing, the originally gentle night breeze turned cold. Ji Ran could even see the white mist of his breath. xianxia showed a helpless expression and said, "Why are you always so mysterious?" The black shadow stepped forward, and Ji Ran felt the temperature around him drop a few degrees. The dormant power of the martial god within him also showed signs of awakening at this moment. For a brief instant, he almost couldn't help but activate his martial god realm cultivation to resist the pressure from the black figure in front of him. The black figure gazed at Ji-Ran, and seeing that Ji-Ran had not shown any abnormality from beginning to end, remarked, "Not bad." The voice was magnetic with a cold tone. Xianxia shook her head and turned to Ji-Ran, explaining, "This is your protector, Feng Lianxing." After Xianxia finished speaking, the figure of Feng Lianxing slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a face with sharp contours, solemn brows, and a cold expression, standing tall and imposing, exuding a strong sense of oppression. A chilling aura surrounded him, bringing with it a touch of coldness, continuously pressing towards Ji-Ran. "Hello, Teacher Feng." Ji-Ran greeted respectfully. Looking at the imposing presence and the serious face that could make one's heart race, Ji-Ran felt as if he had returned to his previous life, encountering his homeroom teacher, instinctively becoming obedient. Feng Lianxing nodded expressionlessly, giving a soft mm. Xianxia seemed unfazed by Feng Lianxing. Seeing Feng Lianxing's serious face, she pouted and said to Ji-Ran, "From now until school starts, your safety and that of your family will be entrusted to Teacher Feng and his team. Teacher Feng is very strong. With him here, you need not worry about safety issues." Ji-Ran nodded earnestly, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Feng. To be honest, I actually don't want anyone following me. After all, I possess the strength of a martial god. As long as I am not surrounded by other martial gods, I can fully protect myself. On the contrary, if outsiders learn about my martial god status, it would only attract unnecessary trouble." However, refusing would be hard to explain to Xianxia. Moreover, even if I don't need protection, my family does. In a small remote city like Chongjiang, the defense strength is insufficient, making it easy for hostile forces to infiltrate. Considering all factors, Ji-Ran could only choose to accept. Feng Lianxing nodded slightly, his tone stiff as he said, "For the next 2 months, I won't closely follow you. You can move freely without worrying about safety. If you encounter danger, I will appear." After pausing for a moment, he reminded, "You need not worry about whether I am present or where I am. Unless in dangerous situations, I will not intrude upon your private life. In short, you can treat me as if I do not exist." Ji-Ran nodded thoughtfully. Xianxia explained from the side, "As a protector, it is necessary to conceal oneself. This way, I will not interfere with your life, allowing you to focus on your martial path. It also prevents enemies from seeing through us, forcing them to refrain from making reckless moves. At the same time, it effectively hides your special identity, achieving multiple benefits." "Understood," Ji-Ran replied. Xianxia smiled slightly and said to Feng Lianxing, "All right, I will leave this to you. I still have research to finish, so I will take my leave." Feng Lianxing merely nodded, saying nothing. Ji-Ran asked in surprise, Teacher Jin, are you leaving?" Xianxia replied with a smile, "Remember that iron-eating beast tribe." Ji-Ran nodded. Xianxia continued, "After you captured their former leader, the tribe became a bit chaotic and has recently been stationed near Jinghua Lake, 100 kilometers south of Chongjiang, fighting to contest for a new leader. There is currently no clear record regarding how fierce beasts contest leadership, how they succeed one another, or how resources are redistributed and order reestablished. I cannot miss this opportunity." On the side, Feng Lianxing heard Xianxia's words, particularly the first sentence, "kidnapping the leader." His heart skipped a beat, and he looked curiously at Ji-Ran. Ji-Ran nodded in realization. However, he saw Xianxia suddenly glance at Feng Lianxing and then lean down to whisper in his ear, "Although Teacher Feng seems quiet and rigid, he is actually warm-hearted." Ji-Ran looked at Xianxia in surprise, then glanced at Feng Lianxing. Feng Lianxing, of course, could clearly hear Xianxia's words. He awkwardly rubbed his nose, maintaining his usual indifferent expression. Ji-Ran smiled and nodded at Xianxia, saying, "Got it, Teacher Jin." Xianxia straightened up and said, "All right, I have something urgent to attend to, so I will leave first. Please say goodbye to your parents for me and contact me by phone if anything comes up." "Okay, goodbye, Teacher Jin." Xianxia waved at Ji-Ran and then said to Feng Lianxing, "Goodbye, Teacher Feng." Feng Lianxing nodded slightly. With Xianxia gone, only Ji-Ran and Feng Lianxing remained on the rooftop. The two exchanged awkward glances. After a moment, Ji-Ran was the first to speak. "Teacher Feng, would you like some barbecue?" Feng Lianxing's mouth twitched. "No need to mind me." After finishing to Ji-Ran's astonished gaze, his figure slowly faded, gradually blending into the night. Seeing such a miraculous scene, Ji-Ran was astonished. He did not expect that the martial arts of this world had such mysterious techniques. Looking around the empty rooftop, Ji-Ran could faintly sense a subtle aura locking onto him. Without needing to guess, he knew it was Feng Lianxing, who was avoiding embarrassment, hiding in a corner to carry out his task. He let out a gentle breath and opened the rooftop door to head downstairs. Upon returning home, he explained to his family that Xianxia had already left and that someone else had taken over the security work since they needed to catch an early flight to the capital the next day. Ji-Ran returned to his room early, planning to sleep. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, unable to feel any sleepiness. It wasn't that he had worries on his mind. It was primarily because of Feng Lianxing. He wasn't sure if it was intentional on Feng Lianxing's part or a protective instinct due to his martial god power. At this moment, he could clearly feel a presence hidden on the air conditioning unit outside the upper right window. Especially when he calmed his mind, this feeling became even more pronounced. Why does Teacher Feng have the habit of peeking over the wall? Can't he just go up to the rooftop or directly into the house to rest? What is he doing perched on the air conditioning unit? Ji Ran complained. Thus Ji Ran wanted to sleep, but instinctively reminded him that he was being locked onto. In a daze, he didn't know what time he fell asleep. In the capital, in a manor. The illuminated manor at night clearly outlined its silhouette. The lawns, forests, lakes, and swimming pools bathed in the night lights created a tranquil and luxurious atmosphere. The security team was orderly patrolling in shifts. Infrared cameras covered the blind spots surrounding the entire manor. Countless hidden sentries lurked in unexpected corners. Inside the main building of the manor, contrasting with the bright lights outside, the bright light was perfectly blocked by curtains, leaving the interior pitch dark. In the silent space, one could hear a pin drop. In such a quiet environment, if one calmed down, they could hear even breathing from various rooms. The owners of the manor had already fallen asleep. On the top floor, in an antiquated study, two figures sat facing each other. Have you found the person? The speaker's voice was weary. The man being questioned shook his head in shame. He then slowly raised his head, the dim light casting a glow on his face. It was none other than Ji Tianlin. Ji Tianlin spoke with a tone of guilt and anxiety. According to the intelligence, that martial god does not reside in the city and has not appeared during this time, making it difficult to communicate with him. After finishing, as if fearing the person before him would blame him, Ji Tianlin quickly added, "But please rest assured, Father, I have left behind the hidden scouts we brought, and as soon as there is any news, we will be notified immediately." The heavy exhale within the study was particularly clear. Ji Tianlin was so frightened that he did not dare to breathe. Then he heard that voice slowly say, "What about that ungrateful son? Have you found him?" Ji Tianlin became cautious with every breath he took. "I found him. What is he still not willing to come back?" Ji Tianlin hurriedly said, "Come back." Tian Hao said he would bring his family back. "Oomph." The man let out a heavy snort. Ji Tianlin hesitated and said, "Father, so many years have passed. Tianha's youngest son has already taken the martial arts college entrance exam, so please don't be angry." The old man coldly snorted again. Back then, the face of the Ji family was tarnished by him, and the cooperation with the Yi family was ruined because of him. The Heen project was originally led by us, but because he fled at the last moment, we lost the initiative. This time he returns, I want to see how he explains. Hearing the old man's authoritative tone, Ji Tianlin's heart trembled, but he still mustered the courage to say, "So many years have passed. Even if Tian Hao admits his mistakes, the losses can't be recovered, and it would only waste the father-son relationship." "Father, this." The old man raised his eyes to look at Ji Tianlin, startling him into silence. Then the old man said, "His two sons are already adults, right?" Ji Tianlin's gaze shook, and after a pause he nodded yes. The old man said solemnly, "A father's debt must be repaid by the son. It all depends on this unfilial child's sincerity." "Father." Ji Tianlin wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by the old man's wave of his hand, who then said, "Our ancestor doesn't have much time left. Your third grandfather has been in seclusion for 10 years, stuck at the peak of the tribulation realm without advancing. We need the broken divine herb from the Yi family to refine the martial god pill to ensure your third grandfather can advance to the martial god realm. This is what he owes the family. He must repay it. Moreover," at this point the old man's tone became grave and his voice lowered significantly, "the Ji family cannot be without a martial god to hold the fort." Ji Tianlin swallowed the words he was about to say and silently nodded without continuing. The next day, Ji Ran woke up groggily. The light from Feng Lianxing was like a spotlight of 1,000,000 lumens hanging before his eyelids in the dead of night. It flickered when he fell asleep and flickered again when he woke. All night long he was caught in a cycle of sleeping and waking, making him feel as if he had fought a whole night, leaving his mind sore and weary. "No, this isn't a solution." Ji Ran, sporting dark circles under his eyes, spoke with determination. Although he currently possessed the cultivation of a martial god, he was essentially still a martial artist who had just broken through to the seeking Dao realm. Without cultivating a technique or truly seeking the martial path, he still needed rest. If Feng Lianxing was always hovering outside, even if he wasn't killed by enemies, he would still be scared to death. Thinking of this, Ji Ran focused on feeling Feng Lianxing's position. He realized that he had moved from the air conditioning unit above to the balcony below the window. Seeing this, Ji Ran immediately got out of bed, put on his shoes, and opened the window. "Teacher Feng, can we discuss something?" As a harmonization realm martial artist, Feng Lianxing's body had already transcended the mundane. His internal energy flowed endlessly, and sleep was no longer a necessity. Throughout the night, he had been immersed in comprehending the martial path, while simultaneously dividing part of his spirit to vigilantly monitor his surroundings, ensuring Ji Ran's safety. A night passed, and there was no abnormality around. Just as he was about to move downstairs, he suddenly noticed Ji Ran getting up and coming to the window. Curious about what Ji Ran was about to do, he heard Ji Ran speaking to the outside. Feng Lianxing felt puzzled and stopped moving. Noticing that Feng Lianxing's aura was about to move, but then stopped, Ji Ran thought he was listening, so he continued, "Why not change your strategy? Instead of being covertly protective, let's be more open, just stay by my side. I feel like that would be great." On the balcony below, Feng Lianxing's figure was hidden in the shadows, perfectly blending with them. Hearing Ji Ran's suggestion, he paused, not understanding why Ji Ran would say that. However, after a moment of thought, he quickly guessed Ji Ran's intention. The young man was exuberant and loved to show. If he were to go out and follow Ji Ran, having this mysterious and impressive figure as his bodyguard would surely be. Feng Lianxing thought Ji Ran was trying to show off. He internally scoffed, feeling he had overestimated him last night, only to realize he was essentially still an immature youth. After thinking this, Feng Lianxing prepared to head downstairs. Ji Ran, seeing Feng Lianxing remain silent for a long time, did not understand what he was thinking. While waiting for his response, Ji Ran felt Feng Lianxing suddenly start to move, preparing to descend. Seeing this, he was taken aback. Was this a yes or no? Just give a clear answer. Teacher Feng, don't go. You haven't said whether you agree or not. Feng Lianxing, who was in the process of descending, paused, and suddenly looked up at Ji Ran's window. He finally realized something was off. Just when Ji Ran opened the window to speak, he was curious about how Ji Ran knew he was outside. After thinking for a moment, he assumed Ji Ran was guessing. After all, the only place around that could appear quickly to protect him in case of danger was this outside window. So Feng Lianxing did not believe Ji Ran knew his exact location. After all the techniques he practiced, and the Tao he had sought were all related to concealment. If he fully concealed himself, even those old fellows would find it hard to detect his existence. But at this moment, just as he was moving, the young man called out to him. This proved that the youth knew where he was and could accurately capture his form. How is this possible? Feng Lianxing was astonished. Ji Ran's current perception was quite extraordinary. He wasn't using the martial god realm or any special methods, yet he could feel Feng Lianxing's position. The aura belonging to Feng Lianxing felt like a glaring red thread extending from his sight directly to Feng. Seeing that Feng Lianxing no longer descended but instead remained motionless on the outer wall of the building, Ji Ran felt powerless to complain and said, Teacher Feng, could you at least say something? Feng Lianxing snapped back to reality. Seeing the youth repeatedly asking him, he still found it hard to believe that this young man could see his position. To verify, he chose not to respond. Instead, he swiftly moved and leaped toward the rooftop. Ji Ran thought that after his repeated reminders, Feng Lianxing would reply, but unexpectedly, he actually leaped to. Seeing this, Ji Ran was taken aback. Oh, Ji Ran realized. He remembered that the first time he met Feng Lianxing was on the rooftop. This means he wants to meet on the rooftop. For the sake of his sleep, Ji Ran didn't even wash his face and went out wearing slippers. He rushed to the rooftop and kicked open the iron door. On the rooftop, the morning sun was dim, its light obscured by the entrance of the rooftop, casting a long shadow to the west. Ji Ran stood by the entrance facing the shadow to the west. The morning light had brightened significantly, but to his eyes the shadow appeared ordinary, devoid of anything unusual. Yet in his perception, 3 meters ahead under the entrance wall, Feng Lianxing was leaning against the wall. There was clearly a person standing there, yet his eyes could not see them. For a moment, Ji Ran even doubted whether he was experiencing. He had also gained a new understanding of Feng Lianxing's abilities and the martial arts of this world. However, at this moment his concern was not about Feng Lianxing's abilities. It was not about the wonders of martial arts either. Instead, it was Feng Lianxing's reaction. Why did he seem to have not heard Ji Ran's words, standing there like a block of wood, unmoving? Why don't you respond? Ji Ran recalled what Jin Yanzi had said when she left, that Feng Lianxing spoke little. This was not just speaking little, he was completely silent. Unbeknownst to Ji Ran, at this moment Feng Lianxing was internally shocked. His most skilled secret ability, which made countless powerful figures wary, was now seen through by a youth who had not yet fully matured. In that instant, Feng Lianxing began to doubt whether his abilities had declined. Seeing the youth standing so close to him, staring directly at him. With his invisibility ability rendered ineffective, Feng Lianxing had no choice but to withdraw his concealment. Suddenly, within the shadow before him, pieces of black fabric appeared, and these pieces quickly grew larger, sticking together until they finally formed Feng Lianxing's figure. How did you know I was here? Feng Lianxing's tone was stiff, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. Ji Ran was surprised. Did you not tell me to come here? Why are you asking me now? He looked at Feng Lianxing in confusion, suddenly understanding, feeling a wave of guilt. It seemed that Feng Lianxing had not spoken a word to him from the beginning. Meeting on the rooftop was merely a concoction of his own mind. It turned out that from the beginning Feng Lianxing had never intended to have a conversation with him. The sudden change of location to the rooftop felt more like a test. In an instant, Ji Ran's body trembled. Although he did not understand how powerful Feng Lianxing's ability to hide in the shadows was, the skill with which he had emerged from the shadow like a ghost proved that his abilities were certainly not simple. Yet now this ability was seen through by Ji Ran. Feeling guilty, Ji Ran pondered how to explain. It's just that. Ji Ran's mind whirled, his brain heating up from the rapid thinking, finally concocting an excuse at lightning speed. I have a natural talent that allows me to sense when someone is peeking from a corner, and since you appeared after I arrived, I instinctively found you. After explaining, Ji Ran grinned sheepishly. He had summarized countless excuses in his mind just moments ago. Although this excuse was not the most reasonable, it was the most fitting. Otherwise, offering other reasons would make it difficult to explain why he could sense when Feng Lianxing urged him not to use his aura to track him. For the sake of his sleep over the next 2 months, he could only brace himself and explain. Feng Lianxing's eagle-like sharp eyes were fixed intently on Ji Ran. You're feeling? Ji Ran nodded quickly. Yes, I've been like this since I was young, no way around it, it's a natural gift. Feng Lianxing scrutinized Ji Ran for a moment, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly vanished again into the shadows. Before disappearing, he left behind 3 words, find me. Ji Ran. It was as if Feng Lianxing had completely left, and the aura that had been focused on Ji Ran vanished. The rooftop was silent, the chirping of sparrows in the treetops below was particularly jarring, and the distant sounds of the morning market could be faintly heard. Ji Ran stood in place, his body tense. This time, without the aura's guidance, he had completely lost his sense of Feng Lianxing. However, he knew that Feng Lianxing, what to do. Should he activate the martial god realm to search for him? If he didn't use the martial god realm's cultivation, this great figure could intentionally hide himself, making it impossible for Ji Ran to find him with his current level. But once he activated the martial god realm, it would no longer be a matter of sensing talent. An 18-year-old martial god. He feared that Feng Lianxing would see this and report it immediately, and at that point the development of the situation would be beyond Ji Ran's control. Forget it, he'll just admit defeat. Ji Ran thought inwardly. He let out a gentle breath, feigning a sense of loss, when he suddenly felt a faint chill coming from the corner of the rooftop. Without much thought, he turned to the corner of the rooftop and shrugged his shoulders, saying, Teacher Feng, you are a great warrior. How can a student like me find you? I concede. Feng Lianxing. In his eyes, Ji Ran seemed to be chatting casually. He suddenly turned to the location where Feng Lianxing was hiding and spoke these ridiculous words that anyone could see through. Feng Lianxing. In his eyes, Ji Ran seemed to be chatting casually. He suddenly turned to the location where Feng Lianxing was hiding and spoke these ridiculous words that anyone could see. Feng Lianxing. In his eyes, Ji Ran seemed to be chatting casually. He suddenly turned to the location where Feng Lianxing was hiding and spoke these ridiculous words that anyone could see. In an instant, Ji Ran's liver trembled. Oh no, it's over. He realized that he had accidentally dug his own grave again. Moreover, it was the kind of grave that offended someone. Feeling the increasingly intense killing aura ahead, Ji Ran hurriedly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Teacher Feng, you misunderstood. I truly didn't know you were there. I was just guessing. Feng Lianxing. I hadn't even spoken yet, you confessed, and said it was just a guess. In the blink of an eye, Ji Ran's vision darkened. Feng Lianxing's figure appeared just 1 meter in front of him. Ji Ran felt as if winter had come, a layer of frost forming on his skin. Looking into Feng Lianxing's scrutinizing gaze, Ji Ran forced a smile. I can explain. Feng Lianxing had already forgotten how many years it had been since he had acted so out of character. This kid clearly knew where he was, but pretended to be confused. This was completely dismissive of him. If he could, he would love nothing more than to give Ji Ran a good beating right now. However, Feng Lianxing managed to hold back. He gazed at the youthful, innocent face of the boy, which revealed a guilty smile. Inside, he was astonished by the boy's incredible talent. Some things that people pursue their whole lives are things that others are born with. Fate truly has a sense of humor. Would you like to join us? Feng Lianxing felt a sense of appreciation for talent. As the top shadow in this world, no one understood the terrifying nature of Ji Ran's keen insight better than him. In the dark side of the world, he discerned all the rules of the underworld. As a hunter, he deeply understood that for prey to escape the hunter's pursuit, the most direct and thorough method was to also become a hunter. And Ji Ran's insight was the capital to become a hunter. Most importantly, Feng Lianxing did not want to place him in the prey. Otherwise, with Ji Ran's talent, once conflicts arose, it would be difficult to determine who was the hunter and who was the prey. Ji Ran felt the overwhelming pressure from Feng Lianxing before him. He was already contemplating whether to activate the martial god realm to force the opponent back. Unexpectedly, Feng Lianxing suddenly invited him. Confused, he asked, Are you guys the spicy pot? We are the other side of the world. Feng Lianxing's tone was as stiff as ever, his voice deep and heavy, adding the dark side. Ji Ran was puzzled, hesitating before asking specifically. Feng Lianxing frowned, organizing his words, slightly shaking his head. Cannot say. Then why? Ji Ran wanted to swear the words almost on the tip of his tongue, but he was intimidated by Feng Lianxing's cold aura. After some thought, he turned his eyes and asked, Is there any benefit to joining you? Yes. Ji Ran blurted out, What benefits? Feng Lianxing solemnly uttered 2 words, Power. What kind of power? Ji Ran asked. Feng Lianxing's tone was no longer stiff, his entire presence became heavy, like a great mountain. Special authority, execute first and report later. Hearing these 8 words, Ji Ran's spirit shook. Carefully weighing the meaning of this sentence, he couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. When he first heard Feng Lianxing mention the dark side, he thought that what Feng Lianxing referred to as they was something akin to the dark web of Earth, the dark side of the world. But after hearing these 8 words from Feng Lianxing, he realized he might have guessed wrong. It felt somewhat reminiscent of the Jin. So he asked, From the meaning of your words, are you an official organization? Feng Lianxing slowly replied yes and no. Oh. Ji Ran was confused. What does that mean? Feng Lianxing glanced at Ji Ran. Cannot say. Damn. Ji Ran couldn't help but curse, directly asking, Is there anything that can be said? After a moment of thought, Feng Lianxing replied, Outwardly mercenaries, you should understand. Upon hearing this, Ji Ran showed a look of realization. Oh, I see, then I understand, it's just. He did not continue down that path, instead changing the topic. So you guys have it pretty good, killing without any burden. Feng Lianxing nodded, sort of. Ji Ran looked at him in confusion. What does sort of mean? Feng Lianxing suddenly gazed into the distance, his eyes far-reaching rarely, saying many words right and wrong, true and false, are merely subjective judgments made by individuals standing in their respective positions. Everyone in this world has their own little universe. When a person dies, a corner of their little universe is lost. Thus killing is the worst way to solve a problem, not the only way. Hearing Feng Lianxing's words, Ji Ran nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. After all, he had never experienced it, so he naturally didn't understand the intricacies and didn't want to. Seeing Ji Ran's silence, Feng Lianxing asked, "So will you join us?" Ji Ran resolutely shook his head. "I will not." Feng Lianxing looked at Ji Ran in surprise. In his eyes, at the age of 18, youth and blood fighting for the country, external warfare, which of these words wouldn't make a young person feel passionate? If it were any other youth, they would probably nod vigorously. Yet this young man before him rejected so decisively. Ji Ran mimicked Feng Lianxing's posture, looking into the distance, his tone deep. "I am still young, not used to violence, and I cannot bear to see bloodshed. I prefer to live a normal life." This was true. Although this world was somewhat more dangerous than Earth in this life, he had a happy family and healthy parents, and he was very satisfied with his current life. Moreover, joining the organization Feng Lianxing belonged to would likely require him to be under supervision. To hide his martial god realm cultivation, he would rather dig a pit and bury himself. If he was to be under supervision, it would be unbearable. Furthermore, from Feng Lianxing's words, it seemed they didn't pay. Even if they did pay, how much could they give? It would be better for him to take some time to sneak out and hunt monsters for more profit. As for power, Ji Ran chuckled inwardly. In this world, whoever has the bigger fist holds the power. Just ask among the 18-year-olds whose fist is bigger than his. Seeing Ji Ran's sincere expression, Feng Lianxing did not press further. Nodding, he said, "All right. I understand." Ji Ran smiled faintly, inwardly marveling at how reasonable this seemingly wooden figure was. Then he heard Feng Lianxing say, "This invitation is always valid. Whenever you want to join us, just find me, and I will welcome you on behalf of the organization." "All right." Ji Ran clapped his hands and laughed. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." It seemed due to his cultivation method, Feng Lianxing always emitted a faint pressure. Combined with his dark long robe and cold aura, even though Ji Ran had the protection of martial god power, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. After saying goodbye to Feng Lianxing, he turned and walked towards the rooftop door. Feng Lianxing stood quietly watching. Upon opening the rooftop door, Ji Ran suddenly paused, recalling the purpose of his visit. So he turned to Feng Lianxing and said, "Teacher Feng, I know you cannot show yourself, but you need not be too. Haha. You've been watching me every night. Oh, I can't sleep well. Please relax. I'm not a fool. If I encounter danger, I will run, giving you enough time to come to my rescue." After saying this, Ji Ran thought that Feng Lianxing would remain as still as ever. Unexpectedly, Feng Lianxing, "Oh, the sun has risen from the west," he silently mused. Ji Ran smiled as he left the rooftop, and Feng Lianxing disappeared back into the darkness. As Ji Ran requested, Feng Lianxing's unmistakable aura no longer appeared. However, Ji Ran could still occasionally sense a cold chill coming from a certain direction around him. In the past, he might not have paid it any mind. But after the rooftop incident, he understood that this chill was Feng Lianxing. Ji Ran walked down the stairs and had just opened the front door. "What have you been doing, you brat? Hurry up and tidy up, you're going to be late." Su Ning roared as she rushed towards Ji Ran. Ji Ran shrank his neck, looking at the clock on the wall. 6:20. He had only been out for less than 20 minutes, and the flight to the capital was scheduled to take off at 8:00. Moreover, the planes in this world are different from those on Earth. There is no need to check in early. So as long as he arrives at the airport before 7:40, it would be fine. Seeing that there was still over an hour left and his home was only half an hour away from the airport. "Mom, don't hit me, don't hit me, there's still plenty of time, we'll make it." Ji Ran dodged his mother's iron fist and ran towards his room. Capital City. An ordinary day. People went about their usual routines, working, eating, and living without change. However, in the eyes of those from martial arts families and top powers, the capital had become lively in recent times, and the source of this liveliness was the Ji family, a legendary ancient martial arts family that could shake the martial arts world with a stomp, as the family head Ji Qishan was about to celebrate his 80th birthday. During this time, the upper echelons of the entire capital had stirred into action. Countless celebrities from across the Great Xia were rushing to gather in this core city to celebrate the family head's birthday. The Ji family estate was bustling with voices. 3 days remain until Ji Qi Mountain's birthday, and the entire Ji family estate has begun to bustle with activity. The previously quiet Ji family estate is now crowded with people. Family members who had been working away from home have all returned. Hundreds of gardeners are scattered throughout the estate, trimming the valuable ornamental trees and shrubs. The servants are hurrying about under the butler's orders, cleaning all the buildings in the estate, including the main house. Workers are also renovating the slightly worn stone slabs and decorations. Everyone is preparing for the ceremony in 3 days. Have you heard? Old Third is coming back this year. Inside the main house, members of the Ji family reunited after a long time gathered to discuss their respective jobs. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately captured everyone's attention. Family members turned to look at the speaker, who is a member of the family from the Tian generation, causing a stir within. The Old Third mentioned by the Tian generation. Everyone instinctively thought of the taboo name associated with the family. Some still couldn't believe it and quietly asked, "Old third, are you referring to?" "That's right, it's Ji Tianhao." The moment the name was uttered, everyone present instinctively shrank back and looked towards the distant staircase. For the past 20 years, the name Ji Tianhao has been a taboo within this family. Mentioning it in front of the family head would result in severe punishment. Now to mention it so openly, everyone felt a wave of anxiety. The speaker, however, appeared nonchalant. She already knew that Ji Tianhao's return was personally approved by the family head. This proves that the name is no longer a taboo and can be mentioned freely. Don't make that face. If Tianhao can come home, what are you all afraid of? The crowd exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak. After a long hesitation, someone finally asked, after more than 20 years away, he suddenly comes back. Son. After all, he is the family head's son. The family head is getting older, he probably isn't angry anymore, another person speculated. At this moment, the first speaker suddenly lowered her voice, looking eager to gossip. "I heard Tianhao is coming back for a marriage alliance." "What? Another marriage alliance?" a woman exclaimed. "Isn't Tianhao already married? He has children too. How can there be a marriage alliance?" "Are you silly? Of course it's not Tianhao, it's his son." The Ji family members understood. Then someone else curiously asked in a low voice, "Marriage alliance with whom?" "It wouldn't be with the Yi family again, would it?" "You guessed right." The crowd realized and began to whisper among themselves. Just then a cold voice came from the stairs. "What are you all gathering here for? Do you have nothing better to do?" They looked up to see a stern-faced, middle-aged man slowly descending the stairs. "Elder brother." "Greetings, elder brother." "Hello, uncle." The gossiping crowd instantly transformed into sheep confronted by a wolf, all bowing their heads, not daring to look directly at Ji Tianlin. Ji Tianlin reached the bottom of the stairs, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone. "Go help out, don't just stand around here." "Yes." "Understood." Everyone dispersed in a hurry. Ji Tianlin approached the first woman, who spoke, his voice controlled yet cold as he gritted his teeth. "If I hear you gossiping again, just get lost to the Middle East and never come back." Yes, I understand, elder brother." The woman trembled like a leaf, bowing her head as she slowly walked away. Ji Tianlin maintained a stern expression, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before turning to walk outside. At Chongjiang City Airport, due to the threat of fierce beasts, the planes in this world are entirely different from those on Earth. To avoid attacks from flying beasts, the planes here resemble aerial fortresses with bodies made of alloy. This alloy is said to be crafted from the scales of a fierce beast known as the Earth Dragon, mixed with metals. It is characterized by being lightweight and extremely hard, making it an ideal material for aircraft construction. Besides the hard alloy, this plane also possesses formidable combat capabilities. In fact, it can be described as a flying arsenal with a small space in the middle designated for passengers. It is equipped with various ion cannons, sonic cannons, rebound devices made from fierce beast cores and shield systems. Additionally, the plane is outfitted with escort and early warning aircraft. Overall, if this world's planes were to operate at full power, they would function as an aerial sanctuary. At this moment, Ji Ran has boarded the plane with his parents and elder brother. "What are you thinking about?" GMO, smiling beside him, inquired. Ji Ran looked up at his brother's lackluster expression, realizing that his love-struck brother was quite reluctant to part ways with his sister-in-law. So he joked, "I was just thinking about how someone left their girlfriend in Chongjiang and went to Beijing for a feast alone. I wonder how his girlfriend will deal with him when he returns." "You little brat, you're asking for a beating." Jimo's face flushed, and disregarding the gazes of those around, he threw an arm around Ji Ran's neck, while the other hand playfully ruffled Ji Ran's hair. "Ouch, ouch, okay brother, I was wrong." Ji Ran pleaded for mercy, and only when GMO had vented his frustration did he let him go. Upon reaching the ticketing area, the two brothers ceased their playful antics to comply with security checks. Ji Tianhao and his wife walked ahead, GMO followed, and Ji Ran brought up the rear. His attention remained focused on the surrounding environment. At this moment, he was curious about what would happen to Feng Lianxing while he was flying. Could he also fly? With his black robe and imposing aura, if he were on the plane, everyone aboard would probably be too. However, after looking around, Ji Ran did not spot anyone resembling Feng Lianxing. Out of curiosity, he calmed himself and focused on his surroundings, only to discover that the cold aura emitted by Feng Lianxing had somehow appeared in the direction of the plane. Right, didn't he say he had privileges? Ji Ran suddenly realized. Then came the security check and boarding. However, just as he thought Feng Lianxing would have a designated seat on this plane, he found that even after the plane took off, Feng Lianxing's presence was still outside the plane. Moi. As the plane accelerated and gradually lifted off, he noticed something strange. Suddenly, he observed that Feng Lianxing, who should have been on the ground, had mysteriously appeared on the exterior of the plane. Ultimately, he transformed into a lizard and stuck to the side of the aircraft, completely unaffected by the high-altitude airflow and temperature. Ji Ran was astonished by Feng Lianxing's presence, then quickly realized. He himself was at the martial god realm. He could easily do the same while clinging to the outside of the plane. After coming to this understanding, Ji Ran no longer found it surprising and muttered to himself, "Not bad, I even saved the cost of a ticket." After confirming Feng Lianxing's position, Ji Ran lost interest in him. Instead, he turned his attention to his father, Ji Tianhao. Ji Ran noticed that his father's mood had been low since he got up this morning. He had maintained a stern face. Su Ning and GMO also looked at Ji Tianhao, eagerly anticipating his response. Ji Tianhao exhaled heavily and slowly said, "We have money." Ji Ran's eyes lit up. "How much money?" "A lot of money." Ji Tianhao replied succinctly yet powerfully. Ji Ran exclaimed, "What?" This was no different from saying nothing at all. Given his understanding of his father's financial situation, the lot his father mentioned likely wasn't much. However, recalling the attire and demeanor of Uncle Ji Tianlin that day, perhaps his grandfather's family was indeed very wealthy. If that were the case, what was there to strive for? In the future, martial arts resources wouldn't be scarce. Inheriting the martial god realm within him was just around the corner. With this in mind, he pressed on eagerly. "Even if we have money, there must be a number, right?" Ji Tianhao glanced at Ji Ran and fell silent for a long time. Just as Ji Ran thought his father didn't want to answer, Ji Tianhao calmly said, "In the capital, we're likely in the top 5. Ji Ran choked on his own saliva, shocked as he looked at his father. Ji Tianhao remained composed, staring at the seat in front of him. Su Ning and GMO nodded at Ji Ran, indicating that it was indeed true. Ji Ran sat in his seat, feeling somewhat disoriented. To have assets ranking in the top 5 in the capital. That was the capital, the heart of the Great Xia, a place where countless powerful and influential people congregated. It was said that in the capital, if you randomly threw a stone, you'd hit a millionaire. In this city, having assets that ranked in the top 5 meant you were among the world's top families. Am I a second-generation rich kid? No, wait, I'm a rich generation. What was there even to strive for? With such family wealth, even if one merely farted, it would be enough to buy sufficient resources to cultivate to the martial god realm. Oh dear old dad. With such a foundation, why pretend to be an ordinary person? Do you even realize how I've spent these 18 years? Ji Ran's heart wept with sorrow. Dad, what does our family do to be this rich? And our status in the capital must be quite high, right? Ji Ran inquired flatteringly. However, this time Ji Tianhao seemed not to hear him and did not respond. Ji Ran looked at his mother and older brother, only to find them silent, as mice, clearly afraid to say a word. It was evident that the matter of grandfather's family was a deep wound for his father, deeper than Ji Ran had imagined. Seeing his family unwilling to answer him, Ji Ran reflected on the top martial families in the capital. Yet even after digging through his memories, he found no relevant information. In his 18 years of life, he had never been to another city aside from Chongjiang, and due to his obsession with martial arts training, he didn't know much about martial families. The only notable martial families he knew of were the Luo family and He family from Chongjiang. As for other top clans, let alone the capital, beyond Chongjiang, Ji Ran wouldn't even recognize a second city. Knowledge is only appreciated when needed. My knowledge is all wrong. Ji Ran felt at a loss for words. His curiosity about grandfather's family made his heart itch. His family wouldn't talk, and with no internet access on the plane, he couldn't look it up. Asking others would make him seem abnormal. Just as he was pondering how to investigate, he suddenly stopped. Oh right, how could I forget about that older brother? Ji Ran thought of Feng Lianxing. Xinqiu Martial Arts University was located in the capital. Since Feng Lianxing was a teacher there, he should be quite familiar with the clan powers in the capital. He should know how strong the Ji family really is. Ji Ran abruptly stood up. I need to go to the restroom. He crossed the aisle and came to the restroom door. Because restrooms are the most dangerous private spaces, Feng Lianxing also moved outside the plane restroom. Ji Ran glanced around the plane and confirmed no one was coming. He opened the door and entered the plane restroom. Teacher Feng, can I ask you something? Ji Ran's voice was very calm, not caring if Feng Lianxing could hear him. He was completely empathizing, thinking that if his martial god realm could penetrate the thick armor of the plane for communication, then Feng Lianxing could certainly do the same. Outside the plane, Feng Lianxing was clinging to the side like a gecko. Hearing Ji Ran suddenly speak to him, he felt a pang of discomfort. He was a top-tier master of disguise, a killer hidden in the dark world, yet in front of this child, he felt as exposed, as if stripped bare. Previously on the rooftop with nothing obstructing between them, Ji Ran's ability to spot him was understandable. But now this was the most advanced plane in the world. The outer alloy was crafted from the scales of ferocious beasts, possessing strong isolation properties. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, this alloy was a prison. Yet Ji Ran was still able to detect him. Moreover, based on Ji Ran's tone, it was clear he knew he could hear him. Feng Lianxing increasingly disliked Ji Ran's talent. For him, it was simply a bang. Feeling powerless, he thought for a moment before replying, speak. Upon hearing Feng Lianxing's voice, Ji Ran's eyes brightened. He secretly thought he can indeed hear me. He then asked, do you know about the Ji family? Which Ji family? Feng Lianxing countered. Ji Ran replied, the Ji family in the capital. Feng Lianxing paused for a moment and said, I know. Ji Ran's heart leaped with joy, quickly pressing on. Is the Ji family very powerful? Is it very rich? Outside the plane, Feng Lianxing frowned, an ominous premonition suddenly rising in his heart as he asked, why do you ask this? Since it will be discovered sooner or later. Ji Ran did not hide anything. That's my grandfather's family. Feng Lianxing, who was clinging to the side of the cabin, nearly stumbled and fell off. Just a moment ago, he had been resting with his eyes closed and vaguely heard Ji Tianhao mention something about the capital wealth and being ranked in the top 5, thinking he must have misheard. Now it seemed he hadn't misheard at all. Moreover, he had previously suspected whether the two families had any relation, especially after hearing that they mentioned going to the capital to celebrate an elder's birthday. This coincided exactly with the birthday of the G family's head. However, considering G Ran's family's experience and their work combined with the G family's operational style, how could they allow their own kin to end up in a remote area like Chongjiang? Thus, he had dismissed this conjecture in his heart. Little did he expect that it was all true. G Ran's family was indeed connected to the G family in the capital, and the connection was quite profound. If this is the case, then his recruitment plan would likely fall through. After all, a behemoth like the G family would not allow their own descendants to be involved in the dark side of war. With this thought, Feng Lianqing sighed in regret. The duck that was almost in his mouth had flown away. However, despite his sigh, he still admired G Ran. So he patiently answered, "The G family is very strong." G Ran felt the figure of Feng Lianqing outside the plane sway, and after a moment of silence he heard the response. He didn't pay attention to these details or interrupt, but quietly waited for Feng Lianqing to continue. Feng Lianqing organized his words and continued, "Among all the clan powers in the capital, the G family's overall strength ranks among the top, and is one of the world's top families." G Ran's spirit jolted. Just as he had surmised, his grandfather's family was indeed powerful. So what conflict had his father caused to sever ties with the family for so long? Just as G Ran was curious, Feng Lianqing also posed this question. "You're a member of the G family, why are you in Chongjiang?" "I want to know too." "I asked, but my dad wouldn't say." G Ran shrugged and suddenly brightened. "How about you show up and ask for me?" Feng Lianqing did not answer immediately, but recalled the past of the G family. As a top family, their lineage was extremely strict. Ji Tianhao, belonging to the Tian generation, Feng Lianqing actually knew several people from this generation and even had interactions with a few, but he had never heard of anyone named Ji Tianhao. Suddenly, he paused, recalling the upheaval from over 20 years ago. The Ji and Yi families had become enemies, shaking the upper echelons of society in the capital, leading to the downfall of countless vassal families, while many other families soared amidst the chaos. The source of this enmity was said to be merely due to a marriage alliance. As for the specific circumstances, Feng Lianqing's strength at that time was insufficient to know. By the time he had the strength and qualifications to know, he had already lost interest. Now it seemed that Ji Tianhao was indeed likely related to that upheaval. To confirm his suspicions, Feng Lianqing asked, "How many years has your father been away from the capital?" Ji Ran thought for a moment. "My brother is 23 this year, and he said from the photos that he was born in Chongjiang, so I estimate it has been at least 23 years. Feng Lianqing understood in his heart. If he remembered correctly, that incident had occurred 23 years ago. Ji Ran's father's attitude, the Ji family's stance towards Ji Ran's family, along with the perfectly aligned timeline. None of this could be a coincidence. Ji Tianhao was one of the key figures in the capital's storm 23 years ago. Feng Lianqing looked in surprise at the aircraft's direction, not expecting that the seemingly ordinary middle-aged man had such a past. Seeing Feng Lianqing remain silent for a long time, Ji Ran asked softly, "Teacher Feng, why aren't you speaking? Do you know something? Please tell me." Feng Lianqing had no intention of revealing what he knew. Other people's family matters were not for outsiders to interfere with, especially given his character. He was even less inclined to get involved. So he replied, "I know, but it's not appropriate to say more. If you want to know, ask your father." Sighed. Ji Ran was stunned. "If my dad won't say anything, why would I even ask you?" "If you know, just tell me." Ji Ran urged with urgency in his tone, causing a hint of an awkward smile to flicker across Feng Lianqing's stiff face. He seemed to take pleasure in Ji Ran's distress, yet his tone remained as stern and calm as ever. "I wasn't involved in that incident, so I don't know much about it. Moreover, it is impolite to discuss others' sorrowful matters privately. That is not the behavior of a gentleman." "Oh dear." Ji Ran was rendered speechless by Feng Lianqing's righteous words. "You're quite something. I'm not asking anymore. Goodbye." Resisting the impulse to slap Feng Lianqing, Ji Ran turned and left the restroom. The purpose of this conversation had been achieved. At least he knew that his grandfather's family was very powerful and wealthy. However, he felt an even stronger curiosity about the conflict between his father and grandfather's family. Although he had been curious before, he only thought it was a quarrel. Now it seemed that the conflict which made Feng Lianqing so reticent, combined with his grandfather's enormous family background, was far from simple. Carrying a strong sense of curiosity, Ji Ran returned to his seat, only to find his father looking serious, resting with his eyes closed. He thought for a moment, but ultimately decided to give up on asking. He would eventually find out about this matter, no need to rush it in the next couple of days. 5 hours later, the airplane announcement rang out. "Dear passengers, we will begin our descent in 5 minutes. The flight will arrive at capital city's Tianji Airport at 1312 in Daxia time. Today's weather in capital city is a temperature of 115 degrees Celsius. Thank you for flying with us, and we wish all passengers a smooth martial journey, hoping to reach Martial God soon." Listening to the airplane announcement, Ji Ran looked down through the window. Below, a massive object resembling an ancient dragon sprawled across the ground. As far as the eye could see, the giant object extended to the horizon, disappearing into the skyline. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a city wall. Ji Ran thought that the city wall of Chongjiang was already quite magnificent, but now seeing the capital city's wall from high above, the comparison was like that of a python, to a five-clawed divine dragon. The bright blue city wall emitted a dazzling metallic sheen. Although the height of the wall was indiscernible, its thickness was evident. It was at least several hundred meters thick, 5 times that of the Chongjiang city wall. On the wall, numerous high-energy defensive weapons which Ji Rand could not name were each installed on their designated weapon racks. Countless figures of the city defense army, no larger than ants, were patrolling in formation. Looking at the grand and magnificent city wall below, Ji Rand's eyes shone with a peculiar light. Yet he felt a slight sense of disappointment. After all, he had heard that the capital city's wall was several kilometers thick. Now it seemed nothing special. As the airplane flew over the wall, numerous unmanned defense weapons automatically raised their barrels, aiming at the aircraft passing through the sky. In an instant, a sense of crisis surged within Ji Rand. Fortunately, after confirming his identity, the airplane was allowed to pass, and the defensive weapons returned to their original positions. The airplane landed safely. The family carrying their luggage walked leisurely out of the airport. Their relaxed demeanor was in stark contrast to the hurried martial artists around them. "Dad, where are we going?" Ji Rand asked softly. He wanted to ask if they were going straight to his grandfather's house, but upon seeing the unchanged face of Ji Tianhao, he swallowed the question and only asked where they were headed. Su Ning and GMO also looked at Ji Tianhao. Now that they had returned to the capital as the involved parties and family head, they naturally had to follow Ji Tianhao's lead. Ji Tianhao stood quietly looking around and finally gazed up at the sky, taking a deep breath. "Let's go see some old friends first." As soon as Ji Tianhao's words fell, a somewhat thin male voice suddenly came from afar. "Old Ji." Ji Rand turned towards the sound. As soon as Ji Tianhao's words fell, a somewhat thin male voice suddenly came from afar. Then Ji Rand noticed that his usually steady father surprisingly trembled slightly. He then dropped the luggage and slowly walked towards the man. Watching his father's back, Ji Rand could clearly sense that his father's emotions were very complex at that moment. Arriving in front of the man, Ji Tianhao stood silently for a moment before suddenly stepping forward. The two embraced tightly without speaking, not even a sound. Ji Rand and the others quietly watched this scene, not daring to interrupt. It seemed like an eternity before the two finally parted. Su Ning hurriedly pulled Ji Rand and GMO to the two. Ji Tianhao sniffled, wiped away his tears, and asked hoarsely, "What brings you here?" The man wore a strange expression. The upper half of his face was clearly crying, yet his mouth was grinning, as if he had just won 5 million. "With you returning, as a big figure, of course this little brother has to come to welcome you." Ji Tianhao shook his head, saying, "I mean, how did you know I was coming back today?" The man smiled and replied, "In recent days those aristocratic families have been spreading the word that the once fiery young man of the Ji family is returning, and upon hearing this news we utilized some contacts to keep an eye on the passenger information of flights from Chongjiang to the capital these days, and found you." "You? Oh." Ji Tianhao paused. The man suddenly withdrew his smile, pressed his lips together, and gave Ji Tianhao's shoulder a firm pat, saying solemnly, "Everyone is here." Ji Tianhao trembled slightly, lowering his head in silence as tears fell. The man pressed his lips together, looking up at the sky, preventing his tears from falling. "All right, let's not talk about this. I want to see who all is here." The man wiped away his tears and smiled at Su Ning and the two beside Ji Rand, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law." Su Ning smiled and nodded. "Long time no see." The man nodded, then turned to GMO and Ji Rand, pointing at each of them, saying, "GMO, Ji Rand. Hello, uncle." "Hello, uncle." "Ah, good, haha, look at you two strapping lads. Not bad, you both have your father's flair from back in the day." The man stepped forward, squeezing the shoulders of Ji Rand and GMO. Then his gaze lingered on GMO's face for a long time as he said with a long tone, "Your mom left while heavily pregnant back, then you I never expected in the blink of an eye you have grown so big." Ji Tianhao regained his composure, wiped his tears, turned around, and hugged the man's shoulders while smilingly introducing Ji Rand and GMO. "Come, let me introduce you two little rascals, Niu Fengxian, nicknamed Mighty Pill, you can call him Uncle Niu." Niu Fengxian nudged Ji Tianhao with his shoulder, laughingly scolding, "You should just leave. Why mention my nickname during the introduction?" GMO and Ji Rand greeted him anew, saying, "Hello, Uncle Niu." "All right, great. Don't just stand around here. Come on, let's get in the car and head home." The group got into the vehicle. The once empty small car was now packed to the brim with 5 people and their luggage. Inside the car, Ji Tianhao glanced at Niu Fengxian's small vehicle, his expression a bit troubled, and quietly asked, "How have you all been over the years?" Niu Fengxian naturally noticed Ji Tianhao's demeanor and casually replied, "Don't look so grim. Everyone is doing quite well, and I'm doing very well too." After that incident years ago, although the family was purged, there was still some foundation left. While it may not compare to the past, it is certainly much better than an ordinary family, so don't think too much about it. Ji Tianhao nodded slowly. Ji Rand, sitting in the back seat, grew increasingly curious about what had happened back then. Moreover, he began to wonder what role his father had played in the capital. From Niu Fengxian's words, it seemed that Ji Tianhao had quite a remarkable past in the capital. A passionate youth. That title certainly carried a hint of youthful recklessness. In the time that followed, the atmosphere in the car was not as Ji Rand had imagined. There was no excited chatter among old friends reuniting. Instead, it became silent. Ji Tianhao kept his head turned to the side, gazing out at the scenery with a complex expression. Niu Fengxian smiled as he drove, occasionally glancing at Ji Tianhao. The car drove into the city center of the capital. Watching the surroundings, Ran felt a sense of nostalgia. Skyscrapers stood tall, wide roads stretched out, and the exquisite greenery made everything look as fresh as if just built. As expected of the capital, both the cleanliness and spaciousness of the streets, as well as the scale of the skyscrapers, were far superior to that small place of Chongjiang. Moreover, the martial arts atmosphere on the streets here was much stronger than in Chongjiang. In Chongjiang, over 80% of the people on the streets were ordinary folks. Only near the 4 city gates were there more martial artists. But now on the surrounding streets, the pedestrians Ran saw were all dressed in various martial arts attire, armed with weapons. Ordinary people here were surprisingly scarce. Soon the car turned into the underground parking lot of a high-rise community. "Come on, get out, we've arrived home," Niu Fengxian warmly called to Ran's family. Tianhao stepped out of the car, his expression and actions betraying his nervousness. The group took the stairs all the way up to the 33rd floor. As the elevator door opened, a wave of heat mixed with the aroma of food rushed towards them, accompanied by the excited shouts of several men. "Add more salt, old G likes it salty. More if it's less, just listen to me, and add these. No, it's been 20 years since we've seen each other, shouldn't we try something new? Start light, and if it's too bland we can add salt later. You can't take back the salt once it's added. True, huh? Damn, Wanchiton, can't you change your habit of not flushing the toilet? This smell? I can't change. Hey, did you wash your hands after using the restroom? Oh, I did. Even if I didn't, you'd be able to tell." At the elevator entrance, even though the elevator door was open, Tianhao did not step out. Listening to the familiar voices coming from ahead, his heart stirred with excitement and anticipation, tears welling in his eyes. Niu Fengxian did not rush, impatiently waiting. After a long time, Tianhao took a deep breath and stepped out of the stairwell. The group passed through the elevator room and arrived at an open door. "Boys, look who's here," Niu Fengxian shouted. Hearing his call, the room fell silent. In the next moment, there was a flurry of footsteps, the sound of bowls and chopsticks clattering and metal clanging. In an instant, 4 middle-aged men of varying appearances appeared at the door. "Oh, old G, big brother, boss," the 4 shouted in unison, then rushed forward, tightly embracing Tianhao. The 5 embraced, some crying loudly, others sobbing softly, while some murmured words of unknown meaning. Tianhao held on to the 4 tightly, his expression filled with emotion. Su Ning wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, smiling as she watched the scene unfold. Mo didn't cry, but his eyes shone with intensity. Ran looked at his father's figure, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. In his 18 years of life, this father before him seemed completely different from the one he remembered. There was less steadiness and more passion. The group embraced for a long time, exchanging many words. Afterward, Tianhao introduced everyone to each other. The 4 older men, upon seeing Ran and Mo, couldn't help but express how time flies. Especially when facing Mo, their eyes were filled with reminiscence. "All right, let's head inside, otherwise we could just set a table out here to eat," Niu Fengxian reminded them. Once the others realized, they hurriedly ushered Ran's family inside. The next events were quite familiar to Ran. Food, drink, reunion, reminiscing. Because they weren't drinking, the mother and 2 sons left the table early, sitting on the sofa watching television while listening intently to the conversation among the 6 at the dining table. Martial artists are quite robust, so although the 6 were red-faced from drinking, their speech remained fairly clear. "Boss, how have you been all these years?" The speaker was named Lin Yuezhing, a short and stout man with a somewhat fierce appearance, his body covered in muscle. Tianhao lowered his head to pick up some food, sighing, "I'm doing well with my wife and children at home. I'm really doing well." Among the 6, the thin one looked quite monkey-like. A middle-aged man named Jiang Ziyuan spoke in a deep voice, "Big brother, it's not that we younger brothers want to say anything, but it's been over 20 years. How come you haven't sent any news or come back even once? Do you know how much we've missed you?" Tianhao leaned back in his chair and replied back, "Then the Yi family didn't allow you to leave the capital because they didn't want me to contact you. If I secretly contacted you and the Yi family found out, it would have been. Damn, didn't the Yi family make things difficult for us? Monkey." Niu Fengxian sternly interrupted Monkey's words, smiling as he deflected, "It's nothing serious. They just didn't want us to gather together." Watching the reactions of the others, Tianhao frowned, but didn't respond, merely gazing silently at Niu Fengxian. Niu Fengxian dropped his head, feeling guilty. Tianhao looked at the others, who also remained silent. Seeing this, Tianhao calmly said, "Don't hide anything from me, speak the truth." The 5 remained silent. Tianhao scanned the room, finally looking at the man on his left and saying, "Xianxia, you speak." The middle-aged man called Xianxia was originally named Yuzhen, a strong and honest man with a deep voice. Yuzhen hesitated, looking at the others. Knowing that they couldn't keep this matter hidden, he hesitantly said, "The Yi family has been suppressing us, not allowing us to join any organizations, and even using personal connections to prevent us from taking on tasks or leaving the city. It's said that the Yi family has made it clear that as long as we don't starve to death, that's enough." With a loud crash, Tianhao's wine glass shattered in his hand, his clenched fist trembling slightly. Tianhao's expression changed dramatically, and ultimately his tightly clenched hand fell weakly, displaying a bitter and helpless look as he gazed at the middle-aged man at the dining table, who had remained silent. "You should have told me sooner." Shun Wenda, nicknamed the All-Knowing, possessed a remarkable passion and talent for intelligence gathering. He was the ears and eyes of the six-member group. The reason Ji Tianhao looked at Shen Wenda was that he knew Shen Wenda must have a way to contact him. However, the others had not reached out to him despite their struggles in the capital. Shen Wenda smiled faintly, his expression one of relief. Old Ji, it's all in the past. Like you were quite satisfied with our current lives, though it's not as extravagant as before. At least we have enough to eat and wear, and we don't need to engage in fights. It's quite good, so don't take it to heart. Looking at Shen Wenda's calm face, Ji Tianhao wanted to say something. Yet the words were swallowed before they could escape his lips, and he finally just raised his glass. The six of them raised their glasses in unison. Ji Ran sat on the sofa, keenly listening to the entire conversation of the group. The Yi family. He picked up his phone and searched for capital and Yi family. Seeing the search results pop up on his phone, Ji Ran raised his eyebrows in surprise. The results were not an introduction to the Yi family, but rather news highlighted in red. All these news articles mentioned the offspring of the Yi family. Some Yi family members participated in the Great Xia Strategic Development Conference, speaking as outstanding representatives, while others supported the convening of a national trade conference. There were also Yi family members accompanying important events, guiding and introducing significant scenes. In summary, the results displayed on the phone were entirely different from Ji Ran's imagination of the Yi family. It was not the type of family organization centered around clans like the Luo or He families in Chongjiang City, but rather a significant interest network formed by commercial and political alliances. After quickly scanning through the various news articles, Ji Ran re-entered into the search bar, capital Ji family. The search results were similar to those of the Yi family. Equally important news. However, the content of the news revealed that the two families emphasized completely different areas. The primary business direction of the Yi family seemed to be related to medicinal materials commonly used by martial artists, such as body refining potions and pills. Conversely, the Ji family's focus was in the field of international-level martial arts resources and appeared to have close ties to the military. Comparing the two families, although the Yi family's industry had deep roots, the limitations of their main products led to however, they excelled in stability. The Ji family, on the other hand, was entirely different. Their international trade was significantly affected by political conditions, earning more, but also facing higher risks. Ji Ran had only heard from Feng Lianqing that his grandfather's family was quite wealthy. He had limited exposure to how strong they really were and lacked a concrete concept. Now, seeing the online descriptions, he began to gain a new understanding of what it meant to be wealthy. After some thought, he picked up his phone again and searched for conflicts between the Yi and Ji families. This time the results were still the same news articles with no reports regarding the Ji and Yi families. It was evident that such matters would not be made public. Just as Ji Ran was considering how to change his keywords for further investigation, the conversation at the dinner table suddenly caught his attention. He heard Shen Wenda say, "Old Ji, do you know why your family asked you to come back this time?" Upon the utterance of these words, they instantly captured everyone's attention. This included Su Ning and GMO. Everyone turned to Shen Wenda, the all-knowing. Ji Tianhao frowned slightly. Why? Shen Wenda fixed his gaze on Ji Tianhao and solemnly said 2 words, marriage alliance. Damn all-knowing, how could you only mention such a big matter now? Niu Fengxian exclaimed. Lin Yuezhing slapped the table exclaiming, is it another marriage alliance? Has Ji Qishan lost his mind? Is that family going to fall apart without a marriage alliance? They seem quite addicted to it. Jiang Ziyuan frowned and asked, marriage alliance? Who is marrying whom? Ji Tianhao sat up straight, his expression turning unusually serious, and asked in a deep voice, be specific. Su Ning also sat up straight, her eyes filled with concern. Shen Wenda took a deep breath. The object of the marriage alliance is still the Yi family. Oh. Lin Yuezhing looked at Ji Tianhao in surprise, and then said, isn't the older brother already married? Why a marriage alliance? Niu Fengxian nudged Lin Yuezhing, let the all-knowing finish. Shen Wenda continued, it's not old G-bits. He turned his head to look at GMO, who was sitting on the sofa. The room fell silent for a moment. GMO, surprised, pointed at his own nose, and said, me, Shen Wenda nodded. You are to marry the girl from the Yi family's second branch named Yi Qi, who is currently a senior at the Capital Martial Arts Academy. But I already have a girlfriend. GMO glanced at Ji Tianhao, his tone filled with helplessness. Ji Ran chuckled and nudged GMO. Big brother, you're in for a treat. Get lost, it's not the time for jokes. Su Ning frowned and pushed Ji Ran away, then turned to Shen Wenda. Wenda, is this news reliable? Shen Wenda nodded. It's 100% accurate, and I haven't finished yet. There's more than one person in the marriage alliance. Who else? Su Ning pressed on. Shen Wenda shifted his gaze to Ji Ran. Ji Ran was taken aback. He was just here for the gossip. Why was he being dragged into this? It can't be me too, Ji Ran said with a mournful expression. Shen Wenda nodded. Both of you brothers are included. Your marriage partner is a girl from the Yi family's collateral line who has decent talent and is currently a freshman at Xianxia Martial Arts University, soon to be a sophomore, with a cultivation level already at the 4th stage of Qi gathering, making her a little genius. Ji Ran was lost in thought. Su Ning observed Ji Ran's reaction, thinking he was reluctant and was about to persuade him. However, Ji Ran suddenly looked at Shen Wenda and asked, is she pretty? The others were somewhat taken aback by Ji Ran's question. Ji Ran looked innocently at the overly reactive group as if it were a given. The desire for beauty is universal. With the family arranging a marriage for him, isn't it understandable to ask how his future wife looks? What if she's not pretty? Wouldn't that be a loss? Shun Wenda shot Ji Tianhao a sideways glance, noticing Ji Tianhao's sullen face deep in thought, and did not disturb him, but turned to Ji Ran. The girl is indeed very beautiful. As soon as Shun Wenda said she was very beautiful, Ji Ran's eyes lit up. Then it's fine, oh, as long as she's pretty. I agree to this marriage. Bang. Ji Tianhao slammed the table and shouted angrily, shut up. Ji Ran shrank his neck. The others at the table burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, big brother, I like this personality of my nephew. Ha! Lin Yuezheng laughed so hard that his belly shook. Jiang Zuan slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Boss Ji Ran's nephew's spirit is even harder than yours back in the day, or it's too amusing. Yu Zhen chimed in, nodding vigorously, yet just like his father. The group teased Ji Tianhao, exchanging banter. Ji Tianhao was left speechless with anger. After some thought, he had to continue the conversation, asking Shun Wenda, what's the purpose of the marriage alliance? Shun Wenda pondered. It's similar to what it was back then, a new project. It is said that a zone of ancient martial arts energy has been discovered in the northern region, specifically in the Bayan Ridge, with dozens of hectares of precious herbs found within. Given the financial power of the Yi family, they simply cannot manage that area. Moreover, the collection requires considerable manpower, which is why the Yi family reluctantly decided to set aside their previous grievances and collaborate with the Ji family. Ji Tianhao frowned and asked, why doesn't the Yi family seek the other two major clans? Shun Wenda smiled meaningfully. Perhaps it is fate. 90% of the herbs in those dozens of hectares are chain ball rhizomes. Coincidentally, the Yi family recently acquired a scroll from the black market in the southern border that recorded a concoction called the Tao Inquiry Pill, whose primary ingredient is precisely the chain ball rhizome. Thus, the Yi family plans to absorb all those chain ball rhizomes for themselves and not sell them externally. Ji Yuan casually inquired, what does this have to do with the Ji family? Lin Yuezheng chimed in, exactly what does it have to do with the Ji family? Shun Wenda continued slowly, I haven't finished yet. Among the auxiliary materials needed to refine the Tao Inquiry Pill, there are several that our great Xiao lacks. Additionally, the refining equipment needs to be upgraded, and both the equipment and herbs must be imported from abroad. Coincidentally, these two items are classified as key-controlled items, which only the Ji family's company can import. That is why the Yi family sought cooperation with the Ji family. The others suddenly understood. GMO frowned in contemplation. Remembering his girlfriend's warm and gentle face, he certainly would not agree to a marriage alliance. After thinking for a moment, he said, then it's just a normal business collaboration. A marriage alliance is unnecessary. Shun Wenda laughed. My dear nephew, there are many intricacies involved here. Without even mentioning what your father did back, then just the value of the Tao Inquiry Pill alone is not something that simple commercial cooperation can bind. When two families distrust each other, stronger ties are needed to bridge the gap. A marriage alliance is the simplest and most direct method. Is the Tao Inquiry Pill really that powerful? Ji Yuan inquired. Shun Wenda nodded. Currently, the intelligence sources are unreliable, but it is said to enhance a warrior's speed in seeking the path of martial arts. It is suitable for warriors below the harmonization realm. The group had not reacted much to Shun Wenda's earlier words. However, when they heard that it was suitable for warriors below the harmonization realm, several people at the table were suddenly astonished. Su Ning and Ji Mo's eyes widened even more. Ji Ran seemed indifferent, but internally, he was also somewhat surprised. A pill usable by those in the harmonization realm must at least be an 8th-tier pill, right? There are many types of martial arts medicinal resources in this world. Medications, elixirs, herbs. However, as research deepens, people find that as the level of martial arts medicinal resources increases, the forms of medicine gradually tend to unify. They transform into pill form. In other words, pills are the ultimate form of martial arts medicine. Therefore, generally speaking, the effects and side effects of pills are much better than those of other forms of medicine. Thus, the World Medicine Association categorizes pills into 10 ranks. The first rank is the lowest and the 10th rank is the highest. Currently, in the entire Great Xia, the varieties of 8th-tier pills do not exceed 10, and now suddenly a new type has appeared. One can imagine how much of a sensation the Tao Inquiry Pill will cause once it hits the market. The value behind an 8th-tier pill is even harder to estimate. In this light, it is indeed understandable that the Yi family chose to form a marriage alliance. Ji Tianhao contemplated the interests involved and fell into deep thought. Initially, he just wanted to return home to celebrate his father's birthday, hoping to ease their strained relationship. But now it seems that his purpose for this trip is destined to be unachievable, and the family even wants to treat his child with the same method they used on him back then. This is something he would certainly not agree to. Meanwhile, Niu Fengxian, seeing Ji Tianhao's expression, naturally knew what he was thinking. After hesitating, he suggested, Old Ji, why not? You should just not go back, take your wife and nephew back to Chongjiang instead. Lin Yuezheng agreed. The Ji family is clearly a pit of fire right now, but we should avoid jumping in. Ji Tianhao's gaze struggled as he reminisced. Then he looked up at GMO and Ji Ran. His eldest son GMO now has a girlfriend and is in a good relationship, so there are no issues, they will get married soon. His younger son has just come of age exceptionally gifted, but his character is still unstable. He does not want to sacrifice his two sons' feelings and freedom for the family's interests just like he did back then. With this thought, Ji Tianha's gaze became resolute. Looking at Su Ning and her 3 children, he spoke with a serious and firm tone. Let's go back. Since the old man dares to make such a decision, it proves that our previous uproar was not big enough. If they don't learn from this once, I will come back again. They will eventually remember. The others exchanged glances at the table, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. After that, the 6 of them tacitly avoided discussing serious matters and continued reminiscing about the past all the way until late at night. Ji Ran, not hearing any key information, bid farewell to the others and returned to his guest room to rest. Upon entering the guest room, Ji Ran walked to the window, changing his previously relaxed demeanor, and spoke solemnly. Teacher Feng, have you heard about my marriage alliance with my brother? Feng Liangxing's voice sounded beside Ji Ran's ear. I have not heard of it. Ji Ran nodded. Indeed, if Feng Liangxing knew, he should have reminded him long ago. He then continued to ask, what about the girl I am to marry? Just now Uncle Shin mentioned she is also from Xianxia Martial Academy. Have you heard of her? No. Ji Ran was speechless. Teacher Feng, aren't you a teacher at Xianxia Martial University? How can you not know? Feng Liangxing answered indifferently. Just because I work at Xianxia Martial University does not mean I am a teacher. Then what are you? Ji Ran asked curiously. Feng Liangxing replied, no comment. Ji Ran rolled his eyes and turned to lie down on the bed to sleep. The next day, Ji Ran woke up early. Ji Tianhao had drunk late into the night and consumed a lot of alcohol, so he had not yet gotten up. Stepping out of the room, he saw GMO had already returned from his morning exercises. Up so early, Ji Ran greeted. GMO shot Ji Ran a sideways glance. Do you think everyone is like you? A lazy pig. Here, breakfast is ready, eat while it's hot. Ji Ran glared at GMO and glanced at the variety of breakfast on the table, saying, I want to eat for now. I heard the bean juice in the capital is very tasty and planning to go try it. Are you coming along? GMO looked at Ji Ran as if he were an idiot, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. It's tasty, you go ahead. If you're not going, then fine. Ji Ran tidied up and headed downstairs. Upon arriving downstairs, he found that the neighborhood where Niu Fengxian lived was mostly occupied by young martial artists, thus there were no elderly people out exercising in the morning. Instead, many hurried figures, clearly martial artists on their way to work, were seen. Ji Ran exited the neighborhood, intending to use his phone's navigation to find a place selling bean juice. Suddenly, a violent roar of an engine approached rapidly from afar. Curiously, he looked up and saw a flashy red convertible sports car appearing at the end of the street, instantly arriving at the entrance of the neighborhood. As it was rush hour, the martial artists at the entrance all turned to look. The convertible roared past the entrance of the neighborhood, showing no sign of slowing down as it approached pedestrians crossing the street. The martial artists, seeing this, hurriedly dodged. For a moment, the entrance of the neighborhood was in chaos, with people very angry about the behavior of the sports car. However, upon seeing the driver, they chose to swallow their anger. Ji Ran noticed that the driver was a young man in his 20s with another young man of the same age in the passenger seat. The two laughed heartily, behaving wildly and recklessly. In the blink of an eye, the convertible disappeared around the corner, with faint sounds of exclamations lingering from afar. Just as Ji Ran was curious about the identity of the young man, the discussions of nearby passers-by provided him with the answer. Those are just the spoiled brats from the big families. Looking at the license plate, they should be from the Ji family. Why are there so many Ji family members lately? So much has happened these past few days. Don't you know? I heard the old man of the Ji family is celebrating his birthday, and all the Ji family members have rushed back. It's more crowded than during the New Year. No wonder the capital has been so restless these days. It turns out these locusts have returned. Should keep your voice down, or let them hear you. Ji Ran's expression turned serious as he watched the two fade away, sighing inwardly. Alas, it's true, among the rich kids there are always a few rascals who rely on their families to act lawlessly. However, Ji Ran soon realized he was wrong. Throughout the day, he discovered several instances of Ji family members behaving recklessly. For example, publicly assaulting others, randomly blocking streets for photos, causing major traffic jams, smashing an entire shop into a bare shell because a staff member glanced at them, and so forth. The entire capital seemed to become unstable with the return of the Ji family members. As Ji Ran observed all this, he developed a new understanding of the Ji family. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had gone by. On this day, although the capital appeared unchanged, the number of luxury cars on the streets had noticeably increased. Especially in a wealthy district in the eastern part of the city, it was heavily guarded, prohibiting unrelated personnel and vehicles from entering. People secretly inquired and learned that it was the renowned Ji family in the capital, with the head of the family, Ji Qishan, celebrating his birthday today. In the early morning, Ji Ran was pulled out of bed by GMO. Upon stepping outside, he saw that his parents had already packed everything. Get up, it's better to go early when there are fewer people to avoid a lot of trouble, Su Ning advised. Ji Ran nodded and quickly tidied up. Before leaving, Niu Fengxian and the other 5 gathered again at the base of Niu Fengxian's building. As they watched Ji Ran's family leave by car, Jiang Ziyuan raised his hand and shouted, Big brother, if there's an issue, call me. We're always on standby. Ji Tianhao smiled and made an okay gesture. The family set off towards the Ji family estate. The taxi was a long way from the destination when it was stopped by traffic management personnel. They were informed that there was an important event in the area today and temporary controls prevented passage. Reluctantly, G ran and his family had to get out of the car. Standing by the street, the traffic management personnel still did not allow the family to enter. They explained that if it was for visiting relatives or friends, the owner in the controlled area had to come to the scene personally to escort them in, and only then could the four enter. "Dad, what do we do?" Ji Ran asked. Ji Tianhao glanced ahead and replied softly, "Follow me." With that, he turned and walked back in the direction they came from. Ji Ran and GMO exchanged curious glances, wondering what their father was up to. Following Ji Tianhao, the four of them walked along the main road until they reached the end, then turned right at the intersection, entering a spacious street. After walking down this street for about 10 minutes, the tall buildings on both sides gradually disappeared, replaced by dense. The ground was covered in lush green grass, and the trees were neatly planted, flourishing with abundant branches and leaves indicating they had been meticulously maintained for years. Due to the dense foliage blocking the view, Ji Ran looked closely for a long time, but still could not discern whether the sides of the street were a park or a residential area. All he could see was a green forest. Just as he was about to ask where they were going again, he suddenly saw his father turn around and bend down to slip into the thick jungle. "Sigh." Ji Ran was about to inquire, but he saw his mother also bending down to follow. "Let's go." GMO smiled, also slipping into the dense forest. "Not following the usual path, huh?" Ji Ran shook his head and hurried into the jungle to catch up. The moment he entered the jungle, he felt enveloped by cool air, and the sounds of engines and tires from the vehicles on the street seemed to dissolve at that moment. The world fell into silence, with only the occasional chirping of insects surrounding them. Just when Ji Ran thought that if they could pass through the jungle, they would bypass the traffic control and enter his grandfather's territory. In the following journey, he felt as if he were on an adventure. Emerging from the dense forest, they came upon a lake where many elderly people were fishing. The four of them circled around the lake. Finally, Ji Ran saw the traffic management personnel responsible for the control ahead again. "Great, we turned back again." Ji Tianhao ignored Ji Ran's complaints and suddenly turned towards a riverbank that supplied water to the nearby lake. This river was quite deep, and since the rainy season had not yet arrived, the water level was not very high. Ji Tianhao carefully approached the middle of the river, crouched down, and knocked on the ground. To Ji Ran's astonishment, he suddenly punched the ground hard. Crack! The stone slabs laid over the river shattered with a sound, revealing a dark hole beneath. Looking at this scene, Ji Tianhao grinned and said softly, "After all these years, it hasn't been blocked up." "Mom, is this a sewer?" Ji Ran asked. Su Ning smiled and explained, "This is your father's secret passage. He dug it for 3 whole years just to go out to play. I never expected that more than 20 years later the passage is still intact." "Wow." Ji Ran looked at his mother in surprise, then glanced at the hole. A wealthy young man spent 3 years digging a hole just to play. What kind of passion must that be? The few of them entered the cave one by one. When Ji Ran saw the layout of the cave, he was utterly taken aback. This was no cave, it was simply a corridor that had been minimally decorated, wide enough for one person to pass through. It was evident that this cave had been excavated with great skill. Because it was adjacent to the river, measures were taken to prevent the river water from backflowing and flooding the passage. The passage was specifically designed with an N-shaped structure to block the river water and was equipped with ample drainage facilities. Above, solar fiber optics provided illumination, and the passage was not dark at all. Walking inside, there was only a slight musty smell with no significant dampness. The four of them proceeded along the passage. Ji Ran finally understood why it took his father 3 years to dig this passage. Its length was indeed considerable. Finally, after traversing a long passage, they arrived at a stone door. Ji Tianhao stood in front of the stone door, staring at it for a long time before gently pushing it open. The stone door opened. Outside was the same dense forest as before, but the grass was trimmed more neatly, and the trees were also rare and expensive ornamental trees. Leaping out from the passage, Ji Tianhao looked at the surrounding scenery with a sense of nostalgia. Ji Ran looked around, but did not notice anything unusual, and curiously asked, "Dad, where is this?" "Who?" Ji Tianhao felt a surge of emotions, deeply exhaling a breath of pent-up air, and said slowly, "Your grandfather's home." "My grandfather's home." Ji Ran looked around again, and in the range of his sight, he saw no buildings and no roads. Just a beautiful forest. "This is too vast. Is my grandfather's house located in the wilderness?" Just as Ji Ran was puzzled, a man's voice suddenly appeared behind the four of them. "After being away for 23 years, forgetting friends, and your second brother, you haven't forgotten your secret passage. You truly are hopelessly stubborn." Upon hearing this voice, Ji Ran turned around sharply. After he emerged from the passage, he hadn't noticed anyone behind him, and even his warrior's sixth sense hadn't given him any warning. To think he could sense even a master of disguise like Feng Lianqing. Who could this person be? Looking back, about 10 meters away stood a tall, middle-aged man in standard military uniform, with 2 bars and 2 stars on his shoulder, his facial features sharp and resolute, staring intently at Ji Tianhao with a playful expression. Upon seeing this man's face, Ji Ran noticed some resemblance to his father. Combining this with the man's earlier words, he immediately guessed that this was likely the second uncle he had never met. Ji Tianhao stared blankly at the newcomer, tears welling in his eyes. Clearing his throat and swallowing, he finally said with a trembling voice, "Second brother." "Oh, you haven't forgotten me," the middle-aged man teased. Ji Tianhao dashed forward and tightly embraced the man. The man's eyes turned slightly red as he gently patted Ji Tianhao's back, teasing him. "How old are you now, and still pulling such a stunt? How embarrassing." Ji Tianhao paid no mind to the man's jibes, holding on tightly, as if he were a lost child finally reunited. Ji Ran and the others quietly watched this scene. Although GMO realized the identity of the newcomer, she still confirmed with her mother, "Mom, is he my second uncle?" Su Ning nodded with red eyes and softly introduced, "Ji Tianyun, your father's elder brother, and the same as Ji Tianlin, who came to our house a few days ago. The three of them are biological brothers. Ji Tianlin is the oldest, Ji Tianyun is the second, and Ji Tianhao, your father, is the third." GMO nodded in realization. Ji Tianhao wiped away the tears on his face, separating from the man, and curiously asked, "Second brother, how did you end up here?" Ji Tianyun rubbed Ji Tianhao's face and smiled, "I just came down from the front line, and I just got home at dawn." "No," Ji Tianhao shook his head. "I meant, how did you appear here?" Ji Tianyun explained, "I just got home, and Ji Tianlin said you would be back. I thought with your temper you definitely wouldn't notify the family in advance. Our family surroundings are under martial law. If you were to return, there's a high likelihood you would use your secret passage, so I came to try my luck, and I didn't expect to really run into you." Younger sister-in-law, long time no see. Ji Tianhao and his brother Ji Tianyun walked side by side in front of Su Ning and her two children. "Greetings, second brother." Ji Tianyun smiled in response, then turned to look at his younger brothers, GMO and Ji Ran. "You little rascal, do you know who I am?" GMO respectfully replied, "Second uncle." Ji Ran quickly reacted and called out, "Second uncle. Ah, good, very well, you've both grown up." Ji Tianyun said with a face full of satisfaction, then asked, "What are you two doing now?" GMO replied, "Second uncle, I graduated from university last year, and am currently working in the city defense team of Chongjiang City." "Not bad, what about you?" Ji Tianyun asked Ji Ran. Ji Ran replied generously, "I just got accepted into Xianxia Martial University, and am waiting for classes to start." Upon hearing about Xianxia Martial University, Ji Tianyun raised his eyebrows in surprise, and turned to GMO to ask, "You graduated from Northern Martial University?" GMO nodded yes. Ji Tianyun murmured, "One from Northern Martial University, one from Xianxia Martial University. Third brother, you must have incredible luck to have these two talented sons." Ji Tianhao chuckled and said, "It's your younger sister-in-law's good genes. I'm just a supporting character." Su Ning blushed and gave Ji Tianhao a glare. Ji Tianyun laughed heartily, his gaze drifting as if he thought of something, suddenly looking at Ji Ran and asking, "Nephew, have you thought about which major to apply for at Xianxia Martial University?" Ji Ran replied, "I haven't decided yet, but I'm leaning towards swordsmanship. That's right, before reaching the Dao-seeking stage, everything is useless. In your first year at university, the priority is to break through your realm." Upon hearing this, Ji Ran raised an eyebrow. It seemed that this second uncle didn't know about his recent outstanding performance in the martial arts entrance examination. But it was understandable. After all, he had just mentioned returning from the front line at dawn. On the battlefield, who has time to keep up with such matters? Ji Tianhao and Su Ning exchanged glances, just about to quietly explain Ji Ran's situation. However, Ji Tianyun changed the subject. "Do you two nephews have any interest in joining the army for a bit of adventure? Rest assured, with your second uncle here, I guarantee you'll have a smooth journey and make a name for yourselves." Saying this, he turned to Ji Ran, "Especially you, young Ji Ran. Xianxia Martial University is a good martial arts academy, but their teaching is too rigid. It's better to enlist in the army and gain experience. I promise you'll break through to the Dao-seeking stage in 6 months." When Ji Ran heard his second uncle's tempting tone, he couldn't help but chuckle. His second uncle seemed eager to pull good seedlings into the army. He was indeed a true military enthusiast. At that moment, Ji Ran suddenly froze. He noticed a chilling aura not far away at the treetops, which shivered slightly. Immediately afterward, he saw Ji Tianyun's smiling face suddenly stiffen. Then came bewilderment, confusion, surprise, and finally a fixed gaze on Ji Ran, his breathing becoming heavy, his expression shocked, and his eyes shimmering, as if he had discovered a peerless treasure. However, soon the shimmer in his eyes was suppressed, replaced by a sense of guilt and helplessness. Ultimately, his gaze towards Ji Ran was filled with reluctance. Seeing this, Ji Ran instantly guessed that it was Feng Lianxing who had made a move. After all, he had just tried to pull the rug out from under him, right in front of Feng Lianxing. Beside them, Ji Tianhao hadn't noticed Ji Tianyun's expression. Continuing with his previous words, he smiled and said, "Second brother, your old habit is getting worse. You see good seedlings and want to pull them into the army, even to your own family." Ji Tianyun was engaged in a conversation with Feng Lianxing and did not respond. Unaware of Feng Lianxing's presence, Ji Tianhao thought Ji Tianyun was listening to him and continued, "You're going to be disappointed this time. Both of them have their own matters. GMO has a girlfriend and is about to get married, so I can't let him go with you. As for Ji Ran, you may not know this, but he is already at the Dao-seeking stage and was specially invited by Xianxia Martial University, now a key protected individual. You can't take either of them." Feng Lianxing seemed to have finished threatening Ji Tianyun. Ji Tianyun stared at Ji Ran with gleaming eyes like a hungry wolf seeing fresh meat. However, ultimately, due to the pressure from Feng Lianxing, he could only suppress his desires staring at Ji Ran, with burning eyes nodding indeed very good. The Ji family has produced a genius prodigy. Seeing his second brother's reaction so bland, Ji Tianhao and Su Ning, as well as Ji Mo, were somewhat surprised. A Dao-seeking stage examinee. For them, hearing this was just a moment of astonishment, whether they were stunned or had not reacted yet. However, they didn't know that a confrontation had already occurred in the shadows. Ji Tianyan gradually came back to his senses, looking around nervously, seemingly wanting to confirm Feng Lianxing's position. Naturally, he found nothing, so he smiled and said, "All right, let's go back, we can chat while walking." Ji Tianhao noticed the change in his second brother and couldn't help but frown. "Second brother, what's wrong? Did you Ji Tianyan laughed heartily and brushed it off, saying, "It's nothing, let's go. I still have to return to headquarters for a report this morning." Seeing Ji Tianyan unwilling to say more, Ji Tianhao did not press further. The five of them walked across the grass towards the distance. Along the way, Ji Tianyan was deep in thought, recalling Ji Tianhao's earlier words, his expression somewhat strange as he asked, "Third brother, did you just say Ji Mo has a girlfriend? And he's going to get married?" Ji Tianhao nodded. Ji Tianyan's expression froze, hesitating as he asked, "Do you know why Dad called you back this time?" Ji Tianhao nodded. "I know, it's about a marriage alliance." "You already know." Ji Tianyan instinctively said. "Then why did you come back?" Ji Tianhao gazed straight ahead, his expression cold and resolute. "What I could do 23 years ago, I can still do now. Oh, I won't sit idly by and watch my son lose his freedom." Ji Tianyan sighed softly and said slowly, "Third brother, this time is different. You need to be mentally prepared. Little Ji Ran's talent allows Dad to waive the engagement, but Ji Mo's is difficult." "Why?" Ji Tianhao frowned. Ji Tianyan glanced around, hesitating for a moment before finally saying, "The old ancestor is nearing the end." Hearing these 6 words, Ji Tianhao's body trembled. Of course he knew who the old ancestor was. The only true god of the Ji family, one of the few martial gods in the Great Xia. The pillar of the Ji family. For so many years, the Ji family has been able to thrive in international trade largely due to the foundation of the big family. But more importantly, it is because of the people's fear of the martial gods. It is easy to imagine that once the Ji family loses the protection of the martial gods, there may be no immediate impact, but competitors and partners will lose their fear, and their ambitions and greed will undoubtedly be magnified. At that time, the Ji family will go from a wide road to stepping onto a dangerous tightrope. A small misstep could lead to a fall from grace. Ji Tianhao's expression became extremely grave. Although he had been away from home for 23 years, he was still a Ji family member. The family losing its guardian deity weighed heavily on his heart. What does Dad plan to do? Ji Tianyan explained, currently within the family, only grandfather has the most hope of advancing to the martial god realm. He is only one step away from it, and to take that step, he needs the help of the Yi family. Additionally, to prevent grandfather from failing in his breakthrough, this collaboration with the Yi family is also extremely important. Once the collaboration is achieved, the trillion-level market will at least ensure the Ji family's security for the next 50 years. Therefore, this collaboration with the Yi family must be established. Ji Tianyan said, looking at Ji Mo, who was walking beside him, his expression calm, with clear meaning. After listening to his second uncle's account, Ji Ran's heart began to stir. The Ji family currently lacked a martial god realm expert. Wasn't he a martial god himself? If his grandfather found out about his current strength, wouldn't they elevate him to a position of honor? At that time, the marriage alliance for his elder brother would be compensated for the grievances suffered by their parents. With this in mind, Ji Ran's heart started to become restless. However, suddenly, for some unknown reason, memories of recent events in the capital city flashed through his mind. The arrogant demeanor of the Ji family's disciples. Occupying a position without merit, lacking the virtue to match it. Did such a family deserve to know his true identity? With this thought, his restless heart completely cooled down, and he decided to put aside the consideration of revealing his identity for now. Everything would be decided after his grandfather's birthday. At this moment, Ji Tianyan continued, "Therefore, this time, Dad has made a significant decision, and if you want to escape as smoothly as 23 years ago, it might not be so easy. Everything would be decided after his grandfather's birthday." At this moment, Ji Tianyan continued, "Therefore, this time, Dad has made a significant decision," and on the other hand, Su Ning, after hearing Ji Tianyan's account, looked worried and advised, "Honey, why don't we just go back?" Ji Tianhao suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at him curiously, quietly awaiting his decision. Ji Tianyan softened his expression and also advised, "Don't worry, there are many young juniors in the family. Even if you leave, Dad can find a replacement, nothing will happen." Ji Tianhao did not move. Ji Ran raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "Then why doesn't Grandpa just find someone else? Why does it have to be the two of us?" Ji Tianyan's face showed disdain as he scoffed, "The family does have good children, but your grandfather is reluctant. That group of useless kids can't stand on the stage and can't bring anything to the table. Considering everything along with your grandfather's investigation, it turns out you two are the most suitable." He continued, "Growing up in an ordinary society, not extravagant. You are both excellent in character and academics with great talent. Moreover, you are the direct descendants of the current family head, making your marriage alliance the most fitting choice." After saying this, Ji Tianyan chuckled self-deprecatingly, looking up at the sky, and said, "Wealth, status, power. These things can make a person cold-hearted. This was something my teacher once told me. When I was young I didn't believe it, but now. Heh. Ran fell silent. Reflecting on his second uncle's words, he suddenly felt as if he were bound by invisible shackles, a sense of constraint occupying every inch of his body. The dormant power of the martial god within him suddenly showed signs of rebellion. In an instant Ran reacted sharply and immediately suppressed the martial god power, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What is happening to me? While suppressing the martial god power within, he unexpectedly sensed a surge of combat spirit within it. This was the first time such a situation had occurred since his rebirth. As for the reason, he was still unfamiliar with martial arts, so it remained unknown. Before he could analyze further, Tianhao, who had been quiet for a long time, turned to Su Ning and said, "I still want to go." Su Ning's expression froze for a moment, then revealed a look of struggle. Having experienced such matters in her early years, she naturally understood the underlying issues. Now facing it again, she wasn't afraid for herself, but for her children being drawn into it. She did not want to see GMO and Ran fall into the mire of the large family. Not only would they lose their freedom, but they would also be burdened by family responsibilities, gradually losing their thoughts, and ultimately becoming mere shells focused only on family interests. In that case, what difference would it have from dying? Therefore, for the sake of her children, Su Ning rarely began to doubt her husband. As a long-married couple, Tianhao immediately noticed Su Ning's hesitation. He stepped forward and grasped her shoulders, saying, "Wife, trust me." Su Ning looked into Tianhao's eyes, breathing heavily. She did not rush to respond, but turned her head to look at GMO and Ran. Seeing the look in his mother's eyes, Ran's heart skipped a beat. He then pretended to be relaxed and shrugged, saying, "It doesn't matter anyway. Uncle Shin said my little wife is quite beautiful, so a marriage alliance isn't too bad." Seeing her younger son acting out of character, Su Ning was speechless and turned to look at GMO. GMO had been watching Tianhao all along. At this moment he changed from his previous sullen expression to a smile and said, "Mom, the reason my dad is insisting is probably to put an end to things. I don't know about what happened 23 years ago, but I understand familial bonds and friendship. I believe Dad will handle everything well for you, for me, and for my little brother, as well as for Uncle Shun and the others." Since coming to the capital, GMO had been rather reticent. Naturally, part of it was due to missing his girlfriend. But more so, he noticed his father's unusual behavior. Throughout his life, his impression of his father had always been reliable and optimistic. However, since learning about returning to the capital, he noticed that his father had changed, becoming a man burdened with heavy thoughts and reticent. Until he encountered Niu Fengxian and the others, observing and listening to their conversation, coupled with his own understanding of past events. GMO realized that his father's persistence at this moment was for his and his brother's future, and even more so for the suffering endured by the 5 uncles of Tianhao Pavilion over the years. He understood his father and believed in him. Because of paternal love and because of a man's responsibility. Tianhao, after listening to his eldest son's words, was filled with excitement and enthusiasm, nodding vigorously at GMO. Su Ning, seeing this, nodded gently. The family was united, and there was no further argument. Tianyan looked at this family with a smile, his eyes filled with envy. "Let's go," he said. The group continued onward. Half an hour later, Ran walked out of the G family's private forest feeling despondent. Looking back at the dense thicket behind him for a moment, he even doubted whether he had encountered a ghost wall. In 2 lifetimes, it was his first time seeing a private forest that required half an hour of walking to exit. This was with a martial artist's pace. If it were an ordinary person, it would probably take an hour. Wasn't it just a house? Why build it so large? He internally grumbled. Finally, they passed through the courtyard, horse paddock, and private garden, winding their way to the main building of the estate. "Third brother, I will return to headquarters to report." Tianyan glanced at his watch and continued, "I should be back around 10 o'clock. You go back first. Remember, don't act impulsively. Let's wait until I return to discuss everything." Tianhao replied, "Got it, second brother." Tianyan nodded and turned to leave. However, before leaving, he looked deeply at Ran, his gaze filled with inexplicable meaning. Ran understood that his second uncle's gaze was likely related to Feng Lianxing. As for the specific meaning, it remained unclear. The family watched Tianyan leave. Then, under Tianhao's lead, they crossed a lush green lawn and arrived at the garden in front of the main building of the estate. Although it was morning, when Tianhao, accompanied by his wife and children, appeared in the garden, the lively crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Tianhao and Su Ning behind him, their eyes wide. When Tianhao, accompanied by his wife and children, appeared in the garden, the lively crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Tianhao and Su Ning behind him, their eyes wide in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. The aging process of martial artists is quite slow, so compared to 23 years ago, Tianhao's appearance has not changed much. The people chatting in the garden immediately recognized him with just one glance. The surroundings fell silent, leaving only the sounds of birds chirping and leaves rustling. Witnessing this scene, Ran raised an eyebrow, internally marveling at his father's fame. In the face of such a scene, Tianhao remained unmoved, while even Su Ning, who usually stayed in the background, stood gracefully by Tianhao's side today, exuding elegance without a hint of nervousness. GMO also held his head high, displaying a carefree demeanor. The The family stood together, showing no signs of timidity. Ji Tianhao took the lead and stepped forward towards the main building. The crowd seemed to move mechanically, automatically parting ahead to create a path, their gazes following the family's movements. They passed through the crowd and arrived at the main entrance. Before they could proceed further, an elderly man with graying hair emerged from inside. Upon seeing the old man's appearance, Ji Tianhao stopped, a warm smile appearing on his face. Uncle Fu. The old man suddenly halted, raising his head in disbelief. Upon recognizing Ji Tianhao's face, his body stiffened, and then he opened his mouth, possibly too excited to make a sound. Uncle Fu. The old man suddenly halted, raising his head in disbelief. Upon recognizing Ji Tianhao's face, his body stiffened, and then he opened his mouth. Uncle Fu. The old man suddenly halted, raising his head in disbelief. Upon recognizing Ji Tianhao's face, his body stiffened. Yes. Ji Tianhao smiled as he took the old man's hands and softly replied, Uncle Fu, it's me. I've returned. Upon confirming Ji Tianhao's identity, Uncle Fu was instantly moved to tears. Holding Ji Tianhao's hands tightly, he examined him up and down, his voice trembling. Young master, you must have suffered all these years. Ji Tianhao shook his head, saying, Uncle Fu, I've been well. But your hair has turned white. Old age means one becomes less useful. Uncle Fu waved his hand. Hearing this, Ji Tianhao stepped forward and embraced Uncle Fu, softly saying, Don't worry, Uncle Fu, I will take care of everything. The two exchanged pleasantries. Uncle Fu wiped his tears and took Ji Tianhao's hand, leading him into the main building, saying, The master is having a meeting upstairs. If he knows you have returned, he will surely be very happy. Ji Tianhao allowed Uncle Fu to lead him with the family, closely following as they entered the main building. Upon entering, Ji Ran was taken aback by the decor, instinctively opening his mouth in astonishment. In the spacious area with a 10-meter-high ceiling, the golden yellow jade walls were complemented by crimson accents, the roof adorned with gilded carvings, and the beams painted with gold, creating a luxurious palette that, while not royal, exuded an air of majesty. Wait, Uncle Fu, Ji Tianhao said, holding Uncle Fu back gently. Let's not call him yet, let's wait a moment. Upon hearing Ji Tianhao mention his father, Uncle Fu sighed at the sense of distance in his words. All right then, young master can rest here for now. I will go brew some tea for you, Uncle Fu said. No need, Uncle Fu, you go ahead and handle your matters. They'll just wait here. Uncle Fu paused, realizing he indeed had matters to attend to, and nodded, saying, Very well, I'll be busy then. If you need anything, just let me know. Uncle Fu left. Ji Tianhao stood in place, surveying his surroundings. Looking at the decor that hadn't changed a bit from his memories, he sighed and shook his head, saying, How many years has it been? Still the same. Saying this, he walked a few steps to a luxurious sofa and sat down, unreservedly resting his feet on the table in front of him. Witnessing this scene, Ji Ran stepped forward, sitting beside his father, pointing around and asking, Dad, is this the place you grew up? Ji Tianhao nodded, saying, Yes, I lived here until I was 20. Ji Ran exclaimed. He hadn't expected his usually unassuming father had grown up in such conditions. That made his own upbringing, where $1 was divided into 8 parts for martial resources, seem trivial. Was he overthinking it? Ji Tianhao noticed his son's resentment, his expression calm as he patted Ji Ran's shoulder, saying, Son, don't judge by appearances. Although this place seems lavish and esteemed, what was sacrificed behind it is the warmth of human relationships. Being a rich young master is not as easy as it seems. Listening to his father's words, Ji Ran frowned, not understanding. To him, his father's reasoning sounded like an excuse to keep his heart balanced. Money is money. With money, what troubles cannot be solved? However, despite his confusion, Ji Ran chose to trust his father's words. He had never experienced the life of a wealthy family, but he personally witnessed his father's hardships and choices. At least based on his and his older brother's experiences growing up, his father's choices seemed quite admirable. The family settled into silence, quietly awaiting the arrival of the host, Ji Ran's grandfather, whom they had never met. In stark contrast to the interior, when Ji Ran's family entered the main building, the once silent garden suddenly buzzed with chatter as people began discussing among themselves. Some even took out their phones to share what they had just witnessed. Soon the news of Ji Tianhao's return to the Ji family spread like mushrooms after rain among the affluent circles of the capital. In an instant, those who initially only intended to attend a birthday banquet sensed an impending storm. At 8 in the morning, Ji Ran's family had been waiting for over an hour. However, throughout this time, no figure had appeared on the mahogany staircase. Ji Ran found this puzzling. Wasn't this a large family, especially on such an important day? Why hadn't he seen a single member of the Ji family in the main building? It felt as if the vast family had only the head of the household present. Out of sheer boredom, Ji Ran decided to play a game of Find the Hidden Guard. Sitting upright on the sofa, he appeared to be meditating, but in reality, he was sensing the location of the hidden guard. He discovered an interesting phenomenon. Ever since he entered the main building, the hidden guard had changed from a previously stable demeanor to jumping around like a monkey, appearing on the roof one moment, and then in a corner of the room the next, constantly changing positions. What is Teacher Phone doing? Seeing no sign of his grandfather, Ji Ran decided to ask. So he asked his father, Dad, where's the restroom? Ji Tianhao pointed upwards and shook his head, saying, Just find a door and push it open to relieve yourself. Ji Ran replied speechlessly, Dad, that's not right. After going, someone still has to clean up. Ji Tianhao was equally speechless, saying, "There's a bathroom inside the suite." Oh. Ji Ran's face turned red as he hurried into the nearby hallway. He carefully entered a room. After a while, Feng Lianqing made his way along the eaves of the main building, arriving at the window of Ji Ran's room. Ji Ran smiled and approached the window, asking, "Teacher Feng, what are you doing?" Feng Lianxing's eyes twitched, doubting whether Ji Ran was intentionally showing off his perception. He blandly replied, "Protecting you." "I know, but what I mean is, why are you jumping around so much? Are you looking for the restroom?" Feng Lianqing felt a murderous impulse. Having just suppressed the urge to kill, the thought of asking the principal for a replacement surfaced again, growing stronger. He truly could not continue with this job. Protecting someone personally, yet it felt like being paraded around naked. Looking at Ji Ran's innocent face, Feng Lianqing suppressed his inner restlessness and gently explained, "The Ji family has many hidden guards, some of whom are active. I must constantly change positions to evade their patrols." "Oh, I see now," Ji Ran said, enlightened. "I thought you were just desperate to pee." Feng Lianqing struggled to suppress the urge to hit someone, saying, "Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, don't waste time chatting with me. Hurry up and leave. Staying here too long will attract the hidden guards." Ji Ran nodded in understanding, saying, "I know, but I just got here, so there's no rush. Why take a long time in the bathroom?" Feng Lianqing took a deep breath. He felt that if he continued like this, the composure he had developed over decades would be complete. Just as he was about to urge Ji Ran to leave again, he suddenly sensed something and reminded him, "Your father seems to be arguing with someone. Aren't you going to check it out?" Ji Ran was taken aback, asking, "Arguing? With whom?" Feng Lianqing replied, "You'll know when you go out." After speaking, he swiftly moved aside, indicating that a hidden guard was probably patrolling. Seeing this, Ji Ran went to the restroom to wash his hands, and then pushed the door to leave the room. Just as he returned he heard a sarcastic voice from ahead, "Ji Tianhao, how dare you come back?" Faced with the man's malice, Ji Tianhao remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Yi Yiji, long time no see." The man named Yi Yiji was dressed in a sharp suit, his hair slicked back, leading a group of about 7 or 8 men and women behind him, all of whom, like Yi Yiji, cast unfriendly glances at Ji Tianhao. "You promised the Yi family you'd never return to Beijing. You've breached the agreement," Yi Yiji said ominously. Ji Tianhao stepped forward, confronting Yi Yiji with an amused expression. "Is that so? Did I ever agree to that? How come I never heard of it?" "You?" Yi Yiji pointed at Ji Tianhao, his voice low as he recalled. "If it weren't for you, the Heine project wouldn't have turned out like this. A project worth over $1 trillion was wasted due to your foolish ideals. If you don't leave Beijing, can your Ji family afford the losses?" Ji Tianhao remained neither sorrowful nor joyful, his voice steady and powerful. "First, I have never promised the Yi family to leave Beijing. Second, my departure from Beijing was solely my own choice and has nothing to do with your Yi family. Third, sacrificing the potential of the great Xia martial arts for the benefit you seek, the Heine project is destined for failure." Yi Yixi's face darkened, teeth gritted as he replied, "It's written in black and white. Do you dare to argue?" Ji Tianhao's gaze sharpened. "Black and white." Yi Yiji seemed to think of something, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "If you've forgotten, I can help you recall. A napkin, a red pen, 10 lines, blood handprints." As he spoke, Yi Yixi's grin grew increasingly wild. "Ji Tianhao, I remember that moment clearly. You should remember it even more vividly, ha." Ji Tianhao fixed his gaze on Yi Yixi's arrogant face, then shifted tone, speaking solemnly. "So you still remember?" Yi Yiji laughed maniacally. "Of course I remember." Ji Tianhao nodded. "Good that you remember. Now tell me what happened to Lao Niu and the others." Yi Yixi's smile abruptly halted, looking at Ji Tianhao in surprise. Ji Tianhao reminded again, "Don't think of arguing. In a big family, have some dignity." Yi Yixi's expression wavered, and after a moment he replied, "The agreement regarding Niu Fengxian and the others has always been upheld by my Yi family." Hearing this, Ji Tianhao scoffed. "As expected, you guys are still as shameless as before." "What did you say?" The people behind Yi Yiji looked resentful, pointing angrily at Ji Tianhao. Yi Yiji raised a hand to stop them from speaking further. Ji Tianhao coldly laughed. "It was your Yi family that violated the agreement. First, this time, we will settle old and new accounts together." Yi Yiji fixed his gaze on Ji Tianhao. Hearing the threat in his words, he suddenly smiled. He thought of how his family would reconcile with the Ji family and restart cooperation, and the stance the Ji family had shown during the preliminary negotiations. Settle accounts. In this special period, the Ji family probably wouldn't dare provoke the Yi family. "All right, I look forward to it," Yi Yiji provoked. Just then a hoarse yet vigorous voice suddenly resonated from above the staircase. "Yi Xianxia, why are you so early?" The two, confronting each other, turned their heads to look. They saw a thin old man with graying hair, looking sprightly, dressed in a tang suit, slowly descending the steps. Behind him, a crowd led by Ji Tianlin cautiously followed. Upon seeing Ji Tianhao, they all displayed, some showed confusion, others had cold expressions, some were curious, and a few wore surprised looks. However, with the elder present, despite their emotions, they did not express them, just quietly followed behind the elder, their gazes roaming over Ji Tianhao and his family. Ji Tianhao's body instantly stiffened upon seeing the newcomer. His eyes fixed unblinkingly on the elder's face, tears welling in his eyes, yet he struggled to hold them back. Yi Yiji glanced at Ji Tianhao, quickly bowing in greeting. "Yi Yiji, greetings to Uncle Ji." Greetings. The people behind Yi all greeted respectfully. We are all family. There's no need to be so polite. Xianxia replied, gently walking down the steps and approaching the two men. His deep-set gaze scanned Ji Tianhao from top to bottom. Then he turned to Yi and said, I haven't raised my family well, oh don't blame me, dear nephew. Uncle Ji is too polite. Yi replied with courtesy. Xianxia slightly nodded, then turned to Ji Tianhao, ignoring him, instead addressing Ji Tianlin behind him. Tianlin, take him to the study. Yes. Ji Tianlin cautiously stepped forward and said to Ji Tianhao, Tianhao, let's go. Ji Tianhao looked at his father, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing, lowering his head weakly, and followed Ji Tianlin away. Ji Qishan looked at Su Ning, then glanced at Ji Mo and Ji Ran. You all go too. Su Ning slightly bowed, and quickly led Ji Ran and Ji Mo to catch up with Ji Tianhao. Under Ji Tianlin's lead, the family passed through the crowd of Ji family members, climbed the stairs, and arrived at the top floor study. As they stepped into the study, a fragrant aroma greeted them, the tranquility unique to the world of books calming the restlessness in their hearts. Wait here for a moment, Dad should be up soon. Would you like something to drink? Ji Tianlin softly asked. Ji Tianhao had yet to recover from his previous emotions, shaking his head slightly. Su Ning and Ji Mo also shook their heads, indicating they didn't need anything. Ji Ran pursed his lips. Is there any juice? Ji Tianlin was surprised, then chuckled. Yes, what kind would you like? Ji Ran thought for a moment. Coke, the cold one. Ji Tianlin nodded without specifying when it would be delivered, turned, and left. Only the Ji Ran family remained in the study. They gazed at the antique bookshelves around them and the various books they had never seen before. Ji Ran did not sit obediently like his parents and brother. Instead, he strolled around casually. He wandered over to a bookshelf, examining the titles of the books displayed there. These were some great works he had heard of, unique to this world. Ji Ran had no interest in these books at all. He changed his focus to another bookshelf. Upon seeing the titles on this bookshelf, Ji Ran froze. Ape Strike Technique, Cloud Kicking, 3 Turns of Shadowless Hand. This bookshelf was filled with martial arts techniques. He randomly pulled out one. Ji Ran, behave, don't mess around, Su Ning reminded. Ji Ran ignored her, opening the martial art technique titled Shadow Leopard Movement. As he looked at the introduction on the first page, Ji Ran's gaze suddenly sharpened. Earth-level martial arts. Ji Ran didn't expect that the martial art he pulled out casually would indeed be of Earth level. Generally, the martial arts circulating in society today are usually of yellow level. Earth-level martial arts are extremely rare, and their occasional appearance would attract fierce competition among major sects. The grade of martial arts not only represents the power of the technique, but also indicates the completeness of the technique, its consumption, the speed of cultivation, and most importantly, its potential. For the same martial arts, if both yellow level and heaven level were cultivated to perfection, the power of a yellow level technique might only be able to damage a building, while a heaven level technique could easily destroy a city. The difference in power is astronomical. If this earth-level martial art in his hand were to hit the black market, its selling price would probably be enough for Ji Ran to frivolously spend a whole year's worth of martial arts resources. Truly a prominent family, capital is abundant, Ji Ran sighed. Meanwhile, slow yet powerful footsteps approached from a distance. Ji Ran hesitated, putting the martial art back in its place, then reluctantly glanced around the bookshelf before thinking, he'll find a chance to sneak in and steal a few books to sell. Ji Ran secretly resolved. He thought this way because even Feng Lianxing could come in freely, for him being in the martial god realm should be even easier. Moreover, even if he couldn't, he could always ask Feng Lianxing for help to steal some. Just as Ji Ran was planning the study door, Ji Qishan walked into the study. You all go about your business, I'll have a chat with him. After instructing Ji Tianlin and the others who followed him, Ji Qishan casually closed the study door. Seeing his father arrive, Ji Tianhao slowly stood up. Su Ning pulled Ji Mo and Ji Ran stood obediently behind Ji Tianhao. Dad, Ji Tianhao softly called out. Ji Qishan did not look at Ji Tianhao, instead walked in front of the Grand Master chair and firmly sat down, then coldly commanded, kneel. Ji Tianhao did not kneel, but quietly stared at his father with no emotion visible on his face. Ji Qishan, with a cold expression, felt his anger rising as he saw the family in front of him remain motionless. He slammed his hand down on the armrest of the armchair. The solid wooden chair emitted a tearing sound. I command you to kneel. Ji Tianhao stood there, and the longing in his gaze vanished with Ji Qishan's words. I can kneel, but I want to know the reason for kneeling. Ji Tianhao's voice was cold. Is it because I haven't fulfilled my filial duties for over 20 years, or is it because of what happened back then? If it's about that incident from back then, I refuse to acknowledge it. Boom. Hearing this, Ji Qishan was evidently enraged, and the armrest of the armchair shattered with a loud crash. He gritted his teeth and said, after over 20 years your heart has really turned wild, you don't even listen to my words anymore. Ji Tianhao argued back, if what you say is correct I would of course listen. But, shut your mouth. Ji Qishan shouted angrily. Beside them, Su Ning saw the situation spiraling out of control and quickly spoke to mediate. Tianhao, say less, Dad, don't overthink it, he's just stubborn. You shut up too. Ji Qishan scolded Su Ning. Su Ning was scared and took a half step back. Ji Ran, seeing this, narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to understand why his father left home back then. This grandfather he had never met seemed to be quite unreasonable. Ji Tianhao protected Su Ning behind him. Ji Qishan spoke in a grim tone, shifting his stance, and said unemotionally, "The reason I called you back this time is to reintegrate you into the family and help manage family affairs. After being outside for so many years, it's time for you to return. After all, this is your home." Ji Tianhao said nothing, merely listening quietly. Ji Qishan glanced at GMO and Ji ran his gaze cold. "Moreover, these two children of yours should be included in the family tree and enjoy the benefits of the family. This is what you as a member of the Ji family deserve." After saying this, Ji Qishan looked at Ji Tianhao. Seeing his son silent, he snorted coldly, "What's wrong? You don't want the wealth and nobility I offer?" Ji Tianhao knew his father's intentions well and calmly replied, "Father once said to repay the family's grace, one must devote oneself to the family. This saying has always been etched in my heart. Therefore this family tree, we cannot afford it." Ji Qishan suddenly stood up, taking 2 steps towards Ji Tianhao, and looked directly into his eyes. "Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? The resources the family has expended on you since childhood, this responsibility you cannot escape." Ji Tianhao remained neither servile nor overbearing, slightly nodding. "I acknowledge the family's cultivation of me, but my son is raised by me and has nothing to do with the family. They do not need to bear the family's responsibilities." "Good," Ji Qishan exclaimed in approval. He then turned around and strode back to his seat, plopping down. "Since you recognize it now, I will make you repay the family's kindness. The girl from the Yi family who wanted to marry you back then is still single. You can continue the engagement from back then. Can you do that?" Ji Tianhao looked at his father. After this dialogue, the only remaining feelings he had for his father were thoroughly extinguished in the cold words of reality. He turned to look at his wife, smiled slightly at Su Ning, and then replied, "I cannot do it." Ji Qishan had anticipated this, "Cannot do it. Fine debts of the father must be repaid by the son." Saying this, Ji Qishan finally revealed the true purpose of this conversation. "This time we are about to start a second collaboration with the Yi family. To solidify the interest, we need a descendant of the family to marry into the Yi family. Since you cannot repay the debt yourself, let your son repay it for you. I have already decided it will be your 2 sons who will marry into the Yi family." After saying this, Ji Qishan looked at Ji Tianhao, waiting for his response. Su Ning stood behind, looking at Ji Tianhao with a worried expression. Although she was not from a prominent family, she knew from the events of 20 years ago what a family marriage could bring. On one side, it would be seen as a token of sincerity from the other family. On the other side, marrying a woman from a family tied by interests would mean a lifetime of exclusion from the family's inner circle, instead being monitored and suspected. As a mother, she did not want to see her 2 sons jumping into a fire pit. Su Ning kept nudging Ji Tianhao at the waist. Ji Tianhao remained unmoved, remaining silent for a long time before finally saying, "I disagree." Ji Qishan frowned and sneered, "This probably does not depend on you. Do you have any other bargaining chips?" Ji Tianhao did not answer immediately, but reached into his pocket. Under the surprised gazes of those present, he took out a USB drive from his pocket and stepped forward to place it on the tea table next to Ji Qishan. Ji Qishan looked on with a puzzled expression. Ji Tianhao explained, "This is the formula for the second-tier body-forging pill from back then. The issue of unstable fusion of wheat alkaloid and phenylalanine at high temperatures has been resolved. This should be more than enough to exchange for freedom for me and my son." Hearing Ji Tianhao's words, Ji Qishan's eyes widened in disbelief as he carefully examined the small USB drive. "You really solved it?" Ji Tianhao replied, "You can have the family pharmacist check it." "Good." Ji Qishan did not refuse, pressing the call button on the nearby table. In a short while there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Ji Qishan said softly. A middle-aged man dressed in a butler's attire with a courteous demeanor walked in. He kept his gaze straight, approaching Ji Qishan, standing respectfully. Ji Qishan handed the USB drive to the middle-aged man and ordered, "Take this USB drive to Qian the pharmacist and have him verify the contents as quickly as possible." "Yes, sir," the middle-aged butler replied, bowing as he left. After the study door was closed, Ji Tianhao pondered for a moment and continued, "Additionally, I need the family to inform the Yi family that they were in breach of contract first, and the agreement from back then is void. They are not to trouble Fengxian and the others anymore." After saying this, Ji Tianhao seemed to expend all his strength. He felt incredibly fatigued and disheveled, and his previously calm tone had now softened. "Dad, you have told me countless times from childhood how important family is. I have not forgotten those words. However, the family I see is not the massive Ji family. The Ji family does not lack for someone like me, an insignificant nobody." Ji Tianhao turned to look at Su Ning GMO, and Ji ran his gaze filled with tenderness. "I have already found my family, so this is the last thing I can do for the Ji family. In the future, take good care of your health." Ji Qishan, sitting in the armchair, breathed heavily. He glanced over at the Ji Ran family. From the moment he entered the study, he had never truly looked at his 2 grandsons, GMO and Ji Ran, whom he had never met. Now upon closer inspection, he saw the shadow of Ji Tianhao's youth in the 2 of them. In that moment his hardened heart trembled slightly. But it was just a slight tremor. For someone who had long occupied a high position, who bore the weight of the family's century-old foundation, familial affection had long become a luxury. Ji Qishan took a deep breath and suppressed the stirrings in his heart. After saying so much, do you intend to leave the Ji family? Ji Tianhao did not answer directly, but said sadly. Ji Qishan sighed softly. Indeed, you have grown up. The study fell silent. Ji Qishan had nothing more to say, nor did Ji Tianhao seem inclined to continue the conversation. Both were waiting for the appraisal results of the USB drive. About 10 minutes passed. Suddenly a series of knocks. Ji ran, and the others were jolted back to attention. Come in, Ji Qishan said softly. The departing middle-aged butler returned holding the USB drive with both hands, and respectfully said to Ji Qishan, Sir Master Qian says this method is feasible. Upon hearing this, Ji Qishan's pupils trembled. He looked at Ji Tianhao with a gaze that sparkled with an unusual light, as if he were seeing his son for the first time. Improving the medicinal formula. Such an act in any era could be recorded in history. He never expected that his seemingly ordinary son would possess such talent in alchemy. You may leave now. Ji Qishan took the USB drive and commanded in a deep voice. After the middle-aged butler left, he scrutinized the USB drive in his hand, his eyes filled with a mysterious meaning. Dad, can I leave now? Ji Tianhao asked. Ji Qishan sighed. I never thought that my seemingly unremarkable youngest son would have such talent. I truly find it hard to let you go. Ji Tianhao's expression changed. Dad. Ji Qishan raised his hand to stop Ji Tianhao from continuing, saying, You have grown up, but you have also been in ordinary society for too long, trapped in a typical poor man's mindset. A gentleman's agreement is based on equivalent exchange. Those are merely rules that bind the poor. Ji Tianhao furrowed his brows, a warning bell ringing in his heart. Dad, what are you planning? The study door was suddenly pushed open, and immediately 6 warriors emanating the aura of the Dao realms stormed. The study door was suddenly pushed open, and immediately 6 warriors emanating the aura of the Dao realms stormed into the study, surrounding Ji Ran's family. Ji Tianhao instinctively shielded his family, his face paling. Dad, do you really have to go this far? He suppressed the anger within his voice low. Ji Qishan shook his head and said indifferently, Tianhao, a lost son can be replaced, a lost wife can be remarried. The family is your only support. After all these years, do you still not understand? Ji Tianhao's gaze darkened like water. I already gave you my answer back then. My answer remains unchanged and will not change in the future. Dad, don't force me. Ji Qishan narrowed his eyes, no longer wasting words. Make your move. In an instant, the 6 Dao realm warriors stepped forward together. Ji Tianhao stepped back, placing Su Ning behind him. GMO reacted swiftly, pulling Ji Ran over and positioning her next to their mother, then turned to protect his father. The father and son stood in front of and behind Ji Ran, and Su Ning forming a protective barrier around them. Ji Ran stared at the scene, momentarily at a loss. What is going on? How did things escalate so quickly? They were clearly a family, and must they make their relations so Moreover, a forced relationship is never sweet. If they capture them this way, they would ultimately turn against each other, and the matter of the alliance would become impossible. Just as Ji Ran was confused, one of the Dao realm warriors spoke softly. Third young master, please surrender. Don't make it difficult for us. Yes, third young master, today is the master's birthday. Making too much noise will only give outsiders something to laugh about. Oh, please don't resist. Ji Tianhao's face revealed no emotion. After scanning the surroundings, he suddenly said, GMO. GMO turned his head, glancing at his father Ji Tianhao. He noticed his father was looking towards a corner of the study. Though he didn't understand why his father was looking there, the tacit understanding between them allowed him to guess his father's intention instantly. In the next second, the father and son launched an attack together, striking at the warriors facing Ji Tianhao. Su Ning tightly hugged Ji Ran. Boom. The warrior was knocked back. Being inside the study and facing the master's son, the 6 Dao realm warriors simply could not unleash their full power. Ji Tianhao and GMO teamed up, catching the opponents off guard, successfully opening a gap. Since that direction was not an exit, the 6 warriors were not in a hurry. Ji Tianhao then led his family to the corner of the study. Leaning against the wall, he took a deep look at Ji Qishan. The 2 fathers and sons exchanged glances. Ji Qishan's eyes were filled with indifference, while Ji Tianhao felt disappointment. Then Ji Tianhao suddenly said, Watch your step. As soon as he spoke, he suddenly lifted his foot. Utilizing all his strength as a third-level warrior of the Dao realm, pink martial energy condensed on his raised foot before he stomped down violently. Boom. After a dull crashing sound, a hole about 2 meters in diameter appeared in the floor of the study corner. Below it just so happened to lead to the resting area on the 3rd floor of the main building. Seeing this scene, Ji Qishan's expression darkened significantly. Clearly, he had not anticipated the floor of the study collapsing. After all, as a top-tier family, when Ji family built this manor's main building, they used the highest-grade construction materials and added various fierce beast materials. The overall hardness of the structure was such that even a Dao realm powerhouse would find it difficult to smash through with a single strike. Even the doors and windows were made of beast metal alloy, making it hard for ordinary warriors to break. Yet today, it was easily stomped through by Ji Tianhao, a 3rd-level warrior of the Dao realm. How is this possible? Ji Tianhao felt a surge of pride inside as he looked at his father's surprised expression. The reason he could break the floor was naturally not related to his own strength. The reason was quite simple. The hole in the floor of the study corner had been dug by him during his youth. He clearly remembered that it took him an entire year to dig this hole, spending all his pocket money, saved over 2 years, and consuming countless precious materials to finally succeed in making a hole in the floor. However, when the hole was dug through, the noise caused by the floor collapsing was so great that it was discovered by the previous generation's butler, who gave him a severe reprimand. Fortunately, that old butler cared for Ji Tianhao and did not tell Ji Qishan about this matter. He only had someone fill the hole and restore everything to its original state. Ji Tianhao felt a surge of emotions. He then grabbed his family and jumped down the hole. Without any hesitation, they rushed toward the staircase, reaching the second floor in the blink of an eye. Ji Tianhao felt a surge of emotions. He then grabbed his family and jumped down the hole. Without any hesitation, they rushed toward the staircase, reaching the second floor in the blink of an eye. Chase. Ji Qishan's face was extremely grim. What was originally a well-planned event had unexpectedly encountered such a situation. Reaching the hole in the corner of the study, he looked at the neatly cut edges around the hole and the residue of the adhesive. His lips twitched uncontrollably. On Ji Ran's side, he had followed his father all the way to the first floor. As they turned the corner and rushed out of the staircase, Ji Tianhao, who was ahead, suddenly came to a screeching halt. Su Ning, who was pulling Ji Ran, wasn't paying attention and almost bumped into him. Curious, she looked ahead. There at the main entrance of the building, Ji Tianlin stood in the center of the door, hands hanging naturally at his sides, with a stern expression, gazing deeply at Ji Tianhao. "Elder brother, do you intend to stop me?" Ji Tianhao's voice was low. Ji Tianlin did not move, only slightly shook his head, and said softly, "Tianhao, don't blame me." It was already close to 9 o'clock. Ji Qishan's birthday banquet was about to enter the preparatory stage, and guests in the garden outside the main building had gradually begun to head to the guest building for the ceremony. At this moment, only a few people remained. Due to the floor collapsing, the ground trembled. These guests were drawn in and gathered at the main entrance, seeing Ji Tianlin's back and wondering what was happening. The Ji family members near the main building felt the tremors and thought there had been an enemy attack, rushing back to the main building to check the situation. In no time, the area outside the main entrance was crowded with people. Family scandals should not be aired publicly. Ji Tianlin noticed many guests gathering behind him, and in order to prevent the Ji family from becoming the center of attention again, he could only swallow the words of persuasion that were on the tip of his tongue. He stood silently in place, blocking Ji Ran's family from leaving. Behind him, 6 martial artists rushed out from the staircase, and upon seeing the crowd at the main entrance, they immediately halted, standing still, caught in a dilemma. Witnessing this scene, Ji Tianhao quickly regained his composure, constantly pondering how to escape. Just then, on the second floor, Ji Qishan appeared again, looking down at the entire living room. He glanced at the crowd at the main entrance, then fixed his gaze on Ji Tianhao, speaking in a low tone, "Come up. If you want to leave, wait until after my birthday." Ji Tianhao maintained a serious expression and cupped his hands toward his father. "No need, I have already brought the gift. Father, I must take my leave now." His final words were heavy with meaning. After saying that, without waiting for Ji Qishan's response, he took Su Ning's hand and walked toward the main entrance. The onlookers were even more puzzled by this scene. Wasn't it just one side wanting to leave and the other wanting to stay? They were all family, yet why did it seem like a confrontation was about to erupt? Ji Tianhao reached the main entrance and stared directly into his elder brother's eyes. Ji Tianlin's expression was grim. Seeing Ji Tianhao about to leave, he raised his hand to block him. "Third brother, listen to Dad, and don't leave." Behind them, the 6 martial artists of the Path of Control slowly followed, sealing off Ji Ran's family's escape route. GMO stood behind his family, feeling immense pressure, yet maintaining a resolute expression, showing no signs of wavering. Su Ning also wore a worried look. Although she was a martial artist of the enlightened path, due to her personality, she had not cultivated offensive martial techniques, and even the cultivation method she practiced was of an auxiliary nature. This led to her realm being higher than her eldest son's seeking path by 1 major level, yet due to her lack of combat capability, she could only stand in the middle, being protected. Ji Ran hid in his mother's embrace. He could clearly feel his mother's body trembling slightly at that moment. He also noticed the sweat on his elder brother's forehead and the resolute figure of his father. Seeing his family in fear, he began to contemplate whether to use his martial god realm abilities to fight their way out. However, just as he was in deep thought, suddenly a loud voice came from outside the main entrance. "Ha ha, Qishan brother, what kind of act is this for your birthday?" The crowd turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a burly old man with thick black hair striding toward the Ji family's main building with an imposing presence. A group of people followed behind the old man. Yi Yiji, who had previously exchanged words with Ji Tianhao, was among them. Soon the old man arrived at the front of the main building with his entourage. The onlookers automatically parted to create a path for the old man to enter the main building. On the second floor, Ji Qishan noticed the arrival, and his gaze sharpened slightly. He checked the time and was surprised that Yi Shouting had appeared at this moment. Today's events were not suitable for outsiders to know, especially since the root cause of the conflict between the father and son was related to the Yi family. Moreover, the second-tier body refinement pill in his hand was one of the main reasons that had angered the Yi family back then. Now that it had come into his possession, if not handled properly, this cooperation might not only fail, but also deepen the enmity between the Yi family and the Ji family. While Ji Qishan was lost in thought, Ji Tianlin lowered his blocking hand, turned to the side, and cupped his hands in greeting. Tianlin pays respects to Uncle Shouting. The visitor was none other than the current head of the Yi family, Yi Shouting. Originally, given the relationship between the Yi and Ji families, Ji Qishan, as the head of the family, would not have expected Yi Shouting to attend his birthday. However, this time was different due to the mining of the chain ball stem and the alchemical project. The business that could define the family's foundation for the next 100 years was something the Yi family had to take seriously. Therefore, Yi Shouting personally came. He did not expect to encounter such a scene upon arriving at the Ji family. He arrived at the main entrance, nodded to Ji Tianlin, and lightly responded to him. Ji Ren had been staring at the burly old man the entire time. Uncertain if it was just his imagination, after Yi Shouting appeared, Ji Ren sensed a strange aura emanating from him. Especially at this close distance, his feelings became even more pronounced. It was a sensation that Ji Ren had never experienced before. It was neither the ordinary vitality of a martial artist nor the aura of someone who had practiced sinister cultivation techniques. It could be described as somewhat sinister. His instinct as a martial artist warned him that this feeling was off, making him very uncomfortable. Even the martial god power within him was subtly agitated, continuously repelling this aura. This old man is not right. Ji Ren immediately made the judgment, his guard rising. Focusing his mind and remaining on high alert, he prepared to respond at any moment to ensure his family's safety. On Yi Shouting's side, after finishing his greeting with Ji Tianlin, he immediately spotted Ji Tianhao beside him. Looking at Ji Tianhao's face, his gaze was cold. Unlike Yi Yiji, who had spoken harshly, he merely smiled and said in a booming voice, "Tianhao, my nephew, it's been a long time since we last met." Looking at Yi Shouting's face, Ji Tianhao recalled the agreement from back then, as well as the actions of the Yi family. He did not show the same respect as Ji Tianlin, but met Yi Shouting's gaze directly. "I'm surprised that the head of the Yi family still remembers me." "Of course," Yi Shouting replied with an unfriendly look, his martial aura rising. "The glorious achievements of my nephew from back then are still fresh in my memory. Today, seeing you again, it is indeed vivid in my mind." Ji Tianhao was undaunted. "It's rare for the head of the Yi family to keep me in mind. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought that your family had forgotten the agreement, just like Niu Fengxian and the others claimed." Yi Shouting paused for a moment. He understood that Ji Tianhao was referring to their family's failure to honor the agreement and the suppression of Niu Fengxian and others. To this, he was completely unconcerned, instead responding nonchalantly, "Remember, of course, the Yi family has always honored its promises. I just hope some people don't project their incompetence onto others, tarnishing the reputation of good people." Ji Tianhao scoffed, glancing sideways at Yi Shouting, teasing, "As the head of a family, I believe the Yi family head would not lie. Otherwise, if the agreement from back then were to be violated, the formula for the second-tier body refinement pill might get lost one day. Isn't that right, Dad?" Ji Tianhao deliberately raised his voice, looking at Ji Qishan behind him. Ji Qishan was taken aback, immediately sensing something amiss. In contrast, Yi Shouting's expression darkened significantly upon hearing the mention of the second-tier body refinement pill. He could naturally hear the implications behind Ji Tianhao's words. The formula for the body refinement pill, which had rendered the Yi family powerless, had now come into Ji Qishan's hands. This indicated that the martial oath Ji Tianhao had made back then had already become invalid. If the Ji family managed to fully grasp the formula for that body refinement pill, given the consumption market for the refinement pills, while the Yi family would not be critically damaged, it would still incur a significant loss. Thinking of this, Yi Shouting looked at Ji Qishan, his eyes carrying a strange meaning. Ji Tianhao, seeing this scene, inwardly sneered. He aimed to shift the conflict. Although the two major families could not engage in open conflict, the formula for the second-tier body refinement pill he provided was a thorn between the two families. How it would be handled in the future would result in a long tug-of-war war. Seeing Yi Shouting divert his attention to his father, Ji Tianhao seized the opportunity. As a family known for alchemy, the Yi family must have a deep understanding of formulas. "So you all chat, I will take my leave now." After saying that, he was about to pull his family away. "Stop," Ji Qishan said loudly. Ji Tianlin stepped forward, blocking Ji Tianhao once again. Ji Qishan disregarded his image and leaped down from the second floor, landing steadily in the living room, cupping his hands to Yi Shouting, "Brother," shouting, "let's put this matter aside for now and discuss it in detail later, shall we?" Yi Shouting stared at Ji Qishan for a long time before finally nodding. The Ji family members near the main building felt the tremors and thought there had been an enemy attack, rushing back to the main building to check the situation. In no time, the area outside the main entrance was crowded with people. His voice was deep and powerful. "Those who are disloyal and unfilial have been scorned by the great Xia. Since, as the 11th head of the Ji family, I shall execute the family law on you, the obstinate wayward son. May the ancestors witness this." Ji Qishan was truly enraged. After obtaining the complete formula for the second-tier body refining pill, he had already devised his plans in a short time. And he prepared everything without the Yi family's knowledge, ensuring that the Ji family could firmly establish itself in the body refining pill market. However, he did not expect Ji Tianhao to reveal the existence of the second-tier body refining pill formula just to escape. As a result, with the Yi family's influence in the pill industry, it would be nearly impossible for the Ji family to independently enter the second-tier body refining pill market. The duck that was almost in hand has flown away. At this moment, Ji Qishan felt as if his heart had been torn apart. Ji Tianhao faced Ji Qishan feeling immense pressure. After all, the other party was his own father and a formidable warrior at the first stage of the Tao tribulation. The fear that came from the depths of his soul instinctively made him want to retreat and flee. Yet his arms were outstretched behind him, protecting Su Ning, and Ji ran. Feeling the warmth of his wife and son, he knew he could not back down, nor could he show weakness. Thus he summoned his courage and straightened his back. 23 years ago, you personally declared that you would expel me from the family, and that I would no longer be a son of the Ji family. Now how can you speak of disloyalty? I have come today merely as a son to express my birthday wishes to you. Now that the wishes have been conveyed, how can you speak of unfiliality? Dad, as if touching a soft spot in his heart, Ji Tianhao's voice became hoarse. What you understand as family and what I understand as family are not the same. Please let me go. Ji Qishan's aura trembled, leaving him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Yi shouting, watching from the side, was taken aback. From the brief exchange between the father and son, he quickly grasped the current situation. This indicates that Ji Tianhao has regained control over the handling of the body refining pill formula. In this situation, it would be the oath of martial arts is unbreakable. Now that Ji Tianhao can hand over the body refining pill formula to the family without harm, it proves that the martial oath made back then has automatically become invalid due to someone violating it. This indicates that Ji Tianhao has regained control over the handling of the body refining pill formula. In this situation, it would be beneficial for him to exclusively provide the formula to the Ji family. After all, with the upcoming Tao asking pill project as support, the Ji family cannot afford to make a big scene regarding the body refining pill. Conversely, if they provoke Ji Tianhao, he might act out in desperation. At that time, if the body refining pill formula is disclosed, everyone will have access to it, and small workshops will spring up everywhere. The market for body refining pills will completely collapse. It's better to share equally with the Ji family. Thus, to protect the body refining pill market, Ji Tianhao, the key figure, must be kept within a controllable range. After careful consideration, Yi shouting realized that Ji Tianhao cannot be allowed to leave the Ji family. Only the constraints of the Ji family can ensure that the body refining pill formula will not leak easily. With this in mind, Yi shouting laughed heartily. His booming voice immediately captured everyone's attention. Haha, I thought it was something significant, but it turns out my big nephew wants to leave and brother Qishan can't bear it. Just look, the family is making such a big scene, making outsiders think you are enemies. Forget it. Everyone calm down, and let's not make a fuss. Ji Qishan frowned at Yi shouting. They were all old foxes and quickly understood Yi shouting's intentions. Although their starting points were different, their goals were the same. Thus, Ji Qishan echoed, Tianhao, the family is about to cooperate with your uncle. Yes, family, and we urgently need people. Your father and I are getting old, it will soon be the world of the young. Please don't leave, okay? After Ji Qishan finished speaking, most of the onlookers were members of the Ji family. Seeing their families head display an unprecedented tone and demeanor, everyone felt a stirring in their hearts. They looked at Ji Tianhao with reproach in their eyes. In the center of everyone's gaze, Ji Tianhao remained unmoved by his father's words and actions. He understood his father too well. From the day he ascended to the position of family head, the family had been completely subordinated to the family itself. In his heart, everything was for the family. For the family, he could even sacrifice his own sons and grandsons' future. Ji Tianhao shook his head. Dad, you once said that this family can turn without anyone. Cooperating with the Yi family is a good thing and a significant matter. I have been outside for many years and my mindset and vision are insufficient to support this. Please invite someone more capable. Before Ji Qishan could take action, the onlooking members of the Ji family took the lead in speaking out. Ji Tianhao, what do you mean? The family head has said so. What more do you want? We are all family. You are being too heartless. Even if the family head is not the family head, he is still your father. Is it necessary to act like this? You've been away from home for so long, and upon your return you make the family head so angry. If you dare to step out of the Ji family gate today, I won't spare you. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. You spoke a word, I spoke a word, all blaming Ji Tianhao for being heartless. At this moment, it was already past 9 o'clock and Ji Qishan should have been the protagonist heading to the banquet hall to deliver a speech. However, as the guests at the banquet hall saw the host delaying his arrival, they began to feel puzzled. Additionally, some guests in front of the main building spread the news. Gradually, the news that Ji Tianhao had returned to the Ji family and was arguing with Ji Qishan in the main building quietly spread. Most of those present were either witnesses or had heard of the incident back then. Seeing that the big event from back then had a sequel, everyone hastily left the banquet hall and came to the front of the main building. Coincidentally, they encountered the members of the Ji family accusing Ji Tianhao of being heartless. In an instant, the guests' curiosity was piqued, their eyes brightened, and they craned their necks to stare at the main building, afraid of missing any details. Ji Tianhao listened to the accusations from the crowd behind him, his expression becoming extremely unsightly. Originally also in a spectator mindset, Ji Ran's face turned serious and anger surged within him. This issue had nothing to do with right or wrong. It only concerned those he cared about being bullied. Just then, Ji Tianlin also stepped forward pretending to mediate, feigning concern for his younger brother, and said earnestly, Tianhao, Dad, is the family head of many things, must consider the bigger picture. You can't expect everything to go your way. You need to understand and empathize. Although you have been outside for these years, your perspective has already been formed since childhood. I believe you won't be lacking. Come back for me and for Dad. Ji Tianhao glanced back at his elder brother. At this moment he was incredibly clear-headed. Faced with the crowd who were unaware of the situation, even if he were to argue, he would be scolded by those who stood on moral high ground. Thus he couldn't be bothered to waste breath. As for the father before him, he began to feel conflicted. If it were still the same as in the past with only his wife by his side, he could disregard everything, create a ruckus once more, and then wander the world anew with her. But now he already has children. His eldest son is kind-hearted and optimistic, and he has a loving girlfriend. His youngest son possesses extraordinary talent and a promising future. Both sons are exceptional, each with their own lives. When one has attachments in this cruel world, it becomes a vulnerability. Thus from beginning to end, he has tried to be tolerant, avoiding making things too rigid. Otherwise, once he completely severed ties with the family, relatives turning into enemies would be far more terrifying than foes who are strangers. As Ji Tianhao pondered how to extricate himself, Ji Qishan, seeing him remain silent for too long, shouted, Ji Tianhao, do you truly despise the family so much? You have to work and live outside, so why can't you work for the family? Ji Tianhao shook his head, arguing it has nothing to do with survival. I don't want my sons to become pawns in the family's power struggles. He didn't elaborate further, but his meaning was already quite clear. A union between GMO and Ji Ran, the two brothers, was utterly impossible. Ji Qishan's gaze shifted slightly, his thoughts turning. All right, I promise you the family only needs you to come back to help and will not interfere with anything else. Ji Qishan understood well. The longer this dragged on, the easier it would be for him to slip up. His current goal was to keep Ji Tianhao's family here. As for what would happen afterward, agreeing now meant nothing. In a family as large as this, the weight of a single word could be immense or dissipate like the wind, as if it had never been spoken. Ji Tianhao understood this all too well. Thus, upon hearing his father's words, he felt an innate disbelief and began to contemplate how to find an excuse. Once again, Ji Tianlin spoke up. Third brother, what are you hesitating for? So many people are watching. Dad has said this. What more do you want? Do you need everyone to plead with you? The Ji family members in the crowd grew increasingly angry, blaming Ji Tianhao. So heartless. Isn't it just about staying? What's there to be conflicted about? This is the Ji family. How many people dream of joining? You're still hesitating. Are you even a Ji anymore? So selfish. This person doesn't regard the family at all. The family has supported him for so many years, and he wants to leave in an instant. What kind of person is that? A white-eyed wolf. Huh. The crowd grew more animated, with some even whispering curses. The onlookers watched this scene with the same excitement as watching a movie for the first time, hurriedly taking out their phones to record the moment. Some could hardly wait to text their friends live updates. Ji Qishan did not stop the family members' insults. Seeing Ji Tianhao's troubled expression, he sneered inwardly and continued to stoke the fire. The rise and fall of the family is a responsibility of every Ji descendant. You are already a father and know what responsibility means. Come back for the sake of the family. The family head has said so. What are you still hesitating for? Is there anything else to discuss? Someone shouted indignantly. Another person chimed in, yeah. Stop dragging this out. Do you really think you're that important? Do you need to be carried back on a grand sedan chair? If you're going back, then just go back. Give a clear answer and stop hesitating. You are delaying the family head's birthday. Yes. Hurry up. The crowd kept shouting loudly, urging Ji Tianhao to make a decision. Faced with the crowd's urging and unable to reveal the truth, Ji Tianhao was at a loss. Ji Ran stood behind his father. He could clearly feel the pressure his father was under at this moment. Observing the expressions of those around him, he sneered. Then he broke free from his mother's arms, stepped aside, and came to his parents and brother, raising his hand. Wait a moment, wait a moment. Ji Ran appeared, as if returning home, relaxed and casual in tone. I have something. Ji Ran's sudden appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Son, what are you doing? Come here quickly. Su Ning, Ji Tianhao and GMO were equally puzzled, unsure of what Ji Ran was up to, while Ji Ran gave his family a reassuring glance. Ji Qishan frowned at Ji Ran, who had suddenly stood up. Since their meeting, he had observed his third son's family, and regarding the youngest Ji Ran, he had not paid much attention. According to previous investigations, this Ji Ran was supposed to be a martial arts failure born with a stone body. In a large family like the JIS, this situation basically confirmed that he would be forever distanced from the core circle of the family. The best outcome would merely be entering the family business as a high-ranking executive. Therefore, from the beginning, Ji Qishan had never cared much for this grandson. Seeing him suddenly speak, now Ji Qishan felt a surge of annoyance. Ji Ran, of course, was unaware of Ji Qishan's thoughts. He disregarded everything and raised his hands, gesturing for everyone to calm down. Everyone calm down, don't rush. I know my dad. He definitely wants to go back to the Ji family. Over the years at home, he's even talked in his sleep about wanting to go back and see. So my dad has agreed to come back. Ji Ran. Ji Tianhao frowned, asking quietly. Ji Ran winked at his. What a coincidence. This morning we left in a hurry and forgot to take Grandpa's birthday gift. The banquet is about to start right. If we don't hurry, we'll be late. Everyone please go ahead or we'll just go get the birthday gift and be right back. After saying this, he took his mother's hand, giving his father and older brother a meaningful look and started to walk out. Given the current situation, weren't they the ones wanting to leave? And then being morally trapped by the G family. The solution was simple. As long as they could achieve their goal, they could just go along with them. It didn't matter if they agreed to return to the G family. Even if they had to come back later to perform a striptease, that was fine. After all, he wouldn't be coming back. As for being untrustworthy, that was a joke. The head of the G family could lie in front of so many people. What did they lack? Did they lack age? The four of them together should be enough. Ji Ran took the lead, coming before Ji Tianlin, noticing that Ji Tianlin did not dodge. Ji Ran did not argue but smiled at Ji Tianlin, saying, "Well, uncle, look at you, your beard is all white. You must have worried a lot. Later I'll also buy you some hair dye to touch up." After saying this, he didn't bother with Ji Tianlin. After all, the entrance to the Ji family's main building was so large that one person couldn't block it. Ji Ran intended to lead his parents around. "Wait!" Ji Qishan called out. His gaze was sharp, coldly fixated on Ji Ran, his inner disgust even greater. If there were no outsiders now, he would want nothing more than to punish Ji Ran, with family discipline, beating him dozens of times. Upon hearing Ji Qishan's words, Ji Ran obediently stopped. This was on someone else's territory. It was obviously impossible to be tough, so it was better to take it step by step. After all, he had his own martial god realm to back him up. "Is there anything else?" "Grandpa." Ji Ran's call of Grandpa sounded quite awkward. Earlier that morning, he had fantasized about how he would react upon meeting his grandfather. They say that grandparents dote on their grandchildren. After so many years apart, with the G family being such a large family coupled with so many years of owing to his father, would he give him a huge red envelope right away? But unexpectedly, the result turned out like this. From the moment they met, this grandfather, as the head of the G family, had not even looked at him or his older brother. So why bother saying anything? Calling him grandpa was already showing respect to his father. Otherwise, Ji Ran would have preferred to just call him old man. Ji Qishan tried to suppress the urge to roar and spoke as calmly as he could. "I appreciate your intentions. There's no need for gifts. The banquet is about to start, so let's go change first." "That's out of the question." Ji Ran pouted and said seriously, "This gift took my dad over 20 years to prepare. It's his hard work. How can you just say you don't want it? Right, Dad?" Ji Tianhao had a resigned expression beside him. Seeing his son's innocent face, he reluctantly nodded yes. "See, I told you." Ji Ran spread his hands. The crowd watching was somewhat confused, whispering to each other, speculating about what gift Ji Tianhao had prepared. What kind of gift could take over 20 years to prepare? Ji Qishan's expression grew darker. He was not a fool and could tell that this was all a lie, merely the ramblings of this brat in front of him, but he had no evidence. If he said it outright, what would his reason be? To outsiders, the gift that his son and grandson had put their hearts into was not only unappreciated, but also doubted, which seemed unreasonable. Given the current situation, it could easily raise suspicions among the guests. He thought for a moment, staring intently at Ji Ran with a cold gaze, while forcing a smile. "In that case, may I ask where the gift is? You've traveled a long way, don't tire yourselves too much. I can have someone fetch it for you." Ji Tianhao instinctively looked at Ji Ran. Ji Ran had already anticipated that Ji Qishan would say this. He smiled lightly, and quickly shook his head. "That won't do. That thing is very fragile. Outsiders wouldn't know how to move it. That's my dad's hard work. If it gets damaged and has to be remade, my dad would have to work until he's in his 60s or..." Ji Qishan was momentarily speechless, took a deep breath, and suppressed the anger within him. "Fine, then let Tianhao go back alone to fetch it. You three ladies stay behind to prepare for the event." Ji Ran chuckled inwardly, maintaining an innocent smile on his face as he shook his head again. "No way." Hearing the words, "no way," Ji Qishan nearly ground his teeth in frustration. The crowd around them was oblivious, simply enjoying the show. Ji Ran pretended not to see Ji Qishan's expression and explained, "One person can't move that thing. It requires four people. My dad can't bring it back himself." Ji Qishan stood with his hands behind his back, his knuckles turning white from exertion. He shot Ji Ran a murderous look and said softly, "Fine, I'll send 3 people with Tianhao, and you 3 ladies can rest." "No way." Ji Ran clearly saw Ji Qishan's leg tremble as he said those 2 words. He had no doubt that after this, if Ji Qishan heard the words "no way" again, he would surely explode. But he didn't care at all, and continued, "As I said, that thing is very fragile, and outsiders wouldn't know how to move it. Only our family can go." Ji Qishan was on the verge of losing control. For the first time in his life, he found the behavior of a rogue to be exceedingly detestable. At this moment, Ji Tianhao had relaxed, watching his younger son handle the situation with ease. He stood quietly, ready to cooperate with Ji Ran's performance. GMO stood at the back, secretly giving Ji Ran a thumbs up. Ji Qishan's face showed no signs of amusement as he spoke with a heavy voice. "Oh really? I'm quite curious about what this gift is. How about you tell me where it is, and I'll send someone to take a look." Ji Ran waved his hand. "Why bother? We'll just go get it, and you can see for yourself." Ji Qishan pondered for a moment, and slowly replied, "Very well, you're not bad. Then you'll go fetch it yourselves?" However, he changed his tone. "The banquet is about to start, so let's attend the banquet first. The gift can wait. We'll take our time to look at it tonight." Ji Ran raised an eyebrow. "No way." Ji Qishan stumbled slightly. Even Yi shouting beside him looked at Ji Ran in surprise. The crowd around them also fixed their gaze on Ji Ran, curious about what he would say next. Ji Ran waved his hand, still maintaining his usual honest demeanor. The item has a shelf life. If we don't go back soon, it'll spoil. It won't take long, we'll be back right away. Everyone present was somewhat speechless at Ji Ran's excuse. So something that took over 20 years to make could spoil after just a few questions. Seeing himself being played around, Ji Qishan finally stopped holding back. His expression darkened and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Kid, what exactly do you want? Feeling the pressure from the high-level martial artist Ji Qishan, Ji Ran sneered inwardly, returning the same question. What exactly do you want to do? As he spoke, Ji Ran turned to face the crowd, raising his voice. We're just going out to fetch a gift. We're not planning not to come back. Why are you acting like you're guarding against thieves, as if you don't want us to leave? Having reached the end of the line, Ji Qishan also stopped beating around the bush. If you leave, can you come back? Ji Ran feigned ignorance. Of course we'll come back. If you let us go, just watch if we come back. Ji Qishan's breathing grew heavy. He certainly didn't dare let Ji Ran's family leave, even though the Ji family was a prominent family in the capital, a top-level financial conglomerate. However, a financial conglomerate is still just a financial conglomerate, not an emperor. There are overseers from the Great Xia watching, and surrounding them are wolves waiting for them to make a mistake. If Ji Ran's family were allowed to leave, they would be captured. This would be a blatant overreach of power in the capital of the Great Xia. It's no different from directly giving the higher-ups a bad impression. If they were caught by someone with ill intentions, even with someone in a high position protecting them, they would still face public scrutiny. At that point, the impact would be beyond his control. You cannot leave. Ji Qishan's voice was filled with boundless rage, ready to erupt at any moment. Look, Ji Ran pointed at Ji Qishan and said to the crowd, in the end, it's just about not letting us leave. Why all the roundabout talk? The guests watching were puzzled and looked towards Ji Qishan. They didn't understand why the head of the Ji family wouldn't let Ji Tianhao's family leave, not even for a moment. Huh. What a disrespectful brat, only good at talking back. Yi shouting saw the situation was getting dire and quickly stepped in to help Ji Qishan. Hearing this, GMO and Su Ning frowned. Ji Tianhao, furious, was about to step forward to argue when Ji Ran pulled him back. Ji Ran, unfazed, looked at Yi shouting in confusion. Who is this? Yi shouting paused. From the moment he appeared until now, countless people had mentioned his identity. Now this brat was pretending not to know, clearly looking down on him. However, Yi shouting had long been through such scenes and handled them with composure. He calmly adjusted his clothes, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, showing no signs of embarrassment, and introduced himself generously. I am Yi shouting, an old friend of your grandfather. By seniority, you should call me Grandpa. Oh, Ji Ran displayed an exaggerated expression of realization. So you're not from the Ji family? Yi shouting was taken aback. Naturally not. Ji Ran's expression turned stern. If you're not from the Ji family, what business do you have meddling here? Yi shouting retorted. You, speaking rudely to your elder with no manners. Ji Tianhao, you've raised a good son. Yi shouting squinted at Ji Tianhao. Ji Ran did not relent and continued to retort. First of all, how my dad teaches me is none of your business. Secondly, my dad indeed taught me that meddling in other families' affairs is the behavior of a beast. This gentleman, what's your name again? Didn't your dad teach you? Hearing this, Ji Tianhao stifled a laugh and nodded at the people around him, saying softly, that's right, I taught him. Being publicly mocked for his lack of upbringing by a junior, Yi shouting could hardly tolerate it. Instantly, an overwhelming aura surged around him, exerting a pressure even greater than that of Ji Qishan upon Ji Ran. What a sharp-tongued brat, devoid of any sense of propriety or shame. Today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the Ji family for your disrespect toward your elders. Ji Tianhao's expression changed as he stepped forward to shield Ji Ran. Ji Ran remained unfazed. Feeling the pressure emanating from Yi shouting, he experienced no discomfort whatsoever. The power of the martial god within him showed no response. However, it was also due to Yi shouting's current actions. The sinister aura he sensed during their first meeting was now even more pronounced. Ji Ran even caught a whiff of a foul odor. Realizing this, he instantly recognized that something was off about Yi. Perhaps in a bid to enhance his strength, he resorted to some unorthodox methods which resulted in this sinister aura within his martial arts. Seeing Yi shouting about to make a move, Ji Ran quickly stepped out from behind his father, pointing at Yi shouting and surveying the onlookers. Look, everyone, when he can't win an argument, he resorts to violence, bullying the weak with his strength, yet he dares call me shameless. Ha! Yi shouting's face turned red upon hearing this. Faced with the piercing gazes of hundreds around him, he found himself at a loss. Whether to strike or to hold back, he was stuck in place, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Ji Qishan stepped forward. The two of them, like longtime comrades, worked together seamlessly. All right, Ji Qishan interjected, brother shouting, please calm down. It's my son's failure to educate him properly. They'll have him apologize to you personally later. Yi shouting saw a way out. Quickly, he took the opportunity to back down, nodding slightly, and casting a fierce glare at Ji Ran before silently retracting his imposing aura. The pressure in the surrounding space dissipated. Ji Tianhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Su Ning and GMO also relaxed, their backs drenched in cold sweat. The onlookers, disappointed that the anticipated battle did not unfold, felt a deep sense of loss. Ji Qishan glanced at Ji Ran, knowing that he couldn't win an argument with this grandson he had never met, yet it would be inappropriate for him, as an elder, to engage. So he turned back to Ji Tianhao, playing the sympathy card. Tianhao, this is for your own good. Over the years you should know how difficult it is to make money outside. Come back for the sake of the family. This time Ji Tianhao did not respond, but looked at Ji Ran. The rogue version of Ji Ran stepped forward, nodding like a chick pecking at rice, saying, "Yeah, we will come back, I promise, on behalf of my dad." "Can we leave now?" Ji Qishan exclaimed. He despised this youth so much. His incessant chatter made it impossible for him to express his frustration. Looking at the boy's bored expression, Ji Qishan turned to Ji Tianhao again. "I'm asking you." After this back and forth, Ji Tianhao had also grasped his son's way of doing things. They say sons take after their fathers. The rogue spirit buried deep within him was now stirred by Ji Ran. Watching his father nod continuously, he declared, "I listen to my son." Ji Qishan took a deep breath, wanting to scold him. Yet since the request he proposed was already agreed upon, he found no ground to scold. Gradually releasing the pent-up frustration, he said straightforwardly, "It's good that you're back, but you can't leave just yet. Whether it's a birthday gift or something else, we will discuss it after the birthday banquet." Why? Ji Ran and his father, Ji Tianhao, asked in unison. "Don't ask anymore," Ji Qishan said in a suppressed tone of anger. "Since you are back, you must listen to me as the head of the family. Are my words not effective?" Behind Ji Ran's family. After a long silence, Ji Tianlin, who had been waiting for a chance to interject, finally spoke up. "Third brother, now that you're back, you must follow the family's arrangements. Dad's birthday banquet is about to start. Listen to Dad and tidy yourselves up. We will talk after the banquet." Behind Ji Tianlin, numerous members of the Ji family looked at Ji Tianhao with expectant gazes. Ji Tianhao wore a struggling expression. Growing up in the Ji family, he was well aware of the family's tactics. If they didn't take the chance to leave the Ji family while outsiders were present, they might never escape. Once the guests departed, their family's strength would be insufficient to make an escape. By then the Ji family would have countless methods to ensure their compliance. Ji Ran stood to the side, watching his father's conflicted expression. Though he didn't understand the methods of a large family, he understood his father. "I have a question," Ji Ran spoke again. His sudden outburst once again drew everyone's attention. Ji Qishan and Yi shouting frowned, fearing Ji Ran would cause a stir. Seeing the reaction, Ji Ran chuckled inwardly. As the saying goes, sincerity is always a killer move. Sometimes being straightforward is more effective than scheming, especially when the other party has ulterior motives. Thus he deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear. "I want to know, why can't we leave?" Ji Qishan said nothing. Ji Tianlin explained from behind. "Your grandfather's birthday banquet is about to start. What can't wait until after the banquet?" Ji Ran shook his head. "That's not a reason. Even for a birthday banquet, it shouldn't restrict the freedom of family members." Ji Tianlin paused, looking at Ji Tianhao. "Then why do you want to leave?" Ji Tianhao looked at Ji Tianlin as if he were an idiot. Ji Ran ignored Ji Tianlin's question and turned his gaze back to Ji Qishan, asking loudly again, "Why?" Ji Qishan replied impatiently, "I said don't ask anymore. After the birthday banquet, I will explain it to you." At this moment, some members of the Ji family also realized that the head of the family wanted to keep Ji Tianhao's family. Seeing Ji Ran still resisting, the quick-witted members of the Ji family shouted, "I'm really fed up with you. Is it that difficult to just attend the birthday banquet before leaving? So disrespectful. A kid who hasn't even grown a full set of hair dares to speak to the head of the family like this. He should be punished. When adults are speaking, what right do you, a grandson, have to interrupt? No wonder Yi shouting criticized you for being disrespectful. You truly lack upbringing." The members of the Ji family began to respond, attacking Ji Ran for his age and criticizing him for his lack of politeness when speaking to elders. Facing the accusations, Ji Ran merely chuckled. He was indifferent. These attacks were completely ineffective against him. He looked at Ji Qishan's cold face. Ji Ran decided to lay his cards on the table. "Head of the family, they'll say it plainly. You don't want us to leave because you want us to form a marriage alliance for the family, fearing we might run away. We disagree. I'll find someone else." The onlookers, curious spectators, heard the news, their eyes gleaming with green light. Previously the conversation had been rather subtle. Now with the cards laid bare, they were about to witness a dramatic showdown within a prominent family at this birthday banquet. Ji Qishan wore an extremely grim expression. "Since you have returned, it is your responsibility to serve the family," he stated. Ji Ran responded calmly. "Then should this responsibility be based on the personal will of the family members?" Ji Qishan coldly replied, "For the prosperity of the family, what is the harm in sacrificing personal interests? Sacrificing personal interests for the family. If the family does not protect its members, but instead sacrifices them, what use is such a family?" Ji Ran retorted. Ji Qishan's voice was deep. The meaning of a family is never to satisfy everyone's needs. For the family's prosperity, someone must make sacrifices. It is through the sacrifices of the few that the interests of the many are protected. This is the essence of a family's existence. Upon hearing this, memories of his days in the capital flooded Ji Ran's mind, recalling what he had witnessed in the streets. The actions of those wealthy heirs. The privileges brought by wealth empowered those individuals to act recklessly. If the family's protection came at the cost of his own sacrifice to shield such people, he would rather perish outside. Thus he firmly questioned, Whose interests are we protecting? Theirs. Ji Ran pointed at the Ji family members behind Ji Tianlin. Are we protecting these incompetent fools who merely occupy their positions, allowing them to continue their misdeeds in the capital, disregarding the lives of ordinary people, ignoring social rules, abusing their privilege, and oppressing the populace at will? Are these people worthy of protection? The onlooking Ji family members were stunned, then turned their angry gazes towards Ji Ran. Just as they were about to shout in anger, the family head suddenly spoke. Ji Qishan was thoroughly enraged, shouting, "They are still members of the Ji family. This is what a family is." Ji Ran showed no signs of backing down. Family, 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 that is all you care about. What else is there in your eyes besides the family? For a bunch of useless people to abandon those you love, this family seems to have no reason to exist at all. Upon finishing this statement, Ji Ran expected Ji Qishan to be furious, perhaps even take action. However, unexpectedly, he fell silent, quietly watching Ji Ran. "You are still young, you wouldn't understand," Ji Qishan said wearily, then coldly commanded, "Capture them." Since the matter had been made clear, there was no need to keep hiding. It was better to resolve this swiftly and end this farce. The 6 martial artists waiting on the side immediately responded upon hearing Ji Qishan's command. The 6 slowly approached Ji Tianhao and his family. Ji Tianhao's expression was grave as he pulled Ji Ran close while shielding Su Ning behind him. The onlookers witnessing this scene no longer cared about restraint, eagerly raising their phones to capture the moment. Ji Ran silently observed everything before him. Suddenly, he let out a hearty laugh. The 6 martial artists froze, confused by the meaning behind Ji Ran's laughter. Ji Qishan looked at Ji Ran, his face filled with puzzlement. Ji Ran spoke in a low voice. "Actually, when I first arrived in the capital, I was quite curious and looking forward to it. Now it seems it's just that, nothing more." Looking at Ji Ran's indifferent expression, Ji Qishan frowned, his long-trained ability to read people sensing a hint of something amiss. However, after careful thought, he dismissed it, believing that an 18-year-old boy could not stir up much trouble. So he said, "Are you stalling for time?" Ji Ran shook his head. "Not stalling for time, merely clarifying my words to avoid future misunderstandings." "Misunderstanding?" Ji Qishan asked, puzzled. The others were equally curious. Ji Ran explained, "Our family has no interest in this so-called Ji family and does not wish to return. In the future, I might study in the capital. My parents and older brother will also work here, so if we run into each other, please do not refer to us as Ji family members." Upon hearing this, Ji Qishan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Kid, you are still young, but don't speak so definitively." Ji Ran rolled his eyes. "I am just stating the facts." Ji Qishan smiled faintly, thinking of what would happen next, and said calmly, "I hope after being captured you can still maintain your viewpoint." Ji Ran shrugged his shoulders. "Sure, let's see." Ji Qishan's smile widened. "Are you going to fight back?" Of course he could not fight back. Although he possessed the strength of a martial god capable of easily breaking through the current situation, the cost would be exposing his identity. At that time, it would likely bring about many unnecessary troubles. Currently, he could only maintain his martial god state for 15 minutes. While this seemed like a long time in a world where martial artists could fight for days and nights, 15 minutes was nearly negligible. Thus, the tolerance of 15 minutes was still too low. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to reveal his identity. And while this situation was urgent, it wasn't yet absolutely necessary. Because besides his martial god state, he had another trump card. However, he was unsure if that trump card would obey him. And even if it did, he didn't know if it could subdue those before him. This trump card was Feng Lianxing. Since the moment their family fled the study, Ji Ran had been keeping an eye on Feng Lianxing. At the beginning, when Ji Qishan ordered the martial artists to surround Ji Ran's family, Ji Ran clearly felt Feng Lianxing hiding outside the window twitch, as if wanting to rush into the room. However, for some unknown reason, he ultimately held back. Afterward, as they escaped downstairs, Feng Lianxing had closely followed them. At this moment, he was above the family, hiding in the shadows above the roof light. This position was very close to Ji Ran's family. Under normal circumstances, Feng Lianxing would never appear in this place. Thus, Ji Ran understood Feng Lianxing was protecting them. So now if he called Feng Lianxing out, there was a high probability that the latter would come to assist. But this was merely Ji Ran. As for whether he would come out, he would find out by trying. With this in mind, Ji Ran circled around his father and returned to stand in front of his family. "Actually, I do want to fight back, but our strength is limited, however." This, however, immediately attracted the attention of the Ji Qishan frowned, his ominous premonition growing stronger. Ji Ran stepped forward again, slowly saying, "Just because I can't defeat you doesn't mean others can't." Hearing Ji Ran say this, the crowd felt inexplicably confused, thinking he had been scared silly and was talking nonsense. However, before they could mock him, Ji Ran spoke again. This time his words were brief, his tone casual, yet laced with irreverence. "Right, Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers were still puzzled. Instead, Ji Qishan and Yi Shading's expressions changed dramatically. They naturally recognized the name Feng Lianxing. Yet they did not understand why the young man before them suddenly called out this name, and he seemed so confident about it. Just as the two were puzzled, in the next moment, they saw black fragments in front of Ji Ran, edges radiating with fiery light, continuously expanding. Ultimately, the fragments coalesced, forming a black silhouette. The figure of Feng Lianxing appeared silently before Ji Ran's family like a phantom. His imposing figure clad in black emanated an oppressive aura that left everyone around gasping for breath the moment he appeared. Especially the 6 Taoist realm warriors who were approaching Ji-Ran's family, who were forced to retreat under Feng Liangxing's pressure until they reached the corner of the wall, just barely stabilizing themselves. The onlookers stared in terror at Feng Liangxing, their faces filled with shock. Some even recognized his identity and gasped in disbelief. What the hell, it's him? Feng Liangxing. Who is Feng Liangxing? Asked a curious bystander. He is. The person was about to reveal Feng Liangxing's identity, but he caught Feng Liangxing turning to look at him. That single glance made him feel as if his soul had been drained, and he was beset by an icy chill that rendered him immobile. The words that had been on his lips were swallowed down, and he dared not utter another word. Ji Qishan and Yi Shading's expressions grew gravely serious. As prominent figures in the capital, and even in the Great Xia, they were very familiar with Feng Liangxing's esteemed name, one that resonated like thunder. A martial arts genius, the Reaper walking on the other side of the world, the iron-faced enforcer of justice. The various titles did not represent honor, but rather the true depiction of this man. The two did not expect that such a renowned figure would be summoned by this brash young man before them. Looking at Feng Liangxing's figure at this moment, the pressure in their hearts surged. Although Feng Liangxing's martial arts realm was merely Tao harmonization, they had already reached the tribulation realm. It seemed that they were at a higher realm than Feng Liangxing. However, Feng Liangxing was the master of execution, possessing unparalleled assassination abilities. Moreover, with the power backing him, even if Ji Qishan and Feng Liangxing were given 1,000 times the courage, they would not dare to provoke Feng Liangxing. Otherwise, they would never have a peaceful night's sleep for the rest of their lives. Ji Qishan was filled with a myriad of questions, curious about the relationship between Ji-Ran and Feng Liangxing, but it was clearly not the time to ask. After a moment of contemplation, he was about to greet Feng Liangxing. But before he could, Feng Liangxing spoke first. It is impolite to call for someone without using their proper title. Ji-Ran naturally knew this was directed at him. Rubbing the back of his head with an apologetic smile, he said, "Isn't that just showing off? It feels like calling him teacher." Feng lacks momentum. Umph. Feng Liangxing snorted lightly, not bothering to argue further. Meanwhile, Ji Tianhao, Su Ning, and GMO looked at Feng Liangxing's back, feeling the pressure. He exuded shock yet in awe. They naturally knew that there was a protector by Ji-Ran's side. However, after Jin Yinzi left, they did not see any other replacements beside Ji-Ran. Though Ji-Ran had offered an explanation, Ji Tianhao, having never truly seen the protector, still thought it was merely a ruse, that it did not exist at all. Yet unexpectedly, the so-called protector truly existed. Moreover, judging by the reactions of the people around, especially his father's reaction, this protector's identity seemed extraordinary. Ji Qishan exchanged glances with Yi Shading. Sensing Feng Liangxing's aura locking onto him, Ji Qishan cupped his fist and respectfully said, "Mr. Feng, welcome." The members of the Ji family and the onlookers were even more shocked to see Ji Qishan being so courteous. Feng Liangxing disregarded the gazes of those around him. Casting a glance at Yi Shading, whose hair stood on end, Feng Liangxing went straight to the point, stating solemnly, "I intend to take them away." Ji Qishan was taken aback, puzzled as to why Feng Liangxing would help his third son's family, so he tactfully remarked, "Mr. Feng, this is ultimately our family matter. You have no reason to interfere. That would be inappropriate, wouldn't it?" Feng Liangxing coldly stared at Ji Qishan, his eyes betraying no emotion. "As a protector, it is my duty to safeguard the seeds of martial arts. Is that reason sufficient?" "Protector! Protector!" The crowd erupted in a wave of discussion. Ji Qishan's face showed shock. Yi Shading's gaze also flickered with emotion as he stared intently at Ji-Ran, as if trying to see through him. Even Ji Tianlin, who had always blocked Ji-Ran's family, looked at Ji-Ran's back in disbelief. The crowd behind them, no longer mindful of the pressure Feng Liangxing brought, erupted in exclamations upon hearing the words protector, their eyes shifting from disdain to curiosity as they regarded Ji-Ran. These 3 words were far too familiar to the people of this world. The reason was simple. Due to the peculiar and limited nature of the protector's identity, many films and works in this world often utilize this identity as a major selling point. Gradually, the term protector became synonymous with mystery and power in people's minds. Likewise, those who possessed a protector were presumed to be geniuses. No one expected that this sharp-tongued, seemingly inconsequential young man before them actually had a protector. Did that not imply that this young man was a genius? Moreover, Ji Qishan and Yi Shading saw more than just that. They were shocked not only that Ji-Ran had a protector, but also that Ji-Ran's protector was none other than Feng Liangxing. Having such a prominent figure as a protector, one could only imagine how terrifying Ji-Ran's talent must be. However, family intelligence had clearly stated that Ji-Ran was a martial arts waste. How could he suddenly become a genius? Ji Qishan attempted to inquire, "Mr. Feng, are you referring to the protector?" Feng Liangxing frowned, seemingly displeased with Ji Qishan's repeated questioning. In reality, he was hesitating on how to reveal Ji-Ran's identity. Normally, Ji-Ran's identity as a genius candidate for the Seeking Tao realm would eventually be exposed, but for safety, it was better that it was revealed later and that fewer people knew. Otherwise, even if they arrived in the capital, danger would be inevitable. However, considering that the Ji family was a large family and Ji-Ran was a member of the Ji family, the respect due still had to be given. After some thought, Feng Lianxing glanced at Ji Ran helplessly. He then stated truthfully, Student Ji Ran is a genius candidate of this year's Seeking Dao Realm examination and has already been admitted to the Xianxia Martial Academy, currently a key protected talent of our academy. Feng Lianxing's voice was not loud, but since everyone held their breath, focusing their attention on him, his words were heard. Upon hearing Seeking Dao Realm, the crowd erupted in yet another wave of exclamations. Seeking Dao Realm. Candidate. Did I hear that right? A martial arts candidate from the Seeking Dao Realm. I had only heard of it before, but I didn't expect it to actually exist. Goodness, the Ji family produced such a genius. Why is there still such a commotion? The crowd continued to discuss. Yi Xianxi's eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness as he first glanced at Ji Ran, then fixed his gaze on Ji Qishan, a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. A Seeking Dao Realm martial arts candidate. Everyone knew what that represented. As long as they could grow normally, they would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the Tribulation Realm in the future, and even the legendary Martial God Realm might be within their grasp. Yet such a genius was personally pushed forward by that old rascal Ji Qishan. The more Yi Xianxi thought about it, the more fortunate he felt, and the more he feared. Otherwise, when Ji Ran returned to the Ji family in no more than 50 years, the Ji family would add another trump card, which would not bode well for the Yi family. Thankfully, none of that would happen now. Looking at Ji Qishan again, his face was as dark as thunder. After hearing Feng Lianxing's explanation, he had already pieced together everything. At this moment, he was filled with boundless rage, his gaze piercing through the crowd to look at Ji Tianlin at the entrance. The family intelligence clearly stated that Ji Ran was merely a waste of martial arts, a natural stone body. But now why has he suddenly become a genius in the Seeking Dao Realm? Is it that the family intelligence is mistaken, or does Ji Tianlin have ulterior motives? He fears that Ji Tianhao will return, seize his position, and take his power, and fears that Ji Tianhao's son is too outstanding, affecting the future of his descendants. Ji Qishan's mind was consumed by conspiracy theories. Watching Ji Tianlin's shocked expression from a distance, he doubted whether his eldest son was pretending. However, this was not the time to discuss that. Seeing Feng Lianxing waiting for his response, Ji Qishan slowly suppressed the anger within him and spoke in as calm a tone as possible. Mr. Feng, there seems to be a misunderstanding here. We are not aware of Ji Ran's situation, otherwise it wouldn't have come to this. We can explain. Feng Lianxing shook his head. This is your family matter and has nothing to do with me. As a protector, I only need to be responsible for my student and ensure that his state of mind remains unaffected and his path in martial arts is smooth. Hearing this, Ji Qishan turned to Ji Ran, hoping for an answer. Ji Ran felt no ripple of emotion, expressionless as he shrugged. Can we leave now? Ji Ran. Ji Qishan called out his name somewhat stiffly. The family can give you a satisfactory answer. Ji Ran looked deeply at Ji Qishan. No need. Upon hearing this, Ji Qishan was about to continue persuading when Ji Ran said, After all, we are not familiar, so let's leave it at that. After Ji Ran finished speaking, he looked at Feng Lianxing. Feng Lianxing understood and glanced at Ji Qishan and Yi Xianxi before turning to walk out. Ji Ran pulled his mother and exchanged glances with his father and elder brother. The family hurried to follow. As they passed by Ji Tianlin, Ji Tianhao gave his elder brother a deep look. The surrounding crowd parted to make way, their eager gazes sweeping over Ji Ran. Soon under Feng Lianxing's lead, Ji Ran's family left the main building of the Ji family. Inside the main building of the Ji family, they watched Ji Ran's family leave. Not only had they failed to achieve their original goal, but they had also offended a genius who should have been the family's future pillar. Ji Qishan felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. But with guests and family members still present, he held back his emotions, took a deep breath, and cupped his hands towards everyone. Everyone, I apologize for today's events. This matter has passed, and I hope you will not spread today's incident. I thank you all in advance. As he spoke, Ji Qishan deeply bowed to the onlookers at the main entrance. The crowd quickly responded. No need for the Ji family head to be polite. The Ji family head is too courteous. We will not spread family matters like this. Rest assured, Ji family head, we will keep this matter confidential. Everyone spoke nicely, but in reality, everything that had just happened had already become hot news among the upper circles of the capital, broadcasted word for word. At this moment, the name Ji Ran had already spread among the large and small families in the capital. Although Ji Qishan was unaware of this, he could guess a thing or two. Though he was very reluctant, the matter had come to this, and he could not control others' mouths, so he could only pretend to be unaware. He organized his emotions, pretended to check the time, and continued, Today is my birthday. Thank you all for coming to support me. The banquet is about to begin, so please proceed to the banquet hall and take your seats. I will rest for a moment and join you shortly. The crowd responded and gradually dispersed. Ji Qishan looked at Yi Xianxi again and cupped his hands. Brother Xianxi, I apologize for the embarrassment today. Regarding the matter of the body refining pill, we can include it as a discussion topic in the upcoming cooperation meeting. This matter will be set aside for today, as I have some family matters to attend to. Please go ahead to the banquet hall first, Brother Xianxi. Yi Xianxi's mood was complicated. He felt both happy and worried. He was happy to see the Ji family losing an outstanding genius for nothing. His worries stemmed from the recipe for the body refining pill that Ji Tianhao possessed. If it were leaked, it would deal a blow to the Yi family. Although he wanted to clarify things immediately, He could see that Ji Qixin's face was clearly not right, so it was obviously not the time. He could only nod and cup his hands. Brother Qishan, we need not say much. Take care of yourself. I take my leave. After saying this, he turned and strode away from the main building. Once out of Ji Qixin's sight, Yi Xiaoting's expression turned serious as he looked back at Yi Yizhi, who was following him. Yi Yizhi understood the situation and jogged forward. Yi Xiaoting glanced around, then turned to Yi Yizhi and whispered, "Immediately send a message to the family. Dispatch the family's willow leaf guards to monitor Ji Tianha's family. Remember its surveillance. Do not expose yourselves, and do not take action. Just ensure that they do not sell the recipe for the body-refining pill." "Yes, understood." Yi Yizhi nodded seriously and turned to convey the order. Yi Xiaoting watched Yi Yizhi leave, his gaze growing profound. He pondered how to resolve this matter next. Inside the main building, after Ji Qixan watched Yi Xiaoting leave, he looked at the remaining members of the Yi family outside the door and said sternly, "What are you still doing here? Why aren't you attending to the guests?" "Yes, family head." The Yi family members hurriedly left. Ji Qixan turned to the 6 cultivators at the Daopath realm and said, "You all should go too. You have worked hard today." The 6 cultivators bowed respectfully and quickly departed. In no time, only Ji Qixan and Ji Tianlin remained in the main building. Once he confirmed there were no outsiders around, Ji Qixan turned his head and stared coldly at Ji Tianlin. Feeling the intimidation in his father's gaze, Ji Tianlin stood frozen in place. At that moment, Ji Qixan suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, staining the furniture within a foot in front. "Dad!" Ji Tianlin was startled and rushed forward to support the swaying Ji Qixan, panic-stricken, as he shouted, "Uncle Fu, Uncle Fu!" "Here!" Uncle Fu hurriedly ran into the main building, trembling. Upon seeing the blood at Ji Qixin's mouth, his expression changed. Without waiting for Ji Tianlin's command, he immediately ran to the cabinet at the edge of the living room. Skilled at opening the cabinet, he took out the medicines inside and hurriedly brought them to Ji Qixan. Ji Tianlin opened the medicine bottle and poured out the pills, carefully placing them in Ji Qixin's mouth. Uncle Fu looked on with concern. As Ji Qixan felt the tearing sensation in his body gradually fade, he slowly regained his composure. Over the years, due to his insufficient martial arts talent and age, his martial arts realm had gradually stagnated. Thus, to enhance his martial arts cultivation, he chose to consume a large amount of martial resources to forcibly elevate his realm. Although this raised his martial arts cultivation to the tribulation realm, the reckless behavior led to his body breaking down, resulting in severe internal injuries. Today's incident caused his internal injuries to flare up again. It was precisely because of his inadequate talent that he suffered such pain today, thus no one understood the importance of talent better than he did. So, thinking of Ji Ran's extraordinary talent, Ji Qixin's anger surged once more. He cast a cold glance at Ji Tianlin and then waved his hand to Uncle Fu. "Uncle Fu, go about your business. I have something to discuss with Tianlin." "Yes, sir." Uncle Fu left. Ji Qixan straightened his posture and coldly said, "Kneel down." Ji Tianlin fell to his knees before Ji Qixan with practiced ease. Ji Qixan, with gritted teeth and a voice filled with fury, demanded, "Speak, why did the family intelligence fail to report such crucial information regarding Ji Ran's talent?" Hearing the anger in Ji Qixin's words, Ji Tianlin trembled slightly. "Dad, speak. Is it truly an oversight in the intelligence, or do you have ulterior motives, fearing they might return to seize your benefits?" "Huh." Ji Qixan slammed the wooden frame of the sofa, the sound creaking his anger barely contained. Ji Tianlin trembled upon hearing this, prostrating himself on the ground and explaining, "Dad, I didn't mean it that way. I truly know nothing about Ji Ran. Everything is for the family. How could I possibly do that?" Looking at his eldest son with a bruised forehead, panic and grievance written all over his face, Ji Qixin's anger began to dissipate. "Enough." He waved his hand weakly and said slowly, "What's done is done, and discussing it further is useless." Ji Tianlin breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that his father had no intention of pursuing the matter further. To completely rid himself of the suspicion of being the one causing trouble, he thought for a moment and suggested, "Dad, I can go find the third brother and explain. I will do my utmost to gain their understanding." Ji Qixan looked at Ji Tianlin, saying nothing. Ji Tianlin understood immediately and promptly made a solemn vow, "Dad, I will do everything in my power to persuade the third brother's family to return. You can rest assured." Ji Qixan stared at Ji Tianlin for quite a while. Eventually, he nodded weakly, tiredly, saying, "Go speak to them properly. Make it clear that given Ji Ran's talent, the family will take their family seriously. Let the past be the past." "Yes." Ji Tianlin knelt and bowed. Ji Qixan waved his hand. "All right, there's a banquet today. Go and get busy." "Yes." Ji Tianlin bid farewell and left. Soon the spacious main hall fell silent. Compared to the earlier clamor, Ji Qixan now sat alone, appearing somewhat desolate. He stared blankly at the carpet before him, lost in thought. After a while, Ji Qixan came back to his senses and called out softly, without looking around, "Fifth." As soon as he spoke, a phantom suddenly appeared 2 meters in front of Ji Qixan. In an instant, the phantom solidified into a hunched old man. "Master." Ji Qixan took a deep breath. "Send my orders to closely monitor the Tianhao family, paying special attention to 2 matters. First, ensure that he does not spread the body-refining pill formula. If there are any signs, intervene immediately and stop it at all costs." Having stated the first point, Ji Qishan seemed to relieve his inner frustration and murmured softly, the family needs to collaborate with the Yi family to obtain the broken divine herb. If Tianhao leaks the body refining pill formula and offends the Yi family, acquiring another broken divine herb won't be so simple. The fifth slightly bowed, indicating understanding. Then Ji Qishan's expression suddenly turned cold as he said gravely, second, keep track of Tianlin's persuasion progress. Monitor the Tianhao family's attitude. If they fail to persuade them and refuse to return to the family, immediately dispatch the dark guards to eliminate the problem at its root. He spoke this line with unyielding resolve. The fifth, upon hearing it, was taken aback, and for the first time, he found himself in disagreement with the master's orders. Master, after all, he is the third young master. Ji Qishan's gaze was icy, showing no hesitation, bearing the bloodline of the Ji family. If he chooses not to submit to the family, it indicates he harbors resentment. Should he be exploited by someone with ulterior motives in the future to oppose the family, hostility from blood relatives would undoubtedly be fatal. It is better to crush him in the cradle than to wait for him to grow up and challenge us. The fifth wanted to say more, but seeing Ji Qishan's resolute gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words, silently bowing and departing. Ji Qishan watched the spot where the fifth had vanished. In truth, there was another reason he had not disclosed. That was, as the head of this generation of the Ji family, he would not allow history to record him as the inept master who lost a genius due to negligence. For the sake of his own reputation, he must also eliminate the mastermind behind this incident, even if that person was his own son. Teacher Feng, I thought you wouldn't show up. Ji Ran walked beside Feng Lianxing. Ji Tianhao and his wife along with Ji Mo followed behind, secretly observing Feng Lianxing's back. Feng Lianxing glanced at Ji Ran sideways. Why wouldn't I show up? Ji Ran recalled, in the end this matter is a family affair, and the Ji family is not a small household. If you didn't want to stir up trouble, wouldn't it be unnecessary to come out? Feng Lianxing stared ahead, his steps heavy and slow. In truth, he was quite willing to step forward to help, even eager to see Ji Ran's family sever ties with the Ji family. In this way, a genius like Ji Ran would become a true free man. His future growth would not involve the Ji family's interference, and the fruits of cultivation over the years would not be intercepted by others, which could be considered a joy. But despite thinking this way, he maintained a aloof demeanor and said in the Daxiao, there is nothing I dare not confront. Oh! Ji Ran exclaimed in surprise, clapping his hands and saying, amazing, Teacher Feng. Ji Tianhao followed behind. Watching his son converse so happily with this big shot, he was quite astonished. After all, he grew up in the capital, knowing the family's influence and the deceit among the prominent families. Thus he understood very well that simply appearing today, Feng Lianxing could take their family away, which carried significant weight, especially seeing his father's attitude toward Feng Lianxing. At this moment, he was very curious about his son's protector's identity. When he saw his son teasingly chatting with the big shot, he couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart, fearing that the big shot might get angry and tear Ji Ran apart. Fortunately, that did not happen. Feng Lianxing was not angry. He merely glanced at Ji Ran and said lightly, you will know in the future. At that moment in the distance, Ji Tianyun, who had just returned from his report, appeared at the end of the path. He hurriedly made his way toward the estate. However, upon seeing the third brother's family and the black-clad figure in front, he felt that something was awry. Someone who could personally appear here. It must have escalated. This person personally intervened to protect them. Sigh, rushing and hurrying, I still didn't make it. Ji Tianyun sighed inwardly and quickened his pace to reach Ji Ran and the others. Ji Tianyun, greetings to Mr. Feng. Seeing his second uncle's lack of surprise at Feng Lianxing's arrival, Ji Ran raised an eyebrow, thinking that his second uncle had indeed been warned by Feng Lianxing. Feng Lianxing's response to Ji Tianyun's inquiry was very indifferent. He merely nodded slightly and made a soft sound. Ji Tianyun was not awkward. He turned his gaze to Ji Ran. At this moment, Ji Tianhao also stepped forward from behind, seeing his second brother, a look of sorrow on his face, wanting to say something but hesitating. Upon seeing Ji Tianhao's reaction, Ji Tianyun instantly confirmed his suspicions. He said no more and did not offer any advice. He simply approached Ji Tianhao, patted him on the shoulder, and sighed deeply, third, do well, feel free to reach out if you need anything. Ji Tianhao stared blankly at his second brother. After a moment, he pursed his lips and nodded. Second brother. Ji Tianyun smiled faintly, advising, I haven't changed my phone number. Call me once you settle down and I'll come to see you when I will. Ji Tianhao nodded firmly. Ji Ran watched the conversation between his father and second uncle. Especially seeing his father's reaction, he suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Perhaps now apart from family, his father could only rely on his second uncle. The Ji family watched as Ji Tianyun left, their hearts filled with deep emotions. On one side, there was the ruthlessness for the family sake, while on the other, there was the bond of brotherly affection, deep familial love. As members of the Ji family, why was the disparity so great? Sighed. Ji Ran sighed heavily. The gap. Ji Tianhao and Ji Mo showed no reaction. Yet Su Ning fiercely poked Ji Ran on the back of his head with a finger and glared at him. Feng Lianxing, rarely taking the initiative to speak, said, a soldier's integrity should be like this. The Ji family looked at Feng Lianxing in surprise. They saw him turn around and step away, saying, let's go. Ji Ran and his family exchanged glances and hurried to follow. Teacher Feng, where are we going next? Feng Lianxing did not answer immediately, but glanced at Ji Tianhao. Ji Tianhao understood his meaning. Recalling today's experiences, he wore a solemn expression filled with helplessness and remarked, plans have changed. It seems we need to lie low for a while. Lie low. Ji Ran did not understand his father's words. Ji Tianhao explained, the pill formula I gave your grandfather represents a market worth hundreds of billions each year, and now this market is dominated solely by the Yi family. If I were an ordinary person, I would probably be left with nothing. Even so, the Yi family would not easily let go of it. Su Ning wore a worried expression. Ji Ran frowned and hesitantly said, even if the Yi family's power is great, they wouldn't dare to kill, right? Ji Tianhao glanced at Ji Ran and smiled. Silly boy, you're still young and don't understand how chaotic this world is. Those people have 1,000 methods to deal with you. Killing is just the last resort among many. Ji Ran's gaze trembled, but he still did not understand the underlying implications. Seeing Ji Ran's confusion, Ji Tianhao patiently explained, the path of martial arts is complex, and there are always some underhanded methods such as soul-snatching illusions, poisoning, and substitutes. As long as they want, you could cease to be yourself. Ji Ran reacted, shock written all over his face. He looked at his family in disbelief, only to find that apart from him, his mother and elder brother wore calm expressions, clearly aware of these matters. Feng Lianxing had been fixated on Ji Ran's expression, noting the shock and confusion on that innocent face. He inwardly sighed, while also feeling relieved. Such a fine blank slate, if nurtured properly, the future of Xia might welcome an extraordinary figure. Therefore Feng Lianxing patiently continued, not only that. Suddenly Feng Lianxing spoke up, drawing the Ji family's attention. He continued, today I had no intention of revealing your talent. Do you know why? Ji Ran shook his head. Ji Tianhao and the others quietly awaited the answer. Feng Lianxing elaborated. As the saying goes, the wood that stands out will be blown down by the wind. You are too outstanding. Sometimes enemies do not only come from outside, but also from the jealousy among families within Xia, or even from your own kin. Therefore you must be cautious and prudent now. Given your current situation, it would be too easy for someone to destroy you. The proper path of martial arts lies in having a clear heart and an open mind. If someone with ill intentions seizes upon this and takes action against you or those around you, your heart for martial arts might be affected, leading you down the wrong path. Hearing this, Ji Ran silently nodded. He understood the meaning behind Feng Lianxing's words. With his current strength, he naturally need not fear the methods of those people, but his family could not. For their safety, he too must act cautiously. More importantly, he needed the support of Xianxia Martial University. I understand now. Ji Ran looked at Feng Lianxing with a serious expression and said, I entrust this to you, Teacher Feng. Feng Lianxing's lips curled slightly. No need to be polite. The Ji family's estate was large. They walked for quite a while, without seeing the main gate. During the journey, Ji Ran began to chat, casually engaging Feng Lianxing in light conversation. Teacher Feng, you intervened earlier. Weren't you afraid they wouldn't let them go? They wouldn't dare. Why? Because. Aside from me, you also have a protective team behind you. Where? You don't need to know. Teacher Feng, what is your way of entering the martial world? Shadows. Assassination. No comment. Teacher Feng. Ji Ran chattered along the way, asking, until Feng Lianxing was almost tempted to hide again. However, he realized that even if he hid, Ji Ran would still find him, so he reluctantly gave up and endured Ji Ran's verbal onslaught. Ji Tianhao and the other two listened with growing interest from behind. The private matters of such a big shot were not something one could hear easily. Finally, just as Feng Lianxing was about to reach his limit, the group finally exited the Ji family estate and stepped onto the street. Due to traffic control, there were no vehicles on the road, and the few pedestrians were security personnel from the Ji family. With Feng Lianxing's imposing black robe and his towering physique, the few of them standing there attracted an increasing number of security personnel. Feng Lianxing paid no mind to it. He took out a phone from somewhere and pressed a few buttons. About 5 minutes later, the roar of engines echoed from the distant street. Soon Ji Ran saw a pure black modified armored SUV roaring toward them, eventually stopping right in front of them. Get in the car. Feng Lianxing got in first. Ji Ran's family hurriedly followed. Inside the car, the driver was a young man who looked rather young, dressed in a black suit, wearing sunglasses, and with impeccably styled hair. He remained silent throughout, quietly watching the road ahead. The interior of the car was spacious, with 3 rows of seats, just enough for the Ji family. Feng Lianxing sat in the passenger seat, holding some documents of unknown origin, and said to Ji Ran, now we will return to Xianxia Martial University. After arranging your family, we need to take you to choose a martial art. Choose a martial art. Ji Ran was surprised. Upon hearing the term martial art, Ji Tianhao and the others also showed interest. For martial artists, talent was indeed important, but martial arts were equally indispensable. If martial arts were likened to a large tree, talent would be the fertile soil upon which the tree depended for survival. The martial arts then would be the trunk of the tree. The better the martial arts, the more nutrients it could draw from the fertile soil, thereby strengthening the trunk and realizing martial talent. Thus, even if a person had exceptional talent without good martial arts, they would ultimately be like a decayed tree, meeting fertile soil, failing both. Ji Ran had been in the seeking path stage for over 10 days. During this time, he had tried to cultivate but every time he did, he would feel pain and swelling in his body. This indicated that his Buddhist energy and blood levels were nearing their limit. To continue improving, he could only choose suitable martial arts. Feng Lianxing nodded. You have broken through the seeking path stage for quite some time now, but you should have some awareness. To continue breaking through, you need to practice martial arts. Otherwise, your cultivation cannot progress. Then which martial art should I practice? Ji Ran inquired. Feng Lianxing replied. When we get to school, there will be professional teachers to guide you, so there's no need to be confused. The SUV sped through the city of Jing. 2 hours later, the surrounding tall buildings gradually disappeared, replaced by lush greenery and exquisite structures that were no more than 4 stories high. Rolling down the car window, the smell of exhaust fumes vanished, replaced by the refreshing scent of grass and trees. Looking at the scenery outside, Ji Ran's family had brightened expressions. Ji Tianhao clearly knew where this was, smiling as he patted Ji Ran's shoulder. Son, welcome to Xianxia Martial. The capital city serves as the heart of the Great Xia Empire. Thus, 2 of the 4 major martial arts academies are located here, Jinghua Martial Arts University and Xianxia Martial Arts University. The other 2 academies, Beifeng Martial Arts University, is situated in the northern city of Chunha, while Nanda Martial Arts University is located in the southern city of Modu. The 4 major martial arts academies are balanced between north and south, with 2 positioned in the center. This arrangement maintains a stable central position. Jinghua Martial Arts University is the oldest martial arts university in the Great Xia Empire, having existed since the flourishing of martial arts, and continues to thrive today. Thus, among the 4 martial arts universities, Jinghua Martial Arts University boasts the oldest heritage and the strongest overall strength. Its campus occupies over 10,000 acres in the center of the capital city. In contrast, Xianxia Martial Arts University is the youngest among the 4 top martial arts institutions. Founded less than 300 years ago, it has earned its reputation as one of the 4 major martial arts academies through its postmodern martial arts knowledge system and modernized martial arts education. Due to its relatively recent establishment, Xianxia Martial Arts University is located somewhat far from the city center. From a distance perspective, it can be said to have moved beyond the central area situated to the southwest of the capital. Fortunately, the prestige of the 4 major martial arts academies supports it. The capital city has made efforts to develop commercial, residential, and entertainment complexes around Xianxia Martial Arts University. Simultaneously, it has extended the city walls to the southwest. Gradually, more and more martial arts universities have settled in the southwest direction of the capital, ultimately transforming it into a world-class university town. At this moment, Ji Ran looked around at the scenery. Lush trees shaded the area, and the grass was verdant with countless uniquely shaped and beautifully decorated buildings representing their respective martial arts academies nestled among the greenery. Overall, the harmony between the forest and the buildings was striking. Despite having lived 2 lives, Ji Ran had never witnessed such a scene before, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this really Xianxia Martial Arts University?" GMO also gazed at everything with curiosity. Although he graduated from one of the 4 major martial arts universities, Beifeng Martial Arts University, the 2 schools were fundamentally different in style. In contrast, Su Ning looked out the window with a calm expression, her gaze carrying a hint of nostalgia. Ji Tianhao replied with a smile, "That's right. From here begins the area of the capital's university town, and Xianxia Martial Arts University is the starting point and foundation of the university town." Feng Lianxing, sitting in the front, glanced back at Ji Tianhao through the rearview mirror. With a month left until the summer break from the martial arts university, students in various combat uniforms were visible on the streets as the end of the semester approached. Moreover, many combat vehicles were weaving through the streets, occupied by martial artists clad in various attires. It seemed they had just returned from outside the city. 5 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a magnificent gate. 2 square pillars made of white jade stood 10 meters wide, inscribed with gilded characters that read Xianxia Martial Arts University. The platinum gates were adorned with carvings of many unknown ferocious beasts. On either side, 5-meter-wide smaller doors were open, allowing martial students to come and go. When a formidable Hummer suddenly stopped at the main entrance, the martial students glanced over. There were 2 reasons someone would dare to park at the entrance of Xianxia Martial Arts University. One was a person of sufficient strength, the other was an ignorant fool who was unaware of the dangers. Given the imposing Hummer before them, it was highly likely the former. Consequently, the martial students slowed their pace or stopped altogether, curious about who might be inside the vehicle. Feng Lianxing did not immediately exit. Instead, he handed a document to the young man in the driver's seat and instructed, "Take care of this." The young man replied respectfully, "Yes, Director Feng." Feng Lianxing then turned to Ji Ran and said, "I cannot reveal myself. A faculty member will come to pick you up shortly. You can ask him for specific details. There's no need to find me." As he said the last sentence, Feng Lianxing cast a lingering glance at Ji Ran, clearly indicating that he should not take advantage of his keen perception to recklessly seek him out for conversation. Ji Ran smiled sheepishly. Feng Lianxing nodded at Ji Tianhao and the others. Then he transformed into a shadow and vanished from the passenger seat. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianhao and his wife, as well as GMO, were utterly astonished. Even the young man in the driver's seat widened his eyes in disbelief. Only Ji Ran remained fixated on the passenger seat. Although martial arts were powerful in this world, it was ultimately not like the world of cultivation, which possessed the ability for spatial jumps and teleportation. Now the Hummer's door was firmly closed, and the windows were not open. Feng Lianxing hadn't exited, he was still in his seat, merely concealing himself with his ghostly techniques. Jiran sensed Feng Lianxing's aura, yet could not see him. This sensation was quite peculiar. At that moment, it seemed Feng Lianxing in the passenger seat was angered by being stared at. Suddenly Feng Lianxing's voice echoed in Jiran's ear, "If you keep looking, I will pluck out your eyes." Jiran. He quickly averted his gaze. Suddenly Feng Lianxing's voice echoed in Jiran's ear, "If you keep looking, I will pluck out your eyes." Jiran. Noticing that the young man was not very willing to talk, Jiran did not press the matter. The car fell into silence. About 10 minutes later. Inside Xianxia Martial Arts University, a woman around 1.6 meters tall, slightly plump with a round face and short hair appearing to be in her 40s jogged up to the SUV. Jiran noticed that the surrounding martial students seemed to know this woman. Upon seeing her, they all bowed and greeted her. The woman responded to each one and quickly approached the front of the car. The young man turned back and said to Jiran, "Your instructor has arrived. Please get out of the car." Jiran nodded. The family exited the vehicle. The martial students who had been closely observing the SUV were astonished to see a tender young boy getting out of the car. It appeared that family members followed behind him. Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback, then began speculating about Jiran's identity. Who is that kid? So impressive he hasn't been chased away by the campus police even after standing at the school gate for so long. Did he come with his family? Is he this year's college entrance examination candidate? No college entrance candidate has such treatment being personally received by Huang Wupao. He must be some rich young master. The surrounding martial students buzzed with discussion. Facing the crowd's scrutiny, Jiran was already accustomed to it. He stepped up to the woman. The young man also got out and introduced Teacher Huang. These are Jiran and his family. This is Teacher Huang Wenyuan. She will be responsible for your enrollment procedures. Jiran courteously greeted her. After the introductions, the young man drove away. "Please follow me." Huang Wenyuan gestured to the side. Ji Tianhao smiled and walked in front as the group chatted and laughed, heading towards Xianxia Martial Arts University. However, she quickly composed herself, stepped forward to shake hands, and replied courteously, "You're too kind. It has been a long journey." Afterward, Ji Tianhao introduced Su Ning and GMO to Huang Wenyuan. After the introductions, the young man drove away. "Please follow me." Huang Wenyuan gestured to the side. Ji Tianhao smiled and walked in front as the group chatted and laughed, heading towards Xianxia Martial Arts University. The family intelligence clearly stated that Jiran was merely a waste of martial arts, a natural stone body. She hasn't been possessed by anyone, has she? Professor Jean arranged everything half a month ago, just waiting for you to arrive, Huang Wenyuan explained with a smile as she walked ahead. Half a month ago? Jiran was surprised. Half a month ago was precisely when he had just agreed to join the Xianxia Martial Academy. He never expected Jean Yanzi to act so quickly. After agreeing to enroll, she had everything arranged. Ji Tianhao was equally astonished and asked, "I wonder if Professor Jean has returned." Jiran told me that Jean Yanzi went to study the iron-eating beast. Huang Wenyuan shook her head. "Not yet. She is still observing the iron-eating beast south of Chongjiang City. She sent a message yesterday, and she should finish her observation in a few days." "Oh, is that so? Professor Jean has it tough," Ji Tianhao exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenyuan nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, Professor Jean has always worked very hard, especially in the past 2 years, as she has been single-handedly supporting a department, with many people keeping an eye on her." Ji Tianhao, confused, asked, "One person, one department?" Jiran was equally puzzled. He suddenly recalled how Jean Yanzi had recruited him, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. Huang Wenyuan explained, 2 years ago, under pressure from the school authorities, Professor Jean established a new department within the academy, named the Beast Master Department. Because it is a new department, and due to the lack of recognition for this field, Professor Jean has had a very difficult time these past 2 years. Upon hearing Beastmaster Department, everyone, including Jiran, was stunned. Neither their experiences up to this point nor the history of the world had ever mentioned the term Beastmaster. Hearing it now, especially in the top martial arts academy of the Great Xia, left the family in stunned silence. Ji Tianhao couldn't help but ask, "Beast Master, does beast refer to ferocious beasts?" Huang Wenyuan nodded yes. Ji Tianhao was taken aback, glancing at his wife, and instinctively said, "Ferocious beasts are so violent, they can't possibly coexist peacefully with humans. Even the more docile ferocious beasts harbor great hostility towards humans. How could they possibly be controlled?" Huang Wenyuan did not refute, but explained, "The world is progressing and human research on ferocious beasts is also developing. In recent years, human scholars have discovered that humans and ferocious beasts may not necessarily be irreconcilable. Coexistence is also possible. Professor Jean is one of the earliest scholars to discover this possibility and is also one of the staunch believers in it. She has put in a lot of effort, hoping that one day the crisis posed by ferocious beasts to humanity can be resolved and peace restored." After listening to Huang Wenyuan's explanation, Ji Tianhao and the others fell into contemplation. These words might be hard for ordinary people to grasp. However, Ji Tianhao and others, being children of wealthy families, had received a more open-minded education and upbringing. They realized that if Xianxia's research really succeeded, the relationship between humans and ferocious beasts could undergo a tremendous transformation. Throughout their journey, Huang Wenyuan and Ji Ran's family talked a lot. The martial arts students passing by were all very surprised to see this scene. Some inquisitive classmates even secretly took pictures of the group and posted them on the school forum, exaggeratingly titling the posts. Shocking. She has such a side. When the curious martial arts students opened the thread and saw Huang Wenyuan's friendly smile in the picture, it immediately sparked fervent discussions among the students. They speculated about Ji Ran's family's identity. Ji Ran, however, was oblivious to it. He followed Huang Wenyuan along the main avenue of the Xianxia Martial Academy, walking straight to the main administrative building facing the entrance. This was a 10-story building covering over 1,000 square meters, appearing imposing. Such a tall building was rare in a college town filled with low-rise buildings. At this moment, in front of the administrative building, 3 tall and imposing warriors dressed in combat uniforms stood straight, facing the front of the Xianxia Martial Academy, unmoving like mountains. The appearance of the 3 drew the attention of passing martial arts students, who began to whisper. Ji Tianhao had noticed the 3 early on. Huang Wenyuan brought Ji Ran's family before the 3 and explained to Ji Tianhao, "This is the head of the school's support," and said, "Hello, hello." The 2 greeted each other politely with handshakes. Huang Wenyuan glanced at Su Ning and Ji Mo, smiling. "Next, you will need to part ways with Ji Ran, as Chu Wei will take you to discuss the upcoming safety matters and work issues. Ji Ran needs to follow me to the school's Xianxia library to select martial arts techniques." Upon hearing this, Ji Tianhao and the others understood. All right. Then Ji Tianhao cautioned Ji Ran. "Be good, listen to the teacher, choose your techniques wisely, and don't just pursue high grades. Oh, what suits you is more important, understand?" Ji Ran nodded. "Got it, Dad." Su Ning added with concern, "Don't rush when choosing techniques. This is important to look around more and ask the teacher for opinions." All right. Ji Ran smiled at his mother. Ji Mo stepped forward, smiled, and nodded at Ji Ran. "Good luck, kid. I believe in you." Ji Ran pouted. He bid farewell to his family, watching his parents and brother follow Chu Wei away. Ji Ran followed Huang Wenyuan deeper into the Xianxia Martial University. On the way, Huang Wenyuan smiled and asked, "Ji Ran, have you decided which technique you want to cultivate?" Ji Ran pondered and replied, "I originally intended to practice swordsmanship, so it would be best if the technique is related to swordsmanship." "Oh, you want to practice sword?" Huang Wenyuan glanced at Ji Ran. Ji Ran nodded yes. "Well, regarding Professor Jin." Huang Wenyuan seemed to want to say something, but ultimately held back, instead continuing the topic about techniques. Actually, techniques don't necessarily need to match your chosen path in martial arts. Ji Ran looked at Huang Wenyuan, puzzled. Huang Wenyuan explained, "Swordsmanship indeed has its own techniques, such as the renowned Qinglian sword technique and Xianyuan sword heart. However, it doesn't mean you must choose sword techniques if you practice swordsmanship. Many non-sword techniques can also complement swordsmanship martial skills to achieve the goal of practicing swordsmanship." Upon hearing this, Ji Ran was confused and looked at Huang Wenyuan with a puzzled expression. Huang Wenyuan patiently continued, "Take our academy's most widely practiced Xianxia Seeking Dao technique as an example. It is a moderate and gentle technique suitable for many martial arts. If a martial arts student practicing Xianxia Seeking Dao technique chooses 10,000 sword technique for martial skills, then he is practicing swordsmanship. If he chooses steel cutting slash, then he is practicing blade techniques." At this point, Huang Wenyuan concluded, "Thus techniques and martial arts do not have a rigid relationship. Your path in martial arts lies in your heart, not in the techniques." After hearing this, Ji Ran nodded thoughtfully. Huang Wenyuan nodded, not continuing the conversation, allowing Ji Ran to digest what she had just said. The 2 walked through the campus of Xianxia Martial University for a full hour. Finally, after passing through a lush birch forest, a tranquil lake appeared before Ji Ran. The moist air rushed toward him. Looking at the deep green lake, Ji Ran snapped back to reality, surprised as he looked at Huang Wenyuan. Huang Wenyuan smiled. "This is the heart-asking lake. You will understand its significance in the future." Ji Ran did not pursue the meaning of heart-asking lake, but instead asked, "Aren't we here to choose techniques? What are we doing by the lake?" Huang Wenyuan glanced at him, a hint of pride on her face as she took a couple of steps forward and suddenly pointed towards heart-asking lake, saying, "The place we are going to is over there." Ji Ran approached in confusion. As the canopy of trees receded from his view, his line of sight gradually expanded. He saw a solitary island in the middle of heart-asking lake. On the island stood an ancient, majestic nine-story pagoda. "Let's go." Huang Wenyuan called for Ji Ran to follow. Ji Ran kept up and walked a few dozen meters towards the lakeside, finally spotting a narrow stone bridge floating on the lake, connecting the central island to the shore. The bridge was bustling with people. Many martial arts students passed back and forth between the Xianxia Library and the Martial Institute. They arrived at the stone bridge. This was a beautifully crafted stone bridge resting on the surface of the lake, about 10 meters wide, with its piers embedded below, making it appear as if it floated above the water. Ji Ran followed closely behind Huang Wenyuan. Along the way, martial arts students occasionally greeted Huang Wenyuan with evident respect. Upon noticing Ji Ran trailing behind, they couldn't help but express their curiosity. Wenxin Lake seemed small, but in reality, it was a natural freshwater lake with a diameter of over 10 kilometers. The water was crystal clear, and walking through it, a gentle chill rose from the surface, enveloping Ji Ran. The area around Wenxin Lake is a no-fighting zone, and running is prohibited. This is a rule established since the founding of the Xianxia Martial Institute, and must not be violated, Huang Wenyuan explained as they walked. Ji Ran nodded in understanding. Fearing that Ji Ran might not grasp the reasoning behind it, Huang Wenyuan elaborated, the path of martial arts forbids impatience. The Institute enforces this rule to help students calm their restless hearts before entering the Xianxia library, preventing mistakes that could delay their martial development. Hearing this, Ji Ran took a deep look at the ancient tower ahead as they crossed the 5-kilometer-long stone bridge. The two finally arrived at the central island. Upon closer inspection, the scale of the Xianxia library far exceeded Ji Ran's imagination. It occupied several thousand square meters, and that was just the base of the ancient tower. Surrounding it were 8 white jade pillars positioned at the 8 cardinal directions supporting the tower's structure. Standing there, an ancient charm continuously impacted Ji Ran's heart. Huang Wenyuan narrated beside him. This ancient tower was acquired by Mr. Wen Xianxia, the founder of the Xianxia Martial Institute, from an ancient martial relic. Inside there are long-lost martial arts techniques that expand the internal space of the tower. Do not be fooled by its exterior of only a few thousand square meters. The actual area inside far exceeds your imagination. Ji Ran, taken aback, looked at Huang Wenyuan in astonishment. Spatial expansion. Are there really such miraculous martial arts techniques in this world? Huang Wenyuan nodded. The wonders of martial arts are far richer than you can imagine. However, for some unknown reason, martial arts in the world once faced a discontinuity, and now only the tumultuous fighting techniques between people remain. Ji Ran looked at Huang Wenyuan in amazement. He had thought that the world he traversed into was merely a high-level martial arts world. Yet now even spatial techniques had emerged. It seemed that this place was far from being as simple as he had thought. Interesting, Ji Ran mused inwardly. Huang Wenyuan, noticing that Ji Ran had finished observing, led the way ahead, saying, "Come on, let's go choose martial arts techniques." The two arrived at the first floor of the Xianxia library. What met their eyes was a circular hall of over 1,000 square meters adorned with brown wooden decorations. In the center of the hall was a reception area resembling a bar counter, which was quite large and circular in layout. Several young men and women in simple clothing were answering questions from passing martial arts students. To the right was a large area designated as a resting zone. Wooden seating was tastefully arranged, giving it a stylish appearance. The walls displayed the rules guidance and some reading materials of the Xianxia library. On the left side of the hall was a staircase leading to the second floor. The staircase was quite spacious, measuring a full 6 meters in width. At the foot of the staircase sat a very simple wooden table behind which an elderly man in a loose Taoist robe was dozing off, occasionally nodding his head. Looking at the layout of the hall, Ji Ran felt puzzled. From what he could see, it seemed that the first floor of the Xianxia library was entirely occupied by the hall. However, what was strange was that at the far end, directly facing the entrance, there were actually 4 wooden doors. According to the normal layout, there should be outdoor space behind those doors. But as martial arts students opened and closed the doors, Ji Ran saw that behind them were endless bookshelves. In other words, the 4 wooden doors did not lead outside, but rather to the first floor's collection area of the Xianxia library. This, Ji Ran, after some confusion, finally understood Huang Wenyuan's earlier words. Is this what spatial techniques are? Huang Wenyuan was quite pleased with Ji Ran's reaction. After waiting for Ji Ran to finish observing, she said, "The selection of martial arts techniques is upstairs, follow me." Saying this, she took the lead toward the staircase. Ji Ran followed along in a daze. The two reached the staircase. The elderly man at the wooden table, who had been dozing off, straightened up and slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of murky eyes. He glanced at Huang Wenyuan and then swept his gaze over Ji Ran. "Passage permit?" Ji Ran raised an eyebrow. He had been curious about why there were so many people in the hall, yet no one was going upstairs. It seemed that students of martial arts would deliberately avoid the staircase. It turned out that a permit was required to go upstairs. Huang Wenyuan took out a shuttle-shaped wooden token from her pocket, slightly bent her body, and handed it to the old man with a respectful demeanor. The old man accepted the wooden token. After glancing at the text on it, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in his murky eyes. "New student?" Huang Wenyuan quietly replied. "Yes, Elder Feng Ji Ran is a new student of the next class here to register early and select martial arts techniques." As soon as Huang Wenyuan finished speaking, Ji Ran felt a surge of pressure emanate from the old man, which quickly, turning to look at Ji Ran, the old man's murky eyes seemed capable of seeing through Ji Ran's very soul, making Ji Ran feel unprecedented pressure. After sizing up Ji Ran for a moment, Elder Feng slowly withdrew his gaze. Ji Ran felt a sudden relief, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Elder Feng then said slowly, "So he is the genius that the little golden girl took under her wing." Huang Wenyuan nodded. "Indeed." Elder Feng asked softly, "Why have I not received any notification from the school regarding his arrival?" Huang Wenyuan, hearing this, gave a guilty smile. Elder Feng immediately understood Huang Wenyuan's implication, snorting coldly, A genius hidden away fearing others will snatch him away, the little golden girl is becoming more timid. Huang Wenyuan lowered her voice feeling guilty and said, "There's nothing I can do. Many people in the academy are watching. Professor Jean has finally discovered a good seedling and cannot let others snatch him away." Elder Feng tossed the wooden token back to Huang Wenyuan saying, "Go up, explain the rules to him." "Yes, Elder Feng," Huang Wenyuan replied, bowing respectfully. Ji Ran bowed respectfully and followed Huang Wenyuan up the stairs. In the hall on the first floor, many martial arts students stopped to watch as Huang Wenyuan led a young man upstairs. The second floor of the xianxia library was not a place one could access casually. Every time one went up, the points consumed were calculated by the minute, and borrowing martial arts techniques from the upper floors required additional points. For ordinary martial arts students, going up 4 or 5 times in a semester was already considered a lot. Now a school instructor was personally leading someone upstairs. In an instant, martial arts students began to speculate about Ji Ran's identity. Unbeknownst to him, even before he enrolled, he had already sparked a small discussion within the Xianxia Martial Institute. Yet he was completely oblivious to this. Following Huang Wenyuan to the second floor, a fragrant wood scent filled the air. After marveling at the endless rows of bookshelves before him, Ji Ran felt a bit overwhelmed. If all of these were martial arts techniques, it would take him ages to choose. To his surprise, Huang Wenyuan did not stop, but continued up the stairs to the third floor. Although the second floor also has martial arts techniques, most are of the yellow grade. The earth grade techniques are stored on the third floor. "We shouldn't waste time, let's go straight to the third floor." She then reminded him, "The Xianxia library has strict management rules. You can only stay on the floors approved by the academy. If you cross the boundary, you risk confinement, at best expulsion at worst. You must remember this." Ji Ran nodded. Looking back at the vast collection of books on the second floor, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are all these books martial arts techniques?" Huang Wenyuan shook her head. "Of course not all are martial arts techniques, they only account for 20%. The rest consists of insights from various martial arts experts, as well as the history of martial arts techniques, including their origins and evolution. Do not think that just because you obtain a martial arts technique you can learn it immediately. The profundity of martial arts techniques is beyond the imagination of those who have not been exposed to them. Even geniuses need corresponding analysis and guidance from instructors to quickly grasp the techniques." Ji Ran nodded in astonishment. After being at the Xianxia Martial Institute for just a few hours, he increasingly realized how impoverished his previous understanding of martial arts had been. Arriving at the third floor, the layout was similar to that of the second floor. The two stood at the foot of the staircase, and Huang Wenyuan pointed ahead. "Walk straight to the end. All the earth-grade martial arts techniques collected by the Institute are over there, and you can choose freely. Remember to only select, don't practice aimlessly." Ji Ran did not move, his eyes rolling, and suddenly grinned, saying, "Is there only the earth grade? With our academy's long history, there must be heavenly grade techniques too. I don't know." If he was going to choose, he naturally wanted the best. As a dignified martial deity, earth grade techniques simply wouldn't satisfy him. Huang Wenyuan cast a sidelong glance at Ji Ran. "Of course there are, but with your current qualifications you are not eligible to obtain heavenly grade techniques." "Huh?" Ji Ran was puzzled and hesitated, asking, "What would make me eligible?" Huang Wenyuan replied leisurely, "Wait until the day you truly fulfill your potential." Ji Ran was speechless. By the time he truly fulfilled his potential, he would have already chosen his techniques, not knowing what realm he would have reached, and what use would heavenly grade techniques be then. Huang Wenyuan noticed his thoughts and spoke again. "Don't worry, heavenly grade techniques generally possess strong adaptability. Once you obtain them, you can switch freely, it won't take much time." Ji Ran opened his mouth wanting to negotiate. However, seeing Huang Wenyuan's determined expression, he ultimately gave up, helplessly following the direction she pointed. They passed through rows of 5 maternal bookshelves and arrived at the deepest part in front of a dark brown bookshelf. The side of the bookshelf prominently bore the label Martial Arts Techniques, Earth Grade. Among the nearly 1,000 bookshelves on the 3 floors, only this one shelf concealed Earth Tier techniques. It may seem sparse, yet this very shelf holds nearly 1,000 techniques. Any random book taken to the black market would fetch an exorbitant price. Thus, the seemingly unremarkable bookshelf before Ji Ran is far more precious than an equal volume of gold, and significantly more so. Taking a deep breath, Ji Ran calmed himself and entered a state of immersion, starting from the first row in the first book. Cloud Dispelling Technique relies on wind as its basis and clouds as its root, formless and untraceable, in perfect harmony with martial arts. This technique is suitable for those who appreciate agility and grace, complementing sword techniques, and proving highly effective for light weapon practitioners and pure martial artists. Glancing at the introduction of the first technique, Ji Ran shook his head. This pure body technique offers no enhancement to a martial artist's offensive power, akin to a nimble assassin whose attack power is insufficient. When facing a strong adversary, it becomes as ineffective as a mere scratch. Returning the technique to the shelf, he casually pulled out the second book. Primordial Chi Slashing Technique begins with chaos as the root of the great Tao, and the martial path must pursue the primordial, returning to simplicity. This technique is an attacking style. Practitioners possess immense force, exhibiting overwhelming might with every movement. It pairs well with blade techniques, resulting in remarkable effectiveness. Ji-ran shook his head again. He wished to practice sword techniques, and this blade technique was unsuitable for him. He returned the second book and pulled out the third. Limitless Calamity Sutra. Upon seeing the name, Ji-ran immediately stuffed it back, without even opening it. He drew the fourth book. Unfettered Mind Technique. No good. The fifth book, Cosmic Star Technique. Still no good. The sixth book. The seventh book. Ji-ran felt as though he was trapped in an endless loop. Pulling out a technique, glancing at it, finding it unsuitable, returning it, pulling out another. Yet he remained unhurried. After all, the Academy had not imposed a time limit on him. Choosing a technique is a significant matter in life, not to be taken lightly. Thus, Ji-ran meticulously examined each book page by page, without any slackening. Time unknowingly slipped by. The Thousand Autumn Pavilion had no windows obscuring the view of the outside sky. However, Ji-ran sensed that it must have grown dark outside. At the very least, it should be deep into the night. This meant he had stayed in the pavilion for at least 6 hours. Before him lay 3 techniques: Endless Sword Heart Technique, White Lotus Mind Technique, and 9 Profound Heart Sutra. Among these 3 techniques, the first, Endless Sword Heart Technique, is a low-grade Earth Tier technique, purely a sword technique. White Lotus Mind Technique and 9 Profound Heart Sutra are mid-grade Earth Tier. Though not sword techniques, they still provide enhancements to swordplay. Each of the 3 techniques has its advantages and disadvantages. Due to his limited understanding, Ji-ran did not know which to choose. After several hours of deliberation, his spirit had grown weary. Now, as he was about to make a final decision, he suddenly found himself suffering from choice paralysis, unsure of which book to select. If you wish to practice sword techniques, my suggestion is 9 Profound Heart Sutra. Huang Wenyan's voice sounded from behind him. Ji-ran turned around to see Huang Wenyan standing there, having arrived unbeknownst to him. Teacher Huang. Seeing Huang Wenyan accompany him for several hours, Ji-ran felt a wave of guilt. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting so long. It's all right, Huang Wenyan replied with a faint smile. She reviewed the 3 techniques Ji-ran had selected and acknowledged good taste. Why do you suggest I choose 9 Profound Heart Sutra? Ji-ran asked, shyly scratching his head. Huang Wenyan gently inquired, what do you think is most important in swordplay? Ji-ran pondered seriously for a moment. Of course it's swordsmanship. Sword martial artists excel in offense. Sword wielders strike fiercely and are agile in movement. The more refined the swordsmanship, the more true this is, so swordsmanship is the most important. Huang Wenyan gazed deeply at Ji-ran, nodding slightly before shaking her head. What you said is correct, but also not entirely so. Ji-ran was puzzled. Huang Wenyan explained, martial arts are never a singular path. In the world of martial arts, there are countless paths, and between each path, there are intricate connections, swordplay included. A qualified sword martial artist does not only practice swordsmanship, they also possess unique insights into other martial arts. By integrating the strengths of various paths, they can supplement their own weaknesses, allowing their Tao seeds to sprout and thrive, ultimately achieving supreme martial arts. Ji-ran furrowed his brow in thought, then asked, so you mean while cultivating swordplay, I shouldn't neglect understanding other martial arts? Huang Wenyan nodded. Actually, these are just subjective opinions. Once you've truly developed your own Tao seed, when practicing swordplay, you'll naturally have your own insights into other martial arts, no need to overthink it. Ji-ran understood. Huang Wenyan summarized. Thus, while 9 Profound Heart Sutra isn't a sword technique, it can make your pursuit of the Tao hard, and the cultivation of Tao seeds a bit easier. Of course, the cost is sacrificing some of the killing intent inherent to sword martial artists. However, compared to the martial path, this sacrifice is well worth it. After hearing Huang Wenyan's explanation, Ji-ran pursed his lips and nodded, having made a decision. All right, then I'll choose 9 Profound Heart Sutra. Huang Wenyan smiled and said, great, take it, and let's go. Ji-ran was taken aback. Huh, just take it. You're giving it to me like this. Huang Wenyan replied, exasperated, it's not given to you, it's lent to you. The time limit is half a month. During this half month, your primary task is not to practice, but to memorize the technique thoroughly. Remember, it must be memorized thoroughly. You cannot forget even a single word. If you remember it incorrectly, even a single character, it could sever your martial path. Ji-ran was stunned, wondering if he couldn't just copy it once. Huang Wenyan, sensing his thoughts, quickly reminded him, no copying. You absolutely cannot write down a single word. Ji-ran thought for a moment and bluntly said, but if I secretly write it down, you wouldn't know, would you? Huang Wenyan looked at Ji-ran with deep insight, saying mysteriously, you'll know soon enough. The two of them went downstairs, arriving at the first floor of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Through the main door, the outside was pitch black, and the clock on the wall indicated it was already deep into the night. I can't believe so much time has passed, Ji-ran remarked. At this moment, the first floor lobby was completely empty, with only a few dim lights still on, casting a gloomy glow in the hall. To Ji-ran's surprise, Elder Feng at the staircase was still there, not even having changed his position, still seated in his chair, dozing off. Elder Feng, we've made our choice, Huang Wenyan said softly. Elder Feng opened his eyes, glanced at the 9 Profound Heart Sutra on the table, revealing no discernible emotion. He pulled out a piece of sheepskin scroll from seemingly nowhere. Laying it on the table, he produced a brush, placing the tip to his lips and licking it. Then, under Ji-ran's puzzled gaze, he began writing on the sheepskin scroll. Minutes later he said, "Done. Read it carefully and sign." Huang Wenyin took the sheepskin scroll and handed it to Ji Ran, saying, "Read the terms carefully, and after ensuring you agree, sign your name." Ji Ran wore a puzzled expression. "What is this?" Huang Wenyin slowly replied, "A martial oath. Once signed it cannot be violated, otherwise your martial path will be severed." Huh. Ji Ran was shocked as he looked at the content on the sheepskin scroll. The writing was simple, requiring him not to leak the contents of 9 Profound Heart Sutra, not to share it, ensuring it was for personal use only. Ji Ran realized, finally understanding what Huang Wenyin's earlier statement had meant. With the constraint of the martial oath, even if he were given 1,000 chances, he wouldn't dare to copy. Confirming the content was correct, he signed his name. Elder Feng checked everything and reminded him, "The term is half a month, return it on time. If delayed by a day, you will incur the normal borrowing fee." Upon hearing the fee, Ji Ran instinctively asked, "How much?" Elder Feng glanced at him, saying, "For Earth Tier techniques, you need 1,000 Autumn Academy points per day, totaling 1,000 points." Ji Ran's spirit jolted. Although he was still unaware of the point consumption level at the Autumn Academy, 1,000 points sounded like a lot. At that moment, Huang Wenyin added, "Ordinary martial students at Autumn Academy typically earn around 2,000 points." Ji Ran nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing this. If he earned 2,000 points in a semester, it would take him 5 semesters of not eating or drinking to save up 1,000 points. By the time he paid it back, it would be the second semester of his 3rd year. "I must return it on time." Ji Ran silently resolved as he successfully borrowed the technique. Ji Ran initially thought Huang Wenyin would take him to the dormitory to rest. To his surprise, she led him across a significant portion of the campus again, ultimately arriving at the foot of a stone mountain deep within the Autumn Academy. Looking at the undulating terrain and the towering peaks at the horizon, he asked, "Where is this?" Huang Wenyin replied, "The training room." As she spoke, she tossed a wooden token to Ji Ran. "This is your identity token. I'll keep it safe, and don't lose it." Entering the training room requires verification of the identity token. Normally, entering the training room consumes points, but your status is special. For now, you won't need to use points. Before the formal start of classes, you can use any training room except the high-level ones. Ji Ran looked at the wooden token in his hand and curiously asked, "What's the use of the training room?" Huang Wenyin explained, "The room is filled with high-pressure oxygen, and it's equipped with martial arts fortune stones, allowing for significantly enhanced martial training. You'll understand the specific effects once you enter." The so-called cultivation room is a vast space carved out within a stone mountain, with numerous small rooms excavated around it. As Ji Ran stepped into the interior of the stone mountain, he immediately sensed a thick aura enveloping him. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, "What a pleasant feeling. Is this what they call ancient martial luck?" Huang Wenyuan smiled and shook her head, explaining, "Not exactly, but it is related to ancient martial luck. This is a phenomenon caused by the gathering of ancient martial luck, creating a martial path resonance. It allows the martial energy within you to resonate, which is why you feel this way." After a moment, Huang Wenyuan added, "Ancient martial luck is quite rare. It's not as common as you might think." Ji Ran nodded in realization. This was not the first time he had heard about ancient martial luck. Shun Wenda had mentioned it while drinking with his father and friends upon arriving in the capital. The partnership between the Ji family and the Yi family originated from the ancient martial luck in the northern region. He had looked it up online later. According to online sources, ancient martial luck is a mysterious power used by ancient martial artists for cultivation before the martial arts era ended. It resembles modern martial energy, but is denser and more powerful. As for other details, there is little information available online. Ji Ran didn't delve deeper. The two entered the cave, and it was already late at night with no students moving about inside. However, judging by the red lights outside the cultivation room doors, there should be many martial students practicing inside. Huang Wenyuan led Ji Ran to a cultivation room marked with a green light. Cultivation rooms are divided into levels: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The higher the level, the better the cultivation effect, and the higher the cost. Primary costs 2 points per hour, intermediate 10 points, and advanced 100 points. As she spoke, Huang Wenyuan pointed to the symbols on the door. "Oh, I see," Ji Ran replied. Huang Wenyuan pressed the door's button, and with a hiss of gas, the door to the cultivation room slowly opened. Curious, Ji Ran leaned in to take a look. Inside, there was nothing special, just a room of a few square meters surrounded by stone walls with a mat in the center. There was no decor whatsoever. "Come in." As he stepped into the cultivation room, Ji Ran took a deep breath, feeling that refreshing aura peak at that moment. The power of the martial god within him began to stir. He was on the verge of activating the martial god realm. Fortunately, Ji Ran remained calm and quickly focused his mind to suppress it. Huang Wenyuan was accustomed to Ji Ran's reaction. Seeing him come to his senses, she smiled and explained, "Every student experiences something similar during their first time in a cultivation room. There is a small amount of ancient martial luck inside, which is why you feel this way. You'll get used to it in the future." She pointed to the mat on the ground. "Go ahead, sit down." Although Ji Ran was puzzled, he obediently complied, sitting cross-legged on the mat. Huang Wenyuan continued, "Take out the 9 Profound Heart Sutra, and I will guide you on how to cultivate." Ji Ran retrieved the 9 Profound Heart Sutra from his pocket and looked at Huang Wenyuan. She gestured, "Read through it once, then try to practice on your own." If you encounter any difficulties, I will help you. Okay. Regarding such an important matter of cultivation, Ran became exceptionally obedient. At the same time, he secretly felt excited. Though Ran usually appeared harmless and laid back, he had a stronger desire for martial arts than anyone else, especially after personally experiencing the might of the martial god realm. He looked forward to truly stepping into the martial god realm. During this period, his cultivation had stagnated at the Seeking Tao realm, and while he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was already eager and restless. Right now, the key to breaking free from this stagnation was in his hands. Ran's heartbeat quickened. He took deep breaths to suppress his racing heart, and seriously opened the 9 Profound Heart Sutra, reading it attentively. The text of this martial art was not very long, only around 20 pages, totaling about 5,000 words. Excluding the preface, redundant explanations, and concluding remarks, the main text was about 3,000 words. After about 10 minutes, Ran had read through the entire sutra thoroughly. Upon finishing the last word, he closed. There was no feeling of enlightenment or clarity. It was like finishing an archaic literary piece, obscure and difficult to comprehend. His passionate enthusiasm was doused by reality. Ran felt somewhat lost, questioning whether he had made the wrong choice or lacked the ability to understand. Huang Wenyuan watched silently from the side. Seeing Ran frown in contemplation after finishing, she spoke up to reassure him. Don't be discouraged or rush. It's normal not to understand. Many students take at least 10 days to half a month to comprehend the incantations for the first few realms after obtaining a martial art. This is still considering that their martial arts grade is not too high. Your text is an earth-level martial art, and its incantations are even more complex and difficult to understand, so take your time. Just read it a few more times at the start, and you'll see results. Reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. That's the principle. Ran understood, and with a serious expression he nodded. He then turned back to the first page and began reading again. Immersed in the martial art, time seemed to fly by. The sky gradually brightened, and all was awakening. The campus of Xianxia Martial Arts University regained its vitality. On campus, martial students were up early for morning practice, with shadows of martial students in every corner. Ran remained in the same position, sitting cross-legged on the mat. He slowly closed the 9 Profound Heart Sutra. This was his 9th read-through. Indeed, as Huang Wenyuan said, after several readings, he had gained new insights into this martial art. The feeling of confusion gradually faded, and the text of the martial art no longer seemed obscure. However, as he delved deeper into the text, new doubts arose in Ran's heart. Perhaps it was a lack of experience. He felt that something was missing from this martial art, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. This sensation was akin to a hardened man who had been single for decades suddenly encountering a stunning beauty. It should have been a perfect match, but upon closer inspection, he found the beauty was merely a lifelike doll. Is it an illusion, or is this martial art incomplete? Ran pondered internally. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Huang Wenyuan resting with her eyes closed and felt a spark of inspiration. With a ready-made teacher available, why not ask directly? So he quietly said, "Teacher Huang." Huang Wenyuan opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling as she glanced at her watch, asking, "How's it going? Have you gained any insights?" Ran voiced his confusion. "Teacher Huang, I've read it 9 times now, and while the text flows smoothly, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. I wanted to ask you about it." Upon hearing this, Huang Wenyuan's relaxed expression turned serious. Sensing something, she straightened her posture. Ran organized his thoughts and said, "I feel like this martial art is missing something. Although the content is smooth to read, it just doesn't feel right, as if." He pondered how to describe it. Huang Wenyuan, upon hearing his words, became animated. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she stared at Ran. Reflecting on Ran's earlier statement, she realized he had only read through it 9 times and had already detected. In that moment, after her initial surprise, Huang Wenyuan couldn't help but marvel at the genius, comprehension, and Professor Jin's good fortune to have attracted such a talent. Though she was elated internally, Huang Wenyuan didn't show it. Noticing Ran still deep in thought, she softly inquired, "What does it feel like?" "Be bold in your assumptions, it's okay." Ran glanced at Huang Wenyuan, sensing the expectation in her gaze. He hesitated, saying, "It feels like there's no soul to it." Upon hearing Ran articulate his anticipated thoughts, Huang Wenyuan could no longer contain her excitement. She clapped her hands in delight, pointing at Ran, and exclaimed, "Exactly. That's it." Seeing Huang Wenyuan's reaction, Ran was filled with confusion. How could a simple question excite this teacher so much? Huang Wenyuan's eyes sparkled as she eagerly said, "Your feeling is correct." Ran was taken aback. "What do you mean, correct feeling?" Huang Wenyuan calmed down, and with a look of hidden appreciation in her eyes, she softly said, "The technique, it is without a soul." Ran was left puzzled. Huang Wenyuan patiently explained, "This is because the technique has flaws." "The technique has flaws," Ran murmured. Huang Wenyuan elaborated. "The so-called flaw in techniques refers to the fact that all existing martial arts techniques are not complete and have shortcomings." Hearing Huang Wenyuan's words, Ran's eyes widened in surprise. All techniques have shortcomings. If that's the case, how did martial arts develop in this world? Huang Wenyuan continued to explain, "This flaw is not what you think. Just as you have sensed, the techniques in this world are all soulless. It's like a person. The technique itself is merely the shell of that person, devoid of a soul, it is nothing more than a living corpse. Then what is the soul of the technique? Jiran asked. Huang Wenyuan's eyes shone brightly, as if she relished the feeling of revealing this answer. Her tone was serious and her voice lowered. The soul of the technique is your martial path, or rather your Dao seed. Jiran's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively exclaimed, Dao seed. Huang Wenyuan explained a technique is but a rootless floating weed. It requires the Dao seed as its root to be considered a complete technique. All techniques in this world, including celestial grade techniques, are like this. Jiran's mind raced at this moment. He understood the meaning behind Huang Wenyuan's words. Techniques and Dao seeds complement each other. As long as he successfully finds his martial path, he can complete the remaining part of the 9 Mystic Heart Sutra. But the current issue is that he has not yet found his martial path. Without condensing the Dao seed, what should he do? But Teacher Huang, I haven't found the way to enter the Dao yet. What should I do without condensing the Dao seed? Huang Wenyuan did not directly answer his question, but instead asked back, what is your understanding of the Dao seed? Jiran pondered for a moment. It seemed that before encountering xianxia, he had never heard of the Dao seed. Not even his parents or brother had mentioned it to him. Why was he so unaware? He shook his head, feeling a bit dejected, and said, I only know that the Dao seed is condensed after finding the martial path. I know nothing else. Huang Wenyuan had anticipated this and softly explained, not knowing is quite normal. Knowing the Dao seed too early is not a good thing in martial arts. Knowing too early, lacking strength, and not understanding the significance of the Dao seed can easily lead to meaningless inner exploration, ultimately causing their mindset to fall into nihilism and lose their life's purpose. Moreover, even if they are lucky enough to find the Dao seed, due to insufficient strength, the Dao seed cannot take root, leading to the depletion of martial potential to nourish the Dao seed. At that point, all of his potential would be absorbed by the Dao seed, making it impossible to improve his cultivation, or even causing a regression, further hindering the nourishment of the Dao seed, thus falling into a vicious cycle and completely severing the martial path. Jiran listened intently. He never expected that the Dao seed had such implications. Huang Wenyuan patiently narrated, like you had hidden yourself so well before, no one knew you had broken through to the seeking Dao realm, so no one talked to you about the Dao seed. It's normal. Oh, it's not too late to tell you now. Hearing this, Jiran felt much better. He thought he was too playful, not studying earnestly, or that his parents wanted to protect him, which led to his lack of understanding of martial arts. He didn't expect everything to be a normal arrangement. Huang Wenyuan noticed Jiran's frown relax, smiled slightly, and continued, let's talk about how to enter the Dao. I mentioned before that the world's Dao has millions of paths, and the ways to enter the Dao are countless. Each person has their own unique way to enter the Dao. This uniqueness is not a vague concept, but a genuinely unique reality. Even if two people enter the Dao in the same way due to differences in their life experiences, mental states, and parental traits, the Dao seeds they ultimately form will be completely different. Therefore, only you know how to enter the Dao. Outsiders cannot make the choice for you. Jiran's expression was serious as he nodded slightly. He thought for a moment and asked, how do I know how to enter the Dao? Huang Wenyuan looked directly into Jiran's eyes. Martial arts have developed to this day, and in fact there is already a complete theoretical foundation. The ways people enter the Dao are also completely traceable. In summary, it is a person's obsession. Jiran's gaze trembled. Obsession. Huang Wenyuan nodded. Exactly, an obsession. For example, if a person has a misfortune in childhood and their obsession is to have a happy family, then their way to enter the Dao will be related to family, perhaps a warm house or a beloved wife, and so on. I also heard a rumor that there was a wealthy young man in the capital city who, due to losing his mother at a young age and his father being busy with family affairs, lacked care. When he was in the seeking Dao realm, he chose his first love and ultimately entered the Dao through love. Therefore, if you want to find your way to enter the Dao, think about what your obsession is. After saying this, the training room fell silent. Huang Wenyuan did not continue to explain, but watched Jiran, giving him ample time to think. Jiran carefully reflected on his experiences from childhood to now. It seemed he had no particular obsession. Money. Although he lacked it upon reflection, he wasn't that fond of money. Or rather, what he lacked was not money, but martial resources. But he couldn't possibly enter the Dao with martial resources. That would be too vague. Not money, then love. But his parents had always loved him, and his childhood was very happy. So love wasn't it either. What then was his true obsession? At this moment, Jiran fell back into confusion. Huang Wenyuan had been observing Jiran's expression and seeing the conflicted look on his face, quickly intervened. Regarding your background, the academy has already gathered information. You come from a happy family and possess exceptional talent. You should not have any obsessions. Jiran looked up at Huang Wenyuan and nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, Huang Wenyuan smiled faintly. Then it's simple, your obsession might just be happiness. Jiran was astonished, looking at Huang Wenyuan in confusion. Happiness. Huang Wenyuan patiently explained, if you are very satisfied with your current life, then that life is your obsession. It's that simple. Jiran was momentarily at a loss for words. His obsession was happiness. After Huang Wenyuan's reminder, he thought carefully, and it might indeed be the case. At this moment, Huang Wenyuan reminded him, however, I must remind you that this is merely my experience. What your true obsession is still requires you to explore slowly, but do not fully trust my words nor completely doubt them. Ji Ran furrowed his brows in contemplation and asked after a moment, "How can I be sure that the obsession I find is correct? And once I find it, how do I use it to enter the Tao?" Huang Wenyuan looked at Ji Ran and suddenly raised her hand, pointing to Ji Ran's heart. "Right here. When you find your way to enter the Tao, your Tian Tao acupoint in your chest will have a special sensation. As long as you follow this feeling and keep moving forward, the Tao seed will naturally condense. This process varies from person to person, but the general flow is similar." Ji Ran lifted his hand and touched his heart. Although Huang Wenyuan had spoken clearly, he still felt somewhat confused about how he should enter the Tao. If it truly is an obsession, then it should be easy to sense. Why had he felt nothing after breaking through to the seeking Tao realm for so long? Was it that his obsession wasn't deep enough? Or had he not found the correct method to enter the Tao? Huang Wenyuan had been involved in education for over a decade, guiding countless martial students to successfully enter the Tao. Seeing Ji Ran's confused expression at this moment, she explained, "Entering the Tao cannot be rushed. It is like a person's inspiration, which may suddenly burst forth at any moment. In my time at Xianxia Martial Institute, on average, each student takes about 10 days to enter the Tao, with the slowest taking no more than half a month. So do not rush, think slowly and search. You will definitely find it." Ji Ran nodded thoughtfully. Huang Wenyuan reminded him again, "But I must remind you, do not get too fixated on one point. The initial Tao seed is merely a broad concept. The process of breaking through martial arts after the seeking Tao realm is the continuous process of discerning the true from the false in the martial path. Therefore let your thoughts flow out, do not be too limited." After saying this, Huang Wenyuan stood up and said to Ji Ran, "Good luck. I believe in you. With your talent, I guess you'll find your Tao seed in no more than 7 days. Listening to Huang Wenyuan's encouraging words and seeing her expectant gaze, Ji Ran straightened his mood, sweeping away the look of confusion, and a surge of passion arose in his heart. After all, he was an unseen century examining student of the seeking Tao realm. How could the method of entering the Tao be so difficult? Huang Wenyuan patted her backside and said while walking, "I thought it would take you several days to find the flaws in it. I didn't expect you to find them so quickly, and I've also clarified the situation regarding the Tao seed for you. Once you find the Tao seed, you can call me, and I will come to guide you in refining the technique. I'm leaving now. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Balance work and rest, and keep it up." Ji Ran stood up and respectfully saw Huang Wenyuan off. Watching her figure gradually walk away, he returned to the training room and sat back down on the mat. Despite having not slept all night, he felt no drowsiness at all. He slapped his own cheeks to wake himself up and encouraged, "Come on, Ji Ran, you are the best. It's just a Tao seed. I will strive to find it in 3 days and condense it in 5. Aoli Ji." 2 months later, Ji Ran sat cross-legged on the mat looking haggard. 2 months. A full 2 months. Without any gains.